Chapter 1 Demon Catalog. When Zhou Yi opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a cold hard bed. In the dark night, I can't see my fingers. There were thunderous snores all around, more than one after another. There was a faint scream coming from outside, it seemed like some kind of beast. This is where? Didn't I die on the hospital bed? Zhou Yi subconsciously touched his chest, which was beating loudly and energetically than ever before in his memory. It should not be the underworld. Pieces of scattered memories suddenly appeared in Zhou Yi's mind. Mountain villages near Hengyang, drought, war disasters, begging came to Beijing. Half a year ago, the captain of the execution room went to the refugee camp to select young men, claiming that the demon-slaying director was in charge of food and housing, and his predecessor became the torturer of the execution room. During the day today, Zhou Yi executed an evil spirit, and after that, he became confused and lost his mind. Zhou Yi browsed through the memories of his predecessor and could roughly guess that he had traveled through time. This is the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Division in Luo City, the capital of the Dacian Emperor. The original owner of this body is also named Zhou Yi, and he is just 20 years old. This world is definitely not any dynasty in memory, and it is definitely no longer the Blue Star in memory. Not to mention that there is no dynasty with Jian as the country's name, let alone monsters. Demon Slayer Division, fierce ghosts, monsters, and demons. This world is too dangerous. Zhou Yi tried to calm down and felt the powerful heartbeat, but it's good to be alive. He fell asleep in a hazy state. Countless terrifying figures seemed to flash through the dream, wailing constantly as they tried to climb out of the abyss. Zhou Yi stood on the abyss. Wake up again. What Zhou Yi saw when he opened his eyes was an ugly face covered with black hair, and his black and yellow teeth were exposed when he smiled. Brother Zhou, hurry up and do it. It's too late, the captain will crack the whip again. Dian Mao. Zhou Yi gradually woke up and realized that last night was really not a dream, he had traveled through time. With the idea of talking less and watching more, Zhou Yi followed the black-haired man to receive dry food and went to the execution room of the Demon Slayer Division's prison. The place where they lived was in the prison, and a row of sleeping quarters for the prisoners was built next to the torture room. Zhou Yi has been in the Demon Slaying Division for half a year, and every day he works in the sleeping room and the execution room. There are no labor laws in Dacian. He just works when he wakes up and works until he goes to bed. The torture chamber. Because it is built more than 10 feet underground, it is always in darkness. I can't tell the difference between the blue sky and the day. I only know that according to the hour clock, it is probably Mao hour. More than 50 torturers stood in 3 rows, and Zhou Yi followed the rough-faced man Shi Lu in the second row. Soon after, Captain Liu Gang of the Demon Slayer Division, who was covered in black armor, arrived and counted from right to left in the first row. 1, 2, 3, 57. Liu Gang's eyes slowly scanned everyone, and his voice was low and gloomy, "Who is not here? Report to the captain, Li Ju in room A7, can't get up." Zhou Yi was shocked when he heard this. If he couldn't get up, he would be dead. This kind of thing was very common. There were people who were tortured and couldn't get up every 3 days. The torturer's daily job is to kill the demons and monsters captured by the Demon Slayer Division on the Demon Slayer platform and then send them to the Demon Refining Cave or Demon Refining Cave. The demons and spirits are refined in the Demon Refining Cave, and the evil spirits and heretics are refined in the Demon Refining Cave. Due to unknown reasons, at least not known to Zhou Yi, the executioners responsible for killing demons all lived a short life. Zhou Yi, who had stayed for half a year, was already a veteran among the executioners, and only Shi Lu was left in the same batch. Nu. Liu Gang's voice remained unchanged as he began to assign today's tasks. Ma Saner, Prison Number B5. Zhao Dazhuang, Prison No 14. Sun Cai, Prison No 7. The Demon Slayer Division divides the Great Prison into 3 levels, A, B, and C. Prison A is almost never seen, and it is usually Prison B and C. Judging from Zhou-Yi's half-year experience, the demons and ghosts in the B character prison are much stronger than those in the C character prison. The predecessor was assigned to prison number 1 yesterday. He was only responsible for killing a 1,000-year-old ghost, but he died at night. Book of Changes, Prison No. 25. Shilu, Prison No. 13. Zhou-Yi secretly observed Liu Gang's expression and found that there was no change when he read his name. I couldn't help but feel relieved. The demon-slaying captain was solely responsible for assigning tasks. If you wanted to kill a certain torturer, you only needed to assign a B-word prison every day. Even if it's a normal death, how long can I last? There is no fear in Zhou-Yi's heart. He has died once, but he will never give up any hope of living. As a second-generation man, he was light and healthy, so how could he be willing to die inexplicably? He tried hard to recall the contract of betrayal he signed with the Demon Slayer division. Although he didn't recognize most of the characters, the Dakian characters were very similar to the ancient Chinese characters of the Celestial Dynasty. Even Meng Daichai could recognize most of the contents. Selling myself for 10 years. Zhou-Yi frowned slightly. The contract path was dead, and he had lived in a dark demon prison for 10 years. Even if he was not killed by the demon, his nerves had problems. While Zhou-Yi was thinking about how to get out of trouble, Liu Gang had already assigned today's tasks. Go ahead, if you can't finish your job, you'll be whipped tonight. After Liu Gang finished speaking, the torturers bowed and saluted and then dispersed. The 3 prisons A, B, and C belong to different locations. Generally speaking, Prison A is deeper underground, Prison B is in the center, and Prison C is closer to the ground than the execution chamber. Zhou-Yi followed the path in his memory and came to Prison No. B25. The cell made of a whole piece of blue stone has a keyhole below the serial number. The torturer's bronze medal was inserted into the keyhole and turned to the right. The blue stone wall rumbled and the prison door gradually opened. After Zhou-Yi entered, he closed the prison door in the same way. Now he was on the mezzanine between the outer door and the inner door. The double prison door is to prevent the demon from using secret methods to escape when the torturer enters the cell. Opening the inner door, Zhou-Yi saw the demon who was going to be executed today. Under the dim light, a monster with a fish head, human body, and fish tail was pierced through the limbs, chest and abdomen by fine steel chains, and was fixed on the execution rack. Large scales fell off the fish demon's body, and its wounds were scorched black. It must have been burned by flames. Roar! When the fish demon saw Zhou-Yi, its ferocious fish face was about to pounce, and then the stainless steel chain automatically tightened, causing it to scream in agony. Is this a monster? It's much uglier than imagined. Is it a genetic mutation or a radiation deformity? Zhou-Yi looked at the execution platform in the prison. There were various torture instruments on it, including swords, guns, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. Before the fish monster dies, waste must be maximized, such as fish eyes, fish scales, fish livers, etc. Any part of the monster is useful. The eyes of ordinary fish can improve eyesight, but the eyes of fish monsters are more effective. Fish scales can be used to cast armor, and fish liver can prolong life. Zhou-Yi covered his mouth and nose, skillfully dug out the fish's eyes, peeled off the scales that could still be used to make armor, disemboweled the fish and removed the liver. The fish demon gradually died in painful wails. The resentment before his death was so strong that Zhou-Yi felt that the temperature in the prison had dropped by at least 10 degrees. Suddenly, Zhou-Yi felt dizzy and confused. A book of bright yellow silk appeared in front of me, with 4 strange characters on it. The moment I saw it, I understood its meaning. Demon Illustrated Book. I flipped through an unknown number of pages in the illustrated book, and there happened to be a fish monster on it. With a fish head and a body and a fish tail, it seems to be the fish monster that just died. Chapter 2: The Art of Looking at Energy. The moment Zhou Yi saw the fish demon pattern, a picture appeared in his mind. Daqian southern border. The upper reaches of Yangning River. A ignorant herring accidentally swallowed a spiritual pearl bred by a 1,000-year-old clam, and was born with spiritual wisdom. 100 years later, King Yu transformed into a human form. He was dissatisfied with the slow pace of practice and sought out the method of blood sacrifice to refine the demonic energy. Villagers on both sides of the Yangning River are threatened by the fish demon and sacrifice 10 pairs of boys and girls every year for them to practice evil methods. 13 years later, the demon-slaying captain discovered that the fish demon was causing trouble, and teamed up with Yaksha, a subordinate of the Yangning River water god, to capture and bring him to justice. After being tried and sentenced by the criminal department, he was sent to prison No. B25 of the Demon Slayer division. Zhou Yi woke up from his trance and had an extra pill in his hand. Water soft pill. It's blue and about the size of your thumb. Made from the essence and blood of the water-attributed monsters, water-attribute monks can increase their mana after taking it, and mortals can wash their essence and marrow after taking it, and slightly increase the water-attribute spiritual energy affinity. Demon Illustrated Book, Demon Slaying, Rewards. Zhou Yi murmured to himself, "Isn't this the system?" After waking up from the shock and joy, Zhou Yi directly threw the shui rodan into his mouth. The elixir melts in the mouth, like a trickle, blending into the limbs and bones, constantly washing away the muscles and bones, and layers of dirt are discharged from the body. Zhou Yi sat cross-legged in the corner of the prison. Cutting monsters was a very energy-consuming thing for mortals, so only one monster was allocated every day. An hour later, as the potency of the medicine gradually dissipated, Zhou Yi clenched his fist and found that his strength had more than doubled. It is indeed a magical elixir. Zhou Yi smelled a strong strange smell on his body, but didn't pay attention to it, and he didn't bother to clean it. In the demon-slaying department's prison, a fair-haired torturer appeared, most likely thought to be possessed by a demon. Originally, Zhou Yi would try his best to escape from the Demon Slayer division, but now he refuses to chase him away. No one can escape the law of true fragrance. The monsters outside are extremely dangerous, so how can the Demon Slayer division be safe? Gathering the top bodyguards from Dagan, and being able to continuously kill the sealed monsters and get rewards, it is simply heaven on earth. Zhou Yi is now very motivated and must do his job well. The materials from the fish demon must be sent to the monument department while they are still fresh, and then the remains of the fish demon are filled into the demon refining cave. The monabu is located closer to the ground in the OG prison, and it stores all kinds of strange relics of monsters. Zhou Yi carefully sealed the parts of the fish demon and sent them to the Ministry of Martial Arts before returning to prison No. B25 and carrying the remains of the fish demon into the depths of the ground. The fish demon is only half a head taller than an ordinary person, but weighs more than 500 kilograms. After Zhou Yi took the Shuorudan, his strength increased significantly and he felt much lighter than usual. The demon refining cave is more than 100 feet underground. When Zhou Yi came over, there was no one there. Standing on the edge of the demon refining cave and looking down, he saw a bottomless abyss. Legend has it that there is a demon refining formation inscribed by immortals at the bottom of the abyss, which can remove the evil spirits of demons and prevent them from turning into evil spirits and continuing to harm the human race. Zhou Yi threw the remains of the fish demon into the abyss and counted 19 times before hearing a reply. If the speed of sound and acceleration of gravity in this world are the same as in the previous life, regardless of the difference in seconds, the bottom of the demon refining cave will be about 1,900 meters. The demon refining cave, which was completely built by manpower, would have been a huge project even on Blue Star if it wasn't for the power of immortals and gods. This world is too dangerous, it's better to hide in the Demon Slayer division for safety. Return to room A3. There was no one in the residence, so Zhou Yi glanced at the hourglass. It took more than 6 hours to dissect the fish demon, take Shuorudan, and transport the remains. Zhou Yi deliberately controlled the speed, 2 hours faster than usual, but he didn't feel hungry at all in his body, and the strength in his limbs seemed to be endless. The effectiveness of Shuaraodan is too great for ordinary people. Even if most of it is used to cleanse the essence and cut the marrow, there is still a residual medicinal effect, which is subtly transforming Zhou Yi's body. You must act like everyone else and go eat first. Zhou Yi went to the cafeteria, where there were already a few torturers feasting. The speed at which the torturer completes the errand is directly related to the goal of the errand. Among them, people such as fish demons are the most troublesome, and those who practice evil demon and heretical skills are the easiest. The bones and muscles of the monsters are tough. If the monster energy hadn't been sealed and there were special torture tools, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to cut through the monster skin. Although the devil is easy to kill, it is the last job a torturer wants to take. Who knows whether the devil will cast any secret skills before he dies? Even if the magic power is abolished and the spirit is sealed, there is no guarantee that it will still have the power to strike. The same group of torturers from Zhuyi were assigned to kill demons. They were careful in the process, but both of them died together in the end. Zhou Yi got a dozen steamed buns and a large bowl of vegetables, found a corner and started eating by himself. Before the essence was washed and the marrow was cut, he was able to finish all the food. Now his appetite has greatly increased, and he can eat twice as much food. There is plenty of food in the torture chamber, so you can eat as much as you want, which is an overfulfillment of the contract of betrayal. While Zhou Yi was eating, his ears kept collecting information from the surroundings. He was no longer the illiterate refugee he once was, nor could he live in such a muddle that he didn't even know how he died. Useful information can be hidden in anyone's conversation. At this time, the torturers in the cafeteria belonged to the other 8 departments, some were talking in pairs, and some were gathered together at a table. The torture chamber is divided into 9 departments, each of which has 30 to 100 people. Zhuyi belongs to the first department named A. Brother, I almost fell into trouble today. The devil actually said that if he taught me my skills, I would be invincible. Fortunately. Have you heard that Zhang Dashan from the 6th department received an errand from the AZI prison, and the monster broke free from the seal and swallowed him in one gulp? I heard a demon say that our A, B, and C prisons are divided according to grades. Zhou Yi silently sorted out the useful information and summarized it, so that he might be able to save his life if he encountered it in the future. The torturers who were eating came and went, and no one noticed Zhou Yi, who was listening in the corner. It wasn't until late at night that Zhou Yi returned to room A3. The 7 torturers in the same room had already started snoring loudly. The next day. The errand of Zhuyi is the rat spirit of Bing-27 prison. Pretending to be the land of a certain village in Chu County, they built a temple for obscenities without authorization, and collected the incense and power of foolish people and women. At first, he defrauded believers in several villages, and then he reached out to the county seat of Chu County. He was discovered by the local ghosts who traveled around on a daily basis. He reported it to the city god and the demon slayer division, and jointly enforced the law to capture the rat spirit. Dacian law strictly prohibits gathering incense without permission, and violators will be killed without mercy. Through the memory of Mo Zijing, Zhou Yi learned that the land of Chenghuang in Dacian was actually canonized by the imperial court. Doggone, you are stronger than expected. This way, the demon slayer division will be safer. After killing the rat spirit, Zhou Yi obtained a spell. Qi gazing technique. Every creature, building, mountain, river, or river has its own aura, and the aura technique can determine its strength or bad luck through the rise and fall of the aura. Zhou Yi first obtained the Qi technique and tried to check the aura of the demon-slaying department's punishment department. The evil aura that penetrated the sky and the earth instantly blinded him. Chapter 3 Huangting Dao Jing. Zhou Yi slowly opened his eyes. The purple-red mist obscured his vision, and he could vaguely see a figure moving. In the Qi Wang technique, the evil spirit is colorless at first, then red, and the red is extremely purple. I don't know how long the Demon Slayer division has been established and how many demons and monsters it has killed. The accumulated evil energy has almost condensed into substance. It's no wonder the torturer doesn't live long. Such a strong evil spirit is corroding the body all the time. It's no wonder that he doesn't die so quickly. Joyi had previously wondered why there were basically no other people in the penal department prison on weekdays, and the captain only showed up in the morning to assign officers. Now that most of the doubts have been solved, they don't want to stay in the evil atmosphere for a long time. The doctor's voice came to my ears, the evil spirit entered my eyes. Fortunately, it did not damage the pupils. It will get better after a few days of rest. After Joyi lost his sight, he rang the Bing 27 prison bell, and a school captain immediately came to check. After checking that the spirit of the mouse had dispersed and that Joyi had not been taken away, other torturers were called to carry him back to his residence. When torturers kill monsters, various accidents often happen, and blindness is nothing. The doctor left a few pills and hurriedly left the criminal department, obviously not wanting to stay long. The pills are not inferior medicines. Instead, they are placed in the outside world. They may be the treasured elixirs of a wealthy businessman. They have excellent effects on clearing the mind and improving eyesight. The materials for making pills come from monobu, the residue after processing the monster's organs. This can be regarded as one of the benefits of the Demon Slayer division. Joyi was blind and unable to slay the demon, so Lieutenant Lu agreed to rest. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The backlash of the chi watching technique gradually subsided, Joyi's eyes returned to normal, and he could no longer restrain himself from slaying demons. This world is too dangerous, and there is also great terror in the Demon Slayer division. We must have the strength to protect ourselves as soon as possible. It was a routine morning task, and Captain Lu, who was always on time, was actually late. The torturers were not soldiers. Before joining the Demon Slayer division, most of them were refugees and some reused prisoners. They chatted in 2s and 3s before the captain came. Joyi used the Zhanjiang Qi technique and looked at the torturer in the Jiazi branch. Shi Liu's aura was grey and black, lifeless. If he were a fortune teller, he could say it would be a bloody disaster. Among the same group of people who joined the Demon Slayer division's torture room half a year ago, Shi Lu has lived the longest, and Joyi has already died once. Li Dazhuang's breath was grey and his life was short. Deng Li's breath was grey and he didn't have long to live. Li Yun, his breath is grey and his life is about to end. Joyi looked at a dozen torturers in a row and found a common feature, that is, they were all about to die. This is really a special feature of the torture chamber. Half an hour later, Lu Gang came late, holding an errand book in his hand. He glanced at everyone with pity in his eyes, and saw Joyi pause for a moment. After not seeing each other for several days, Lu Gang felt that Joyi seemed to have a different temperament from the other torturers. The Demon Slayer division has destroyed the Black Lotus Demon Cult branch, so there are a lot of tasks today. After killing them, send them to the Demon Refining Cave as soon as possible. Ma Saner, Prison Number 9, Prison No B, Prison No 15. Sun Cai, Prison Number 17, Prison No B, Prison No 3. Joyi listened to Lu Gang's assignments, which were generally 2 errands of B and C, or 4A prisons. Book of Changes, Prison No 7. Stone 6, C Prison Number 10, B Prison Number 23. Joyi's face changed slightly when he heard about the mission in Prison A. The other prisoners couldn't help but look at him, as if they were looking at a dying person. In the A character prison, there are 9 types of torturers in the entire execution room, and they can only go to the A character prison once a year. Quiet. Lu Gang's voice was like thunder, causing all the torturers in the crowd to discuss and continue to issue orders with an expressionless expression. After the dispatch of the officers was completed today, Liu Gang turned around and left, without being treated any differently because of the Jiazi prison. Zhou Yi silently walked towards the depths of the torture room. The A-shaped prison was next to the demon refining cave and the demon refining cave. He was not afraid of the Jiazi prison, but kept thinking about Liu Gang, whether he was specifically targeting him or whether he was unlucky. The gate of the A-character prison is made of black iron, and is engraved with incomprehensible inscriptions. It is said that it is a spell blessed by an immortal master, which can make the black iron stronger. After passing through the double black iron gates, the interior was extremely clean and bright, with an unknown light source on the roof shining on the prisoners. Compared with the gloominess of Prison B and C, Prison A looks like a tidy one-room apartment. The prisoner was an amiable old man, at least that was how Zhou Yi saw him at first sight, with fair hair and a youthful face. "Little baby, the old man's arms and legs are sore. Can you give me a rub?" Zhou Yi subconsciously used the Zhan Qi technique, and then saw the dense ghosts of injustice surrounding the old man, as well as the black and purple evil spirit. Hey! It turned out to be a natural spiritual pupil. You have simply wasted the seeds of cultivation. I will help the old man loosen his ties and teach you the secret method of the Holy Lotus. You can cultivate the netherworld spiritual pupil, which can penetrate the sky and penetrate the sky. The old man's vitality and spirit were sealed, and he aroused Zhou Yi's desire just by relying on his demeanor, rhythm, and words. After learning the secret method of Holy Lotus, and then killing him, it seems there is no difference. Zhou Yi showed his heart moved and walked forward slowly. The old man had a teachable look on his face. Phew! The instrument of torture penetrated the old man's neck, suppressing what he said next. The old man had a look of disbelief on his face. He had the secret method of reincarnation of the Holy Lotus sect, which allowed him to entrust a ray of spiritual thought in Zhou Yi's body before death. However, the spirit and energy were blocked and he had to be in physical contact to cast the spell. Ho ho, ho ho. The blood was pouring from his neck, and the old man was still panting, as if he wanted to ask why. "Old sir, this junior is timid, but you have great powers, so it's better to send him away." Zhou Yi also took 5 daggers and nailed them to the 5 internal organs, and 3 steel nails penetrated the top of the skull according to the 3 directions. This is a way to deal with demons and monsters. Special torture instruments are used to immobilize the 5 qi in the body and the 3 flowers on the top of the head, so that they can be maintained for an hour after death. Send it to the demon refining cave within an hour, without wasting any energy. After the old man died, hundreds of pages of the demon illustration were turned over, revealing his image. The picture book does not show a rich and kind old man, but a big demon with green face and fangs, black clouds on his head, magic lotus on his feet, snakes around his arms, a long white bone flag in one hand, and a skull rosary in the other. The demon illustrated book contains not only demons, but also evil heretics who do evil. Zhou Yi knew the origin of the demon. The elder of the Black Lotus sect, the Black Demon Lord, had lived for more than 300 years. The real name of the Black Demon Lord is Zheng Hua. He was born in the Black Lotus sect. His father was a deacon of the Black Lotus sect. He robbed the female monks of the Zhendao family and forcibly gave birth to offspring. He has experienced the cruelty of the devil since he was a child. Zheng Hua is extremely cruel by nature, and he is also a terrifying existence in the devil. He fought decisively along the way, even killing his own parents, and eventually became one of the 12 elders of the Black Lotus sect, with a high position and powerful demonic power. A few months ago, Zheng Hua led his men to sneak into the Lushan County city, planning to sacrifice blood to the 200,000 people in the city, and refine the demon's most precious treasure, the netherworld white bone flag. In the end, they failed, and the entire Black Lotus sect branch was also destroyed. Li Mu, a 20-year-old young man, actually cracked the blood sacrifice formation of the Black Evil Lord. Zhu Yi's memory fragments of the Black Evil Lord are filled with a lot of curses on Li Mu. It can be said that Li Mu is the key to the failure of the Black Evil Lord. No matter how strong the wind is from the east, west, or northwest, I will remain unmoved. The demon illustrated book closed and disappeared, leaving behind a Taoist scripture. Huangting Dao Jing. It looks like a Kung Fu method but is not a Kung Fu method. There is no need to deliberately meditate and practice. Reciting Huangting silently from time to time can guide the spiritual energy in the body and increase Taoism. Chapter 4 Immortal Master Fei. Zhou Yi didn't understand the exercises, and he didn't know the grades of Huangting's Taoist scriptures. Zhou Yi was extremely satisfied with the characteristics of refining spiritual energy on his own without the need to meditate. First, the Book of Changes does not understand the meridians and Danshan, and there is no one to teach it. Even if you hold the Immortal Sutra, you cannot practice it. The second is the Datong Pu where 8 people live in a room. Zhou Yi suddenly meditates and practices, and he is expected to go to the seaward prison the next day. Zhou Yi recited the Huangting Taoist Sutra silently, and a stream of pure qi naturally circulated in the body, expanding the meridians, strengthening the muscles and bones, and finally turned into a wisp of magic power in the Danshan. The medicinal power hidden in the body of Shorudan is stimulated under the guidance of Huangting Dao Sutra. While practicing, Zhou Yi did not delay in handling the remains of the old devil, carried them to the demon refining cave and threw them in. Except for their different names, the demon refining cave and the demon refining cave are generally the same inside. Zhou Yi learned from his lesson last time and did not dare to use the Zhanwang Qi technique to observe. I was processing things quickly today, but when I came to the cafeteria, I found it was empty. Zhou Yi ate without any haste and recited the Huangting Dao Sutra silently without any distractions. It can be said that he practiced Qigong while walking, practiced Qigong while sitting, and practiced Qigong while eating. After a while, the torturers appeared in 2s and 3s. Listening to what they were saying, all the tasks received by the 9 torturers in the execution room today were to kill demons. Demons are much more dangerous than monsters. Not to mention all kinds of temptations, they often break out secret methods before death, and die together with the torturer. The Black Evil Demon Lord seems to have no resistance and is much easier to kill than the thick-skinned monsters. Zhou Yi murmured to himself, could it be that I drew the sword fast enough? When I returned to my residence, I found a room for 8 people, but only 4 came back. Now adding trade, the survival rate is 5 out of 8. The hourglass already showed that it was late at night, and the other 3 people would most likely not be able to come back. One of them was Shilu, who slept next to Zhou Yi and snored the loudest. The other people who were sleeping together nodded slightly after seeing Zhou Yi. Everyone is not tired today, but there is no interest in chatting at all. In the torture chamber, the ones who are killed are the demons and monsters, and the ones who suffer more are the torturers. Zhou Yi lay on the bed and recited the Huangting Taoist Sutra silently. After embarking on the path of spiritual practice, he was full of energy and did not need sleep at all. Fair enough. If a peerless devil emerges from the prison, he can escape in time. I don't know what the rewards will be for slaying demons tomorrow. Zhou Yi is full of expectations for the future. He was lucky to have joined the Demon Slayer division, otherwise he would most likely die without a burial if he went to slay demons himself. Early the next morning. There are only 42 people left in the criminal division. Colonel Liu Gang only said that new people would be coming soon, and then continued to assign officers. There is indeed no shortage of newcomers in the torture chamber. Just taking care of food, and housing can attract a large number of young people to join, not to mention they can barely be regarded as petty officials. You might starve to death in a month outside, but you can survive for a year and a half in the torture chamber with plenty of food and drink. The Book of Changes cannot judge whether the Demon Slayer division is right or wrong. Most of today's servants are in prison. Yesterday, the demon head of the Black Lotus sect branch was like a temporary stopper. They had an extra day to save up the demons to be killed. I don't know where they caught so many demons and monsters. The word B is prison number 105. A pure wolf demon with snow-white hair all over its body and over 1 foot tall. More than a dozen fine iron chains penetrated the wolf demon's limbs, chest, and abdomen. When he saw Zhou Yi come in, he immediately became ferocious, and his foot-long fangs could easily tear gold and iron. Zhou Yi first pulled out the teeth from the wolf demon's mouth. If he accidentally touched it, his arms and legs might be broken. After the wolf demon dies, it appears in the Demon Illustrated book. I was rewarded with a spell that can attract the lunar moonlight to refine the body. Unfortunately, the torture chamber was built underground, and Zhou Yi had not seen sunlight for more than half a year. Based on rough judgment of value, Prison A has the best reward, Prison C has the worst reward. But what I need most right now is elixirs. Tei-in body refining technique is not as valuable as Shoryudan. Forget it, anyway, the Demon Slayer division has an endless supply of demons that we can kill in a day or two. Zhou Yi's life in the torture room was very regular, sleeping, doing the magic, slaying demons, eating, sleeping, doing the magic. What's the difference between this, and 007 in the previous life? Zhou Yi found that he could not avoid blessings even if he was reborn and traveled through the system. Huangting Daojing is running at any time, and its mana is increasing every moment. As for how strong it is, Zhou Yi is not sure. After experiencing the Black Demon Lord, most of the demons killed were from the Seaward prison. The reward elixirs were directly refined into mana, and the spells could only be practiced secretly. The Black Demon Lord, who had dominated the world for more than 300 years, could be captured by the Demon Slayer division and filled up the demon refining cave, but Zhou Yi did not dare to show the slightest bit of cultivation. As the number of demons killed increased, Zhou Yi's techniques became more sophisticated. Even the people from the Ministry of Things praised the organs of demons he dismantled. More would be redundant, less would be bad. After Zhou Yi showed his superb sword skills, the captain handed over more demon servants to him, and handed over the dangerous demons to other torturers. How well the monster materials are dismantled is directly related to the captain's reward. In the blink of an eye, another half-year has passed. The 7 people sleeping with Zhou Yi have changed into 2 groups. Communicate with the new torturers. Most of them come from several states in the northwest. Millions of people were displaced due to Zhirong's collusion with the demon cult to rebel. I'm sorry for how difficult people's lives are. Zhou Yi could only sigh. The last group of people who slept together were even worse. They were a family named Jian. It is said that he was a wealthy businessman who was implicated in an unjust, false, and wrong case, and was related to important figures in the 6 divisions of Luodu. The crime was not worthy of death, but he was thrown into the torture chamber. After 3 months of intermittent treatment, he could no longer stand the evil spirit and couldn't get up from his sleep. The captain in charge of tapping is no longer Liu Gang, but the new Shi Yanjian, who has a handsome face and a tall posture, like a scholar. There was actually a young monk who came with Captain Shi. The monk is handsome in appearance and gentle in temperament. He is dressed in moon-white monk robes and stands out in the dim execution room. Captain Shi introduced, "This is Master Fahe from Jingguang Temple, also known as the Immortal Master of the Demon Slayer Division as you usually call him." Immortal Master. Zhou Yi listened to it many times and saw the real person for the first time. The other torturers couldn't help but talk, looking at Fahe with eyes full of hope. Amitabha. Fahe glanced at the person who was sentenced to punishment, his eyes full of compassion, and his whole body shone with golden Buddha light. The Buddha's light fell on the torturer, and his body, which had been corroded by evil spirits, suddenly seemed much lighter. "Thank you, Master Immortal. Master Immortal's great kindness will be unforgettable forever. The Immortal Master's lifespan is as long as that of heaven, and he will enjoy immortal blessings forever." The torturers thanked them one after another, and Zhou Yi followed the crowd and secretly observed the breath of the torturers with the breath-gazing technique. Unfortunately, the air of death is still lingering. The Buddhist teachings of Master Fahe are not enough to eradicate the evil spirit. Okay, I received a gift from Master Fahe today, so I have to do my job well. Captain Shi said, Zhou Yi, you go to Bing 72 prison with Master Fahe. If Master has any requirements, please try your best to meet them. As you command. Master, follow me. Zhou Yi led the way until Bing 72 prison. The person imprisoned in the prison is a bull demon. Judging from the type, it is a domesticated scalper. This is very common in the Demon Slayer division. Domestic animals are influenced by popularity and are prone to wisdom. As the old saying goes, a chicken cannot live more than 5 and a dog cannot live longer than 8. This means that once you exceed the number of years you should live, you will become a monster. Zhou Yi had killed a big rooster demon before, raised it in a farmhouse for 10 years, and quietly transformed into a demon clan. The farmer didn't know about this. Since a distinguished guest came to the house, he planned to kill the big rooster to entertain him. As a result, the whole family, including the distinguished guests, were all beheaded by the cock demon. Chapter 5 9th Grade Immortality. Monsters have their ways, and people have their ways. According to Dakian's law, demons will not be harmed wantonly, and humans and demons are not allowed to live together. Not all demons are evil, but demonic energy will corrode mortals. Long-term exposure to monsters will cause physical and psychological distortions, similar to the nuclear radiation in Zhou Yi's impression. Not only evil spirits, but ghost spirits, demonic spirits, evil spirits, and evil spirits all have similar hazards, and only an immortal master can get rid of them. A demon that Zhou Yi once killed was just a scholar at first and fell in love with a 1,000-year-old female ghost. After living together for a long time, they became disliking the sun, taciturn, and mentally dark, and eventually joined the Yin demon sect. The Demon Slayer prison is filled with strong demonic aura, and if the torturer lives for a long time, changes will occur. What I signed at the beginning was a life-death contract. Zhou Yi looked up at the yellow bull demon and found that it was too calm, unlike other imprisoned demons. The demon clan has spiritual intelligence derived from beasts, but they are still more animal than human. They are generally irritable and cruel by nature. Facing the fear of death and being infected by the evil spirit in prison, 99% of them are in a state of madness. Not only is the yellow bull demon not crazy, but his eyes are calm, as if he is waiting for death to come. Only when I saw Monk Fahe, my eyes widened, full of hope. Amitabha. The poor monk apologized to the cow donor, and the Ministry of Punishment sentenced 5 members of the Zhao family to death. As soon as Fahe finished speaking, the yellow ox demon moved and was about to break free from the iron chain. Restricted inscriptions appeared on the iron chains, which became as hot as fire, and the bezoars and hides were burnt to a pulp. The scalper demon was no more than a C-character prison demon, and was completely suppressed in an instant. Bald donkey, monks don't lie. What you promised in front of the Buddha statue, does that count as deceiving the Buddha? The poor monk realized his sin, and after being saved by the monk Niu, he returned to the temple and faced the wall to repent. Fahe sat cross-legged and kept chanting scriptures, and the Buddha's light drove away the evil spirits in the prison. Master, I'm going to take action. Zhou Yi has seen many tragedies, and he himself is also a tragedy. The yellow bull demon was sentenced to death, so he must not be a kind demon clan. The torture instrument skillfully penetrated the heart of the cattle demon, then cut off the horns, skinned it, and cramped. The scalper demon probably didn't resist when he was caught, and the cowhide was completely intact. The demon illustrated book appears. Memory pieces. Zhou Yi saw the figure of Fahe in it. Reward a blood essence pill. It is refined from the essence and blood of the demon clan. After taking it, it can strengthen the body and make the energy and blood abundant. Amitabha. Fahe recited the rebirth mantra 3 times in a row, stood up and bowed to the bull demon, and was about to turn around and leave. Zhou Yi couldn't help but asked, Master, why do you have to repent for the demon? You might as well talk about it, maybe it will be fine. Fa-hai was distressed in his heart and was in need of a listener. Almsgiver Joe, come and listen to see if this poor monk did something wrong. Fa-hai narrated the process of capturing the bull demon. Even though Zhou Yi already knew about it, he still couldn't help but sigh when he heard the story about it. Probably the cattle demon has been cared for by farmers for 3 generations. It happened to be a drought and there was no harvest. The farmers would rather starve to death than kill the cattle. In order to repay their kindness, the cattle demon secretly captured the refugees and threw them into the farmers' pots. Fa-hai, who works in the demon-slaying department, found the residual demonic energy in the refugee camp and followed the clues to find the farmer Zhao's family. In order to save the lives of the farmers, the bull demon is willing to be captured without mercy. Fa-hai agreed to Niu Yao and interceded for the 5 farmers. As a result, the Ministry of Punishment sentenced all of them to death in order to frighten the refugees. Master, I think you are right. Stealing and killing someone is a capital crime for a bull demon. Zhou Yi said, the peasants knew clearly that there was a human being in the pot, so instead of reporting it to the official, they made a living by it. In troubled times, heavy laws are used, and the death penalty is not excessive. What Donor Zhou said is the same as what the officials of the Ministry of Punishment said. If not, it would be easy to protect the farmers with the help of poor monks and teachers. Fa-hai sighed, the farmers are not bad, but the bull demon repays his kindness, and eventually all of them die. After thinking about it, the poor monk thinks it is all the poor monk's fault. The poor monk slayed demons to protect the human race, but now, he has killed a whole family. After Fa-hai said this, he sat cross-legged on the ground and recited Buddhist scriptures. Master, you are wrong, there is no such thing as slaying demons. Zhou Yi recalled a sentence he saw in his previous life, which was very suitable for the current Fa-hai, and said, killing is to protect life, killing karma is not killing people. The master killed the bull demon and protected more people. The farmers were burdened with the sin of cannibalism and there was no way to save them. Death can wash away their sins. Kill to protect living beings, kill karma, and kill people. Fa-hai murmured to himself, and the Buddha's light flickered on his body, flickering on and off. After a while, the Buddha's light flourished, sweeping away the haze in the prison. Fa-hai stood up and saluted Zhou Yi. What the donor said contains the most profound principles of Buddhism. It helped the poor monk overcome his inner demons. I am very grateful. Zhou Yi said, the master is too praised. I have seen too much misery and felt it. Zen master Feiming taught the poor monk that only by sitting in hell can one achieve Bodhi. Fa-hai praised. The donor is a torturer and possesses wisdom, so it is better for him to take refuge in my Buddha. Thank you, master, for your kindness. I would still like to be in the torture chamber. You can clearly recognize the demons and ghosts here. The world outside is difficult, and you can't tell whether you are a human or a ghost. Zhou Yi shook his head and refused. If there was no demon illustrated book, he might join Buddhism. It would be better to be a vegetarian and abstinent than to die. Now the demon-slaying division is a treasure. Without killing thousands of monsters, Zhou Yi will never step into the demon-slaying division. A casual word has a profound meaning. Whenever the benefactor changes his mind and wants to worship Buddhism, he will ring the wooden fish to contact the poor monk. Fa-hai took out a purple-red wooden fish and said, the torture chamber is a big and heavy place, but it is not a good place. This wooden fish, blessed by the Buddhist teachings of the poor monk, can keep the donor safe. Thank you, master. Zhou Yi put the wooden fish away close to his body and asked, Master, I am very interested in the immortal master. Can you tell me about it? Of course, it's not a secret. Fa-hai waved his hand, and 2 futons appeared on the ground. Donor, please sit down. The immortal master you are talking about is a general term for people who practice. It is divided into 6 categories: Taoism, Buddhism, gods, demons, and other sections. Zhou Yi nodded slightly, which was similar to what he had thought. Sure enough, Buddhism and Taoism were powerful enough in any world. The two paths of demons and demons are in opposition to the path of Buddhism. Even if they are at a disadvantage, it is enough to show that they are powerful. Zhou Yi asked, Master, does Shinto refer to the god of earth, city, god, mountain, and river? Fa He nodded and said, they are the most common Shinto gods. Shinto refers to all monks who are based on the power of incense and vows. They are not necessarily the right gods. Zhou Yi continued to ask, what are the side doors? There are many side sects, the most famous of which are martial arts, Gu Dao, and Corpse Dao. Fa He explained, the division of side sects originated from Taizha Dakian. He divided the world's monks into 9 grades, with the lowest grade and the highest grade. Among them, those who cannot break through the boundaries of the first grade are called side sections. There are 9 levels of monks. What is above the first level? Zhou Yi is like a curious baby. He recites the Huangting Taoist Sutra day and night. The magic power in his body is increasing all the time, but he does not know the specific state. Originally, monks are not divided into grades. Each sect has different cultivation methods and different strengths in the same realm. Dakian Taizha Gonggong participated in creation and divided the world's monks into 3 stages: refining essence, refining qi, and refining spirit. The first, middle, and late stages of each stage are also divided into 3 levels. From the early stage of body refining to the peak of God refining, it happens to be a 9-level system. As for the realm above the first level, I don't know much about it. That person is already a supreme master, a Taoist land god, a Buddhist living arhat, a Shinto emperor. Fa Hai spoke unhurriedly and without any impatience. Zhou Yi knew that Fa Hai was a truly moral monk from the time he sympathized with the cattle demon and farmers and gave birth to inner demons. Ordinary monks will never get entangled in right and wrong when killing demons, and even if they kill the wrong ones, they will not create inner demons. After listening to Fa Hai's story, Zhou Yi could generally guess what state he was in. The Huangting Taoist scriptures were so mysterious that he skipped the body refining stage and started the qi refining stage. Although his realm is high, he has no formal training and is not proficient in magic, so he will definitely be at a disadvantage in a battle with demons. Sure enough, you still have to be safe in the Demon Slayer division. Zhou Yi cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Donors don't have to be polite. If you change your mind in the future, our Buddha's door is always open. Fa Hai warned, the donor must carry the wooden fish with him at all times to ensure safety. I remember, don't worry, Master. When Zhou Yi took the wooden fish, he felt that the wooden fish was expelling evil spirits and avoiding evil spirits. Ordinary people wearing it could avoid most of the evil spirits. Chapter 6: The Punisher's Theory. After Fa Hai left, Zhou Yi threw the yellow bull demon into the demon refining cave. Hundreds of monsters are filled in every day, and it has been going on for an unknown number of years, but the monster refining cave is still bottomless. When Zhou Yi returned to his residence, he could not calm down. The incident of the scalper demon gave birth to inner demons in Fa Hai. How could Zhou Yi avoid it? He just stood aside and watched, and his mood would not be affected by this incident. Anyway, I am idle, so why not record this matter? Mr. Liazai opened a tea house to collect materials. Tea drinkers could use stories instead of tea money, thus collecting a large number of bizarre stories. I don't even need to collect them. I come into contact with monsters and ghosts every day. I can select the ones with warning significance and compile them into a book after a little editing and processing. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and felt that this was feasible. Writing books is not only for recording, but also for regulating your mood. Living in the dark underground, eating, sleeping and slaying demons every day will cause mental illness over time. There was no pen and paper in the execution room, so Zhou Yi told Shi Xiaoyi his thoughts the next morning. Writing a book and talking about it. Captain Shi looked at Zhou Yi in disbelief. His family was considered a scholarly family, and even his father, who had won the Jinchi, did not dare to talk about books. There are only a few people who can write books and talk about it, and none of them is a great sage who is famous all over the world. It doesn't count as writing a book, it just records the stories of demons and demons in vernacular. Zhou Yi explained, for example, some demonic tragedies can be avoided if they are prevented in advance. I told Master Fahey yesterday that he also supports this matter. Can I still write a book in vernacular? Captain Shi heard that Fahey also supported, nodded, and said, I will bring you some paper and pen tomorrow. Thank you, Captain. You're welcome, just do your job well. Zhou Yi is now the chief executioner of the torture chamber. A few pieces of paper and pen are nothing. A piece of demonic material can be worth a year's worth of writing. Zhou Yi had already thought of the name of the book, and it was called The Punisher's Theory. I wrote at the beginning, I am a torturer whose name is not important. I record the stories of my personal experience. If someone can get a warning from it and avoid disasters, this book will not be written in vain. Pure vernacular, just like ordinary people chatting. Zhou Yi didn't understand Deqian's classical Chinese, and even if it was similar to his previous life, he couldn't learn it. The first story is not the bull demon from yesterday, but the ghostly scholar. The scholar was caught by the immortal master, struck by 5 thunders, and his soul was shattered. The second chapter is House Monster. The rooster demon pecked the farmer's family to death, and while escaping into the mountains, he fell into the trap of the immortal master. The third chapter is The Cow and the Monk. These 3 stories basically restore the real events, with slight modifications during the period. For example, the Demon Slayer division cannot appear in the book. The place names and backgrounds in the book are also downplayed and blurred, and the imperial court is also a dynasty that never existed. The most basic taboo, Zhou Yi still knew that as a junior official in the demon-slaying department, he must not take advantage of this to expose the darkness of the imperial court, otherwise he would definitely be banned. Banned books can only be circulated in a small circle, and Zhou Yi's original intention of writing the book cannot be realized. Shi Xiaoyi read 3 stories and commented, you can go to the tea house to tell stories from now on. No more comments. In Shi Xiaoyi's eyes, Zhou Yi wrote 10 pages full of them, and he could only enjoy them. Zhou Yi didn't care about this. Shi Xiaoyi was born into a wealthy family. He didn't understand the hardships at the bottom, so he only needed to provide paper and pen. The story of the Punisher did not catch the eyes of Captain Shi, but it was extremely popular in the execution room. Many people have read the story written by Zhou Yi and told it to others, and then it was passed on from 10 to 10 and hundreds to thousands. Basically all the torturers have heard about it. The boring underground prison was a little more lively than before. The torturers came from all over Deqian and had various backgrounds, but they all died the same in the end. Among them, some people who were interested in the story of the Punisher specially sought out Zhou Yi to tell the bizarre stories of their own experiences. The torturer, Li Dazhuang, encountered a group of traveling merchants on the mountain road in Taizhu and stayed at the mountain temple on a rainy night. When Sun Sanbao, the torturer, was a child, he was swimming in the river in the summer. A foreign object got into his ear. He heard the roar of people day and night. Master Qing Song Guanxian, a passerby who does not want to be named, was hit by a flood and left his hometown. He dreamed about his parents for 7 consecutive days. The Book of Changes welcomes all comers, as long as they have valuable stories, whether they are true or false, personal experience or hearsay, they will be modified and recorded in the book. Among the torturers, there were many demoted officials who were well informed. In the process of communicating with them, Zhou Yi also had a vague impression of Deqian. Dagon has a vast territory and was once one of the countries located in the middle of Yunzhou. 1500 years ago, Taizhu of Deqian took part in creation, conquered the north and south, unified Yunzhou, and became the only dynasty in Yunzhou. It is now the year 1563 of the Dacian calendar, the 39th year of Jingtai. Emperor Jingtai has been in power for nearly 40 years. It is said that he has grown old in recent years and the prince often oversees the country. While Zhou Yi was writing the book, he killed monsters every day and received various rewards. Kill the man-eating bear demon and obtain the earth spirit elixir. Kill the vicious scorpion spirit and get the talent, invulnerable to all poisons. Kill the python spirit that is causing harm to the village and obtain the magical weapon, the water-avoiding bead. Kill the hedgehog spirit who stole the incense and obtain the replenishing pill. The rewards in the Demon Illustrated book are completely irregular, with talents, spells, magic weapons, and elixirs all available in a dazzling array. The only pity was that he never encountered the A-character Hell Demon again, and most of the rewarded items were of lower grade. However, Zhou Yi was not impatient at all. There is no better place in the world than the Demon Slayer division. He secretly took pills to refine his energy and secretly practiced spells. Another half year passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yi has become an old man in the torture chamber. He has sent away 3 or 4 waves of colleagues, and the captain on duty has changed again. It is not that there were no torturers who lived a long time in the torture chamber. The longest one in the records died was 5 years, and Zhou Yi did not attract any attention. Because Captain Shi often reads books written by Zhou Yi, he will discuss different opinions when encountering them, and he will not deliberately hide some ordinary things. The Demon Slayer captain is on duty every 6 months, which is a training task before the actual demon slaying. The new captain's surname is Zhu, and he lives up to his surname. He is broad and fat, and has a kind personality. Shi Xiaoyi has already told Zhu Xiaoyi that Zhou Yi should write the Punisher's theory and help him bring some paper and pen every few days. Captain Zhu, Xiaogui, and Cao followed and agreed with a smile. When he received the servant that day, Zhou Yi discovered that it was the fish demon again. There are thousands of monsters in the world, and monsters of the same kind are not common. A clean beheading, the instrument of torture flew in Zhou Yi's hands, and the scales and skin of the fish were cut off without any damage. The Demon Illustrated book slowly opened, and after flipping through an unknown number of pages, it turned out to be a group of fish demons that had been lit up. The fish demon pattern shimmered, a little brighter than before. Memory fragments flashed before my eyes. The fish monster that overturned the cruise ship. Obtained doxing for 2 years. Dao Xing. Zhou Yi secretly tasted it and found that the mana in his body had more than doubled out of thin air. Huangting Daojing has been practicing for half a year, and the new magic power is less than half. 2 years of Taoism, just 2 years of practicing Huangting Taoism out of thin air. Chapter 7,000 Years of Taoism. Huangting Daojing. If you recite it silently from time to time, you can increase your spiritual conduct. Only now did Zhou Yi understand what Tao Xing was. The increase in mana after half a year of practice is 1/3 of the Taoist practice in 2 years. Excluding the improvement of the elixir, it is about half a year of improvement in Taoist practice. In myths and biographies, there are always immortals with thousands of years and old monsters with thousands of years. They have only been practicing for 2.5 years, but it is still too dangerous to go outside. Zhou Yi weighed his own moral conduct and continued to slay demons obediently. After the Demon Illustrated book included more than 300 kinds of demons, the number of duplicate demons appearing in the C-character prison is increasing. Most of the rewards given by the demons in the C-shaped prison were elixirs and spells, which were not as good as Tao Xing in terms of improving one's strength. The magic weapons that were occasionally rewarded were not very powerful. Each time he killed the repeated demons, he was given 1 to 3 years of Taoism. In just a few months, Zhou Yi's Taoism exceeded 100 years. There was only one recurring demon in the B-character prison, a snake spirit that sucked the yang energy of mortals. After being killed, he was rewarded with 12 years of Taoism. The total number of Taoist practices instantly exceeded 100 years. The magic power in Zhou Yi's body surged like a river flowing through his meridians. Looking at the demons in the C-shaped prison, he had a hunch that they could be suppressed even without a seal. Tales from the Punisher has gradually accumulated more than 100 stories, all of which have been carefully selected to warn the world in some way. For example, if humans and demons coexist, disaster will occur. For example, if you encounter a little monster in the wild, how to defend yourself or even scare it away. Some naturally weak demon clans, such as the Fox Clan and Mouse Clan, are not as powerful as ordinary people when they first transform, so they can only rely on illusions to confuse gods and harm people. The Punisher's theory records several native methods for breaking illusions, such as Taoist mantras, fencing and singing songs, and scholars asking questions, which can be performed without magic power. After the little demon's illusion is broken, as long as he hits it with his fist, he can still get a good fox skin. The stories of the torturers have almost been told, and the new stories have many similarities, so they will no longer be included in the book. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Punisher's story has 206 chapters and no new stories for nearly a month. The original manuscript can be said to be completely completed. Zhou Yi should be grateful to the Demon Slayer division, otherwise it would take more than 10 years of traveling to collect so many ghost legends. The captain changed for several rounds. After Zhou Yi reached 100 years of Taoism, he could already see clearly the strength of the demon-slaying captain, and he should be in the body refining stage. In the third level of body refining, Zhou Yi compared the strength and weakness and positioned himself as the third level. During this period, he killed a monkey spirit who was king of the mountain in the BZI prison. The demon manual rewarded him with the breath condensation technique, which not only restrained the mana fluctuations, but also reduced the sense of existence. For people who are weaker than Zhou Yi, even if they read Zhou Yi's name in person, the impression in their minds will be vague. 100 years of Taoist practice is equivalent to the lower third grade, and 1,000 years of Taoist practice. I don't know if it can be compared to the upper third grade. The magic power in Zhuyi Danshan has turned into a vast ocean. When it is silent, the waves are calm, and when it is moving, the mountains and rivers shake. It's a pity that there is no one to guide me in the third level of refining the gods. What does it mean to refining the gods? The Demon Slayer division. The torture chamber. A black snake-shaped shadow emerged from the ground. The phantom holds a special talisman in its mouth, and the air-forbidden circle in the prison has no effect at all. After carefully identifying the direction, the phantom was like an earthworm swimming and quietly arrived outside the prison gate of number 13. That person should be talking about this place. The shadow flashed a magical light and used the bloodline induction method, and sure enough, the bloodline descendant trapped in the prison was discovered. The torture chamber is very restrictive. There is no key to enter, unless you break the door with brute force. However, once there is a huge commotion and experts from the demon-slaying department gather, even a third-level demon will not be able to escape death. The phantom figure flashed and hid in the corner. I don't know how long it took, but the sound of footsteps came, and the executioner responsible for killing the prisoner number 13 came. It is the Book of Changes. Zhou Yi can use a little trick to make the captain give him the most powerful demon to kill every day. The other prisoners would rather be in the sea prison forever and have no objections to this. Zhou Yi took out the token and opened the cell door, not noticing that a shadow took the opportunity to come in. What was imprisoned in the prison was a snake demon with pitch-black scales. There were several large tumors on the snake demon's forehead and abdomen. No wonder he is imprisoned in the B-character prison, and is about to shed his snake body and turn into a dragon. Zhou Yi was amazed and skillfully took out the torture tools, preparing to cut off the sarcoma on the head of the snake demon. The sarcoma already contains the dragon's blood, which is a rare alchemy material. A shadow appeared on the back of Zhou Yi's head, and black light flashed and prepared to penetrate into his head. Buzz! Just as he touched the back of his head, a layer of 5-color light enveloped Zhou Yi's body. The phantom seemed to have hit a copper wall and made a shrill scream. What the hell? Zhou Yi's figure flashed away from a few feet away, and he could clearly see the shadow of the banner in the air. More than 3 feet long, the body is as slender as a snake. However, with Zhou Yi's eyesight, he can clearly see that the snake shadow has dragon horns on its head and 4 claws on its body. Soul of the Dragon. The magic power of Zhou Yi circulates, and the 5-color brilliance is several times stronger, forming a layer of 5-color armor on the body surface to prevent the dragon soul from sneak attacks. Who are you? Dragon Soul's voice was full of fear, and he spent a lot of money to buy his son's cell from the Alliance leader. According to the plan, the person who took away the body and executed him would cast a spell to take his son out, and someone would be responsible for smoothing the aftermath. The torturer in front of him has so much magical power that he may not be able to defeat him even if his true form comes, let alone the dragon soul that has left his body. Who can tell me what is going on? Who do you think I am? Zhou Yi found out that the other party was just a soul, and he felt relieved a lot. When your cultivation has reached the level of Zhuyi, and under the blessing of thousands of years of Taoism, you can understand many principles without being taught by others. The body is the boat and the soul is the oar. The two are interdependent and indispensable. Even though the owner of the dragon soul has reached the heavens, his soul is now out of the body, and his strength is less than 10% of his heyday. In theory, he is not a 10,000-year-old demon, and the Book of Changes is completely true. How do I know you? Dragon Soul's voice suddenly paused, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Could this be a trap for me? As soon as this idea came up, I thought of the human race that suddenly appeared in the Dragon Palace and the immortal in front of me. Everything made sense. That person must have had a way to deceive the mind-asking technique, or he must have been sure that he would die in the Demon Slayer division, so he dared to swear the poisonous oath. Hold head high. If I can come back alive, I will definitely cook that man alive. The dragon soul let out a long roar, opened its mouth and spit out several blue divine lights towards Zhou Yi, then used all his magic power to hit the prison door. At this time, Dragon Soul believed that he had fallen into a human trap, and he didn't care about alerting the Demon Slayer division. It was a lucky break that he could escape alive. Why did this guy run away? Zhou Yi looked confused, and purple spiritual fire rose in his hand, turning into a fire dragon and swallowing the blue divine light. This spiritual fire is called the true fire of the earth. Flames spurt out from the depths of the earth for thousands of years before one can be born. Last year, Zhou Yi killed a 1,000-year-old fire ghost in the first prison of Y, and the Demon Illustrated book rewarded him with the true fire of the end of the earth. There are various types of spells practiced by Zhou Yi, but their grades are low. The dragon soul that has left its body must be the demon king of the upper 3 realms, so it is a killing move. Purple flames swept across, the ice evaporated instantly, and the temperature in the cell suddenly soared. The moment the dragon soul saw the real fire, its expression changed dramatically. The spiritual fire restrained the soul body the most, and it was even more confirmed that it was a scam. Hold head high. With a dragon roar, the dragon soul spit out a ball of soul essence, which turned into a black dragon claw several feet long. The dragon's claws grabbed the cell door and pulled out a large hole. The dragon soul turned into a stream of light and escaped from the hole. The moment the cell door was damaged, the demon-slaying department's alarm sounded, and 3 streams of light entered the torture chamber. The dragon soul was activating the magic talisman. When he saw the escape light approaching, he spat out another mouthful of source. The 5-color aura of the talisman and seal script flourished, and disappeared into the ground. Chapter 8 Bibo Dragon King. 5 Elements Escape Talisman. A Taoist priest could recognize the type of talisman and seal script at a glance. This talisman is ranked in the 2nd level. When activated, it can perform the innate escape method of the 5 elements. Nothing in the 5 elements cannot escape. The boss of the demon-slaying department prohibits the formation and connects the earth veins, which is also among the 5 elements. Then came a fat monk, holding a string of golden beads, each of which was the size of an adult's fist. Hey! When did the Dao sect collude with the demon clan? Monks are also well informed. There are only a few Taoist leaders in the world who can draw the 5 elements escape talisman. No matter where the dragon soul got the talisman and seal from, it would never be wrong for the Buddhists to pour dirty water on them first. The Taoist priest frowned and retorted, "There is no basis for this, Zen Master Jingming, please don't lie. Taoist Master Xianqing is right. How could a Taoist sect be in the same league as demons? The most important thing now is to catch the demon clan and punish him in order to rectify the power of the demon slayer." The speaker was a general in full armor. Black armor covered his whole body, with only 2 holes left for his eyes. According to Dakian's laws and regulations, any demon is strictly prohibited from entering the demon-slaying department. Anyone who violates the order does not need to be interrogated and will be killed without mercy. Don't worry, King Chu. The demon clan forced its soul to escape, and there is still a breath of soul left. Traces of it will definitely be found. As one of the faces of Taoism in the court, Xianqing had to clear up Jingming's false accusation and reluctantly took out a white jade tortoise shell. The white jade tortoise shell is crystal clear, and the lines on its back naturally form the 9 palaces and Bagua, which is extremely delicate and mysterious. Only 3 cracks make the white jade flawless. Xuanking's magic power captured a ray of breath from where the dragon soul escaped and threw it into the white jade tortoise shell. He took out 3 more sticks of sandalwood, lit them, and bowed 3 times to the white jade tortoise shell. The white jade tortoise shell trembled slightly, and there was another crack on the back. The aroma of burning sandalwood drifts toward the southeast automatically without wind. Walk. Xianqing held the sandalwood and turned into a blue light and left. Amitabha. Xuanking's willingness to use the psychic tortoise shell seems to have nothing to do with the demon clan. Zen Master Jingming took 1 step forward, shrunk to an inch, and instantly appeared dozens of feet away. The Buddhist divine foot power is no worse than the Taoist escape method. The king of Chu did not pursue him immediately. He waited until the officials of the demon-slaying department and the school captain entered the prison and ordered them to conduct a thorough investigation into prison number 13, then he followed Xianqing's aura and chased after him. Bibitan. One of the most beautiful sights in Luodu. The pool water is connected to the underground fire veins, and the water temperature remains high, forming a natural greenhouse. The surrounding vegetation is still green in the cold winter, and there are many tourists every day. No one would have thought that there was a dragon living in seclusion in the Bibo Pond, and he also built a water mansion, calling himself the Bibo Dragon King, and gathered many water monsters. The dragon soul escaped into the blue wave pond and returned to the body of the dragon in the water mansion. Jia Long's eyes slowly opened, and he was able to control the majestic evil energy in his body, and he immediately felt a lot more at ease. However, it will take at least 10 years to recover from the source of the soul after 2 puffs of it. The Bibo Dragon King looked gloomy and terrifying as he ordered the water demons under his command. "Come here, capture that human race." After a while, a middle-aged man in well-dressed clothes was escorted forward. Looking at his bruised nose and swollen face, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot. "Lord Dragon King, I guess you have already entered the demon-slaying division and rescued your young master." The middle-aged man is neither humble nor arrogant, and has extraordinary magnanimity. He can face Long Wei calmly as a mere 3rd-grade monk. "I just came back from the Demon Slayer division." Bibo Dragon King grabbed the middle-aged man's clothes and lifted him in the air. "If I hadn't run so fast, I might have filled the demon refining cave by now." "It's impossible. As long as you follow the Lord's method and replace Tao Zone with the remains of other snake demons, there will never be any problem." The middle-aged people thought that Bibo Dragon King wanted to renege on his debt. It was true that no demon king had done this before, but they all died miserably later. So the middle-aged man threatened, "Dragon King, please think clearly, the Lord has great powers, don't make any predictions. Bibbo Dragon King looked puzzled. Could it be that he really blamed this person wrongly? At least there was nothing wrong with the 5 elements escape talisman he provided. Boom! A loud noise came from outside Long Shui Mansion. What followed was a series of thunder and the miserable wail of the water demon. Bibbo Dragon King sensed 3 familiar auras, which were none other than the light escape master that the Demon Slayer division met. The damn human race actually attracted people to this Wang Shui mansion, and they still want to lie to me. After saying that, without giving the middle-aged man a chance to refute, he directly threw it into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. Hold head high. With a dragon roar, a dragon body more than 10 feet long shuttled through the water, leading his subordinates to kill the water demon. You've come just in time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Suan King's thunder method that bombarded Shuafu changed its direction, and dozens of thunder blasted towards the Bibbo Dragon King. At the same time, huge Buddhist beads fell from the sky and were tied to the dragon's body, pinning it firmly in the water. Purple divine thunder fell on the dragon's body like raindrops, the dragon's scales flew everywhere, and the dragon's blood dyed the Bibbo pond red. Despicable humans! Bibbo Dragon King felt that the magic power in his body was not flowing smoothly. With a dragon roar, his body once again surged to more than 30 feet, and he opened his mouth to bite Xianqing. The strongest point of the demon clan is not their magical powers, but their violent physical strength. Xianqing did not dare to challenge the dragon's body, so he easily avoided the dragon's bite with a flash of light. Under the Bibbo pond was the dragon's home ground. The water escape technique was like an instinctive talent, biting behind Xianqing and almost swallowing him several times. Xianqing was also not easy to deal with. He was holding a purple magic sword and his thunder spells continued. 1 man and 1 dragon were chasing each other in the water, stirring up the undercurrent of the entire Bibbo pond. Many huge cracks opened under the water, and fiery red magma kept coming out. Zen Master Jingming clasped his hands together and sounded a Buddhist mantra. Om. The beads on the dragon's body kept tightening, almost severing it. Hold head high. Bibbo Dragon King was in unbearable pain and had no choice but to shrink his body until he was 3 to 5 feet long. At this time, a black shadow appeared from the bottom of the water. It was King Chu, who was covered in black armor. The evil dragon breaks into the demon-slaying department without permission and shall be punished. King Chu's voice was as cold as ice, as if he was judging Bibbo Dragon King. The armor on his right arm quickly changed, turning into a long black spear, revealing the strong muscles under the armor. Well! Jingming spoke another mantra at the right time, and the Buddhist beads suddenly weighed 1,000 pounds, dragging the Blue Wave Dragon King into the bottom of the water. King Chu grabbed the spear, and his energy and blood rose up and manifested, igniting red flames on his right arm. Man and gun in one. The spear directly penetrated the Bibbo Dragon King's reverse scale and nailed it to the bottom of the pool. The body of the dragon kept shaking its monster body, and the spear nailed to his body kept shaking. King Chu's arms were covered in blood, and he was actually wrestling with the dragon with his human body. Xianqing flicked his 10 fingers in succession, and rays of spiritual light fell on the dragon's body, turning into forbidden spiritual patterns. Seal the soul. Bibbo Dragon King's body froze, and there was no sound anymore, as if his soul was gone. The other water monsters in the water mansion took advantage of the chaos to get out of the water and escape, and were surrounded by the demon-slaying school captains who arrived. After a fierce fight, all the demon spirits were eliminated, the demon souls were sealed, and they were immediately sent to the execution chamber for questioning. King Chu dragged the monster body of the Blue Wave Dragon King from the bottom of the Blue Wave pool to the shore step by step. The ferocious dragon body left a deep ravine on the ground. Zen Master Jingming took back the beads, and the dragon's body lost its suppression and regained its length of more than 30 feet. The King of Chu pulled the dragon out of the water like an ant dragging an elephant. Reporting to the prince, the soul of Blackwater Black Snake, the prisoner in number 13 prison B, has dissipated. It has been determined that he has dragon blood in his body. Chapter 9, Calling the Wind and Rain. The Demon Slayer Division. Zhou slowly arrived outside prison number 13. More than a dozen demon-slaying school members were on duty outside the prison. When they saw Zhou approaching, the young man in silver armor who led them shouted loudly, "Stop! Who is it?" Reporting to the captain, the younger one is Zhou, the prisoner in the A character section of the execution room. "This is a waste card." Zhou showed his identity card. "I received an errand from Captain Su today to deal with the demons in prison No. 13. Su Yun. Yes. Prison number 13 is temporarily closed. You can take a day off today." "Thank you, Captain." Zhou turned and left with a happy face. The sound of conversations in prison came to my ears, and the Blackwater Black Snake was in a state of panic. He must have died from escaping from the demon, etc. Previously, they discovered that an expert from the demon-slaying department had come over and beat the snake demon to death in the prison. They were still thinking about how to get through, but the three of them went directly to hunt down the dragon soul. The demon-slaying captain who followed was far less powerful than Zhou, and he escaped from the cell quietly. Now there should be no big loopholes in dealing with monsters as torturers. The Demon Slayer Division is Zhou's treasured place, and he will never leave it unless absolutely necessary. After 3 consecutive days, the dungeon of the Demon Slayer Division was turned upside down, and all the torturers went through the demon mirror. Zhou was also called for questioning several times, but it was always the demon-slaying colonel. The torturer's status in the demon-slaying department is similar to that of a handyman. He has signed a contract to sell himself. He has undergone several tests before entering the demon-slaying department, so no one doubts him. In the end, nothing unusual was found. Except for the escaped dragon soul, the Demon Slayer Division had no losses, so it was settled. "Lao Zhou, get up, I'm going to have some mao today." Zhou heard the sound and woke up from his sleep. The execution room was still dark, but Zhou could now see in the dark. He is the torturer who has lived the longest in the torture chamber. Everyone is his descendant, so everyone calls him Lao Zhou. Click Mao to report. There are now more than 80 people in the A subdivision. The speed at which the torturers died was far less than the speed at which they could be replenished. The main task today is to deal with a group of water monsters, the most important of which is Prison No. 35. Lieutenant Su glanced at the list of torturers. "Zhou, you are an old torturer. This time he is a big guy. I will give you 3 days. Make sure every knife is accurate and don't waste a penny." No. Zhou felt that it might be a surprise. When I opened prison number 35, I saw the dragon nailed to the wall with a spear. He was indeed an old acquaintance. All the magic power of Bibbo Dragon King's soul was blocked. After a few days, he could barely open his eyes. The moment Zhou walked into the cell, Bibbo Dragon King's eyes were red. If it hadn't been for the sealing of his mouth and nose, it would have put all the vicious curses accumulated over thousands of years on him. I didn't expect that we would be so destined to meet each other again in just a few days. Zhou is not a person who talks too much. Jia Long's whole body is full of treasures. There must be a captain watching secretly. Prison instrument number 35 was also specially made, otherwise it would not be able to cut through the dragon skin. 2 days later, Bibbo Dragon King was extremely depressed and died, leaving behind dragon scales, skin, claws, teeth, eyes, gentian. Every time Zhou peels something off, in order to ensure freshness, he goes to the Ministry of Food to deliver it, which arouses a group of people's amazement. I was amazed that the dragon was full of treasures, unlike the last time, the Black Evil Lord, who couldn't squeeze out even a few ounces of oil and water. Pharaoh Dao marveled at Zhou's technique. It was indeed a knife in the execution chamber. Look at the dragon scales that can be peeled off without processing. You can directly refine the dragon scale armor. After reading 1,000 pages of the demon illustrated book, Xiaolong is far behind the Black Demon Lord. Get the reward, control the wind and rain. One of the 36 heavenly gang methods, it can summon strong winds, cause heavy rain, and also make the clouds dissipate and disperse. Among them, blizzards, hail, typhoons, etc. are all included in the clouds and rain. Compared with the method of summoning clouds and rain, the improved realm of water and wind methods is not worth mentioning. Tiangang magic, unfortunately, it is not one of those great magical powers that reverse yin and yang, move stars, and fight, but manipulating wind, rain, and celestial phenomena can also be like the magic of gods. The skills and magical powers rewarded by the demon illustrated book are not only magic books, but also spiritual insights. It takes Zhuyi a while to reach the Dacheng state. Xiaolong broke into the prison without permission and escaped. Even if he was punished in the end, it served as a warning to the Demon Slayer division, which had been powerful in the world of demons and ghosts for hundreds of years, and had become lazy, arrogant, and complacent. Moreover, the person who was fighting the dragon in prison was not caught, so the Demon Slayer division stepped up inspections of the execution room. The Taoist immortal master arranged a magnetic formation that was not among the 5 elements, and the Buddhist Zen master blessed the inscriptions to suppress demons. Unfortunately, more than a year later, the master hiding in the secret was still not found. This has no impact on the Book of Changes. He kills demons every day and gets rewards, of which Taoism accounts for more and more. There are countless pages in the demon illustrated book, but there are only a few hundred kinds of common demons. It is said that some demons with special talents will not be sent to the Demon Slayer division, but will be dealt with in another place. During this period, Zhou Yi killed a lizard demon from the B-character prison and obtained the ability to change his appearance. He could transform into anyone he saw, which reminded him of Mystique in a movie from his previous life. Mystique will definitely die miserably when she comes to Dakian. There are too many magics among demons and ghosts that can change their appearance. The monks judge the authenticity by relying on the breath of the soul. After Zhou Yi learned to transform, he deceived a prisoner with illusions and killed the demon in prison. After receiving the reward, he then released the executioner's illusions. In the illusion, he personally killed the demon, but the real demon was indeed dead. There will only be a short-term dizziness during this period, and there will be no suspicion in the torture chamber where there are countless demons and monsters. In this way, the rewards from the demon illustrated book are doubled. Zhou Yi helped kill the demon, which was equivalent to relieving the crisis for his colleagues. People died at the hands of demons almost every day. On several occasions, the demons had secret techniques to fight to the death, and when they wanted to drag Zhou Yi to death, they were crushed by thousands of years of Taoism. After nearly 2 years of accumulation, Zhou Yi's Taoism exceeded 5,000 years, barely reaching the minimum conditions for performing the Tiangang Taoist technique of calling wind and rain. Calling wind and rain is in the middle and lower reaches of the 36 methods of Tiangang, and it still requires 5,000 years of Taoism. Great supernatural powers such as mediating creation, mending the sky and bathing the sun, which change the heaven and earth, require at least 100,000 years of Taoism. The practice of Huangting Taoist Sutra has been running for 100,000 years, and it is difficult for Zhou Yi to imagine what state it will reach. Zhou Yi killed the snake demon in front of him and gained 1 year of Taoism. Since reaching the 1,000 years of Taoism, the rewards given by the seaward prison have become worse and worse. His spiritual consciousness scanned the cell and found that there was no secret surveillance, and he was just experimenting with Tiangang magic. Zhu Yi steps on the Tiangang, pinches the magic formula with his hands, and recites the words. Call the wind and rain. Jingtai 46 years. Summer. More than half of the 123 counties in the 16 prefectures of Dakian County have not seen a drop of rain. In a year of severe drought, evildoers will take advantage of the situation and cause chaos. The Naked Demon Cult in Feiyun Prefecture and the White Lotus Demon Cult in Jingchong Prefecture used evil methods to confuse the people and led the refugees to rebel. Among them, the most serious one is Wei Mansion. The evil master Yaksha Demon Lord has risen up, and his disciples are known as the 8 Heavenly Kings, sweeping through the 5 counties in a short period of time. The Pension Immortal Division, the Dragon Protection Division, the Internal Affairs Division, and the Demon Slaying Division all sent out immortal masters to suppress the rebels and slay demons. The troubles caused by demons are easy to get rid of, but the demons in the human heart are hard to get rid of. The drought will not be alleviated, the land will not be harvested, and the people will have no choice but to rebel. The Earth City God, the Mountain God, and the Water God can consume incense and divine power to make rain. However, at the beginning of being canonized by Daqian, various rules were set. Without an order from the imperial court, any deity who rains rain without permission is considered a great treason. If he is suspected of collecting incense without permission, he will have his temple demolished and demolished. A month ago, Zhongning County landlord took pity on the people within the territory, rained rains without authorization, and secretly diverted underground rivers to irrigate farmland. The immortal master of the Fengxian division came the next day and suppressed the land in Zhongning County. He dispersed the spirit on the spot and destroyed the land temple. For a time, the gods all over Daqian were shocked and no longer dared to respond to the believers' prayers for rain and sacrifices. Shinto practice does not emphasize talent and progress quickly, but it relies heavily on the belief in incense. At the beginning of the drought, various believers offered sacrifices to pray for rain, and the power of incense increased significantly. The imperial court did not issue yellow rainfall records, the gods did not dare to respond, and believers continued to lose. The incense is constantly fading, and everyone is anxious. Chapter 10 Shock in Kyoto. Luojing City God's Temple. Located in the most lively and prosperous North City, it covers an area of several acres, which can be described as vast in Kyoto, where every inch of money is available. At this time, a Dharma assembly was being held, and hundreds of people gathered to burn incense and pray under the leadership of Miao Zhu from the Chenghuang Temple. Kyoto has only been cloudy for a few days since March, without a drop of rain falling. The city god and the land are the most efficacious gods in Luofu, with strong incense and a wide range of believers. Several rain-praying ceremonies have been held in succession. Below the main hall of the city god's temple, in a place not accessible to ordinary people, there is also a city god's temple, which is no different from the temple on the ground. This is the residence of the city god of Kyoto, with gloomy winds and ghosts crying and gods howling. At this time, the city god was sitting on the throne, the 4 judges on the left and right, and the 24 chief officials gathered together, looking worriedly at the ground to worship. The temple of the city god in Kyoto is second to none in Daqian. The city god headed by it is a righteous god who has ruled the Yin division in Kyoto for hundreds of years. The 4 great judges were ranked in the 2nd rank of Shinto, and there were more than 30 Shinto officials in the 3rd rank. Even the Daqian court, which canonized ghosts and gods, treated them equally. The chief officer of the induction department is an elegant scholar. He keeps calculating with his fingers and has an anxious look on his face. Sir, compared to the sacrifice 10 days ago, the number of incense believers this time has decreased by 30%. If this continues, the prestige accumulated by the Kyoto city god for hundreds of years will definitely fall short. Cheng Huang frowned slightly. With his mysterious power, how could he not understand the changes? On March 22, the first rain-praying ceremony attracted over 10,000 believers and the incense was at its peak. After that, it was folded in half and 3 times again. Several prayers for rain failed, and now there are only 1,000 devout believers left. If it doesn't rain, there won't even be hundreds of people next time. What's more serious is that it's difficult to gather believers, and once you break your trust, it's hard to get it back. What can I do? The city god sighed, there is no yellow record of rainfall. Reigning without permission is a capital crime. Hundreds of years of practice will be ruined in one day. What are all the officials in the court doing? In the year of the severe drought, rain was banned. Humph! There must be some treacherous officials who are trying to stop me. If I had been the official back then, I would have cut off a few heads first. The prince is still too young to supervise the country. Master Li, please be careful. How can everything in the court be concealed from today? Be careful what you say. Many of the city god's priests were officials during their lifetime, accumulated a lot of merit, and became officials of the city god's temple after their death. He experienced officialdom during his lifetime, and saw all the yin and yang after his death. His eyelashes were all empty. How could he not see that the situation in the imperial court was strange? Discord between kings and ministers, fathers and sons seizing power, factional struggles, taking advantage of disasters to eliminate demons. In an instant, dozens of dramas have been imagined in his mind. The court has 1,000 reasons for not reigning, and there are 10,000 reasons for ignoring the lives and deaths of the people. Okay, I'm going to meet my old friend in the south of the city tonight to see if there is any news from him. The city god waved his hand to stop the discussion. If he continued talking, he might have violated the taboo of the court. The power of the Kyoto city god is powerful, not weaker than that of several great immortals, and he is unwilling to cause trouble for no reason. Tuagong, the Tudagong of the Tutu temple in the east of the city, had a much younger time in cultivation than Cheng Huang. However, Tudagong had an unusual status during his lifetime and had a close relationship with Deqian. After more than 200 years of accumulated incense power, his strength is no weaker than that of the city god. The chief officer of the Lelu department said, "The lord of the land was King Huai during his lifetime, so he must have known some news." The expressions of the other chief officials of the Yin division are different. The Chenghuang Temple in Kyoto and the Earth Temple in the north and south do not deal with each other on weekdays. Tu Gong was a member of the royal family of Daqian. Although he was fair in doing things, otherwise he would not be a god. However, he would definitely support the imperial court in many matters, which was looked down upon by some Shinto monks. Boom! There was an explosion of thunder, followed closely by the howl of the wind. The source of the sound was the city god's temple in charge of the underworld in Kyoto, so it was naturally heard clearly. Wind and thunder meet, water vapor condenses, this is the method of rainfall. Who dares to rain without permission? Could it be that the landowner has obtained the yellow record of rainfall? It's impossible. No matter how biased the court is, it won't treat you so differently. Who can say clearly, has this kind of thing been rare in 100 years? The city god kept pinching his fingers, but he could not figure out the source of the rain spell. He could only vaguely sense that the person who cast the spell was in the capital. Without the aura of divine power, it is not a spell cast by the south of the city. The wind, thunder, and water vapor are clear and agile. It is the authentic rainfall spell of the Taoist sect. When the officials of the Yin division heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Is there such a bold Taoist priest now? The Daqian dynasty feared the power of heaven, and the Buddhist, Taoist, and supernatural powers within the territory were under its jurisdiction. Among them, those belonging to the Taoist sect had the most difficult time surviving. Taoist monks advocate inaction and freedom. Many of their ideas are incompatible with the laws of the imperial court and have been suppressed by the imperial court. Normally, I would suppress them if nothing happened, but now I catch the Taoist monks and rain without authorization. I don't know how much turmoil it will cause. The city god sighed, as if he saw Monkyu breaking into the demon slayer division. Pity. The 7th day of June. Rain praying ceremony at Chenghuang Temple. Lujing has a radius of hundreds of miles, and the rain is pouring, the rivers are full, and most of the drought has been eliminated. Immediately afterwards, the 4 great immortals sent dozens of immortal masters. And the ghosts under the command of Chenghuang Tudi searched Lujing for several days. In the end, the search failed to find the Taoist priest who made rain without authorization, and a group of demons lurking in the dark were captured, which relieved Emperor Jingtai's anger. The Demon Slayer Division. The Torture Chamber. After the use of conjuring wind and rain, most of the mana in Zhou Yi's body was drained. It's a pity that it's underground. I don't know how effective it will be. After 5,000 years of Taoism, at least there can be a thunderstorm, right? Zhou Yi picked up the remains of the snake demon and slowly walked towards the demon refining cave. As Tao Xing grows, Zhou Yi can see more and more by using Zhanwang Qi technique. The evil spirit in the demon refining cave is much stronger than what it was just when we traveled through it. In another few decades, it may be able to solidify. Evil energy takes shape, and it is either a natural treasure or a peerless monster. Who would have thought that the people living in Kyoto would step on bombs all the time? Zhou Yi was not interested in this. The Demon Slayer division had existed for hundreds of years and was built by Emperor Guangming of Daqian Zhongxing. During this period, there had never been any problems. There must be a way to solve the evil spirit. Set a small goal and practice Taoism for 10,000 years. A few days later, Zhou Yi took over the errand as usual. Today there were 2 demons per person. According to the captain, the imperial court was dissatisfied with the public security in Kyoto. After conducting an investigation, many lurking demons were found, and all of them were sent to the Demon Slayer division. His Majesty was furious and ordered that he be executed immediately without trial. Prison number 7. Zhou Yi came in and found a young and beautiful woman in a red shirt. Spiritual vision. A flash of light flashed through his eyes, and he saw through the woman's illusion. It was a red fox more than 4 feet long. Zhou Yi ignored the beauty of women. He had killed at least 20 or 30 vixens, and he had seen many beautiful and handsome men. The instrument of torture passed across the fox demon's neck, and his body and soul were cut into 2 pieces at the same time. The only valuable eyes on the fox demon's body were his eyes. The fox demon is good at illusions, and its eyes can be refined into famous elixirs or special magic weapons. No response from the demon illustrated book. Zhou Yi frowned slightly and killed thousands of demons. This was the first time he encountered this situation. The magic power is running, and the demon soul that is about to disperse is captured with a wave of the hand. Due to being killed by the special torture instrument, even if it is maintained by magic, it will not take long for the soul to fly away. The demon soul is dull and elusive, and it is obvious that no results can be obtained. Soul searching. One memory picture after another appeared before Zhou Yi's eyes. Chapter 11 Fox Demon Soul. Tragic fates are always strikingly similar. After Red Fox was born with spiritual wisdom, he has been practicing in the mountains and fields. The demon clan's cultivation is slow, more than 10 times slower than the human race that heaven and earth love. Red Fox practiced for decades before he could transform into a human form, and named himself Hu Juniang. A turning point in fate occurred 10 years ago. Feng Zhen, a poor scholar, went to Beijing to take the exam. Passing through the mountains and forests, he rescued Hu Juniang from the animal trap and released her. In order to repay her kindness, Hu Juniang collected elixirs and gold and silver from the mountains, and secretly helped Feng Zhen overcome poverty. After 6 years of scientific examination, he failed 3 times. Feng Zhen was disheartened and turned to doing business in Lujing. About 3 years ago, Feng Zhen's business suffered a huge failure. Hu Juniang stole the Minjiao Beiyu, a treasure of the Fox clan, to help him tide over the difficulties. Feng Zhen accidentally discovered Hu Juniang's figure, became obsessed with her beauty, sweetly swore to heaven, and finally got married. Things are generally satisfactory up to this point, but it is a pity that people's hearts are fickle. Su Yuner, the daughter of the Minister of Rites, was obsessed with jade. She heard about the name of Minjiao jade and came to appreciate it many times. After going back and forth, Su Yuner and Feng Zhen fell in love with each other. Hu Juniang didn't care about this, but gave birth to a daughter for Feng Zhen. The Minister of Rights looked down upon merchants and demanded that Feng Zhen must have an official status before betrothing his daughter to him. The officials of the Daqian dynasty were extraordinary and should not be given lightly. Officials who were promoted to high-ranking officials would affect the fate of the court and also cultivate the method of transporting the dynasty. Feng Zhen himself was a civil servant, but he barely met the requirements for becoming an official. After spending all his wealth, he finally found a vacancy in the county magistrate a few days ago, only lacking in merit in the court. The nobles and gentry built bridges and paved roads, accumulated good deeds, and helped the poor, which were all meritorious achievements. If the performance reaches the standard and there are vacancies for officials in the court, they will be the first to select officials from among them. Feng Zhen was already over 30 years old and had no time to accumulate achievements bit by bit. Su Yuner also couldn't wait a few years and had to make great contributions to the court quickly. Until a few days ago, a Taoist cast a spell to bring down heavy rain, causing a huge shock. Kyoto strictly investigated hidden demons, and the court promised generous rewards and encouraged people to report and expose them. Seeing that the county magistrate's opportunity was about to be lost, Feng Zhen was so anxious that he cruelly reported Hu Juniang and her daughter to the Kyoto Yamen. While Hu Juniang was making her daughter happy, the demon slayer Immortal Master descended from the sky and threw her mother and daughter into the torture chamber. Disheartened and grief-stricken, dying under Zhou Yi's sword became a relief. Pity, pathetic, deplorable. Zhou Yi saw many tragedies in the Demon Slayer division, and he came to understand more and more why the law prohibits the love between humans and monsters and humans and ghosts. 99% of them are tragedies, and very few have happy endings. The widely circulated love story makes people only see the beauty. From a professional point of view, it is called survivor bias. Most human male relationships accepted by the world will eventually involve the true immortal Buddha. Hu Juniang's soul was on the verge of being broken, and she seemed to hear Zhou Yi sighing, and there was a wave of fluctuation. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and nodded slowly. Pandeo promises you. Hu Juniang prayed to Zhu Yi to save her daughter Feng Yuer's life, at least to preserve her soul so that she could be reincarnated. The demon-slaying division's torture tools can kill souls, and the Great Prison also has soul-refining formations. The demons who die here are completely exhausted. The demon's soul trembled slightly, but could no longer maintain it, and turned into a wisp of blue smoke and dissipated. I'm a little sentimental. I hope it's not too late. Zhou Yi took out a wisp of blood from Hu Juniang's remains, blew it away with the wind, and blended into the atmosphere of the torture chamber. The tip of his nose moved slightly, and he smelled a similar scent. Sneak in with the wind and look for the breath. The Tiangang spell of calling for wind and rain allowed Zhou Yi to understand the wind and water laws and achieve the state of being able to change according to his heart. This wind-breathing technique is of extremely low level and was acquired from a rebellious wind and thunder sect. Its original function is to blow poisonous powder into the wind, causing people to be poisoned silently. After Zhou Yi understood how to summon wind and rain, he combined it with the tracking spell to deduce a new magical effect. A mana phantom was left in place, and in a flash, the real body had escaped from the cell. Bing93 prison. The bloodline aura showed that Feng Ling'er was inside. Zhou Yi remembered that among the officers sent out by the captain in the morning, there was no B93 prison in Section A. There should be other prisoners in it. The walker's token was inserted into the keyhole, and the cell door slowly opened. Wang Erniu, the D-shaped torturer, was coaxing the child to stop crying and whining. He really couldn't get rid of the knife. Hearing the sound of the cell door, he turned around and saw a demon with a fox head and body walking in. He subconsciously pulled the alarm bell and fainted. There is a 3 or 4-year-old girl imprisoned in the cell. She looks cute and cute. There are 2 tears on her pink cheeks. Anyone who sees her can't help but feel distressed. Fortunately I am a novice, otherwise I would have been too late. There was no little girl in Zhou Yi's eyes, only the little white fox. He pointed at the white fox's forehead. Soul catching. The white fox's soul was pulled out of the body bit by bit and wrapped in magic power to prevent it from being corroded and impacted by evil spirits. This is the only thing I can do. It is absolutely impossible to release a demon from prison privately. Zhou hid the demon's soul in his sleeves, and his magic power washed over the unconscious torturer several times, cleaning out the evil spirit from his body, and quietly returned to cell number 7. Wang Erniu woke up from his coma, feeling indescribably relaxed and without any loss. After discovering that the fox demon was dead but its body was still there, he stopped thinking about reporting to the captain. Prison number 7. Zhuyi released the white fox demon's soul. When Feng Ling'er saw Hu Juniang, she immediately pounced on her, but unfortunately her pounce was in vain. Feng Ling'er's voice was sad and mournful, constantly passing through her mother's body. You and her are already dead. When the 10 years are up, you can leave the torture chamber with me. There are 3 reasons why Zhou saved Feng Ling'er's soul. First, it was inspired by Hu Juniang's experience. The demon illustrated book did not respond, and it was obvious that it had never harmed anyone. Second, Feng Ling'er is young and has half of human blood in his body. Third, on the day of the heavy rain in Kyoto, it happened that Zhou used his power to control the wind and rain, which to a certain extent accelerated Hu Juniang's tragic ending. Feng Ling'er encountered a drastic change. How could he listen to what Zhou said? He kept calling and trying to wake up Hu Juniang. Seal up. Zhou sealed Feng Ling'er's soul and hid it in his sleeves. His temperament suddenly changed, and he became a rickety old torturer again. After 7 years of living in the torture chamber, Zhou was in a half-dead state on weekdays, dying of breath and aging, as if he had reached the limit of his life. The new torturers all thought that Zhou would be unable to get up one day, but little did they know that he had already sent away more than a dozen groups of his colleagues. Week after week, in the end Zhou was barely alive. The demon-slaying captain had been on duty for more than a dozen times. Under the influence of the hiding spell, they could no longer remember how long Zhou had been here. They only remembered that he was a skilled torturer. The appearance of the little fox Feng Ling'er did not bring many disturbances to the life of the torture chamber. Only in the cell every day, Zhou allowed Feng Ling'er to come out for fun. After experiencing the initial sadness, Feng Ling'er gradually returned to his active nature and asked many weird questions around Zhou, adding a touch of fun to the boring life. In order to maintain the stability of the demon's soul, Zhou killed the demon every day and refined the demon's soul into pure soul power, allowing Feng Ling'er to swallow and refine it. Hundreds of demons die every day in the Demon Slayer prison, and the difference between 1 or 2 demon souls is completely negligible. Devouring pure soul power every day, Feng Ling'er's demon soul becomes more and more solid. 1 year later, Feng Ling'er has almost turned into a physical soul body. It is difficult to distinguish reality from reality with the naked eye, and her snow-white hair is soft and smooth when touched. Chapter 11 The world is in chaos. The practice of demon souls belongs to the side ghost path. According to Fahey's story, it is difficult to break through to the first level with heresy. The ultimate goal of ghost cultivation is for yin gods to return to yang and become ghosts and immortals. After the ghosts and immortals have a physical body, they may break through the realm if they turn to other paths. Therefore, it is not accurate to say that practicing heretical practices will ruin your future. The road is dead, but people are alive. It is just a matter of how many boats you step on. For example, he recited the Book of Changes from the Book of Changes day and night, the most authentic Suinman exercises, but he also knew some Shinto spells and could recite a few Buddhist mantras. It is the Tao to only be refined and pure, and it is also the Tao to learn from the strengths of other schools. After 8 years of slaying demons and demon illustrations, I can roughly figure out a pattern. Slaying demons requires more physical objects, while eliminating demons requires more spells. There are some exceptions. For example, the higher the level of demons, the higher the randomness of their rewards. Generally speaking, their attributes will not differ too much. The low-level monsters killed by Zhou Yi covered almost all types, and the rewards have all become deoxing. The reward for eradicating demons has always been other rewards. The human race is so beloved by the world that even the demon illustrations are treated differently. At least each person is assigned a separate illustration. Can a separate cemetery be the same as a cemetery? It was a routine day to slay demons. Yo! Yo! Fenglinger kept wandering around the wolf demon, making cheerful cries, as if she was very satisfied with the dinner. Little fox, let me go quickly. I am the commander of Black Wind Mountain. I will take you to eat and drink delicious food. Have you ever eaten human flesh? It's crunchy. The half-human, half-wolf demon saw the fox demon in the Demon Slayer division, and hope arose in his originally despairing heart. The Demon Slayer department is notorious in the world of monsters. Once you enter, you will die. However, every year, monsters occasionally escape and spread the information from the prison. The execution room, the prison of A, B and C, the torturer. The wolf demon is not weak in strength, and he is a demon general under the command of the big demon. He is well informed and has long heard the name of the Demon Slayer division. You tell me about Black Wind Mountain, and I will let you die more happily later. Zhou Yi is polishing the instruments of torture. The knife used to slay demons cannot be blunt. It will not be easy to cut the flesh and the thoughts will not be clear. The wolf demon was the third demon killed today. Ever since he broke the rules and rescued the soul of the fox demon, Zhou Yi became more courageous. 2 torturers are randomly selected every day, and they may be from other subjects, or at least the B character hell demons. If possible, they must have been included in the demon illustrated book. After killing them, you will get Daosine rewards. In more than a year, Taoism has grown by more than 2,000 years, and it is not far from the small goal of 10,000 years of Taoism. The number of demons Zhou Yi killed was increasing day by day, and he was probably the monk who killed the most demons in the world. After killing many demons, I gained many unique insights into the methods of killing. For example, my techniques became more and more sophisticated. I could clearly judge the meridians and bones of a demon at a glance without using my spiritual eyes. This state is similar to that of a cook trying to solve an ox, and his skills are close to the Tao. If Zhou Yi records the techniques, it will definitely become a martial art dedicated to killing and dismantling demons. This is a skill that can be learned by oneself in addition to the demon illustrated book, which makes Zhou Yi extremely happy. Despicable human race, if you hadn't tempted me with blood food, how would you have been ambushed? If you have the guts, let me go. Believe it or not, Grandpa Wolf will swallow you up in one gulp. Listening to the sound of the torture instruments being polished and stabbed, the wolf demon felt chills running down his spine, his eyelids jumped, and he kept shouting. What a pity! It would be nice to be obedient and save you the pain of searching for souls. Zhou Yi polished the torture instrument, flipped his wrist, and peeled off a layer of wolf skin in an instant. There are not many valuable things on the wolf demon. The wolf skin is used to refine the robe, the wolf claws and wolf teeth are used to refine magic tools, the wolf tail is used to refine the talisman pen, and other flesh and blood are thrown into the demon refining cave. Search for souls. The memory picture appeared in front of him. Zhou Yi flipped through it and found a lot of useful knowledge. Kizhu, Big Demon, Black Wind Mountain. Without leaving home, Zhou Yi already had a map of the entire Dacian dynasty in his mind through the demon's memory. It turns out that the Demon Slayer division can also fish and enforce the law, driving the bandits to disturb the Black Wind Mountain, attracting the wolf demon leader to slaughter and devour them, and then jump out to subdue the demons. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and frowned slightly. The Demon Slayer's approach had obviously crossed the line. Dacian law has various restrictions on immortal masters. The suppression of bandits falls under local military and humanitarian jurisdiction, and tampering without authorization is a serious crime. Besides, the wolf demon eats bandits in his memory, and who knows if they are ordinary people dressed up. This world is getting more and more chaotic. Spiritual fire rose in Zhou Yi's hand, refining the wolf demon's soul. After a while, the wailing ended, and only a grey soul bead remained, condensed from pure soul power. Reward for 3 years of Taoism. With a flick of his finger, the soul bead fell into Feng Linger's mouth. Yo! Yo! Feng Linger didn't understand the ghost way of cultivation, so he swallowed the soul bead into his body and waited for it to fuse on its own. Instead, he fit in with the natural way of cultivation. The wolf demon was just a small episode, but since then, Zhou Yi found that the number of demons had increased a lot year on year. Currently, there are only 5 or 6 prisoners in the torture chamber who have been tortured for more than a year. They are afraid of death every day and have no time to pay attention to the number of demons. Zhou Yi has long had a photographic memory, and he can clearly recall the monsters he killed every day for 8 years. Calculated 30 days forward as 1 month. The number of demons slain per month did not fluctuate much in the first 8 years, until it increased significantly in the past 2 months. Natural disasters, man-made disasters, and troubled times in Dakian are coming, and I don't know how it will end. The Punisher's theory, which Zhou Yi has not updated for a long time, has a new chapter. One of the new ones is the experience of the wolf demon, which is not directly described, and is called The Defense of Two Punishers. The author borrowed the dialogue between 2 torturers and included the story in the book. At the end, he lamented the hardship of the world and implicitly expressed that the Demon Slayer division overstepped its authority to enforce the law. The second story is from the Witch of the Naked Cult. The rebellion in Feiyun Mansion has been going on for more than a year. Instead of being suppressed, the Red Body Demon Cult has captured 3 counties, becoming another major problem after Demon Lord Yaksha. This female devil was originally a daughter of a good family, but her husband was dragged into military service and died on the battlefield to encircle and suppress the rebels. In the year of the catastrophe, only the elderly and widows were left in the family. The hardships can be imagined. In order to survive, they relied on their good looks to become the secret door in the village. Most of the men in the village had relationships with this woman, which made many women dissatisfied. Until famine spread, the men could not even afford a handful of rice. So when offering sacrifices to pray for rain, the woman was tied to a stone and sunk into the river to sacrifice her blood to the water god. A patrol envoy from the Naked Demon Cult passed by and rescued the woman when she was about to die. He found that she had good cultivation qualifications and recruited her to become the secret disciple of the demon cult. After practicing magic skills, the woman became beautiful and charming, and became the concubine of the governor of Yangqing County. She took the opportunity to steal the city defense map and the government's army layout plan. The county town of Yangqing was captured by the Naked Demon Cult. The woman was caught by the county guard who escaped from the secret passage and was brought to the capital to pray to the court to alleviate her sins. The torturers executed many demonic demons, and found that most of them drifted with the crowd, forced by worldly affairs, and fell into the demonic way. Maybe you can try to change some of the triggers to see if there will be fewer demons. Just based on this matter. Zhou Yi commented a few sentences at the end, just to give a brief taste. In my previous life, I was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze. I had basically no contact with the dark side of the world. The torture chamber was too dark and depressing, so I needed to vent it in the book. The latest story of the tormentor already has a clear sense of ridicule. Several of them were just pointing their noses at the Demon Slayer division, so they were kept at the bottom of the box and not circulated, at least not during the torture chamber. Why do you feel like you pick up the bowl to eat, then put the bowl down to curse? Zhou Yi murmured to himself, no wonder those who write novels are not popular. In the 9th year of execution, Zhou Yi met an old friend. Immortal Master Fehei. Chapter 13 Reunion of Old Friends. The first time Zhou Yi saw Fehei, he almost thought they were brothers. The temperament has changed too much, I once had a very pleasant conversation with Fa Hai. He was as gentle as jade, compassionate, and his breath was as bright as the bright moon, which made people feel at ease. Now he stood behind Colonel Wang, motionless, and the invisible pressure made all the torturers cautious. Captain Wang introduced, "This is Master Fa Hai from Jingguang Temple, also known as the Immortal Master of the Demon Slayer Division as you usually call him." Amitabha. Fa Hai Kao announced the name of Buddha, and his sharp eyes swept over all the torturers. Only when he saw Zhou Yi, his eyes softened a little. The level of the breath-holding and disappearing spell is too low, and its effect in front of Fa Hai is almost non-existent. Zhou Yi was originally worried about exposing his magic power. Some spiritual eye and magic eye spells can see through monks who are stronger than himself. It seems that Fa Hai has not practiced such spells. 7,000 years of Taoism allowed Zhou Yi to easily see through the sea of Dharma, and he was already in the upper third level of Buddhist cultivation in refining the gods. Master Fa Hai is here today specifically to transform the naked witch and prevent her from casting spells to escape. Lieutenant Wang looked solemn. "This is the first time I have taken over the task of Prison A since I have been on duty. There must be no problems. There have been no criminals in Prison A in the execution room for 7 years. Most of the prisoners have never seen a prisoner in Prison A from the time they entered to the time they left. Han Er, take Master Fa Hai to Jeju prison." When Han Er heard his name, his legs went weak and he almost knelt on the ground, almost crying. Demons are more dangerous than demons, and the demons in Jeju prison are the most dangerous. In front of Fa Hai, Zhou Yi did not cast a spell to influence Wang Xiaoyi, and looked at Han Er sympathetically like the other torturers. "Donor, don't worry, I will definitely keep you safe." Fa Hai's voice gave Han Er a little confidence, and he walked tremblingly towards the depths of the execution room. The mission Zhou Yi received was prison number 12, a tiger demon who controlled ghosts and harmed people. The tiger demon's refining of ghosts is the most common innate spell of the tiger clan, and similar incidents occur in almost every county. Over the years, at least 7 or 8 tiger demons have died under Zhou Yi's sword. The ghosts who were attached to the tiger demons have all lost their souls and are unable to enter reincarnation. Zhou Yi specifically studied the existence of ghosts. Humans are not human, ghosts are not ghosts, and they live and die together with the tiger monster. I once thought about finding a way to peel off the demons, but they were all poor people who died in the tiger's mouth. If they could be sent to reincarnation, it would be a meritorious deed. As a result, the research found that the state of the ghost is more like a vessel than a ghost. The tiger demon's innate spells can refine the soul into magic weapons, similar to the soul flags and blood gods of the magic way. They have become part of the tiger demon and have lost their independent existence. This result gave Zhou Yi a very bad impression of the tiger clan monsters. Killing someone with no more than a nod, and dying without being reincarnated as a ghost is really a bit much. $3,600 passed. This tiger monster had just lost its vitality, but the magic power sealed its throat, and it couldn't even cry out in pain. Zhou Yi's self-created demon-resolving sword technique can kill you with as many swords as you want, but it will never be one more or one less. Deoxing plus 4 years. Zhou Yi sent the tiger demon's materials to the Ministry of Things, threw the remains into the demon refining cave, and waited for Fa Hai on the only way to the Jia prison. The wait lasted half a day. Fa Hai and Han Er walked out of the depths of the prison, with fear still on Han Er's face. Zhou Yi put his hands together and saluted, "Master Fa Hai, long time no see." "Amitabha. Donor Zhou is here well." Fa Hai's cold face showed a smile. "The benefactor taught me how to kill and protect living beings, and to kill karma and kill people. Over the years, the poor monk has become more and more profound about it. Every time he recites it, he has new insights. Master has deep wisdom, changing someone else is just a joke." Zhou Yi said, "I have been a little confused recently and want to ask the master for advice." Han Er was very discerning and resigned. Master, Lao Zhou, I'm going to eat first. This demonic witch is scared to death. I need to take a strong supplement. Zhou Yi found a secluded place. The punishment room prison is vast, and even after 9 years of stay, it has not been explored to the edge. Almsgiver Zhou, if you have any questions, just ask me. The poor monk will answer them all. The most important thing in Buddhism is cause and effect. The Book of Changes helped Fa Hai break his inner demons. After that, the Buddha's verse about killing and protecting living beings became Fa Hai's way. Fa Hai's kindness in pointing out the Great Road cannot be overstated. Since the torture room started a year ago, the number of demons and ghosts has at least doubled, and some of the demons who have been captured. Zhou Yi carefully considered his words and said, before they died, they all cried out for injustice. They said they were tempted by the Demon Slayer division and fell into a trap. Master, do you know what happened? Fa Hai did not answer directly, but asked, does the donor feel they were wronged that week? No injustice. Zhou Yi affirmed. For example, the wolf monster that was caught while fishing was secretly cannibalizing itself. There were also some monsters who fell into the trap of the Demon Slayer division when they first tried to eat people. However, according to the laws of Dakian, they were all judged to be reasonable. Dakian is a human dynasty, and the laws are of course biased towards the human race. The starting point of the legislation is that it is not guilty for humans to kill demons, and it is illegal for demons to eat humans. The demons in the Demon Slayer prison are not just caught and thrown in. They are also tried by the officials of the Ministry of Punishment, and are imprisoned in light cases, while the severe ones are thrown into the demon refining cave. Zhou Yi did not have a heart attack to pity the demon, but instinctively felt that the outside world had changed. It's so good. The donor can tell the Buddhist principle of killing to protect lives. He is really a sensible person. Fa Hai smiled and his body shone with red gold Buddha light. A year ago, Kyoto conducted a rigorous investigation and found hundreds of hidden demons. This is even the case in the important city of Kyoto, let alone local counties. Your Majesty, who has ignored government affairs for 15 years, went to court and denounced the commander of the demon-slaying department for leaving the corpse to eat, and issued 16 demon extermination orders in succession. His Majesty has set performance appraisals for the demon-slaying department of the 16th Prefecture, and ordered the Internal Affairs Department to monitor the local areas. Those who fail to meet the standards for demon slaying and elimination will be severely punished. Zhou Yi wondered, I heard that most of the immortal masters of the Demon Slayer division are not from the imperial court, right? After staying in the torture chamber for 9 years, Zhou Yi already had a thorough understanding of the origins of the Demon Slayer division, whether it was from the sporadic chats he overheard or from the soul searches by demons and ghosts. The Demon Slayer division was founded during the reign of Emperor Guangming. At that time, demons were everywhere in Dakian, and more than half of the 16 mansions fell into the hands of rebels. Emperor Guangming revised the laws of Dakian, cleared up the official administration, and jointly established the demon-slaying department with Buddhism and Taoism. Legend has it that hundreds of thousands of demons were thrown into the demon refining cave in the first year. The world is at peace. The Demon Slayer division came from behind and became the leader of the 4 immortal divisions. Hundreds of years have passed, and the Demon Slayer division has become a behemoth, with its commanders becoming important officials in the imperial court who are comparable to the 3 dukes. The only thing that has not changed much is that the main source of the Demon Slayer division's power is still the Buddhist and Taoist sect, which sends disciples to join the Demon Slayer division every year to slay demons and eliminate demons. The first is worldly experience and training of mind and magic. The second is to show your attitude and your willingness to serve Dakian. The imperial court has always wanted to change the current situation of the Demon Slayer division, so it successively trained Demon Slayer captains and Demon Slayer captains. Unfortunately, their strength was far inferior to that of Buddhist and Taoist monks. They could only kill small demons and became Buddhist and Taoist assistants. Monks outside of Buddhism would rather join the Noble Immortal Salary division than work hard in the Demon Slayer division. In this case, how could Emperor Jingtai drive Buddhist and Taoist monks to complete their achievements regardless of their own safety? Slaying demons is never an easy task. Monsters and ghosts will not be killed at the slightest provocation, and the death rate of the Demon Slayer will definitely not be low. A crystal-clear orb appeared in Fahey's hand, with an irregular oval shape. As soon as it appeared, it drove away the dark evil spirits. The execution room prison, which had always been gloomy and chilly to the bone, felt a hint of warmth. In order to purify the world, His Majesty opened the Daozang of the universe. There will be rewards for completing the performance evaluation, and there will be heavy rewards for overachieving. The poor monk captured the naked saint, and this Arhat relic is a gift from His Majesty. Chapter 14, Omen of Sudden Death. Buddhist Arhat. An existence above the first level, extraordinary and unworldly, powerful in the world. The relic was left behind by the eminent monk when he passed away, and contains the inheritance of Luo Dharma. Some people say that it is for reincarnation. Existences like the Arhat true immortal are like the mist in the sky, uncertain. People in the world only hear the names of immortals and Buddhas, but even if they meet them face to face, they will not be able to recognize them without fate or cause and effect. Zhou Yi killed countless demons, but only 3 of them were related to the true immortal Arhat in his memory, and all of them were deeply engraved in his soul after just a glimpse. Congratulations, Master, I will achieve Arhat status in the future. A poor monk dare not take credit. Without the guidance of a benefactor, how can he overcome his inner demons and realize the great truth? Fahey's Dharma is operating, the Arhat relics hang above Zhou Yi's head, and the endless Buddha's light begins to wash the body and get rid of evil spirits. Zhou Yi now has an aging face and grey hair, just like other torturers who have been corroded by evil spirits for a long time. In fact, it is an illusion of disguise. There is no evil spirit in the body, but it is pure and flawless, almost an innate body. Zhou Yi used his magic power, and wisps of evil spirit were sucked into his body from his feet, and then were removed by the relics. Fahey, who was focused on casting spells, did not notice anything strange. After a while, the evil spirit became extremely sparse, the white hair on his head turned into bluish-gray, and his stooped body became straight. Thank you, Master, for saving me. If it weren't for your wooden fish, I would have died so many times over the years. Zhou Yi took out the wooden fish magical weapon from his arms. It had been affected by evil spirits for 8 years, and the Buddha's light contained in it had been dimmed. The evil aura of the torture chamber is extraordinary. Countless demons and monsters have been killed over many years. Not to mention the mortal torturers and ordinary monks, if they stay there for a long time, their cultivation will regress at best, or they will become possessed. Donors don't have to be polite. If you find a poor monk useful in the future, just ask. Fahey forcibly moved the Arhat relics, his breath a little confused. The donor will leave the torture chamber in a short time. This is the Buddhist order of Jingguang Temple. The door of our Buddha will always be open to the donor. Thank you, Master. Zhou Yi took over the Buddha order, a simple golden token with 3 ancient seal characters from Jingguang Temple on the front and a Buddhist image on the back. This time, I sincerely thanked him. Fahey obviously knew that there was something dirty in the execution room, so he left the Buddha order in advance to protect Zhou Yi's life. Zhou Yi's original plan was to fake his death and then look for opportunities to leave the Demon Slayer division. The Demon Slayer division's underground prison may seem loose, but in fact it is loose on the inside and tight on the outside. It is not easy to escape. There are various restrictions in all directions in the prison, and the only exit is the hole in the ground outside the Monabu. Not to mention that the entrance to the ground was heavily guarded. There are countless masters in the Monabu department. After all, it is the place where the essence of demons is stored. It can be said to be a huge treasure house. Now that he has the Buddha order, he can freely go out as a torturer. When the 10-year contract expires, the Demon Slayer division cannot force him to stay. The poor monk is waiting for the benefactor at Jinshan Temple, and they taste the Bodhi tea in the temple together. The lingering sound of Fa Hai lingered, and his body disappeared like a dreamy bubble. Not to mention how fast such a spell is, the showmanship is 100 times better than the light escape, which makes Zhou Yi envious. It must have been passed down by Arhat. Don't worry. There will be escape magic, there will be immortal weapons, everything will be there. In the Tiangang magic, the techniques of riding the mist and soaring into the clouds, flying to hold the mark, and even the legendary technique of transforming into a rainbow are all famous magical powers. Zhou Yi couldn't help but think about it. He stood on a hot wheel and held a Tai Chi flag, and he could fly thousands of miles away. After Fa Hai left, he went to the demon slaying department to report that Zhou Yi was his good friend and that he should not be embarrassed after the 10 years. 10 years of punishment. After pulling out Zhou Yi's files, it turned out that he was a refugee recruited 9 years ago and is still alive. The Demon Slayer division was immediately alarmed. Since the day the execution chamber was built, no torturer has ever been able to get out of the prison. This is why many officials who failed in the imperial struggle were thrown into the torture chamber instead of being imprisoned in the sky prison. How should Zhou Yi deal with it? Since there was no precedent to rely on, the report was reported layer by layer, and finally fell into the hands of the commander, King Chu. The person who has been tortured for 10 years has superb skills and advanced skills. It's a pity that he is just a seed of martial arts. The King of Chu made a reply. Zhou Yi was allowed to leave in accordance with the contract. In recognition of his 10 years of demon-slaying achievements, he was incorporated into the Ministry of Things as an exception. Your Majesty is brilliant. This would not break the ancestral precedent, nor would it cause dissatisfaction with Master Fa Hai. The Department of Materials, a fat and oily department, if it were not underground, many children from aristocratic families would have to break their heads to get in. It can be said that Zhu Yi Yuja's white body and being incorporated into the Ministry of Things can be said to be a great reward. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Wang Xiaoyi announced the reward in public. In less than a year, Zhou Yi would be an official in the Ministry of Things. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward, and thank you, Commander-in-Chief. The changes in Zhou Yi's body have also attracted the attention of the torturers these days. When asked about the reason, they only said that it was a reward from the immortal master. Now everyone knows that Zhou Yi has been here for more than 9 years. The new torturer didn't take it seriously, and his face was full of disbelief for about half a year. Lao Zhou, you are so amazing. You can actually live 10 years. I will still be the official of the Ministry of Finance from now on. Congratulations. Feeling the same, the role models Hu Yi gave all the torturers hope. Subtle changes occurred in their spirits, and they seemed to have more vitality. Qi gazing. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with Dharma light and he looked at each of the torturers. The grey-white aura that represented decline became lighter, and the several excited torturers had a hint of cyan vitality that represented their decay. Hope and fighting spirit will affect a person's aura, thereby stimulating life potential. Suddenly, a bloody light in the crowd attracted Zhou Yi's attention. It was Feng Jun, the torturer who had just arrived. In the Qi watching technique, the bloody light on the top of the head represents a sign of sudden death. Unexpected death is different from decline and loss of life. Most of them are caused by accidents. The accident in the torture chamber. Could it be that today Feng Jun will encounter some difficult monster that cannot even be restrained by the torture chamber's restrictions? Zhou Yi thought in his mind and decided to follow Feng Jun and take a look. If there was no problem, he would help. In the past few years, Zhou Yi has helped his colleagues slay demons, and often came to the rescue secretly during this period. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Lao Zhou will inevitably have to deal with everyone in the Ministry of Things from now on. What Wang Xiaoyi wanted was this effect, to give the torturers a glimmer of hope. Recently, the number of demons in the execution room has increased dramatically, the errands have become more and more heavy, and the death rate of the executioners has become higher and higher. Even if the demon-slaying department improves the food, drink, and accommodation, they will inevitably slack off in the face of death threats. Wang Xiaoyi knew clearly that he could not survive 10 years with hard work and fighting spirit. The key was to make friends with a third-level immortal master. Wang Lao-san, Prison Number 17, Prison No. 9. Bai Laoliu, Prison Number 4, Prison No. 32. Book of Changes, Prison Number 17, Prison No. 3. Feng Jun, Prison B Number 24, Prison C Number 3. After the officers were assigned, the prisoners dispersed in a hurry. In the past, it was rare for each person to have 2 tasks, but now it is extremely rare for each person to have 1 task. Zhou Yi remembered Feng Junjiao and completed the assigned tasks first, including a fat boar spirit and a colorful poisonous spider. Leaving a mana phantom in place, he went straight to the cell door and saw blood floating out of the cell, entering another prison not far away. Zhou Yi frowned and opened prison number 24. There were only the bodies of Feng Jun and Baojing inside. He stepped forward to take a look. All the essence, energy, and soul have been swallowed up. What a powerful evil method! So he cast a concealment spell and hid in the dark to observe. After a long time, he saw Han Er carrying the remains of the fish demon as he came out of the cell and walked towards the demon refining cave. Chapter 15 White Lotus Reincarnation. Xiao Han, what a coincidence! Zhou Yi revealed his figure from the shadows. Lao Zhou, you handled it so quickly. Han Er carried the fish demon on his shoulders, thinking that Zhou Yi was returning from the demon refining cave. Good luck, 2 fox skins. Zhou Yi smiled and stretched out his hand to hold the fish demon's tail. I'll help you. After the death of the fish demon, it manifested its prototype, a nearly 10-foot-long carp spirit, and it was extremely difficult for Han Er to carry it. Thank you, Lao Zhou. Han Er has a simple and honest face and dark skin, which naturally makes people feel honest and trustworthy. You're welcome. Those who come to the torture chamber are all poor people. We should help each other. When Zhou Yi spoke, the magic power soaked through the remains of the fish demon. As he expected, it was an empty body without even a trace of energy and blood. Observe Han Er using the chi-gazing technique. The blood is vigorous, and the grey and defeated energy has dissipated. The remains of the fish demon were thrown into the demon refining cave. Lao Zhou, let's go have a drink. Han Er and Zhou Yi came to the Xing Fang canteen. After several expansions, it already looked like a restaurant in a movie or TV series. The death rate of prisoners continues to rise. Even if there is no shortage of refugee criminals, the demon materials lost by novices are more than 100 times more valuable than mere meat and wine. The executioners who were not dead today gathered in the restaurant to eat and drink. They punched and shouted happily, which made Zhou Yi think that they were in a bustling city. Foolish people can be taught a lesson. Seeing the lively scene, Zhou Yi thought of this sentence inexplicably. These refugees are young and strong outside. In order to eat and survive, they can easily become the source of rebel soldiers, and most of them will die in the war. After entering the torture chamber, he also had a short life and instead worked for Dagan. The imperial court only paid for their lives by eating and drinking, and they were all happy and lively. Zhou Yi walked in and attracted the eyes of many torturers, mostly with envy and awe. Han Er found a corner, took out several large plates of meat and vegetables, and bought 2 jars of wine. The execution room is really a good place. I have been farming for more than 10 years and I have never had a drink. After 3 rounds of drinking, Han Er was slightly tipsy and started to talk more. Probably because my hometown was hit by floods, a few acres of ancestral thin farmland were sold in order to treat my parents. In the end, his parents were gone, his fields were gone, and he wandered into the torture chamber. Zhou Yi did not use magic power to resolve the odor of alcohol, but the mere alcohol with more than 10 degrees of alcohol had no effect at all on the body that had been refined with magic power day and night. Listening carefully to Han Er's story, occasionally interjecting to ask about the situation at that time. Everything will be fine. Zhou Yi compiled the Punisher's theory. Every story I have seen and heard is 10 times more painful than Han Er's. Han Er's experience is very simple, but the person involved told it with true feelings. The torturers around him who listened to his story couldn't help but feel the same and shed tears. Zhou Yi's sympathy was superficial, and he had been using his spiritual eyes to observe changes in Han Er's breath. The blood energy is beyond that of ordinary people, and there is no trace of body snatching. Could it be that Han Er got the evil method from the demon and secretly practiced it, but he has only been here for a few days? Zhou Yi kept speculating that the execution room was his feng shui treasure, and any abnormality required attention. Father, mother, son is unfilial. After all, Han Er got drunk and couldn't suppress his excitement. He lay on the table and cried bitterly. The other torturers did not dislike him for being noisy. This situation was very common. With the oppression of the underground world and the approach of death, collapse often only happened in an instant. Zhou Yi found that he only had a trace of sympathy for Han Er, and no more emotions were left. Is it because you have seen too much and your heart has become cold? Zhou Yi suddenly understood why the legendary immortal Buddha was emotionless. Immortals and Buddhas look at the lives of mortals as if they were watching a drama with bizarre twists and turns and superb acting skills. You will be happy when you are happy, pity when you are miserable, appreciate when you do good, and angry when you do evil, but you will never take it seriously. After watching a play, you may forget it, or you may recall it. As time goes by, as I watch more dramas, the plot becomes more and more cliché, and naturally my emotions become indifferent. Zhou Yi helped Han Er back to room Bing 7 and waited for him to fall asleep, but in the end he did not cast a spell. Let's see. A few days later. In the morning, Zhou Yi would use the Zhanwang Qi technique to observe his colleagues. Every day, there is a person with a bloody head, which indicates that there will be a disaster. Several prisoners would die every day in the execution room. Whether they died unexpectedly or were defeated by chance, the result would be the same. The captain would not pay too much attention to it. Zhou Yi secretly observed the people who died violently, and sure enough, there would be blood shadows following them, swallowing up the blood, energy, and soul of the torturers and the demon clan. The person who cast the spell was Han Er. In just a few days, his energy and blood were as strong as those of the demon-slaying captain. The speed of practicing this evil method is too fast. Is Han Er's qualifications stronger than the Black Demon Lord? Zhou Yi always felt that things were not simple. Until half a month later at midnight in the morning. Zhou Yi used Zhanwang Qi technique and found that no one who was punished with the word A today would die violently. You gave up after only half a month. After receiving the task of 2 B-word prisons, Zhou Yi prepared to complete it quickly, and then went directly to observe Han Er's movements. Prison B number 5. Imprisoning a bear spirit that is over 10 feet tall, with strong muscles and strong body. It took at least a day for other torturers to meet him. The torture tools in Zhou Yi's hands shuttled through the gaps between the bear's bones and muscles, easily digging out the bear's bile completely. Suddenly, the temperature in the cell dropped rapidly, and a layer of hoarfrost formed on the ground. No wonder no one died. It's my turn. Zhou Yi sighed, as the saying goes, the king of hell cannot save a ghost chasing death, that's probably it. The blood shadow manifested in the cell, swallowed dozens of monsters, and was able to condense into a vague human form. It wants to devour the blood, energy, and soul of living beings. It doesn't require any spell casting. It just needs to fit in and swoop them all into the body, leaving behind only an empty shell with only an appearance. Seeing that Zhou Yi was still concentrating on dealing with the bear spirit, Shui Ying let out a strange laugh and pounced from behind. Brush! Just as he was about to succeed, he saw a purple spiritual fire rising up. The blood shadow couldn't dodge and fell directly into the spiritual fire. It was the true fire of the earth that even the dragon soul was afraid of. "I want to see what you are." Zhou turned around and stared at the blood shadow in the spiritual fire. Infused with majestic mana, the flames rose more than 3 feet high. The blood shadow kept making sharp and miserable screams, and kept issuing vicious curses. It was either male or female. The spiritual fire is extremely restrained against souls and evil objects, and has both blood and shadow. Its magic power is far inferior to that of Zhou. In a short time, it becomes smaller and smaller after being refined, and the soul is gone. The demon illustrated book kept turning, and after thousands of pages, there was a beautiful woman. The woman is voluptuous and charming, but she has very few clothes on her body. Some of her body parts are looming, just like a picture book image, and if exposed, it will cause men to burn into flames. She's actually a saint from the naked cult. Zhou knew the woman's identity and the cause and effect of the matter. The naked sect of Cholera Dakian was originally a great demon sect outside of Yunzhou, one of the 6 paths of heavenly demons. Driven by the lord of the 6 paths, Jialan, the naked Taoist saint, deliberately fell into the trap of the demon slayer division and was seriously injured by Fahey and captured alive. When he was about to die, he used the secret technique of White Lotus Dao, the White Lotus reincarnation technique, to merge with Han Er's soul. This spell is completely different from ordinary soul seizing. It involves the mystery of reincarnation. The 2 souls merge into one, without any trace of body seizing. In the beginning, Han Er is still Han Er. When his cultivation level improves, he will gradually transform into Saint Jialan. Han Er's cultivation speed is very fast, which has nothing to do with his qualifications. He is just restoring the original strength of Saint Jialan. Chapter 16 Immortal Sword Ziying. Jizhu, the 6 paths of demons. No wonder the naked sect rebels have not been wiped out repeatedly, but their momentum continues to grow, and even the demonic sects from other continents have intervened. Zhou obtained not only the map of Dakian from the demon's memory, but also many bird demons who had practiced for hundreds of years and had a vague understanding of the surrounding continents. The states here are completely different from those of the 16 states under Daqian. The origin of the name and its division are unknown. Daqian unified the Yunzhou countries, suppressed the Taoist, Buddhist, and demonic states within the territory, and divided the gods among themselves. Its strength was not weaker than that of the surrounding continents, but it was the only humanistic divine dynasty known to Zhou. Yunzhou and Jizhu seem to be adjacent to each other in the north and south, but in fact the specific boundaries are very blurred, separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. The enemy in the northern border of Dakian is the barbarian Beirong, who have repeatedly invaded the border and fought for years. Further to the north are glaciers and mountains, which are deserted. So much so that the naked sect is one of the 6 paths of heavenly demons. Among the thousands of demons that have been killed, not a single one knows about it. It is estimated that not many people in the Dakian court know about it. After the death of Saint Jialan, Zhou had a long sword in his hand, 3 feet and 7 inches long, with a dragon-shaped hilt, purple body, and was cast from Taibei Yuanjing. The precious light shines, warding off all evil. Get the reward, Ziying Yingying Fairy Sword. Immortal Sword. What a treasure! Infused with Zhuyi's mana, the Ziying sword turned into a purple current of light, and the sword energy light was more than 10 feet long. Receive. With a thought, the fairy sword turned into rice grains of light and fell into Zhuyi's Danshan. There are a lot of magic weapons stored in Zhuyi Danshan, and there are 3 swords. One of them is a reward for killing the B-character Hell Demon. The name of the sword is to ward off evil spirits, is powerful, and has an extraordinary restraint effect on monsters. Now when the Ziying sword comes, it directly excludes all the magic weapons and occupies the center of Danshan. Other swords, talismans, bottles, and cauldrons, far away from the sharp edge of the Ziying sword, hit at the edge of Danshan Chi Si. Zhou Yi continued to use his magic power to refine the purple Ying sword, leaving his own mark. It would take at least several months to completely refine it and unleash the power of the fairy sword. Hey? What is this? When Zhou Yi observed the purple Ying sword with joy on his face, he found a trace of blood on his back. If he hadn't been so sensitive, he would have thought it was blood-stained accidentally. The blood mark appeared after killing the Jialan saint. It didn't take much guessing to know that it was some kind of magic spell, either an evil spell or a revenge mark. In Jialan's memory, the blood shadow demon technique comes from the blood demon Dao. It is also the key for the Lord of Six Paths to destroy the Dakian. 9 times out of 10, the blood mark is the secret method of the blood shadow demon technique. Zhou Yi circulated his magic power, like a surging river, rushing towards the location of the mark arrogantly. No matter what kind of spell mark it is, it cannot be separated from the support of spells. The mark is the form, and the mantra is the root. Similar to germs and symptoms, if the germs are eliminated, the symptoms will no longer be supported and the disease will heal naturally without medication. The blood-colored mark continued to fade under the erosion of the majestic mana. The core wisp of blood resisted tenaciously for several hours, and finally collapsed under the majestic and endless mana. Zhou Yi's method of breaking the spell seems simple and crude, but few people can use it. When ordinary monks are hit by a spell, they either wait for the effect of the spell to take effect and adapt accordingly, or they find ways to crack it and prescribe the right medicine. Everyone opened the combination lock, and while others guessed and tested again and again, Zhou Yi just chopped the lock open with an axe. There are still 8 months left, and we are still 2,500 years away from a small goal. We need to practice more diligently. Zhou Yi realized the benefits of strong magic power. No matter how wonderful your secret techniques are, I will break them with my endless magic power. In the legend, there is a force that breaks all laws to prove the Tao. It is similar to my qi that breaks all laws. The holy world of Huangchuan. The blue sky and white clouds, the fairy spirit fluttering, and the peaceful atmosphere. Under the condensation of the large-scale spirit gathering array, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turns into colorful clouds. If it accumulates too much, it will cause spiritual rain. The holy world of Huangchuan is the mastermind behind dozens of demon kingdoms in Jizhu, and is the retreat place for the leader of the demonic Daoist Six Paths. An ethereal stream of light fell in the holy world and turned into a young man of different colors. The man is elegant and handsome, with a majestic air. His long hair hangs casually on his shoulders. He is wearing a navy blue scholar's long shirt and holding a folding fan with a map of mountains and rivers. If he walks on the street, he will captivate many wealthy ladies. Brother Headmaster, why are you looking for me? On the originally empty throne, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared, his voice calm and cold. Inner demon, Jialan is dead. Go and investigate in person. The handsome young man is the demon in the 6 paths of heavenly demons who is frightening and more frightening than the master of the 6 paths. Master, Dakian is full of Yinsi gods, and local officials also practice humanistic Qi luck techniques, which are the best way to restrain the possession of inner demons. The inner demon frowned slightly. It's better to let the blood demon go. He has long wanted to go to Dakian to refine 3,000 blood godsons and perfect the blood shadow demon skill. The 6 paths of the demon were originally 6 sects of demons. Thousands of years ago, a peerless demon appeared in the demon palace, sweeping across Jizhu and forcibly merging the 6 sects into one. However, the 6 paths of practice are different, and some practice concepts are even completely opposite. After so many years, they have not been completely integrated. The master of the 6 paths is usually the demonic Dao master concurrently, but the other 5 paths have autonomy, so the inner demons can refuse if they don't want to wade into troubled waters. 10 magic beads. The white-haired old man is the current lord of the 6 paths. As long as the cause of Jialan's death is investigated, I will send people to the demon-slaying division again. What kind of treasure does the Demon Slayer division have that the headmaster has been thinking about for hundreds of years? The inner demon waited for a long time and got no answer, so he nodded and agreed, I need to refine the inner demon clone, so can I advance the demon beats in advance? The Lord of Six Paths waved his hand, and 10 purple orbs fell into the hands of the inner demon, and then turned into smoke and disappeared. Inner demon, if you let me know that you are acting in a deceitful manner, hell will be your destination. Eating the emperor's salary and being loyal to the emperor, don't worry, master. The inner demon secretly glanced at the throne, greed flashed in his eyes, and then turned into a stream of light and flew to the sky. Fast forward 8 months later. After Zhou Yi had been in the torture chamber for 10 years, the contract of selling himself was automatically terminated. No one dared to interfere with the decision-making of the Demon Slayer division commander, not to mention that Zhou Yi was a good friend of the Buddhist master Fahei. In the morning, I took over the last 2 things ordered by Lieutenant Liu, a deed of betrayal, and the document appointing an accounting clerk under the chief bookkeeper of the Ministry of Property. Zhou Yi killed 2 monsters and took the documents to report to the Ministry of Things. Monob is also located underground. If the Demon Slayer prison is on the 2nd underground floor, Monob is on the 1st underground floor, right next to the underground exit. The chief clerk's surname was Chen Mingxiao. Zhou Yi used his spiritual eyes to check and found out that he was a Taoist monk with considerable strength. Master Chen checked the documents, entered the Book of Changes into the register of the Ministry of Things, and asked, "Are you literate?" Literacy is just like calligraphy. That's good, just be literate. Master Chen called an old man, Old Zhang, he will follow you from now on to record the 5 internal organs account books. Lao Zhang clapped his hands happily and laughed, okay, finally someone is here. Now there are so many delivered every day, I, an old man, can't even remember them. You drink less and get drunk half the day. What can you do well? Master Chen turned around and said a few words to Zhou Yi. He probably learned from Lao Zhang, don't learn to drink, do things well, and give out big red envelopes at the end of the year. Zhou Yi nodded repeatedly, and after Lao Zhang came over, he restrained his magical aura. Lao Zhang, who was slovenly and drunk every day, turned out to be a 3rd-level god-refining expert, and his strength was no worse than Fahei's. Could this be the legendary sweeping monk? No, it's the accounting monk. Chapter 17 The Expiration of 10 Years. The accounting monk Lao Zhang was named Zhang Cheng. He had rosacea, smelled of alcohol, and the clerk's uniform was wrinkled and hadn't been washed for an unknown amount of time. Judging from his appearance, he must be at least 70 years old. If Zhang Cheng was just an ordinary person, he would definitely live a long life in Daqian. The masters of the 3rd level, whether they are orthodox or heretical, are more or less involved in refining gods. The illusory soul turned into a tangible ghost. At first it could only travel at night, but later it could travel during the day. It was said that the soul of the 1st-level realm was no different from ordinary people. The physical body nourishes the soul, and the soul feeds back to the physical body. The lifespan is at least 300 to 500 years. The length of lifespan is different from the method of cultivation. Generally speaking, the average lifespan of Shinto is the longest, while the average lifespan of martial arts is the shortest. Martial arts belongs to the side sect, which emphasizes the body but not the spirit. The threshold for easy learning is low. However, reaching the 3rd level only extends life to 300 to 500 years. Demonic monks belong to another type of short-lived people. They fight and kill enemies all over the place, and one day they capsize in the gutter. In a world filled with monsters and monsters, if you want to survive, there are many ways to do it. It is not impossible for a strong martial artist to turn into a ghost cultivator. Zhang Cheng gave Zhou Yi the impression that he had a close magical aura, and he was most likely an authentic Taoist sect. Taoist exercises are the most self-cultivation, and it is not a problem for a 3rd-level master to stay young forever. However, Zhang Cheng's figure is trembling, as if he is ready to stretch his legs and stare at any time. Zhou Yi guessed that he was either deliberately covering it up or that he was about to die after living for hundreds of years. Our Ministry of Materials doesn't have that many rules. The clerk's task is to record the demonic materials that are put into the warehouse every day. Zhang Cheng led the way, introducing from time to time the fur department, dental department, otology department, foreign body department. There are 1 or 2 clerks in each department, most of whom are immersed in writing. They will say hello to Zhang Cheng when they see him. They are obviously veterans of the Ministry of Things. Our place is relatively remote. It belongs to the Department of 5 Internal Organs. It records the internal organs and 5 internal organs of the demon clan in different categories. Zhou Yi almost thought he had arrived at an underground black hospital. Fortunately, the demon materials were stored and sealed in special boxes, so the smell of blood would not spread. Otherwise, it would have turned into an underground slaughterhouse. The most numerous people in the property department are warehouse officials and garrison officials. The former is responsible for storage and care, and the latter is responsible for detailed processing. The number of people is less than half of the torture room, but everyone is not weak, at least in the 3rd-level chi refining realm. Zhou Yi learned from the memory of the demon that the 3rd-level middle-class man was a master in the local area, enough to make a county famous and famous for hundreds of miles. However, in the Ministry of Things, he could only be an errand boy. Zhang Cheng led Zhou Yi through a circle of doors, told several taboo locations and rules in the Department of Objects, and finally returned to the Department of 5 Internal Organs. A large single room was filled with various books, many of which were covered with thick dust. Zhang Cheng handed Zhou Yi a stack of booklets. Let's start working now. These are yesterday's accounts sent by the officials. They must be copied into categories to facilitate future inquiries. The classification method is very simple. Follow the order of the first characters of the names in the catalogue of 10,000 demons, and then record them in the book of 5 internal organs. Zhang Cheng explained it once, and Zhou Yi immediately understood what was going on. He probably recorded the demon materials stored every day in a dictionary. In the future, if you need to make elixirs, refine weapons, or cook or fry, you can quickly check the warehouse storage location according to the parts, storage time, and monster name. This is a very boring and time-consuming job. Zhou Yi wondered, Master Zhang, why didn't I see a place to stay and eat? We are officials of the Demon Slayer Department of Dagan. We are on the official list. How can we be imprisoned in a torture chamber? Zhang Cheng said, you can go to the Demon Slayer Division cafeteria for meals, but there is no other way to stay. Living in Kyoto is not easy. With your salary, it will take at least 50 years to buy a small courtyard. The scribe's salary is a monthly salary, which is considered a high salary in the eyes of ordinary people. Are you still going to sleep in a shack after 10 years? Anmin sheds were straw sheds built by the imperial court to house the refugees for free so that they would not run around and be difficult to control. At the beginning, Zhou Yi slept in the Anmin shed. The Demon Slayer division was recruiting people, and they passed several tests and signed the deed of betrayal. Zhang Cheng said, you can also go to the torture room dormitory. Anyway, you are used to living there. Zhou Yi smiled bitterly, Master Zhang is joking, I would rather sleep on the ground in the street and look at the moon and stars. Zhang Cheng chuckled and lowered his voice and said, I'm joking with you, I'll lend you $2 to make do with it for a month. Then you will know the benefits of our Ministry of Materials. Zhou Yi looked confused, but Zhang Cheng didn't give him a chance to ask. He took out the wine gourd and drank a few sips, then found a comfortable position and lay on the ground. Lao Zhang, I am a little tired. You are young and strong, so work quickly. If you are slow in copying, the bookkeeper will punish you. Okay. Zhou Yi was not in a hurry to write. He first sorted through a stack of books, checked the contents of Zhang Cheng's previous records, and compared the format of daily records. Zhang Cheng's handwriting is excellent, with flowing strokes and elegant and stretched fonts. It must have taken a long time to practice. There was only one problem, probably because I had to work hard in the second half of every day, so I changed from running script to cursive script, and finally to doctor's script. A whole page full of symbols. No wonder the chief clerk told me several times not to learn to drink. Joey had long been able to never forget his past mistakes, and he soon knew what to do. Literary officials copy and organize text catalogs, not study mathematics. Call. Call. Zhang Cheng's snoring could be heard from the internal organs department. He was worthy of being a third-level expert to sleep soundly in the gloomy underground. Time passed bit by bit. Joey sorted out yesterday's 785 materials on the 5 Zhang Science and Demon Clan, and began to look through the previous books. These books are the original records sent by the civil servants. The books compiled by the civil servants will be handed over and stored and kept by the warehouse officials according to the entry records. Soul-eating bugs burrow into people's brains, devour souls, and control the body like a living person. They can survive without leaving a trace for decades. There are real dragons lurking in Dakian. Most of the mixed-blood dragon clans in the territory trace their origins to the same ancestor. One dragon breeds one clan. It's amazing. The Demon King of Blackwind Mountain turned out to be a half-demon. The Demon King's son died in the hands of the Demon Slayer division. The villagers found out after checking the blood attributes. The oldest records in these books were events from 100 or 200 years ago. There were countless demon clansmen who died in the demon slaying division, but the demon refining cave was still not filled up. Many of these strange monsters opened Joey's eyes, and he also had ways to deal with them when he saw them in the future. It's so comfortable. Zhang Cheng slowly opened his eyes and stretched. Joey pretended not to know that he was pretending to sleep and handed over the compiled books. Master Zhang, wake up. This is the book that was recorded today. Can you see what's wrong? Hey? You've finished copying it? Let me take a look. Zhang Cheng flipped through it and randomly selected a few items to compare. There were no problems. He praised, not bad, not bad. From now on, you will be responsible for copying and I will proofread. Okay. Joey didn't care about this. If he didn't control the writing speed, Zhang Cheng, who was afraid of pretending to be asleep, found that he could complete it in just a moment by directly manipulating the paper and pen with his magic power. You are good at writing this calligraphy. Who did you learn it from? I am imitating Mr. Zhang's handwriting. I can only resemble it in form, but not in spirit. I will ask for your guidance in the future. In Zhuyi's files of the Demon Slayer division, there is a description of the skill of Cook Ding to eliminate demons. His wrists are extremely flexible, but imitating handwriting is still overkill. Very good, I like you. Today's copying task was completed ahead of schedule. Zhang Cheng took Zhuyi and handed the book to Wang Kangli. Save the $2. It will be enough until the end of the month. Remember to pay me back next month. Zhang Cheng hummed an unknown ditty, shook his head, and walked along the corridor towards the entrance of the underground cave. Joey followed behind, looking at the sunset at the exit with a dark complexion, strange and familiar at the same time. 10 years have passed and it finally came out. Chapter 18, Breaking the Peak with One Sword. The setting sun is like blood. Joey stood outside the underground cave of the Demon Slayer division, breathing freely. When the light shines on his face, his skin appears transparent and pale, and blue-black blood vessels can almost be seen. Zhang Cheng suddenly turned around and said, "Since the establishment of the Demon Slayer division, you are the first torturer to come out alive. Someone told me back then that mortals are the best at creating miracles. I didn't believe it until I saw you. If you let those immortal masters stay in the torture chamber for 10 years, not many of them would survive. I was just lucky enough to meet Master Fa Hai." Joey did not want to attack Zhang Cheng. If he were really immortal, Fa Hei's wooden fish would not be able to save him. Zhang Cheng said with relief, "Everything is over. Work hard, the old man will teach you a trick, practice it diligently, and I will ensure you a long life." "Thanks." Zhou Yi followed Zhang Cheng to the canteen of the Demon Slayer division. When many demon-slaying captains saw Zhang Cheng, they all saluted respectfully. Among them, they also met Captain Zhu, who had been on duty in the A-character section of the execution room. After having enough wine and food, Zhou Yi stood up and left. "I have been in Kyoto for 10 years, and in my memory, apart from the Leaky Anmin shack, I have never seen any other spectacular sights." The name of Luotou comes from the Luo River. It surrounds Kyoto on 3 sides and is backed by mountains in the south. It belongs to the best feng shui pattern. The Demon Slayer division is located on the edge of the southern city of Kyoto, covering an area of dozens of acres, and the underground torture chamber extends to Wushan Mountain. Zhou Yi walked slowly on the street, not using any spells, and went wherever the excitement was. Today is the Lantern Festival. Kyoto has a curfew, and countless people take to the streets. There are rows of shops on the street, with lanterns and colorful decorations in front of the doors. The palace lanterns have all kinds of strange styles, and there are also lantern riddles and poems inscribed on them, attracting tourists to come and watch. Pairs of young men and women were haggling, one with a hot personality holding hands and linking arms in the street. Dakian had Confucianism, but it did not only respect Confucianism, and the restrictions on women were much smaller than the ancient times in Zhou Yi's impression. Shouting, shouting, the sound of carriages and horses, and the noise are all heard. Zhou Yi is surrounded by antique buildings, drifting with the bustling pedestrians, as if it is an incomparable real dream. He looked around blankly, not knowing where he had gone. Tongfu Inn. Zhou Yi noticed the name of the inn and smiled. There was a young and handsome waiter waiting at the door to welcome guests. "Sir, do you want to be a top-notch person or stay in a hotel?" "Stay in the hotel. Please come in." The main currency in Dakian is copper coins and silver, and the exchange ratio fluctuates between 1,000 and 1. Kyotoans are expensive, and a room in a hotel costs about 100 copper coins for one night. The waiter leads the way, and he is actually very good at kung fu, especially light kung fu. The distance of each step is exactly the same. Qi gazing. A flash of light flashed through Zhou Yi's eyes, and he saw the red aura above the waiter's head, which indicated that he had good fortune in recent days. It's a pity that there is a black thread in the red aura, and if one's luck is not good, it will turn into a disaster. The waiter bowed and excused himself. "Sir, I'm going to heat the hot water. If you need anything, call me anytime." Zhou Yi asked, "What's your name?" "My surname is Bai, and my name is Yutang. Don't go out these days, especially to meet women." "Okay, go out." Bai Yutang left with a confused look on his face. He didn't know what this weirdo meant. He was planning to go to Liamen tonight to meet the lover of his dreams. Zhou Yi has a pale face, grey and white hair on top of his head, and his clothes are of a strange style, and he cannot recognize the material. He looks very much like a weirdo in the world. At this time, another guest came in for dinner, and Bai Yutang immediately went up to greet them. It's 3 o'clock in the night. Zhou Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and the window opened automatically without wind, turning into a sword light and escaping out. There was no one on the streets of Kyoto, as if the bustle not long ago was just an illusion. The night wind blows, the fallen leaves are flying, and occasionally there are a few bangs and the faint sound of small candles. The sword light shuttled through the shadows, avoiding the night patrols, including masters in official uniforms, to prevent evil spirits from harming people. A moment later, Zhou Yi's light fell on an unknown mountain 100 miles away. The moon is bright, the stars are few, and everything is silent. Zhou Yi stood in the air, opened his mouth and spit out the Ziying sword. 9,500 years of magic power was circulating, and the sound of the waves crashing on the shore came from within his body. After practicing the Huangting Taoist Sutra for nearly 10,000 years, even if the main effect of the Taoist Sutra is not to increase mana, after 9,500 years of practice, the amount of mana in the Danshan has surpassed the world. The purple Ying sword trembled slightly, rising into the sky, turning into a purple sword light dozens of feet long. Zhou Yi has returned to his original appearance, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a face like a crown of jade, and long hair flying in all directions in the night wind. Hanging under the blue sky, standing in the bright full moon, it seems as if an immortal has descended, and he really looks like a complete reader. Cut. Holding the sword secret with his hand, the sword light slashed diagonally on the mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peak broke off, and the upper half of it fell into landslides, shattering at the foot of the mountain. The remaining peaks are as smooth as a mirror and slightly tilted, reflecting the full moon in the sky. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether the moon was in the sky or on the mountain peak. Not bad. Zhou Yi held back his proud smile and waved his hand to recall the Ziying sword. Ziyai Yingjian has been suffocating in the underground palace. He came out for a long time to have some fun, only in a small cell. Now the sword broke off the peak with a willful sword, which continued to tremble in Zhou Yi's hand, and there was a strong feeling of joy. I will often take you out to have fun in the future. Before Zhou Yi could finish his words, he sensed several auras approaching rapidly, his figure flashed and fell to the ground, and he used the earth escape method to leave. After a while, more than a dozen figures of different shapes surrounded Broken Peak in the center. On top of the Broken Peak, the sword energy of the purple Ying immortal sword remains, which can sting with the naked eye. Monk Wuxiang, can you see the man at Broken Peak? One of the white-haired scholars asked the monk who came first. Amitabha. The poor monk was practicing meditation nearby. He rushed over immediately when he heard the sound. He didn't see anyone. The Buddha's Dharma was operating without phase, and the golden Buddha's light fell on the Broken Peak, making a crackling sound. Small sword energy emerged from the mountain peaks, confronting the Buddha's teachings. However, the Buddha's light is mighty and the sword energy is just a tree without roots and will soon be wiped out. Monk, stop, don't destroy the remaining sword energy. The speaker was a swordsman in blue shirt, who looked to be only in his 20s or 30s, Master Wang. The Tongtian sword sect wants to buy this peak from the imperial court, and is willing to. The sloppy old Taoist interrupted the swordsman, Pei Yu, this sword energy is the Taoist sword control method at first glance. Why should I belong to your Tongtian sword sect? Why, Master Wuchen wants to fight with swords. Pei Yu was not polite at all. He loved the sword and never cared much about human relations. The others were not proficient in the art of swordsmanship, so they couldn't help but feel frightened when they looked at each other. Pei Yu is the leader of the Tongtian sword sect. He is born with a sword heart and has a psychic mind. His ancestors even had sword masters. The origin background of Wuchen Zhenren is even more terrifying. He is one of the three great gates in Daqian and is the supreme elder of Shangqing Luofu Sword Palace. Two great masters of swordsmanship in Daqian actually fought over a broken peak. How is this possible? Once a conflict occurs between the Tongtian sword sect and the Luofu Sword Palace, it will affect the stability of Daqian to a certain extent, and the court will never allow it. Wuxiang withdrew the Buddha's light, carefully understood the changes, and found a trace of the purple Ying sword's aura. Pure Yang treasure, this is an immortal sword. Immortal sword. The white-haired scholar's face changed slightly, and he waved a book and dropped it on the mountain peak. Guanshan Jing. The book fell, and layers of illusory mountain peaks appeared, sealing the broken peak within it. You two, please stop arguing. This matter must be reported to His Majesty before a decision can be made. Chapter 19 Waste Elixir and Inferior Meat. Longevity Palace. Green smoke curls up. There was a faint sound of chanting. Wang Ye asked to see Emperor Jingtai. After being informed by the chamberlain, he waited for a long time before being allowed in. Jingtai Emperor Li Xian was wearing a navy blue Taoist robe, sitting cross-legged on a futon, with the Taoist scripture in his hand. When he saw Wang Ye coming in, he smiled. "Wang Iking, why do you want to see me?" "Just discuss the affairs of the court with the prince." "His Majesty." Wang Ye looked at the left and right sides of the hall, where a dozen middle-aged and elderly Taoists were meditating and refining their qi. Emperor Jingtai said, "I love you, but it doesn't matter." Wang Ye bowed and said, "Your Majesty, an hour ago a Taoist sword cultivator took action 100 miles southeast of Kyoto and cut off the mountain peak with one sword. Master Wuchen is said to be at least a first-class swordsman." "Hey? A first-grade sword cultivator is indeed an extraordinary expert." Emperor Jingtai put away the Taoist scriptures and looked slightly straighter. Dakian is known as the Divine Dynasty, and there are many high-ranking third-level masters. However, it is extremely rare to reach the first-level realm, not to mention swordsmen who are famous for killing. Wang Ye continued, "Master Wuxiang used the secret method of cause and effect to sense the remaining sword energy and judged that it was an immortal sword." "Immortal weapon?" Emperor Jingtai's voice became serious. "Master Wuxiang, are you sure you got it right? First-grade sword cultivators are rare in the world, but there are still a few in Dakian, such as the ancestor of the Qian cultivator of the Luofu Sword Palace and the previous head of the Tongtian Sword Sect. Immortal weapons are already treasures that exceed the first-level realm. Once they exert their strongest power, they can be compared to true immortal arhats. Dakian has ruled Yunzhou for 1500 years, and there is no immortal weapon to suppress the national destiny. The remaining sword energy contains the pure Yang aura, and it is 90% correct." Li Ye pointed his finger, and a light curtain appeared in the hall, and what was displayed inside was Duanfeng. Emperor Jingtai waved his hand to capture a wisp of breath from the light curtain and sensed it carefully. "It is indeed a fairy sword. Chu Daban, go investigate it yourself and be sure not to make any announcement." A figure appeared in the corner of the hall. It was Eunuch Chu, the chief steward of the Internal Affairs Department, one of the 4 immortal departments. The 4 great immortal divisions: the demon-slaying division is murderous and tyrannical, the dragon-guarding division is mysterious and mystical, the immortal pension division has a wide network of people, and the Internal Affairs division is neither high nor low, which will only make people look bad. As commanded. East Palace. The Prince of the Prison Country is reviewing the memorial. Dakian has a vast territory, and its 16 states were once dozens of countries. Now they are managed under a unified management, and there is a mountain of affairs that need to be reviewed every day. A young eunuch came in from the side door and whispered a few words in the prince's ear. Snapped. The prince's face was calm, and the pen in his hand was broken into 2 pieces. "Please come, Mr. Qin." After a while, Qin Hong, the attendant of the East Palace, came in. The prince stood back, his face could no longer hold back, and the clouds were tight. "Sir, Wang Ye, the Minister of Rights, went to see my father. It is said that there are traces of the fairy sword." Qin Hong drank the tea slowly and paused slightly when he heard the fairy sword. "Your Highness, there is no need to pay attention to the matter of the immortal sword. Regardless of whether it can be found, who can take it from a first-grade sword cultivator who holds an immortal sword?" The prince said solemnly, "Sir, if we can recruit him." Qin Hong interrupted the prince, "Your Highness, you are now the supervisor of the country and have great power. You don't need to do anything, just wait slowly." "Wait." The prince's voice was louder. "Having been a prince for 30 years, do you still have to be a superintendent of the country for 30 years? Has the Teju of Dakian been able to serve as a prince for 60 years? Your Majesty is extremely talented in martial arts. He reached the 3rd level in 10 years. The late emperor praised him as Emperor Guangming." Qin Hong said, "Now that I can withdraw from the court and focus on cultivation, and give His Highness the power to supervise the country, I have already shown my attitude. Gu is not a teenager. He is already over 60 years old. He has the power to supervise the country. Do you believe it, sir? The prince stroked his grey hair. Everything in the court is not under the control of my father. I am just a tool. I paid my respects to my father a few days ago. I have grey hair. My father is light and healthy. I don't know who it is. Who is the father and the son? Your Highness, be careful what you say. Qin Hong waved his hand and set up a soundproof ban. Who knows how many emperors' eyes and ears were in the East Palace? Don't worry, Your Highness, we don't need to take action ourselves. We just need to wait for Eunuch Chu to find the traces of the fairy sword. With Your Majesty's mind and character, conflicts will inevitably occur. It won't be too late to recruit him when the time comes. Sir, this is my humorous. Qin Hong nodded slightly and pretended not to hear clearly. Early morning. Zhou Yi woke up from a deep sleep and had breakfast at the inn. Steamed buns, porridge, and pickles were far inferior to the fish and meat served in the prison, but Zhou Yi's appetite was greatly improved after eating them. Chew carefully and swallow the food into your belly, and it will be immediately refined into nothingness by the Huangting Tao Sutra, and will not be deposited in the body at all. Most monks do not eat whole grains to avoid contaminating the innate body, and they also spend time using magic to remove it. However, Zhou Yi could not bear to part with the smoke in the world. Huangting Daojing does not have any special attributes such as ice, fire, thunder, and wind. Its only characteristic is that it continues to run on its own. Zhou Yi wiped his mouth after eating and drinking, and asked, "Shopkeeper, why don't you see the waiter from yesterday?" The shopkeeper was settling the accounts and responded without raising his head, "I went out to watch the lanterns last night. I don't know what happened. I haven't come back yet." Zhou Yi shook his head secretly and did not ask any more questions. Passing through half of the southern city, we arrived at the Demon Slayer Division's headquarters. Monob token, find out the identity, and return to Monob. Before Zhang Cheng came, Lu Gilai had already sent a booklet, which recorded the demon materials sent by the execution room yesterday. Lao Zhang went to Chunfeng Tower yesterday, and he probably won't wake up today. Lu Wulai chuckled, "I have old arms and legs, and I am not afraid of being entangled in a bunch of women." Heeb. Zhou Yi accurately grasped the key point. As for death, it was impossible. I had never heard of an expert in the god-refining realm dying from exhaustion. The two looked at each other, as if they had met their soul mates, and the atmosphere suddenly became happy. Literary officials from other departments arrived one after another. They greeted Zhou Yi and chatted for a few words before starting to copy the books. In the afternoon, Zhang Cheng wandered to work. Zhou Yi had finished organizing the transcripts. Zhang Cheng turned over a few pages and sent them to Master Chen, while also praising the Warren of Chunfeng Tower. Master Chen was once a talented man, and he severely despised Zhang Cheng's taste. On the second day after arriving, Zhou Yi had already clearly felt the difference between the Ministry of Materials and the prison department. They were both minor officials who did not belong to the imperial court, so they were probably the difference between regular workers and contract workers. After getting to know each other for more than half a month, Zhou Yi had become familiar with his colleagues and even went to drink several times. Of course, Zhou Yi was not the one who paid the bill. The money he paid for staying in the inn was borrowed by Zhang Cheng, so he was completely broke. This day. Finally, the day came for the monthly stipend to be paid out. The minor officials responsible for the work in the Wuifang are not at the official level, and their salaries are not issued by the court and are handled by their departments themselves. Zhou Yi followed Zhang Cheng to see the official buy and receive the scribe's salary. "Old Zhang, this is yours, 2 waste pills, 10 pounds of bad meat, and $500. Officer Bai handed a package of things to Zhang Cheng and looked at Zhou Yi, 13 days of work last month, which counts as half a month. 1 useless elixir, 5 kilograms of bad meat, and $500. Thank you, Lord Bai. Zhou Yi took the money, a white porcelain vase, and a dark meat strip. Leave the secretary's room. Zhou Yi smelled the meat strips and easily judged that they were the internal organs of the tiger-like demon clan. Opening the porcelain bottle, there was a black pill inside. After sniffing it, it seemed to be a jinki pill. Jinki pills are the lowest elixirs. They are made from the essence of demon clan's flesh and blood. They can replenish blood and energy. Ordinary people can take them to strengthen their health. Don't look at it, the meat is good, and the elixir is fine too. Zhang Cheng opened the porcelain bottle, poured out a pill, and threw it directly into his mouth. It tastes a little worse than before. Chapter 20, Disgraceful to Politeness. Zhou Yi immediately understood the benefits of things mentioned by Zhang Cheng. At the same time, the doubts were solved. All of my colleagues owned real estate in Beijing and were very generous in spending money when they went out. With only his monthly salary, Zhang Cheng could not even enter the Chunfeng Tower. Pill. Even the lowest level Jingqi pill is worth a lot of money. Yesterday he walked around Beijing, and there were pharmacies selling elixirs. The quality of the elixirs was not as good as the Jingqi elixirs, but the price was only dozens of taels. Zhang Cheng said, I will introduce you to a businessman who specializes in buying waste pills and inferior meat. You can use it yourself, but don't sell it at will. Zhou Yi immediately understood that this businessman must have a deep background, otherwise he would not be able to accept the business of the Ministry of Things. Is it okay to do this? They secretly resold imperial elixirs, and if the incident happened, they would probably all die. Zhou Yi doesn't care about the elixirs, but he can't abandon the treasure land of the Demon Slayer division. How dangerous it would be to slay the demons with his own hands. Of course, Zhou Yi is very confident about his own strength. Even if they can't be called invincible, they are definitely the strongest handful. He just doesn't want to show off, or is rather stubborn, but he's not a fool. Monsters and ghosts are not fools either. If they can't beat you, they will run away, fight in groups, sneak attacks, traps, poison, and curse. There is only a thin line between life and death. It is never about being strong that can dominate the world. It's inevitable for the officials to accidentally damage the demon materials when handling them. When making elixirs in the alchemy room, it's normal to have a few waste elixirs in each furnace. Zhang Cheng said, we are recycling waste. Zhou Yi wondered, why not just sell it and get more salary? There are hundreds of officials in the Ministry of Things, and the pills distributed every month are worth tens of thousands. The Shangguan can handle it on his own and give more money to the junior officials, and he doesn't have any objections to it. They are given to us for disposal, but selling them for money is corruption and perversion of the law. Zhang Cheng glanced at Zhou Yi and said with rare seriousness, there are a lot of truths here, you are just a small shrimp and a millet, just go with the flow. Thank you for your advice, sir. Zhou Yi still had doubts in his heart. Seeing that Zhang Cheng was no longer interested in talking, he immediately changed the topic. I received a lot of help from you in the past few days. Please accept this pill as a thank you gift. You're a quick learner, so you started bribing Shangguan. What I don't need most, Lao Zhang, is money. Zhang Cheng said no, but happily took the porcelain bottle, his old face full of wrinkles and smile. Why don't you be a grown-up? Just call me Lao Zhang from now on. Let's go, let's get my salary, and I'll take you to Chunfeng Tower to see a lot of things. Chunfeng Tower. The legendary brothel. Most of men's yearning for ancient times comes from this. Located in the most lively Yirenfang in Nanshan, there are already many customers coming in and out before nightfall. Zhang Cheng was obviously a regular customer. As soon as he came in, he was pulled by several women and went directly to the second floor. The money Xiao Zhou spent will be recorded in Lao Zhang's account. Fortunately, Zhang Cheng had not completely forgotten the book of changes. Otherwise, if he ate bawang chicken, he would not know whether he could pay for it with meat sticks. The Chunfeng building is 3 stories high and adopts a very fashionable hollow style, very much like a modern shopping mall. There are singing and dancing performances on the 1st floor, and guests can rest and sleep on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Zhou Yi walked around and found nothing new except that the girl was pretty, had a good figure, and had a good temperament. I found a deserted corner, ordered a few dishes, ordered a bottle of wine, and watched the waiters dancing on the stage. Listening to the bragging from the guests around him, Zhou Yi probably understood the routine of Chunfeng Tower. The King Guo who was still dancing and singing was just selling his skills and not his body. When the reputation has accumulated to a certain level, dignitaries will be invited to bid, and then it will be the turn of ordinary wealthy businessmen, and then they will become women on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Why does this process sound familiar? The nobles took turns performing on the stage, and some scholars composed poems on the spot, praising their appearance and expressing their admiration, which attracted waves of applause. Just a few words came and went, like a fairy in the sky, a stunning beauty in the world, and I don't know if they were invited to increase their social status. Until this time, Zhou Yi couldn't wait for Zhang Cheng to come downstairs. He was worthy of being a 3rd-level expert. He was not tired for more than 3 hours. Just as he was about to get up and leave, warm cheers suddenly sounded in the hall. Warren! Miss Minjiu! A gentleman is so kind! Along with the cheers, a figure descended from the sky and flew around in a circle with the colorful silk hanging in advance, causing even higher cheers. This big job is too messy. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed, and the Warren dancing in the air turned out to be a white fox. White Fox's strength is about the 3rd level, but his illusion skills are extremely subtle. Zhou Yi didn't even see through it without using his spiritual eye skills. After the Warren appeared, the atmosphere reached a climax. Many young men in gorgeous clothes were jealous and competed for rewards. The flattering poems were obviously on a higher level. The poor scholar couldn't compete with the children of the aristocratic family for money, so he had to compete with his literary talents. Most of what is written in the book is that the Warren admired the scholar's talent and not only stayed close to him, but also offered gold and silver to support his studies. As for things like getting named on the gold list, abandoning your wife and children, don't worry about these little things. Zhou Yi shook the wine pot, but it was empty. He was about to ask someone to bring wine. In front of the Warren, the young master only cares about drinking and does not understand elegance. The voice was clear and sweet. Zhou Yi turned his head and saw a young man slowly walking over. At this time, all the guests were full of enthusiasm and wanted to rush to the stage. They were no different from the crazy starstruck fans in their previous lives. Zhou Yi sat alone in a corner drinking wine, which actually stood out. Observing the person carefully, he looked handsome and dressed luxuriously, but his throat was too flat and his chest muscles were too developed. The young man's surname is Wang Minghao, and he happens to be alone, so why not share a table with us? Brother Wang, please let me have a rough guy next week. Zhou Yi suddenly understood why women in ancient times disguised themselves as men and everyone was blind and couldn't recognize them. Who wouldn't be able to think something out of a beautiful young lady drinking with you? Wang Hao asked someone to serve 2 jugs of wine, including the finest jade jug with ice, and drank with Zhou Yi pretending to be familiar with them. Warren Minjiuyan is famous in Kyoto. Brother Zhou can't resist its charm. He must be a true gentleman. It's nothing. If you see it too much, you'll become immune. Zhou Yi said meaningfully, I work in the demon-slaying department, and those fox demons, snake spirits, white fairies, and ghosts are no worse than this one on the stage. Wang Hao looked surprised, so it turns out that this is a master of the demon-slayer department, so disrespectful and disrespectful. Unfortunately, the performance level was not up to par, so Zhou Yi slowly put away the waste card on the corner of the table to avoid Wang Hao's embarrassment. Wang Hao glanced at the dancing Warren and sighed, some people have seen too many ghosts and are still addicted to beauty. What special skills does Mr. Zhou have? Zhou Yi followed her gaze and saw that under the stage, a young man in a blue shirt with extraordinary temperament was in the front row, painting with a brush. From a perspective that does not understand the art of painting, the young man's painting skills can be regarded as superb. Let me ask you, does the Warren's shit smell? Forward. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he covered his smile with his orchid finger. This Warren probably doesn't poop, but he is good at farting, very smelly. This was the first time I saw a young lady disguised as a man. She was so handsome. Zhou Yi would definitely beat the pretender to death. That's enough, the Warren also farts, how can you let people indulge in it? Haha, brother Zhou, wait a moment, I'll be right back. Wang Hao, with a light figure, shuttled among the crowd and said a few words in the ear of the young man in blue shirt. The blue-shirted young man's face turned dark. Looking at the lifelike and fairy-like pictures of ladies, there was no sense of beauty at all. Disgraceful to politeness. Chapter 21 Background and Background. Which academy should I study in, brother? The young man in blue shirt came over aggressively and asked. Art requires state of mind and inspiration. Every time I think of the Warren farting, I want to tear up the painting. Zhou Yi said, if you haven't read a book, you are just a butcher. Wang Hao whispered something to the blue-shirted young man, and his eyebrows and eyes suddenly relaxed. It turns out he's from the Demon Slayer division. No wonder he doesn't like Miss Minjiu. The blue-shirted young master cupped his hands and said, I'm Wang Bowen, and I'm teaching at Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy is the first of the 4 universities in Daqian. He looks like he is only in his mid-20s, but he is able to serve as a teacher there, which is considered to be an outstanding talent. Book of Changes, scribe of the Department of Monster Slaying and the Ministry of Things. Zhou Yi's tone was a little cold. Wang Bowen obviously knew that the dancer on the stage was a vixen. Instead of rejecting her, he wholeheartedly pursued her. After staying in the demon slaying department for a long time and hearing too much about demons and cannibals, no matter how Zhou Yi controls his heart and treats people fairly, he will naturally dislike the demon clan. There are indeed good people among the demon clan, but there are more people who break laws and disciplines. On the whole, they are in confrontation with the human race and compete for living space. It is not unreasonable for people who are not from my race to have different minds. Wang Bowen straightened his clothes and sat opposite Zhou Yi, with his back straight and giving instructions in a teacher's voice. The Demon Slayer division has always been biased against the Demon Clan. As the saying goes, the Demon Clan is no different from the human race. They also have parents. However, the Demon Slayer division's blind killing has intensified the conflict between the 2 clans, which is detrimental to the stability of the country. A flash of light flashed through Zhou Yi's eyes, but he failed to see through Wang Bowen's realm, which was covered by a layer of rich green aura. Those with green energy indicate official luck, so there is also a saying that the person will rise to the top. What official position does Brother Wang hold in the court? In the 45th year of Jingtai's reign, he was a Jinshi scholar and edited the Hanlin Academy. It turns out that editor Wang was in person, disrespectful and disrespectful. Zhou Yi immediately understood the source of his youthfulness. Hanlin editor was not an ordinary position. His job rank was only 7th or 8th grade, and his future was greater than that of the head of a county. On weekdays, people are mostly involved in core government affairs, similar to the prince's secretary. If his official career goes well, he may become a cabinet minister. Wang Bowen said proudly, I have been studying the demon clan for a long time and wrote a volume called 10 Strategies for Annihilating Demons and Soothing the People. Fortunately, His Highness the Crown Prince favors. I wonder who your father is, Brother Wang? What is his position? Zhou Yi directly interrupted Wang Bowen. My father was the Minister of Rights at that time. Wang Bowen replied subconsciously, and when he thought about it, his face suddenly turned red. You, pickled the butcher, and the stupid people cannot be taught. After saying that, he stood up and walked away. Giggle. Wang Hao, who was listening on the sidelines, finally couldn't help but laugh like a silver bell. Zhou Yi said, "Girl, why don't you go and comfort me? Men also need to be coaxed." "Ah!" Wang Hao screamed, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he ran away with his sleeves covering his face. "Not too stupid. As long as you cover your face, it's not me who's embarrassed." Zhou Yi turned to look at the stage. The Warren Minjiu had finished dancing and invited several talented scholars to the stage to talk about poetry and songs. Who said this fox demon is not illegal? In Zhou Yi's spiritual eyes, he could clearly see wisps of yang energy gathering into the Warren's body. Fox demons are yin and cold in nature and need to absorb yang energy to reconcile the demonic energy. Among them, the fastest way is to communicate in depth, the second is to suck the blood of women, and the third is to use charm skills to arouse desires like in Warren, peel off cocoons, and gather sand into a tower. No matter what, the Daqian law strictly prohibits the demon clan from absorbing yang qi for cultivation. Zhou Yi waited until it was almost time to see Zhang Cheng coming down from upstairs, so he left and returned to the inn. Early the next morning, Zhang Cheng came unexpectedly in the morning and saw that Zhou Yi was already on duty, so he nodded with satisfaction. "How did you feel yesterday?" "I gained a lot of knowledge." Zhou Yi kept transcribing in his hand, "I just don't feel good about the Warren. It was the first time in 2 lives to experience the world of mortals. Given Chunfeng Tower's status in Kyoto, it was considered a top club in the previous life. I didn't know which way the door was opening." "Warren Minjiu, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Cheng skillfully poured water and made tea, and a warm fragrance hit his nose, which actually dissipated a lot of the coldness underground. The common people in Zhuyi did not understand the art of tea ceremony. Seeing Zhang Cheng's movements and gestures of making tea, they were simple, natural, and not formal, which made people feel comfortable and made up their mind to learn from him in the future. Zhou Yi considered his sentence and said, "The ones born by Warren Minjiu are very similar to those in the torture chamber." Zhang Cheng glanced at Zhou Yi in surprise. "It's such a pity for such a high spiritual awareness. There is indeed a problem with the Warren, and it cannot be easily dealt with," he said and handed over a teacup. "Have a taste." "Thanks." Zhou Yi asked doubtfully, "So, the Demon Slayer division knows about this?" Whenever demons are involved in Kyoto, there is nothing that the Demon Slayer division doesn't know about. Zhang Cheng took advantage of the heat and elaborated, "But according to Daqian law, there is no requirement to kill monsters that do not harm people." Zhou Yi smelled the aroma of tea and felt that his soul felt comfortable. He followed Zhang Cheng's example and sipped it slowly, feeling a stream of hot air rush into his brain. The spiritual energy in the tea slowly nourishes the soul and consciousness, as if you are in a state of confusion and wakefulness, just before you are drunk. Zhou Yi couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. "Good tea, it actually makes me feel tipsy." "That's natural. How else would it be called Zy Chungyi?" Zhang Cheng carefully put away the 1-inch-high, thumb-thick tea can, and said proudly, "This is collected from a few female trees in Baiun Temple. If we weren't so proud, no one else could even smell it." "Lao Zhang, can the demon clan live in Daqian without breaking the law?" Zhou Yi thought of the little fox Feng Linger hidden in his sleeve. It seemed that he had not broken any laws, and besides, he was half human. The half-human, half-demon soul is manifest, and half is based on the strength of the parent's blood. Feng's father is just an ordinary scholar, so Feng Linger's soul is only in the shape of a fox. "What? Do you still want to raise a fox girl?" Zhang Cheng winked and laughed like a man, and then sighed regretfully, "Don't even think about it. If that fox didn't have a backer, he would have skinned it and made it into a scarf for the nobles." Zhou Yi suddenly understood that all the monsters with backgrounds in Journey to the West were taken away, and the monsters without backgrounds were beaten to death with sticks. The Monkey King, all has his own background to conquer demons, not to mention the Demon Slayer division. Seeing Zhou Yi's silence, Zhang Cheng drank all the spiritual tea in the cup, then gently tapped the table and hummed along with it. It's about ambition to save the temple, but it's empty-handed and passionate, but the monster has not been killed. It's about a hero who is slaying demons and is in danger. He looks around and feels confused. Sigh, what's the use of traveling around the world? It's better to go back, go back. There's a monster in front of you, catch it quickly. The coloratura is tactful and the charm is long. Zhou Yi's face was full of astonishment, calligraphy, tea ceremony, singing. Lao Zhang was like an old man with treasures. If you think about it carefully, you can understand that practitioners live long lives, and most of them are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, drinking, and tea. Only poetry requires more talent, which cannot be accumulated over time. Singing music, tasting tea, drinking wine, brothel. Zhou Yi didn't know about the lives of other upper-level third-level masters. At least Zhang Cheng lived an extremely nourishing life. He occasionally sighed about his heroic old age, and then rolled into a pile of beauties in the blink of an eye. I had promised Zhou Yi to perform the Zhuang Gong, but I don't know whether I forgot it or deliberately couldn't remember it, so there was no follow-up. Chapter 22 King Kaihuiu. The affair of Warren Minjiahu did not have any impact on Zhou Yi. There are immortal masters from the demon-slaying department who can subdue demons and eliminate them. Even if the sky fell and it didn't hit Zhou Yi on the head, he wouldn't bother to care. The salary will be paid in the second month, and 2 pills will cost the same. Through Zhang Cheng, I met the businessman who purchased the elixir. He looked ordinary and his accent did not seem to be from Kyoto. A pill of 300 taels and a monthly salary have always become symbolic meanings. No wonder everyone says that adjusting the Book of Changes to the Ministry of Things is a gift. As soon as he got rich, he immediately invited his colleagues from the 9 branches. The Chunfeng Tower was gone overnight, and the relationship immediately improved. Among them, the scribe named Li Sun has the most forthright personality. Apart from Zhang Cheng, he has the vaguest status. At the wine table, he lost a fight with Zhou Yi, and after getting drunk, he started bragging that his ancestor was the 7th son of Taizhu of Daqian, the king of Zhongshan, and that he was a member of the royal family of Daqian. It's a pity that it has been passed down for countless generations, and it can't even be considered as a collateral line of the royal family. The only remaining favor from the emperor is to enter the Mononobu department. If your ancestors are rich and your descendants are mediocre, you will inevitably feel depressed. Other colleagues either have deep backgrounds or are powerful and are too lazy to listen to Li Sun's chatter, but Zhou Yi has no reason to refuse. Zhu Yi used the qi-gazing technique to observe that Li Sun's luck was mediocre, and it would be difficult to make a difference without great opportunities. People's luck is not static. The moon waxes and wanes, and people have 3 periods of decline and 6 periods of prosperity. The changes in luck are like waves in the sea, sometimes rising and sometimes falling. The 2 most fundamental factors that affect luck are strength and external objects. Strength is easy to understand, including knowledge, force, official position, power, etc. Every time you advance to the 9th level of cultivation, your luck will increase. Zhang Cheng, who is in the 3rd rank, has a powerful luck that is hundreds of times higher than that of ordinary people. External objects refer to a broad range of things, including money, connections, background, treasures, etc., which can increase luck. The Demon Illustrated Book can be classified as a foreign object that suppresses luck. The 59 years of Daqian and Jingtai passed by in the blink of an eye, with no wind or rain or sunshine. Zhou Yi sorted out books every day, went out for drinks with his colleagues, and learned calligraphy and tea ceremony from Zhang Cheng. The habits left over from his previous life became less and less, and he gradually became a serious official in Kyoto. The only thing that persists is diligent practice. Whenever Zhang Cheng did not return home at night, Zhou Yi would quietly go to the execution room, transform into a torturer, and choose a B character prison demon to kill. The improvement of Taoism is far less than that of the torturer, but it is more secretive. As long as Zhou Yi is willing, he can stay in the Ministry of Things until the Demon Slayer division is disbanded, and no one will care about a mere petty official. The sky is slightly bright. The torture chamber. Zhou Yi transformed into a strange appearance, wearing the clothes of a torturer, and entered the depths of the prison with ease. The new and old torturers changed very quickly. Even the Demon Slayer captain only knew the torturers under his command, and he didn't even know the number of torturers in other departments. In recent days, Zhang Cheng has been obsessed with Chunfengluo's King Mei, and he comes to the Ministry of Things later and later. Zhou Yi had advised him not to work too hard when he was older, but Zhang Cheng smashed the 10-foot-tall rockery in front of him with one punch. When we arrived at the YZI prison, there happened to be a lone torturer in front of him, who was about to open the Y17 prison. A flash of spiritual light flashed, and the torturer fell into an illusion. There is only 1 year left for Daoxing to achieve the small goal. The strength of Daoxing has increased significantly for thousands of years. I don't know what changes will happen in 10,000 years. Zhou Yi transformed into a torturer, took the key and opened the double prison door, and saw the beautiful woman bound by the chains of torture tools. Turns out to be an acquaintance. I saw her dancing a month ago, and a distinguished guest spent thousands of dollars to be her guest. Zhou Yi, Zhang Cheng, and others were also there at that time. According to Li Xuan, they were his grandnephew and the eldest son of Prince Huai. It is the Warren of Chunfeng Tower, Minjiu. It's just that compared to the stunning beauty and dancing skills she once had, she is now extremely miserable. The heavy shackles compressed the neck, forcing him to stretch his neck forward as hard as he could. Iron ropes were passed through the joints of the limbs, and they were locked to the torture rack. 5 nails of different colors penetrated the 5 internal organs. Soul-fixing shackles, bone-penetrating chains, and heart-holding nails. Zhou Yi killed countless demons, and the last person to suffer this torture was the Black Demon Lord who almost massacred the city. Generally speaking, the Demon Slayer division will not torture the dying demon clan. No matter how hateful the death row prisoner is, he still has a full meal before his death, so he will not trouble the fox demon who sucks people's yang energy. Hu Yu heard the sound and tried her best to look up, but her right eye had turned into a black hole. Is that you? A junior official from the Ministry of Finance, I remember your surname is Zhou. Zhou Yi was surprised, you can actually see through my illusion. I am of the bloodline of the Fox Fairy, and I am born with spiritual eyes. How can I be compared to the despicable human race? Hu Yu's voice was hoarse, her words were unclear, her tongue was cut in half, and her teeth had almost been pulled out, but her mouth was still very hard. Did that bitch Princess Huai ask you to kill me? Tell him that the King Kaihu Fox clan will avenge me, and the whole family in Prince Huai's mansion is destined to be exterminated. No one asked me to come, it was just a coincidence. Zhou Yi shook his sleeves, and Feng Linger fell to the ground and turned into a 3-foot-long white fox. Brother Yi is a good person. I was captured by the Demon Slayer division, and he saved me. Feng Linger circled around Hu Yu, sniffing and smelling, and there was a vague blood connection. Soul of the fox. Cough cough cough. Hu Yu coughed violently in excitement, hope flashed in her eyes, are you here to save me? Zhou Yi shook his head, no. I'm here to kill you, but I will make you suffer less torture. The Fox clan must repay kindness. If you save my life, it's not a bad idea to pledge yourself to me. Sorry, I have higher pursuits. Zhou Yi took the instruments of torture and asked, what are your last words? Hu Yu was silent for a moment, making sure that the man in front of her was not joking, and looked at Feng Linger, I want to teach her the cultivation method of Tianhu. Such a pure and powerful spirit fox soul will definitely become the pride of the Fox clan in the future. Kin. This is the top secret of the Fox clan, please stay away. We need to spread the word together. Zhou Yi didn't act rogue for no reason. Up to now, he didn't have a book of cultivation methods, and he didn't even know his own realm. The strength of the upper three realms must be there, but whether it is the first or second level, it is not clear. Although the cultivation method of the human race and monster race is different, it will not break away from the scope of essence, energy, and spirit. He does not need to practice the method of Tianhu, it is only used to refer to the realm and understand himself, which is completely enough. Hu Yueling's eyes flickered. He had never seen such a shameless person before. He was silent for a moment and threatened, "You'd better not leak it out, otherwise King Kaihu will hunt him down to the end." Then he slowly spoke out an article of exercises, a total of 12,000 words, starting from the beginning and going straight to the first level. The secret code of the Sky Fox is divided into 9 levels. Each time you complete a level, a tail will grow. At the Dachshund state, it will transform into a 9-tailed fox. Feng Linger listened and practiced. After Hu Yu finished reciting, one tail split into 2, and after a while it became 3. Hu Yu was stunned and murmured to herself, "Extraordinary talent. The appearance of a fox fairy." Zhou Yi couldn't help but curl his lips. The half-human and half-demon's cultivation qualifications were of the lowest category due to bloodline conflicts. Feng Linger was able to cultivate 3 tails in a short period of time because he had accumulated a lot of experience and developed part of his soul power. In 5 years, Zhou Yi killed more than 5,000 demons, and most of them were in the middle 3rd level. The refined soul power was so huge that even feeding a pig would turn him into a great demon. Now that he has the Tianhu secret code, Feng Linger will make rapid progress in a short period of time until he exhausts the vast sea of soul power in his body. Chapter 23 Sensing Heaven and Earth. Feng Linger finished her training and failed to condense the 4th tail. To cross a great realm requires not only accumulation, but also the understanding of skills and practice. "Thank you, Aunt Yu." Feng Linger bowed 3 times and looked at Zhou Yi with blue eyes. No wonder men prefer fox monsters, they are tender and pitiful, even if their hearts are made of stone, they melt. Zhou Yi waved his hand and put Feng Linger into his sleeve, then turned to look at Hu Yu. "Do you have any last words?" "I know, why do you have to kill me?" Hu Yu said doubtfully, "I can sense that although you are in the demon-slaying division, you are not exterminating all the demon clan. It's hard to say the main reason, but the secondary reason." Zhou Yi said, "Some people say that you did not kill the human race, so you are not guilty. I don't agree, but I want to give it a try and get a verdict." Hu Yu mocked, "Haha, are you going to judge me according to the laws of the human race?" Zhou Yi shook his head and said, "It's not the law of Daqian, it's probably the way of heaven." After the words fell, the torture blade swiped across the back of Hu Yu's neck. After his soul was gone, he returned to his original shape and turned into a white fox more than 3 feet long. He peeled off the fox skin with ease, and his technique was not unfamiliar at all. The most precious thing is the white fox pupil. The magic soul is sealed, but it can see through illusions. It is already a gift. Zhou Yi murmured to himself, "It seems I was right." The demon illustrated book flips. The colors in the White Fox illustrated book are a little clearer again. Obtained doxing for 3 years. Hu Yu's memory appeared in front of Zhou Yi. A descendant of King Kaihu Fox Fairy, he could not bear the coldness of the mountains and the boring practice, so he sneaked out of King Kaihu cave and ran away from home. Passing through the imperial capital of Daqian, he was obsessed with the prosperous world. In order to absorb the yang energy and enter the Chunfeng Tower, he quickly became a famous Warren in Kyoto with the talent and charm of the Fox tribe. The backer of Chunfeng Tower is a priest from the Xian Fengxi. As long as Hu Yu does not directly violate the law of Daqian, the Demon Slayer division is not willing to conflict with the Xian Fengxi over this. Hu Yu's strength has improved greatly, and he has been promoted from the 7th level to the 6th level in just a few years. There is hope for God training in the future. It's a pity that success is beautiful and failure is beautiful. A month ago, Crown Prince Hui fell in love with Hu Yu. He hung around her day and night and even wanted to marry her. This incident finally alarmed Princess Hui, who became furious and had people come to arrest Hu Yu. She was tortured and thrown into the Demon Slayer division. Whether it was the tribute from the Immortal Pension Bureau or the Crown Prince Hui who claimed to be infatuated, he looked on with cold eyes, not even daring to say a word of pleading. What happened next was meeting Zhou Yi. The only supporter in this world is yourself. Zhou Yi sighed and carefully sensed the magic power in his body. It was clear that his Taoism had only increased for 3 years, but the quality had undergone earth-shaking changes. 10,000 years ago, the density of mana was water, but now it is mercury. The same mana can exert 10 times the power. Refining qi is like mercury, nothing more than that. Another change is that Zhou Yi can vaguely sense the flow of breath between heaven and earth. Evil energy, death energy, resentment, murderous energy, anger, and extremely shallow spiritual energy, anger. The characteristics of the execution room are that the evil spirits are rising into the sky. This mysterious feeling of sensing the changes in the breath of heaven and earth is not even described in the Sky Fox secret code. Perhaps, I have stepped into a higher level. Zhou Yi was a little proud and a little troubled. The reward from the Demon Illustrated book is a direct increase in mana and practice, so that his understanding of the path of practice is worse than that of a third-grade monk. The Book of Changes is more like the legendary method of proving the Tao through strength. Without practicing magic, there is no spiritual soul. He can increase his power infinitely until he can pick up the stars and catch the moon, and twist the universe. He is no different from the gods. The vixen who was in the illustrated book is really not trustworthy. Before she died, I helped her find a disciple to inherit, and even put a revenge curse seal on me. As Zhou Yi thought, the fox-shaped curse seal attached to his heart was forcibly dispersed by the magic power. Thousands of years of Taoism are so terrifying. After leaving the torture chamber, the torturer who had fallen into an illusion woke up. In the illusion, he experienced the process of killing Hu Yu, and when he woke up, he seamlessly connected with reality. What is the difference between a true and false dream and reality if you never wake up? It was still early and the colleagues from the Ministry of Materials had not yet arrived. Zhou Yi said hello and began to sort out the transcribed books. Until evening, Zhang Cheng did not come. He handed the book to Master Chen and returned to Tongfu Inn by himself. I have been on duty at the Ministry of Materials for more than half a year and have saved more than 1,000 taels of silver, which is a huge sum of money in the eyes of ordinary people. I have a house, a carriage, a wife, and I can't spend the rest in my lifetime. Zhou Yi thought the same thing at first, until he went to Yahang to inquire about the house price. The price of a yard within 5 cities of the Demon Slayer division is not less than 10,000 taels. After all, it is the 4 great immortals division of Dakian. It is equivalent to a landmark existence. It is understandable that it is expensive. Zhou Yi can use the 5 elements escape technique and control the escape light, which can also be accepted in remote places. As a result, the house price in Xingjiafang, the most remote and backward place, is more than 3,000 taels. Living in the capital is not easy. There are all kinds of problems in Dakian territory, demons are rampant, and rebels are causing chaos. However, the overall prosperity is many times more prosperous than in the previous life. Return to Tongfu Inn. Zhou Yi and the shopkeeper were already familiar with each other, and they chatted about interesting stories about Kyoto over dinner. News spreads fastest among inns and restaurants, and the hottest news today is that the Dakian army defeated the Yaksha demon lord rebels and regained most of the lost territory. The shopkeeper was very interested and told how the general Gongsun Chi mobilized his troops, set up an ambush, and defeated the 8 heavenly kings in one fell swoop, as if he had experienced it himself. It has been 1,500 years since the founding of Dakian, and the Li royal family has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Almost everyone believes that the rebels are nothing more than scabies. Zhou Yi returned to the guest room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to carefully figure out the secret code of Tianhu. The secret book of the Sky Fox is divided into 3 volumes, detailing the cultivation of the 9th level. The first volume of body refining can be divided into 3 layers: skin, flesh, and bone. The little demons in this realm have greatly increased their intelligence and physical strength, far surpassing those of their own kind. He is still unable to change his human form, so he can only rely on illusions to deceive mortals. Until he changed his mortal bones, rebelled against his innate nature, and became a 3rd-grade demon. It is said that the human race does not have dust bones. There should be other standards that represent the innate realm. It should be the connection of the 8 extraordinary meridians or something else. Zhou Yi continued to think about the subsequent exercises. In the 2nd volume, the great demon of the Qi refining realm first introduces Qi into the body, then moves the 5 Qi towards the Yuan, and finally the Qi of the 5 internal organs gathers in the Danshan and condenses into a demon pill, which corresponds to the middle 3rd level. The demon elixir should correspond to the relics of the Jindan family of the Taoist sect. The Shinto is mysterious and it is difficult to guess the difference in realm. Zhou Yi looked at the last volume, and was most concerned about the 3rd volume, the realm of refining gods. In the realm of refining gods, one can be called a demon king. At the beginning, I held my Yuan and stayed one, returned to my origins, understood my heart, saw my nature, and saw the yins and spirits. Then the Qi and the spirit are combined and refined, so that the Qi returns to the spirit and turns the yin in the soul into yang. Continue to warm and nourish your yang shen until the yang shen finally leaves the body. If the yang shen is successful, he can travel around the world in the morning, stay in the 8 wastelands at dusk, sleep with the bright moon in his arms, breathe in the clouds and drink flower dew. The last 2,000 words are obviously that the person who wrote the technique fell into a fantasy barrier and wrote down the fantasy of the immortal in his heart. In the exercise, Zhou Yi has read it over and over again many times. He clearly recognizes the characters and understands the vocabulary, but when they are put together, his face is filled with confusion. Zhou Yi can still roughly understand the principles of body refining and Qi refining, and can also simulate them with the magic power in his body. Zhou Yi can control the magic power cultivated by Huangting Dao Sutra at will. As long as he is willing, he can immediately condense the golden elixir in his danshan, stomach, or even the palm of his hand. However, it is difficult to understand and do it by holding Yuan Shaoyi, returning to the roots, understanding the mind and nature, and seeing the yins and spirits. He was stuck in the 1st level of the God refining scroll. Close your eyes and meditate, practice your Qi, and let your mind go. I have tried various methods, but I have not found the existence of the Yin God. Chapter 24, It's better to copy than to buy. The next day, Zhang Cheng was on duty in the incoming goods department with a red face, obviously in a good mood. Since Zhou Yi came, Zhang Cheng has completely let himself go and fished every day. The only person in the upper 3 realms of the Mononobe family, Mr. Chen, had to support him. He cared about his health a few times, but he did nothing every day and still received the highest salary. There are 2 types of people who are the best in the workplace, one is the one with great connections and the other is the irreplaceable one. Many times, the former has to give way to the latter. Zhou Yi took out a small wine jar and said with a smile, "Brother Zhang, try the 10-year-old pear blossom white, a specialty of Pingzhen." Zhang Cheng sniffed the aroma of the wine and said with satisfaction, "You flatter me so early in the morning, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Yi asked, "Brother Zhang, I am more interested in Taoist scriptures recently. You are well informed. How many books can you recommend? There are so many Taoist scriptures on the market that it is difficult to tell whether they are genuine or not. In order to make money, many bookstores ask Taoist priests to write something blindly, and then stamp it as the work of a real person. Dakian does not have the copyright anyway. Instead of distinguishing the true from the false one by one, Zhu Yi would rather ask Zhang Cheng directly. The Taoist scriptures are in the house. I'll look for them somewhere. Zhang Cheng rummaged through the mountain of books and found a few blue-sealed albums. The sayings of Master Qingjing, the master of Feiyun Mountain, analyzes doubts and mysteries. Annotations of Mr. Kui, the sayings of Master Fubo of the East China Sea. These are my handwritten manuscripts. Write down the names. There should be printed copies on the market. Zhang Cheng praised, you killed too many people in prison before. Now you can read more works of sages, control your anger and stop killing, and cultivate your mind and nature. You will naturally prolong your life. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your guidance and taking me to copy today's directory, and then I started copying by hand. You can teach me. You can't read a book without copying it. Copying it once is better than reading it 10 times. Zhang Cheng opened the wine jar, raised his head and took a quick sip. The rich aroma of the wine floated to the department next door. Pear Blossom White is clear in color, sweet in taste, and tastes elegant and soft. During the brewing process, pear blossom petals are refined using a special technique, giving it a pear blossom aroma. According to the standards of previous lives, the whiteness of pear flowers exceeds 60, which is close to the level of strong alcohol. De Chien had already had the technology to distill liquor, and other technologies such as salt glass, gunpowder cement, etc. had similar or even better technologies, which directly ended Zhou Yi's dream of becoming a rich man. Zhou Yi was deeply impressed by Zhang Cheng's guidance. Copying books is so effective. You have plenty of time anyway, so why not copy it over and over again? First, I can clearly understand the principles in the sages' books, and second, I can sell the copied books. After copying Zhang Cheng's calligraphy for so long, I have already gained 80% to 90% of its meaning. I have lived in Kyoto for more than half a year, and I have seen many calligraphy sellers on the streets. Compared with Zhang Cheng's calligraphy, it is one of the best. Zhang Cheng may not have the talent of calligraphers, but he has lived long enough and written enough calligraphy that he has a faintly unique style. If you devote yourself to the development of calligraphy, you may be able to create Zhang's style. I'm going to work copying books, slowly comprehending the underworld, and I can even make money by selling them. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Tong Fu In. Zhou Yi stood upright in front of the case, his wrists hanging in the air, and he was copying the sayings of Master Fubo of the East China Sea word for word. During the day, I have finished reciting 12 Taoist scriptures. The first volume of this book, Encouraging Taoism, explains what the Yinshan is at the beginning. The essence is exhausted by lust, the energy is exhausted by anger. The essence is gone and the divine light is scattered. One God transforms all gods, one Qi transforms all Qi, one generates 10,000, and one absorbs 10,000 and returns them to one. The Yin God. The soul consciousness is clear and spiritual, gathering and dispersing by the heart, like a dream or a shadow. It is similar to a ghost. The content in the quotations of the immortal is not a complete system. It is composed of various quotations, expressions, poems, the daily words and deeds of the immortal Fubo, and famous aphorisms similar to Buddhist verses. It is similar to notes and slightly messy. Every time Zhou Yi copied it, he gained a new understanding of its core gist. There are books on the market that annotate Fubo's quotations, which are similar to the thoughts of future generations. Zhu Yi selected a few books to read and benefited a lot. Zhou Yi practices the Huangting Taoist scriptures and can barely be regarded as a Taoist monk, but his basic knowledge is far behind that of orthodox Taoist monks. Regardless of their level of cultivation, these Taoist priests who annotated and printed the sayings of Master Fubo were at least confident in the meaning of the scriptures. Unfortunately, most of them contain their own private goods and are suspected of exalting and belittling, exalting the status of their own faction, belittling competitors, and trying to deceive readers into becoming followers of their own Taoism. Real Taoists don't really have no desires or desires. Zhou Yi absorbed the essence and copied Fubo's quotations, gaining many new insights. Suddenly, a strong wind blew open the window, and a few pages of Taoist scriptures that had just been copied were stained with ink. Zhou Yi frowned slightly, turned to the window, and saw a dozen police officers searching nearby shops on the street outside. Close the window and continue copying. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Then came the voice of the shopkeeper, "Mr. Zhou, are you asleep? Check the 6 doors." Squeak. Zhou Yi opened the door and noticed 5 detectives following behind the shopkeeper. The leader was wearing the standard Xing Yi, and the other 4 were wearing Xian Yi. The moment they opened the door, they immediately scanned all corners of the room. The 6 gates of Kyoto police officers from different local counties as part-time government officials. They are violent law enforcement departments that have reached the official level. The general manager is a second-rank official in the imperial court. The shopkeeper said apologetically, "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Zhou. This is Captain Li from the 6 doors. A thief has escaped from the prison and must be searched strictly." "Well, let's go in and check." Zhou Yi stepped aside and murmured secretly in his heart, "The 6 gates actually accepted female agents." Dagan was much more open than expected. The female head catcher surnamed Li walked into the house to observe, while 4 of her subordinates searched through boxes and cabinets. Hey, sir, be careful. This is a vase from the Yongchang period. How could a thief hide in it?" The shopkeeper carefully placed the large vase. If Zhou Yi remembered correctly, it should be a second-hand product collected from the Western market last week. Zhou Yi stood in front of his desk and glanced at the beam above his head. Li Captu, who was always observing everyone's expressions, jumped up and landed on the beam with a look of surprise on his face. "There are footprints in the dust. There was someone here just now." At this time, another person pushed the door open and came in. It was a middle-aged man wearing waiter's clothes. His eyes were sleepy, as if he had just woken up. "Shopkeeper, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?" "I've already slept well. A thief is here, but you can sleep peacefully without fear of being stolen." The shopkeeper scolded and introduced, "The new waiter in the store is from Yuzhou. He is not very good at speaking Mandarin." The middle-aged man was startled, with a face full of fear. "I'll come here, I'll find something good for you." Li Capta glanced at the middle-aged man and continued to observe the marks on the beams, trying to determine the direction of escape. Zhou Yi looked at the middle-aged man meaningfully. The skin on his face was the same as real. If you look carefully, there were pores and unshaven stubble. The exposed hands of middle-aged people have broad palms, swollen joints, rough and dark colors, and are covered with calluses. At first glance, they are caused by long hours of hard work. Unfortunately, no matter how realistic the disguise is, it is useless in front of the spiritual eye technique. A flash of light flashed through Zhou Yi's eyes, and he easily saw through the appearance. The middle-aged Yuzhou accent was caused by Bai Yutang's disguise. Exquisite Qinggong and lifelike disguise skills, no wonder he can escape from the prison. "You were able to escape today, but you destroyed the book I worked so hard to copy. I must give you a marriage to let you appreciate the dangers of the world." Zhou Yi used the Zhanwang Qi technique and saw the happy star shining above Bai Yutang's head and the red Luan star moving above Li Bao's head. An intermittent red thread connects the two people. Chapter 25, Maintaining Media. Tiangzi scene belongs to Yang and is the main influence. Hongluan star belongs to Yin and governs marriage. It is said in the fortune-telling technique that if the red Luan star is in your destiny, a woman will be gentle and beautiful, and if the Tiangzi star is in your destiny, a man will be handsome. There is another ray of red thread pulling from it, which means to bring about marriage and the deep love between the couple after marriage. Of course, the Qi watching technique itself has no binding force, which means that Bai Yutang and Li Captu are destined to be in love, and now luck is also tempting them to get married, but they may not actually become husband and wife. Men with the Tiangzi star in their horoscope are romantic and passionate, and are attracted to the opposite sex, and will not easily be constrained by marriage. This kind of scumbag who falls in love without the purpose of getting married must be taught a painful lesson. A flash of light flashed in Zhou Yi's hand and landed on the lap of the shopkeeper who was serving tea and pouring water. Bai Yutang followed him obediently, portraying a countryman who had just entered the city vividly. Not only is this guy good at acting, but he also understands the psychology of darkness under the light. Who would have thought that the thief in the sky prison would get in front of the arrestor on his own? Ouch! The shopkeeper felt numbness in his legs and accidentally spilled the teapot in his hand. If the boiling tea falls on Bai Yutang, he will not be injured at all due to his martial arts skills. But he reacted very quickly and let out a cry of pain, just like a pig about to be slaughtered. I'm a bitch. Shopkeeper, hurry up and send me to see the doctor. Bai Yutang has a strong ability to adapt to situations. He showed his face to get rid of suspicion and escaped pursuit on the pretext of seeing a doctor. After screaming a few times, Bai Yutang found that the shopkeeper who had always cooperated tacitly had not moved. He opened his eyes and saw Captain Li staring at him with a livid face. 4 agents blocked the door and window. The shopkeeper pointed to his hand and kept giving hints with his winks. Hand? Bai Yutang glanced at his palms. The rough calluses fell off and his dark skin turned into patterns. The secret is revealed. Bai Yutang didn't have time to think about what was wrong with the secret waterproof disguise paint. The carp stood upright and jumped towards the window. Ouch! His legs went numb, his strength suddenly drained away, and Bai Yutang fell to the ground in a daze. Li Captor snorted coldly, stepped forward and groped for the back of Bai Yutang's head, and pulled hard. The middle-aged man's face fell off, revealing the young and handsome face underneath. Tie them up and send them back to the prison. Hong Ling. Ahoy! Bai Yutang's mouth was blocked with a rag. A man's mouth is deceptive. I just ask you, should you go back to Tianlao to wait for death, or go to see my father? No need to speak, just nod or shake your head. Li Hongling took out the Yanling knife and waved it on Bai Yutang's neck and leg. You can shake your head if you choose. From now on, we will never be sworn in. You owe me what you lied to me, and you can repay it with one of your legs. Bai Yutang was originally planning to go to the Tianlao, and he would still be able to find a chance to escape in the future. When he saw the location of the Yanling Dao, he nodded with tears in his eyes. So you agreed to marry me? Li Hongling looked shy and her cheeks were slightly red. Bai Yutang nodded sadly. You have agreed now. If you dare to go back on your word again, Dad will definitely ask the Immortal Master of the Immortal Bureau to arrest you. After Li Hongling finished speaking, she turned back and glared at the shopkeeper who was huddled in the corner, trying to reduce his presence, and ordered his subordinates to carry Bai Yutang away. Bai Yutang couldn't figure out why his legs went numb at the critical moment. Zhou Yi, the initiator of the marriage, observed through the qi-watching technique that after Bai Yutang agreed to marry Li Hongling, the red line of marriage was solidified, and generally speaking, there would be no more changes. The shopkeeper came to life immediately after Li Hongling and others had gone away. It's bad, the young master was actually arrested. Mr. Zhou, I need to go back to Yuzhou immediately. Please look after the inn. The shopkeeper said eagerly, there is no need to take care of the accounts, as long as you don't let the fire burn you, I will be grateful when you come back. It's just a trivial matter, the shopkeeper can rest assured. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Bai Yutang has a golden aura, which means his family must be rich and prosperous. Working as a waiter is like driving a Ferrari to deliver food. Trouble, Mr. Zhou. After speaking, the shopkeeper jumped up and disappeared into the night. His lightness skills were not weaker than Bai Yutang's. Securing a matchmaker is better than building a 7-level pagoda. We just do good deeds without leaving a name. When you get married, I will go there to congratulate you in person. Zhou Yi thought about taking the Taoist scriptures stained with ink as a gift, wondering if Bai Yutang could understand the mystery. An accidental marriage led to a happy marriage. As I continued to copy Taoist scriptures, I actually had a different understanding. The sentences left by Taoist sages have subtle meanings. Reading them at different times, places and moods will often lead to new insights. After copying Fubo's quotations, Zhuyi left on the 18th day of the first month of the 60th year of Jingtai, copied by Lihoquan layman on the last page. Lihoquan Jushi was the title given to him by Zhou Yi. His colleagues all had their own names, but he was arty. The mana brushed across the paper, and the ink dried immediately. It was sorted and put away neatly. After the 12 volumes of Taoist scriptures have been copied, go to a bookstore and bind them into a volume for easy collection and reading. Kongren Feng. Most bookstores in Kyoto gathered here, selling pens, ink, paper and inkstones, and publishing and printing. The largest bookstore among them was called Zhuanggai Yuantang. It is said that a poor scholar came to Beijing to take the exam and had no money to buy pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. The bookstore owner was willing to lend the scholar pen and ink on credit, but he never thought that the poor scholar would win the first prize, and when he was riding a horse through the streets, he would stop at the door of the bookstore. Thanks to the store owner, he left his calligraphy treasure, and the bookstore was renamed Zhuanggai Yuantang. Since then, bookstores have provided free paper and pens to all scholars who come to Beijing to take exams. If you are named on the gold list, I will come back and thank you again. Even if you lose your reputation, you will be grateful. Scholars are also willing to come to Zhuangyuan Hall, hoping to be imbued with the literary spirit of their predecessors. Nowadays, Zhuanggai Yuantang has become the leading bookstore, unmatched by anyone in Kyoto. When Zhou Yi walked into the bookstore, the first thing he saw were bookshelves of various shapes, scattered and unique, full of artistic flavor. The bookshelf is divided into categories, including Confucianism, Moism, Dharma, Taoism, Buddhism, agriculture, arithmetic, miscellaneous novels, etc. On each bookshelf, there is a pair of exquisitely framed inscriptions. There are numbers of number 1, number 2, and number 1, as well as number 1 and Jinshi. No one in the store deliberately supervised it, and the scholars were allowed to read it without fear of being stolen. In this era, books are real property and can be exchanged directly for money at a pawn shop. The genius is slightly bright, and there are already scholars coming to study. The clothes are all made of ordinary fabrics, obviously they are not from a wealthy family. Zhou Yi turned around and saw a counter from the back corner. The shopkeeper was concentrating on practicing calligraphy. The Zhuangyuan Hall is arranged in this way to promote the concept of reading first, buying and selling later. This store is not running a business full of copper odor, but building a culture and a brand. The knowledge of the ancients is not as good as that of modern people, but their business wisdom is not bad at all. The shopkeeper put down his pen and asked, "Sir, do you want to buy a book?" Zhou Yi took out the Taoist manuscripts and said, "Please help me bind these copied manuscripts." The shopkeeper wiped his hands with a white towel and took the manuscript. When he took a first look at it, he couldn't help but admire, good calligraphy. Zhang Cheng's calligraphy is elegant and free-spirited, with a feeling of abandoning the prosperity of the world and indulging in the mountains and forests. Scholars like this font the most. The higher the official position, the more powerful they are, and the more they seek gods and hermits. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to ask them to resign and go into seclusion. "Zhaimo, serve tea." The shopkeeper asked, "I wonder which gentleman wrote this manuscript." "Sir, I don't dare to take it seriously. I am just copying it." "Zhaimo, go to Longjing before the rain." Chapter 26 alias Lihoquan. "Sir, this is Longchuan's Yuqian Longjing, brewed with Quifeng mountain spring water." Zhaimo turned out to be a woman of 15 or 16 years old, with delicate features and beautiful eyes, wearing a green shirt with her hair tied up, and a graceful figure. After serving tea to Zhou Yi and the shopkeeper, Zhaimo slowly left to guide a new scholar in selecting books. Zhou Yi didn't know how to judge the owner of Zhuangyuan Hall, who had managed his business to such an extent, and every detail hit the scholar's weakness. He was probably the only one in Daqian. The shopkeeper said, "Sir, please sit down and talk." "Thanks." Zhou Yi worked with Zhang Cheng every day, and they had a subtle influence on him. Occasionally, he would receive some guidance from him, and he improved a lot in tea ceremony. Zhang Cheng's mantra is to drink wine to cheer up and strengthen one's courage, and to drink tea to cultivate one's character and self-cultivation. Zhou Yi was very confused, whether he wanted to have fun or to maintain his health. The tea is tender green, has a pure aroma, and has a sweet taste in the mouth. Good tea. Longchuan Longjing tea is the royal tea that Taizha personally sealed. Unfortunately, the Mingqian tea is too popular. There are so many dignitaries in Kyoto, and the new Mingqian tea will be gone before the end of the month. The shopkeeper obviously loves calligraphy very much, and he never forgets to read it while drinking tea and chatting. Sir's font has the elegance of Shi Hung Gong, without losing the squareness of the Taizha style. It can be said to be a school of its own. The shopkeeper is too complimentary. I also copied my colleague's calligraphy. Zhou Yi tasted the tea carefully, and there was a hint of aura contained therein, but it was a pity that it was 100 times worse than Zy Chengyi. Zhang Cheng himself is a true hermit master, and his calligraphy is naturally elegant. Because of the need for copying books, he absorbed the integrity of the Taizha style and formed a unique Zhang style. Even if he didn't create it himself, his calligraphy can still be regarded as a masterpiece. It is extremely difficult to perfectly combine the two styles. When the shopkeeper heard the word colleague, his expression did not change, and his tone became more respectful. After flipping through several volumes of Taoist scriptures, as the shopkeeper of Zhuangyuan Hall, I know that these are the authentic Taoist canons of the Taoist sect, not some unofficial scriptures that use the names of sages to fool ordinary people. Combining the two, this young man's background must not be simple. Zhou Yi asked, "Sir, the taste of this mountain spring water is extraordinary. Can't you tell me where it comes from? What's the inconvenience? It's not a private spring." The shopkeeper smiled and said, "The spring is located on Quifeng Mountain outside the city. As for the specific location, you can follow the source of Bibo Pond and reach the end of the stream. It turns out to be the spring at the source of Bibo Pond. No wonder the water quality is quite spiritual." Zhou Yi has a deep memory of Bibo Pond. An old dragon once lived in seclusion in the pond and finally died in the execution room. The two of them chatted and drank tea. Zhou Yi had read the memories of tens of thousands of monsters, and he was definitely well informed. The shopkeeper was in thousands of books, so he could be said to know everything about the world. The more they chatted, the more interesting they became. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed, and the tea and water were changed 3 or 5 times. Until the shopkeeper turned to the 12 volumes of Taoist scriptures, there was a stack of vernacular stories about gods and ghosts, which was the Punisher's story. When Zhu Yi was copying the Taoist scriptures, he once again sorted out, typed, revised and copied the Punisher's theory he had written. The first draft of the Punisher's story was simply written in vernacular Chinese based on his own experiences and the stories told by the torturers. Later, the stories gradually became sparse and the plots were repeated too much, so Zhu Yi began to revise the content. If a story wants to be spread, it must be novel and interesting. After sorting and processing, a second edition will be available. Now it is the third edition. On the basis of being interesting, it has been polished and polished. The plot has been slightly changed and has more ups and downs than the original edition. Zhou Yi knew that his level was average, and he had spent several years revising and revising it, which was already the limit. He finally decided to collect the manuscripts into a book. This story seems to be similar to The Charming Ghost Jiao Li. After reading the first article, the shopkeeper frowned slightly. The Charming Ghost Jiao Li is a forbidden book for the 3rd class, but this article is a warning to ordinary people that those who live with ghosts will suffer harm. However, the scholar Lu Xi and the female ghost Zhu Meiniang clearly same. I almost choked on this Hui tea. What kind of book is Meigui Jiao Li? Has the shopkeeper seen this story? I've seen more than one. The shopkeeper smiled like a man, and when he saw Haimo making tea for the scholar, he quietly took out a few books from behind the counter. The charming ghost Jialai, the bull-headed monk, the golden rooster repay the favor. Zhou Yi flipped through a few pages at random, wishing he could use the purple Ying sword to send the person who wrote the book to heaven. The stories in these books are very familiar. Several warning stories from the Tormentor's Tale were adapted into a forbidden book that deals with demons and monsters stealing fragrances and jade. Most of the signed authors are anonymous, Zioxia Sheng. To be honest, this torturer said it was exactly what I wrote. Zhou Yi's face turned slightly red and he explained, originally, I saw too many demons harming people, so I wrote this as a warning. I never wanted to pass it on. I see. There is no doubt that he is the shopkeeper. The third edition of The Punisher's story includes a note at the end of each chapter explaining why you should not live with monsters, noting the simple ways to restrain fox demons and imps in the story, and also popularizing some common sense about Dakian laws through the story. From the shopkeeper's point of view, eating and drinking is a common thing, but in the eyes of the people at the bottom, it is obscure and difficult to understand. In many cases, they don't even know if it is illegal. The shopkeeper likes it more and more as he reads it. There are 108 stories in the book with popular language and profound meaning. This book will be a hit. The shopkeeper has read a lot of books and has a high level of appreciation, but he is different from ordinary scholars and judges more from a business perspective. He did not look down on vernacular literature at all. Many bookstores in Kongrenfang relied on secretly printing vernacular banned books to survive. Sir, do you need it to be printed and published? Zhuanggai Yuantang is willing to provide 500 taels to polish the pen. Zhou Yi shook his head and refused. The shopkeeper thought he disliked the low price. This is already an extremely high price. Even the best anthology sold on the market will not exceed 1,000 taels. The shopkeeper explained, Sir, you don't know anything. Not to mention the cost of engraving and the risk of inventory. Even if the sales are very good, only the first batch of books will make a profit. In a few days, other bookstores will compete to print and sell them. I agree to print and sell it for free. Zhou Yi held out 3 fingers, I want 30% of the net profit from book sales. This kind of cooperation is unprecedented. The shopkeeper quickly calculated in his mind. The labor cost of printing books is known. Each book sells for 2 yuan, and the profit is 1 yuan and 5 yuan. The intermediate cost of manpower, material resources, and time is 30%, and the refining fee of 500 taels requires the sale of about 5,000 copies. A new book in Zhuanggai Yuantang has sold 5,000 copies and has become a hit, so the shopkeeper said that the retouching fee was extremely high. If the net profit is distributed according to 30%, there will be no more than 15,000 copies, which is less than 500 taels. This business is available. Sir, shall we sign a contract now? The shopkeeper took out a standard contract. Zhuang Yuanhao was extremely famous and printed hundreds of new books every year. All he had to do was change the fixed Polish in the contract to a share of net profits. Zhou Yi read it over and found that the general meaning was okay. Compared with the thick stack of contracts in the previous life, a contract with a few hundred words on a page can find 100 loopholes. Just talking about the calculation method of net profit can make Zhuanggai Yuantang easily smooth out all the net profit and get a book in vain. Contracts are meant to guard against gentlemen and villains. Of course, Zhou Yi doesn't care about contracts at all, and being prudent is not a coward. Zhuanggai Yuantang dares to be the first grader of junior high school, and adheres to the central idea that revenge does not last overnight, and a fairy sword will kill him at night. The name signed at the end is the name of the shopkeeper, so why should I say it? Okay, but I have to add one more thing. Zhou Yi said, 108 stories are divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle and lower, and sold separately. Shopkeeper he secretly thought that selling them separately would not only make more money, but also effectively prevent piracy. Once the first volume became popular, it would also greatly enhance the reputation of Zhuanggai Yuantang. Mr. Gao Ming, don't you know your surname? I hope you can sign the book. Zhou Yi said, just use Lai Hoquan Layman. Shopkeeper he expressed his understanding that books such as De Qian Jiwei and Mysterious Mysteries are not mainstream, and they are despised for vernacular literature at the bottom of the chain. The authors rarely use their real names. It's so good. I wish the layman's new book will sell well. Shopkeeper he said, I will find someone to proofread it tomorrow. I may remove some taboo words. I hope lay people will not mind it. It doesn't matter. Zhou Yi paid attention to avoiding taboos from the beginning when he wrote The Punisher's Theory. In the second revision, some stories that exposed officialdom, metaphorized the imperial court, and ridiculed the state of the world were deleted. The purpose of the book The Punisher's Theory was not to leave a name in history, nor was it to express thoughts directly from the heart. Zhou Yi saw many demons and ghosts in the execution room and lamented the hardships of the people's livelihood. He wrote this book to avoid the same tragedy from happening. What ideals, 3 views, and spiritual food are too far away from the common people at the bottom of the country, so it is better to spread more meaningful stories. As written in the opening chapter of The Punisher's Story, if someone can get a warning from it and avoid disaster, this book will not be written in vain. Chapter 27 for University Palaces. The contract was concluded and the tea was almost finished. Zhou Yi was preparing to say goodbye. Shopkeeper he was squirming, with a look of hope on his face. Laity, is there any more of this Taoist scripture? I really like this word and am willing to buy a copy at a high price. The ancients regarded calligraphy as an art. Many calligraphers failed to succeed despite repeated attempts, and even though they were in small and powerful positions, they were respected by the world. Calligraphers can use all kinds of methods for the calligraphy they like, such as stealing books, threatening to jump into a river, digging graves to steal books, and leaving many illusions. There is a long way between Zhuyi and calligraphy masters, but they are also rare in having good calligraphy. In terms of imitation ability and elegant temperament, who can compare with the monks? It takes a day to copy a volume of Taoism. How much does it cost? 3 to 5 taels is not worth it, and 180 taels is too evil. Zhou Yi wants to do long-term business. When shopkeeper he saw Zhou Yi brooding in silence, he thought it was causing displeasure. He said regretfully, I'm too abrupt. How can a layman's calligraphy smell like copper? How many rolls does the shopkeeper plan to have? Zhou Yi smiled and said, can you sell a volume every day? Is the layman willing to sell his calligraphy? Shopkeeper he looked surprised. Many scholars who are conceited about their talent believe that calligraphy cannot be associated with the smell of copper, otherwise it will be worthless. Living in Kyoto is not easy. More than 10 years have passed, and I still live in an inn. Recently I planned to buy a small courtyard. The Book of Changes originally had the intention of copying books and selling them. Zhuanggai Yuantang's business level was extraordinary, and its customers were all literati in Kyoto. If you let them operate it, the price will definitely not be bad. After all, the inn is crowded and many things are inconvenient. Don't worry, layman, your handwriting can be used as a copybook to copy a volume of Taoist scriptures. Shopkeeper he calculated for a moment and said, I can sell at least 10 taels. Okay. Every 3 or 5 days, I will send you the scroll. The corner of Zhou Yi's mouth curled up slightly. I am indeed extremely talented. What I have achieved today is all due to my own efforts. The torturer said that the sale would only cost a few hundred taels, and there was still the possibility of being sold out. He copied Taoist scriptures every day, and if he worked hard in a few years, he could buy a house in Kyoto. It's easier to make money by doing art. Shopkeeper he, I need to trouble you more in the future. The layman was joking. Shopkeeper he complimented, this sutra copybook will become a major feature of Zhuangyuan Hall in the future. You are not allowed to visit it more than once. Haha, farewell. Let's talk about it another day. Let's talk about it another day. Everything is over, everyone has gained something, and they say goodbye. When Zhou Yi left Zhuangyuan Hall, he didn't go to the Ministry of Things to buy a gourd. Instead, he went to the West Market to buy a large yellowskin gourd. All the way to the outside of the city, I asked passers-by where Qifeng Mountain was. When I walked to a deserted place, I turned into a light escape flight. Escape is a necessary skill for monks to travel at home, kill people, set fires, and hunt and escape. Master a mysterious escape method, and your speed is far faster than your peers. You can use your discretion when fighting, and even high-level and strong people can't do anything. As long as your escape method flies fast, you can look back and shout, a first-grade strong man, nothing more than that. Zhou Yi mastered many escape techniques, most of which were mediocre in speed and had no special attributes. The escape method being used now is called the 5 Elements escape technique. It was obtained by killing a demon from the side sect of the Yizhi prison. It can travel through the acquired 5 elements. Escape from the earth and enter water, walk through fire and travel through metal, and pass through forests and trees. These are already rare and wonderful techniques. Of course, it is far inferior to Tu Xingsun's earth escape technique. Not to mention the great magical power of pointing the ground into steel, even ordinary restricted formations can block the 5 elements escape technique. Qifeng Mountain is more than 100 miles away from the capital, and Zhou Yi arrived at the top of the mountain in a short time. Ordinary people looking for the spring water at the source of Bibitan have to trace it back slowly for a long time except for the marked location. Zhou Yi stood on the top of the mountain and used Zhan Qi technique to observe the terrain of the mountain. Within a moment, he discovered where the water aura was strongest. There is a clear spring in the crevice of the stone, gurgling water, and a stone tablet is erected not far away. 2 big characters are inscribed on one side of the stone tablet, Kinkan. On the other side are a few lines of small characters, the wise like water, the benevolent like mountains, and the joy of mountains and rivers lies in a spring. It started with the stubborn determination to break through mountains and rocks, but ended up with the ability to stop at the right time. The font is made of iron and painted with silver hooks, giving it an awe-inspiring aura. It's a pity that someone seems to have deliberately erased the last few words, making them unclear. I don't know which literate I left them. Zhou Yi waved his hand and took out a handful of spring water from the spring hole in the stone crack to taste. It is cold and sweet, and contains spiritual energy that is several times richer than Zhuangyuan Tang's. However, the spring water in Zhuangyuan Hall is usually stored in urns, and its spiritual energy will dissipate over time. Zhou Yi had a good drink first, took the yellow-skinned gourd from his waist, and filled it with spring water. When I arrived at the Ministry of Finance for duty, it was already past 5 o'clock, probably around 10:30 in the morning. Zhang Cheng was sleeping soundly on the chair and opened his eyes when he heard the sound. Zhou Yi put the yellow-skinned gourd on the table. Brother Zhang, this is the spiritual spring of Qifeng Mountain. You always use well water on weekdays and waste good tea in vain. What do you know? Lao Zhang? What I drink is not tea. Zhang Cheng opened the gourd lid and sniffed it, and immediately smiled brightly. I'm serious about it, it turns out to be Kinkan water. Brother Zhang also knows about Kinkan. There is a stone tablet next to it. The words on it are quite interesting. Do you know who left it? Along the way, Zhou Yi thought about the meaning of the inscription and the charm of the calligraphy, and increasingly felt that the person who left the inscription was extraordinary. You don't care who keeps it, it's not a good thing anyway. Would a serious person leave his name everywhere? Zhang Cheng snorted and took out the tea set like a magic trick. It was a set of purple teapots that he had never seen before. Storage artifact. Zhou Yi expressed that he was very greedy, but unfortunately he couldn't afford it. A house in Kyoto has 3,000 to 5,000 taels, and even if you can work hard, you can only covet the priceless storage instruments for the time being. Zhou Yi kept comforting himself in his heart, when I learn the magical power of earth evil and the art of pot and sky, I will look down on mere storage magic weapons. Shopkeeper, he works very efficiently. The book Zhou Yi needs to be bound can be finished in 2 days. Zhuanggai Yuantang's master craftsman with the best craftsmanship carefully bound the back. The Punisher's theory has also been proofread by someone, not a word has been deleted or changed, and it has entered the subsequent stage of typesetting and printing. Zhou Yi expressed his satisfaction and gave the 2 newly copied volumes of Taoist scriptures to Shopkeeper He. Shopkeeper He immediately said that he must invite a few calligraphers to appreciate it and build a reputation first, and the price can be doubled. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The newly released The Punisher is now on sale. In ancient society, communications were backward and people were less mobile. Books were sold at stalls. The most customers of Zhuanggai Yuantang were Kyoto scholars, and they had to face competition from many bookstores. The owner of Zhuanggai Yuantang found a new way, relying on its good relationship with many scholars, and the book sales channels are not only in bookstores. Whenever a new book was printed and published, it would be sent to several familiar government officials and, most importantly, Jixia Academy for free. There are 4 Dakian Academy, Lujing Jixia Academy, Hangzhou Yujing Academy, Wuzhou Longchuan Academy, and Zhangzhou Beilu Academy. The last 3 are all in the southern state capital, and only Jixia Academy is in the north. In the court, the number of officials from Jixia Academy was equal to the other 3 combined, which is enough to show their influence. Students bring new books into the palace and send them to the desks of various doctoral professors to study and teach. After reading them, they will comment on whether they are good or bad. The teachings at Jixia Academy are well received. This condition alone is enough to become the selling point of the book. School teachers are also willing to write reviews for good works. As the books sell well, their reviews flow into the hands of scholars everywhere, which is a way to become famous. When encountering a book of excellent quality, doctors from the academy rush to write reviews, and even great Confucians will write prefaces. The book that has been immortalized for generations also has a preface, and its reputation is passed down through the ages just like the poetry of a good friend. The headmaster of Jixia Academy once wrote the preface for a volume of New School 5 Classics published by Zhuang Yuan Hall. More than 10 years later, it is still one of the best-selling books on the market. Yan Yuanzhen's reputation directly overshadowed the other 3 academy chiefs. Chapter 28, Preface by the President. Jingtai since 60 years. Zhuanggai Yuantang sent several new volumes of books to the palace, all of which were annotations of Confucian classics, but their performance in the end was mediocre. There is a vast market for this type of book, but there are so many competitors that it is difficult to attract attention. Until it was sent to The Punisher's Theory. As soon as this book entered Jixia Academy, it aroused huge discussion, and the first person to question it was the vernacular version. Fortunately, Zhou Yi pointed out at the beginning that this book is for ordinary people to read, and Dakian did not only respect Confucianism. Zajiaists and novelists did not reject vernacular literature. Subsequently, controversy arose due to its content. In the first volume of The Punisher's story, Shopkeeper He specially selected a few ghost stories in which the protagonist is a scholar. Scholars, demons, and demon slayers all end up with the same fate: their families are destroyed, and the demons are killed. This is a completely different scene from what students usually see, where the fox demon adds fragrance and the snake spirit warms the bed. There are slight twists and turns in the middle, but finally happiness and contentment. As a result, some people questioned the authenticity of The Punisher's theory and believed that a scholar was making it up and must be resisted. The leader of the boycott was Wang Bon, whose real name was Wang Hao, who had an acquaintance with Zhou Yi. When Wang Boan saw the torturer's words for the first time, he couldn't help but think of Zhou Yi, who called himself fighting for his father. He read the book with colored glasses, and naturally made many mistakes and errors. The people who put an end to the second dispute were the deans of the Buddhist Academy and the Taoist Academy, two great Confucians who studied Buddhist and Taoist classics intensively. When studying Buddhist and Taoist classics, it is inevitable to interact with Buddhist and Taoist monks. I have a deeper understanding of the relationship between humans and demons in Dakian today than others. The reality is even more cruel than the Punisher. The Taoist Academy is writing a comment in his own hand: use the eyes of a small official to observe demons and warn future generations, and you can do it. You can do it. These 4 words are already extremely high praise. Wang Boan was just a teacher, and there was no real evidence to prove that the Punisher's theory was a rumor, so he had to stop. However, he did not admit defeat. Instead, he studied the book carefully and vowed to find bigger problems in it. Since ancient times, being a scholar has always ruined others. They are proficient in writing, laws, and illusions, and are good at figuring out officialdom and emperors, and know where to start with the most certainty and accuracy. Emperor Dakian Jingtai has been in power for 60 years. He was praised by Emperor Guangming when he was a child, and he has always regarded it as his lifelong pursuit. It is inevitable that he developed a temperament that loves great achievements. Nowadays, the prince supervises the country and only listens to the peace and prosperity of the country and the peace of the people. He does not like people reporting internal and external troubles and scolds them for their alarmist talk. One is to show that the prince is capable of governing the country, and the other is to make his father happy. Wang Boan couldn't find any mistakes in the book, so he started with the Emperor's heart. The stories in The Punisher's story cover people from all walks of life, except for scholars, who are basically poor people. Among them, the case of the bull demon stealing people was caused by the lack of food. Our country is rich and the people are strong. Every household has a surplus of food. It is a time of peace and prosperity. Is there anything in the world where the poor cannibalize people? Wang Boan slapped his thigh excitedly. It must be the author of the book who is slandering, insinuating, and throwing dirty water on our great country. This book contains evil intentions and must be banned. So he immediately drafted a document to inform the Crown Prince that the Yamen must ban the Punisher's theory to prevent it from poisoning the world. At the same time, Wu Kei, the principal of the School of Law, was reading the Punisher's theory, and several of the articles about the popularization of the law caught his appetite. Hundreds of schools of thought contended in the Great Jian dynasty, and apart from Buddhism and Taoism and the small schools of thought, Confucianism and legalism generally stood side by side. It is wonderful to explain and popularize the law with humorous and interesting ghost stories. Wu Kei has really gone deep into the grassroots investigation, and traveled to the poor class that the elite class ignores. It is a completely different world from the prosperity of Kyoto. He once wrote a book on this topic, hoping to popularize legalism among the poor to prevent them from being exploited by bullies and petty officials. It is a pity that the poor have their own way of survival, which is completely different from the class Wu Kei lives in. The arrogance and prejudice carried by the writing itself makes his books uninterested. People may not have the money to buy this book, and they may not know how to read it, but the story will be passed on. I should give it a push, just for myself. The New School 5 classics can only be circulated among the upper class, but the stories in it can appear in any corner of Dakian. Wu Kei immediately asked someone to contact Zhuang Yuantang, who was willing to write a preface to The Punisher's theory. When shopkeeper he heard the news, his first reaction was to print more. If a new book can attract a doctor from the academy to write a preface, it is already a first-class book. Now that the hospital is the chief writer, that's great. Coupled with the Taoist Academy's official comments, it can definitely be named as the official recommendation of the two major academies. The hustle and bustle of Jixia Academy has nothing to do with Zhou Yi. I am on duty every day, copying books and studying scriptures, slaying demons, and being ordinary is the truth. Every time Zhou Yi copied the Taoist scriptures, he gained one more understanding of the classics of the sages. After understanding the meaning of Taoist scriptures, some Taoist spells can be performed more easily, and each scroll can be exchanged for more than 20 taels of silver. The only pity is that there is still no shadow of the yin god. Shopkeeper He invited several calligraphers to appreciate calligraphy, which doubled the value of Zhu Yi's manuscript. It is limited to 1 volume per day. It is said that the reservation has been made for a few months. Zhou Yi has already begun to look for a house in the capital. Taoism has grown to a small bottleneck. After reaching the level of Taoism for 10,000 years, it may be due to the qualitative change of mana. Killing the little sea character prison monsters wouldn't even give you a year of Taoism. It only took a dozen of them to get together, and the monster illustrated book reminded him once. Taoism adds 1 year. Fortunately, the reward discount for the B-word prison demon is not big. And the growth of Taoism has not slowed down with some daily diligence. This morning, Zhou Yi killed a demon from the side sect. Dressed as a wandering Taoist priest, he is actually a spy of the naked cult. He travels around in search of information on weekdays. They made their way from Feiyun Mansion in the far north to the capital safely until they met Su Yat, the famous dandy in Kyoto, the son of General Dragon Cavalry. The Taoist priest told Su Yi's fortune, flattering him and saying that beneath Su Yi's dandy appearance, he actually had a bright future and would be able to achieve a great career in the future. Su Yi was furious, and he and several dudes beat up the Taoist priest, and then slandered him as a demon and prepared to throw him into death row. The Taoist priest had no choice but to show his strength and seriously injured Su Yi and others. In the end, he failed to escape the pursuit of the masters of the general's mansion and was thrown into the demon slayer prison without trial. Before he died, the Taoist priest was full of resentment. He did not die in the hands of Dakian spies, but fell in front of a few ignorant dudes. The demon illustrated book rewards a transformation method called shape-shifting from the Book of Changes. The inferior method of transformation relies on external objects to change one's appearance. It can only slightly change one's body shape, but the monks can see through it at a glance. The most advanced method of transformation is naturally to change the shape of the fetus. Even the soul, breath, and cause and effect have changed, and the gods can't tell it in person. The shape-shifting skill is barely average. You can freely change the height, fatness, or thinness of your body. Unless you specifically sense the aura of the soul, it is not easy for a monk to recognize it. It is much better than ordinary illusions. There are many ways to break illusions, such as spiritual eyes, natural spiritual eyes, magic weapons, etc. Some monks with cautious personalities like to use spiritual eyes to see people. This is safer. It avoids the risk of encountering an immortal master underground and exposing the illusion. Zhou Yi returned to the inn in a good mood and stood behind the counter in the lobby, reciting the Taoist scriptures he copied during the day. If you copy and recite it from time to time, you will surely gain insights over time. Bai Yutang was arrested by his wife. The shopkeeper had not yet returned from Yuzhou, so Zhou Yi took over the post of shopkeeper temporarily. There is a full house today sign hanging outside the door all day long. We only receive a few casual passers-by, but it's not too troublesome. Mr. Zhou, the fried chicken you mentioned was finally made after a dozen chickens were wasted. The inn cook's surname is not Li, but has the same surname as Zhou Yi. The surname Zhou is not common in Dakian, so it seems a bit close to him. You made it so quickly? Bring it over and try it. Zhou Yi eats a few dishes cooked by Lao Zhou every day, and misses the fried chicken and beer from his previous life. The latter doesn't know how to make it, but the former can guess about it based on his imagination. Wrap chicken legs in flour and fry slowly. After failing once, twice, and 3 times, I succeeded no more than a dozen times. Lao Zhou rubbed his thumb and index finger. Sir, why don't you reimburse the money for those dozen chickens first? Chapter 29 King Kai Fox Girl. How much does a dozen chickens cost? 700 coins. Zhou Yi casually touched a piece of silver from under the counter. Use all the remaining money to make fried chicken. Remember to buy some spices with different flavors, including garlic and pepper. Sir, don't worry. Lao Zhou, I have studied at Dashunzai for 5 years, so my skills are guaranteed. Lao Zhou took the money and weighed it, saying at least $1, $2, $3, or $5. A plate of fried chicken was served, along with a bottle of wine. Drinking, fried chicken, and reading are really one of the great pleasures of life. The crispy flour, fragrant chicken, and overflowing aroma made the diners in the inn excited. No one can escape the law of delicious fried chicken. It smells so good. Shopkeeper, what do you want to eat? It seems to be fried food, it's not on the menu. Lao Zhou, do it quickly, or you won't come back again. Me too. The diners booed and Lao Zhou looked embarrassed. Mr. Zhou only taught the fried chicken method to his old Friday family 100 years ago. This is a survival craft that is passed down from male to female. Now Mr. Zhou hasn't eaten enough, so how can he take care of other people? On the one hand, he is a boss who treats you well, and on the other hand, he is a benefactor who teaches you skills. Zhou Yi ate a few pieces of fried chicken and satisfied his longing. He waved his hand and said, "Go and cook it for them. What I eat is not fried chicken. The fried chicken is very fragrant, and the taste is far inferior to that of Liwabai. Watch the return of drunken spring." Zhou Yi suddenly understood that what Zhang Cheng was drinking was not tea, but loneliness and longing. Soon after, the second pot of fried chicken came out of the oven, a large pot of chicken legs and wings was served, and the aroma spread outside the inn. Lao Zhou first selected chicken legs with good quality and different flavors, and gave them to Zhou Yi to taste first. Zhou Yi tasted it and found that it tasted much better than before. It's well done. It seems that I learned a lot in Dashunzai Kadun. That's, haha, I learned a lot after watching too much. Lao Zhou would brag to everyone he met that he studied under Dashunzai, and that when he ate at the inn, he was just an ordinary person. He was stunned for a moment, unable to tell the truth from the lie. Zhou Yi smiled and said, "Don't tell anyone else about the breading recipe I told you. There is no patent law in Dakian, and the recipe for fried chicken can be thoroughly studied by sending the chef to eat it several times." Lao Zhou nodded repeatedly, "That's right, I sleep with half my eyes open now, and even my mother-in-law can't listen to my sleep talk." "You are single and have no wife?" Zhou Yi emphasized. Lao Zhou doesn't understand what a single dog is. Being in his 30s without a wife is considered unfilial now. "Lao Zhou, this fried chicken is so delicious. How much does it cost for one? Do you have a mother-in-law?" "Yes, I have. 2 cents each, eat as much as you like." Zhou Yi still underestimated the learning ability of ancient people and underestimated the charm of fried chicken. In just 3 days, waves of professional diners came to Tongfu Inn, eating fried chicken until they vomited. Some of them want to get something without eating it, so they find a way to bypass the kitchen and directly watch how to make fried chicken. Lao Zhou was instructed by the Book of Changes to mix the breading powder in advance every time. Even if you take a peek, it is difficult to tell the secret. This little trick can't stop Kyoto chefs. They know the basic principles of fried chicken and can quickly come up with more than a dozen different flavors, some of which can surpass Lasu fried chicken in terms of color, flavor, and flavor. Lao Zhou doesn't need to compete with them. As long as he ensures that his taste is unique, it will be enough to attract enough customers. Most things in the world are like this. You don't need to be the best, and you don't need to be liked by everyone. You just need to maintain your own characteristics. In just 1 month, the smell of fried chicken filled the city, making Zhou Yi feel the smell of gutter oil all over the streets in advance. Even the peanuts that Zhang Cheng drank every day were replaced with fried chicken. Rumor has it that His Majesty ate the fried chicken and praised it. It left a mouth-watering aroma and he couldn't stop eating it. For a time, fried chicken became popular all over the city. It was late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A stream of light fell into Prince Huai's mansion, passing through the halls and halls, as if entering a deserted place. None of the magic talisman formations in the mansion, the demon mirrors hanging on the doorways, or the immortal masters stationed in Prince Huai's mansion were noticed. The stream of light followed the scent all the way to the kitchen of Prince Huai's mansion. The royal chef in the palace is making the palace's secret fried chicken, which was researched by several master chefs. During the process, a special formation is required to blend the essence of 18 precious medicinal materials such as cordyceps, velvet antler, ginseng, and ganoderma into the fried chicken. It has a mellow aroma, nourishes yin and yang, and strengthens the body. Jingtai Emperor must order it with every meal. His Majesty heard that his great-nephew was ill, so he specially asked the imperial chef to come to Prince Huai's mansion to make it. Is this human food? It smells so good, even more fragrant than the 1,000-year-old red fruit. The light fell on the kitchen beam, and it turned out to be a 7 or 8-year-old girl with a small cherry mouth, eyebrows as crooked as the moon, and 2 braids swaying as she sniffed with her nose. When the imperial chef turned his head and wasn't paying attention, the magic light flashed and there was a chicken wing missing from the plate. Yeah. The imperial chef looked back at the plates and counted them carefully. There are obviously 8 chicken wings, why is one missing? After constant experimentation with fried chicken, I found that the skin of chicken wings is firm, the meat has a bony flavor, and the skin has a meaty flavor, which is the most delicious. The imperial chef only thought that it was too late and he was tired of energy. He never suspected that there was a thief in Prince Huai's mansion. This is Prince Daqian's mansion, 1 step away from the imperial palace. Not to mention the guards who patrol day and night, Prince Huai's mansion itself is full of restrictions, comparable to a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. In the past, there were no masters who visited the palace at night, hoping to prove their strength and become famous in the world. Until Emperor Guangming hung the body of the first-level martial arts master outside the palace gate, no one knew whether he was alive or dead anymore. Daqian was able to enthrone the land of the city god and the gods of the mountains and rivers, not by relying on humane orthodoxy, but by actual force. Odd numbers are unlucky, make another pair of wings. The royal chef knew that there were many rules in the royal family, so he took another pair of chicken wings, breaded them in flour and deep-fried them. On the rafters, the little girl was sucking her fingers, licking up even the last bit of oil. It's so delicious, my aunt can't help it. I can't help it. Anyway, the matter is very simple and will be done quickly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and all the chicken wings, chicken legs, and chicken pieces that had been prepared in the kitchen flew up and fell into the jade bracelet on his wrist. The imperial chef looked at the fried chicken that he had worked so hard to prepare and disappeared in an instant, dumbfounded. No matter how slow he was, he knew something was wrong. Just when he was about to call the guards in the palace, he felt a pain in the back of his head and fainted to the ground. Wow, it's so delicious, it's a pity that I can't take it back. The little girl gnawed on the chicken leg and turned into light again and disappeared. Following the mark's induction, he landed in a gorgeous courtyard. It was already late at night, and the maid on duty was dozing off. A wisp of strange fragrance drifted away, and the maid fell into a deep sleep. Hey, wake up, wake up! Princess White felt someone pushing her, and slowly woke up from a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes, she saw a little girl gnawing on chicken bones, standing on her belly. Dressed in emerald green, his limbs were crotched, revealing his white forearms and legs, with jade rings and silver bells on his wrists and ankles. Who are you? Princess Hui stood up subconsciously and found that except for being able to open her mouth to speak, her whole body was imprisoned. The little girl chewed all the bone residue with a look of intoxication on her face. It's not like King Kaiu Hujiying, who took the orders of the Empress and repaid Hu Yu. Hu Juying held the chicken bone in her mouth and could not speak clearly. Princess Hui barely understood what she meant. Revenge. As soon as Princess Hui had a thought, she would activate the alarm weapon in her body. In just a moment, an immortal master would arrive. No matter how powerful the fox demon was, she would not be able to escape her life. It's a pity that no matter how hard it is driven, the magic weapon in the body seems to be dead and does not move at all. Hu Juying licked her lips and actually took out another chicken leg, as if eating fried chicken was the real deal. You dug out Hu Yu's eye, let's start with the eye. Chapter 30. This is a big deal. Hu Juying's right hand that had just held the drumstick turned into a white fox claw and dug into Princess Hui's eye socket. Tear. Ah! Princess Hui screamed uncontrollably. She was born into a wealthy family and had never suffered such torture. In the past, I just watched others suffer and felt that the punishment was not harsh enough. Now that it was my turn, I regretted not killing Hu Yu directly. How dare you! How dare you! How dare you! Princess White was incoherent, and the severe pain almost caused her nervous breakdown. The screams had not yet spread out of the room, but were blocked by a layer of transparent restrictions. Hu Juying wanted Princess Hui to experience the same torture, so she did not block her five senses. The King Kai of Fox clan has always repaid kindness and revenge, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Hu Juying said, it's my turn to fight back. The magic power turned into silk thread, wrapped around Princess White's teeth and tongue, and pulled hard. With blood splashing all over her mouth and pouring into her throat, Princess White whimpered, kill the nest, I'll kill the nest soon. Keek, you think I'm stupid? Besides, Hu Yu didn't die at your hands. Hu Juying pursed her lips and smiled, it's better to make your life worse than death. Rays of magic light fell on Princess Hui, and all her limbs and bones were shattered. Unless she had the elixir of life and death, she would have to lie in bed for the rest of her life. After Hu Juying finished everything, she turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Appeared in another courtyard a moment later. The night is silent. Li Su, the prince of Prince Hui, lay drunk in the pavilion. The cold wind blew by, and when I opened my hazy eyes, I saw a pretty figure walking slowly. Minjiu. Are you still alive? Li Su got up with a look of surprise on his face and waved his hand to catch the woman. Li Lang, you are so cruel, why don't you come to save me? I'm afraid of my mother, Minjiu, I hate it, I hate myself for being so cowardly. Li Su fell to his knees with a pop and cried loudly, on weekdays, I feel that I am strong in martial arts and skilled in bow and horse. Only when things happen do I realize that I am a coward. The woman's voice was ethereal, then do you really like me? Li Su wiped away his tears and said, Minjiu, I really like you. I only blame my mother for breaking us up. In that case, why don't you commit suicide and stay together as husband and wife in the underworld, and no one will break up? A sword fell in front of Li Su, its cold light shining. Suicide? Li Su picked up the sword and put it on his neck. He tried hard to draw it across, but hesitated for a long time. Can I tell my father? He will be sad when I die. Grandpa Huang loves me very much and needs to say goodbye. Shut up. Stop talking. If you don't want to die, then I will do it myself. Suddenly, a dragon roar echoed through King Huafeng. Hold head high. The roar of the dragon continued, and an overwhelming power rose from Prince Huai's mansion, and large dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. A humanoid figure stood in the clouds, the Taoist robes on his body rustled fiercely, and a golden beam of light hung down from the mirror in his hand, sweeping every inch of the land of Prince Huai's mansion. Hu Juying's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light to escape. The prince is a softie, but I didn't expect that Princess Hui had some backbone and actually committed suicide. The Taoist in the sky noticed the light and shouted loudly. Monster, where are you running? rumble. The thunder in the dark clouds condensed into thunderbolts under the pull of the Taoist's magic power, and landed on the escaping light. I want to keep my aunt even though I only have the ability to control thunder. Hu Zhiying's human form remained unchanged, 9 foxtails dozens of feet long emerged from her back, and a terrifying demonic aura rose into the sky. 9-tailed demon fox. 9 foxtails swept across the sky, and thunder instantly destroyed the clouds. The Taoist had no time to dodge and crashed directly into the ground. Giggle, little Taoist, study for a few hundred more years. I'll be waiting for you in King Kaiu, my aunt. With a series of silver bell laughter, Hu Zhiying harnessed the escaping light and disappeared into the night sky. Prince Huai's mansion is located in King Huafang, only a few miles away from the imperial palace. When the dragon roar alarm sounded, 3 streams of light rose from the palace. However, when they arrived at Prince Huai's mansion, the 9-tailed fox had disappeared. Suanwei waved his hand to catch the Taoist priest who had smashed into the ground for more than 10 feet, and fed him the magic pill to dissipate it. The Taoist woke up slowly, and when he saw Xianwei, he saluted quickly. I've met Master Xianwei. Xianwei asked sharply, Ling Hua, what happened? Who caused the dragon roar? The formation restrictions in the imperial palace were all arranged by the Taoist sect personally, but there were monsters who could enter and exit freely. It is difficult to explain His Majesty's blame afterwards. Ling Hua smiled bitterly and said, Uncle, Princess Huai was poisoned, and the murderer was the King Kaiu 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox is a first-class demon king. Even if Xianwei meets him, he can hardly be called a rival. Amitabha, even a 9-tailed fox cannot completely avoid the demon mirror and the demon spelling spell. Kong Kai looked miserable, and the Buddhists could not escape punishment. Prince Huai's palace also had Buddhist mantras blessed by eminent monks. Eunuch Zhu, the deputy director of the Internal Affairs Department, glanced at the 2 Buddhist and Taoist masters and snorted coldly, let's go see the princess first. Let's make an agreement first. Your Majesty must have known about this matter, and no one can shirk it. The 3 of them looked at each other and fell to the ground. Many people have gathered in the courtyard. In front of the princess's bed. Prince Huai Li Heng looked at the dying princess with a gloomy face, while the crown prince Li Su knelt beside her. You evil son! I actually killed your mother. Dad, the child is wrong, please beat me to death. Li Su was despairing. He held a dead wood branch in his hand and manifested the prototype from the sharp sword. Hu Zhiying has lived for hundreds of years and has long understood that it is better to kill someone than to kill someone's heart. The more Li Su hates himself for being weak, the more his cowardly nature is revealed. Eunuch Zhu and others came in, noticed the tragic death of the princess, and quickly stepped forward to salute. See your highness. King Huai is the nephew of His Majesty. He is deeply favored. He is currently the Zonggren of the clan and holds a high position. Neither the Immortal Pensions Department nor the Internal Affairs Department can escape the blame for this matter. 3 worshippers, please get up quickly. My beloved concubine was killed by a monster. Please help track down the murderer. Li Heng did not dare to act like a prince in front of an expert. Your Highness, please take the things that the princess has with her and use them to deduce the whereabouts of the fox demon. Xianwei added, it's best to have blood stains on hair, as it can be more accurate. Li Heng pulled out a strand of hair, collected a drop of blood, and solemnly said, please ask Master Suanwei to cast a spell. Suanwei's face was solemn, and his magic power was running. Use blood as a guide to search for traces from thousands of miles away. The hair spontaneously ignited without fire, and the blood stains burst into red flames. A mysterious fluctuation is spreading, using bloodline and cause and effect as clues, and the trace of the fox demon is about to be found. A vague female figure appeared out of thin air, her eyes were indifferent, and she glanced at Xianwei. The soul is trembling, the energy is chaotic. Puff! Suanwei spurted out a mouthful of blood, quickly took out the elixir bottle, and poured it into his mouth desperately. Kong Kai murmured some sutras and turned the beads in his hand rapidly. Eunuch Zhu's eyes were straightened, he coughed a few times, and saluted King Huai respectfully. "Your Highness, this is a serious matter, so I'd better go and report it to your Majesty first." Tong Fu in. Zhou Yi stood in front of the window and looked towards King Huafeng. The demonic energy soaring into the sky could be heard clearly from dozens of miles away, and it woke up many experts in Kyoto. The fox spirit Feng Linger nestled in Zhou Yi's arms, with a throbbing blood connection that made it difficult for her to practice with peace of mind. What is supposed to come has come. If there is a cause, there must be a result. Zhou Yi's eyes flickered as he watched the nine-tailed fox's aura escape from King Huafeng into Nanchinj. He just sighed softly and did not make any move to stop him. Last year, Waran Minjiu, also known as King Kaihu Huyu, died under Zhou Yi's execution knife. Whether it should die or not has been determined by the Demon Illustrated Book. However, Zhou Yi did not agree with Princess Huai's actions. Because his son was obsessed with women, he inflicted various tortures on him. On the contrary, he did not restrain Li Su. It would only be a matter of time before it would lead to disaster. From Huyu's memory, Zhou Yi learned that the King Kaihu fox clan lived in the blessed land of King Kaihu Mountain, and that their ancestor was a fox fairy who surpassed the nine tails. A descendant of the fox fairy bloodline died tragically at the hands of the human race. How could he not come back with revenge? With such a background, Zhou Yi was unwilling to expose himself unless he had to. Chapter 31 Anger turns into a python. Early the next morning, Zhou Yi was walking on the street and heard people talking. Ordinary people cannot sense the demonic energy that permeates the sky and the earth. The roar of dragons and thunderous foxtails are visible to the naked eye. There is nothing new in the capital, and the greatest pleasure for many unemployed middle-class people is gossip. Zhou Yi sneered at this. He heard someone spreading rumors mysteriously, saying that the demon suppressed by the palace was born. As soon as I entered the Ministry of Materials, I felt a depressing atmosphere. My colleagues who used to be relaxed and smiling were all sitting on duty. Li Suan, who had always been playful and smiling, was also serious at this time. Zhou Yi came to the Department of 5 Internal Organs and found Zhang Cheng copying books. In the past year, Zhang Cheng has rarely written. Monob's depressive aura came from Zhang Cheng, and frost almost formed on his old face. At the third level of the divine refining realm, the aura emitted unconsciously can already affect changes in the outside world. "Brother Zhang, morning." Zhang Cheng hummed in a neither yin nor yang manner. Zhou Yi was disappointed and began to concentrate on copying books. 2 people were on duty and finished the day's work before noon. Zhang Cheng sat in a chair and meditated, and Zhou Yi copied the scriptures. "Brother Zhang, did you hear what happened last night?" Zhou Yi endured it for a long time and finally opened his mouth to ask. "This is by no means gossip, I'm really just curious about Zhang Cheng's views on this matter." "The sound is so loud, who can't hear it?" Zhang Cheng said angrily. "They have bullied them all the way to the door, and they are still laughing at each other. Sooner or later, they will become a joke." Zhou Yi didn't know who Zhang Cheng was mocking. It was nothing more than the officials of the imperial court, the Buddhist and Taoist masters, the city god and the like. Although the nine-tailed fox is powerful, if it really comes to running rampant in Lujing, only the King Kaihu fox fairy is qualified. Zhang Cheng cursed a few times, felt much better, and started mumbling to himself again. "I can't stay in Kyoto anymore, there are no good people left. Lao Zhang can't bear to leave the little lady of Chunfeng Tower. Was who has such a slim waist, but it's a pity that there is a stone from a latrine in Longchuan. Old people always like to talk to themselves." Zhou Yi regarded Zhang Cheng as a lonely old man who had never heard of him having a family. He always regarded Chunfeng Tower as his home. The question is, what is life? The answer is, the principle of life, and life is a different name for yin and yang divine energy. He didn't listen and didn't ask, and he concentrated on copying the Taoist scriptures. It is extremely difficult for Zhou Yi to part with the treasure land of Kyoto. In recent days, my understanding of the scriptures has become deeper and deeper, and I have gained a lot more insights into the Taoist way of intertwining life and life. Refining Qi is a life skill, and refining God is a sex skill. If you combine the two, you can achieve immortality. This is what is said in the Taoist scriptures. Zhou Yi believed it for the time being with a skeptical attitude. After all, having a demon illustration does not necessarily lead to the same path as the Taoist gods. Believe in the book, but you cannot trust the book in its entirety. Zhou Yi paid his dues and returned all the way to Tongfu Inn. On the side of Tongfu Inn, there is a new sign, Lao Zhou's Secret Fried Chicken. As the founder of fried chicken, Lao Zhou has been busy with diners in recent days. It was particularly deserted today. When Zhou Yi entered the door, he found that there were only 7 or 8 young people in colorful clothes surrounding a little girl. The little girl was born cute, with exquisite facial features, crescent eyebrows, and braids. If you put it on a certain note in her previous life, she would definitely become the girl of all people. Why is she here? Zhou Yi frowned, returned to normal, and walked behind the counter to observe secretly. The girl is none other than the 9-tailed fox, Hu Jiying. Auntie, am I right? This fried chicken is particularly tender. The leading young man, with a bruised nose and swollen face, and a slight limp on his right leg, boasted, the fried chicken in the capital comes from here, and the Taipei Tower in Dashunzai is all about picking up people's teeth. It's so sweet, the needle doesn't poke. On the table occupied by Hu Jiying alone, there were more than a dozen large plates, some empty and some full, all filled with fried chicken of various flavors. Young men in colorful attire stood aside, serving them carefully, handing them over immediately with just a wink. My aunt is really a fairy from heaven who descends to earth. She is unique in the sky and unique on earth. The moon closes and the flowers are shy, the fish sinks and the wild geese fall. The young man at the head of the group smacked the fox with all his heart, but it was a pity that he didn't study much on weekdays, so he was at a loss for words after speaking a few words. Seeing Hu Jiying eating happily, her mind turned around and she thought of a new trick. Shopkeeper, come here. Zhou Yi held the Taoist scriptures in his hands and said without raising his head, what orders do you have, sir? Hey? He's still a scholar, no wonder he's so cool. The young man limped to the counter, knocked on the table and said, do you know who I am? Have no idea. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with spiritual light, and he subconsciously used the spiritual eye technique. After staying in the Demon Slayer department for a long time and seeing Zhongchang a lot, I always felt that there were dragons and crouching tigers hidden in Kyoto, and the beggar squatting at the door gnawing chicken bones might be a third-level master. An ordinary person with uncoagulated blood and mottled breath, who has not reached the 9th level. Zhou Yi was relieved, it seemed that he was just an ordinary dude, and he used the chi-gazing technique to watch again. A dandy in Kyoto generally has a loose golden aura, mixed with a brown-gray sense of decadence, and his family is in decline. There was a chaotic mist above the young man's head, and there was a vague aura swirling inside, making it difficult to see clearly with the aura technique. Interesting, it turns out to be a magic weapon that conceals the secrets of heaven. Zhou Yi became interested, mana poured into his eyes, golden light flashed through, and he saw through the fog of chaos. A black python coiled above the young man's head. It looked like an eagle and a wolf, as if sensing Zhou Yi's prying eyes, it flicked its tail uneasily and made a hissing sound. People who are angry and become pythons will be trapped and embarrassed in times of trouble, and they will be brave and heroic in troubled times. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing Zhou Yi in a daze, the young man emphasized loudly, I am the son of General Longqi, Su Yat, have you heard of me? Su Yat? Of course I've heard of it. Zhou Yi's eyes were deep and he showed a strange smile. Haha, Brother Yi's name is indeed extraordinary. Of course, Brother Ye is one of the 4 major scourges in Luojing. What are the 4 major scourges? Brother Ye is obviously responsible for it alone, and the other 3 are considered pests at best. That's nothing compared to my aunt. Brother Ye, aren't you here to serve me? Auntie, please don't do it yourself, let the younger one do it. Several other young men in fine clothes couldn't help but laugh out loud. Instead of being angry, Su Ye looked proud. You know how powerful I am, right? Well, what's the matter with Mr. Su? Zhou Yi obtained the qi watching technique for more than 10 years, observed many people, and saw the condensation of qi for the first time. The theory of luck has been around since ancient times, and can generally be divided into luck and destiny. Qi is determined by heaven, destiny is determined by oneself, and the two influence each other. Luck is not a foregone conclusion. It increases and decreases, rises and falls, wins and losses, and can change at any time. Even some crazy people who do not respect ghosts, gods, heaven, and earth still believe in the existence of luck and lament that every time comes and heaven and earth work together, but heroes are not free when they are transported. Everyone's luck is strong or weak. The starting point is determined innately, and the influence increases or decreases the day after tomorrow. Among them, there are those who are born with extraordinary luck. If their luck in a certain aspect is extremely strong, they will turn emptiness into reality and gather energy to form. Qi turns into a python, which is one of them. Su Ye didn't know that Zhou Yi had seen through him and said arrogantly, "The cook said that you invented the secret recipe for fried chicken and dedicated it to my aunt. You, the shopkeeper, will cover it up. You tell me how to get along with her, and I'll teach you the secret recipe." When Zhou Yi was talking, he secretly used the magic of confusing gods, and Su Ye, who had no cultivation, was immediately caught. Su Yi's eyes were misty and he couldn't help but said, "My aunt is so beautiful, I'm jealous. Xiao Yizi, let's go to the next restaurant. The fried chicken here has a weird smell." Hu Zhiying's clear voice immediately woke Su Ye up from his daze, and then left the inn surrounded by a group of dandies. Su Ye had no idea what was going on. He mainly thought that Hu Zhiying liked him, so he quickly chased after her. Chapter 32, Cut off the tail with one sword. The inn was suddenly deserted. Feng Linger came out of the cuffs and screamed. "Sir, she found me." As he has been practicing the Heavenly Fox secret code for a long time, Feng Linger has understood the method of soul transmission. Zhou Yi nodded slightly. "I am indeed not as sophisticated as the nine-tailed fox in the art of magic. What do you think?" Feng Linger was silent for a moment, shaking her head and not knowing how to answer. With his spiritual intelligence growing day by day, Feng Linger understood what a great opportunity it was to accompany Zhou Yi. Otherwise, with his inferior qualifications of being half human and half demon, it would be difficult to even get started in cultivation. When your mother accidentally entered the demon-slaying division and died, it was directly and indirectly related to me. All the past has faded away, and everything must always be looked forward to." Zhou Yi gently stroked the fox's back and said slowly, "You also know my attitude towards the demon clan. I am unwilling to accept it and will not kill indiscriminately. Instead of following me and living in my sleeves, it is better to take this opportunity to go to King Kai blessed land and practice. It won't be slow." Feng Linger's voice was choked with sobs, and she kowtowed with her paws in hand. "Sir's kindness will never be forgotten by Linger. If called upon in the future, I will definitely sacrifice my life to repay him." Over the years, except for the soul beads given when slaying demons, there has been almost no communication between one person and one fox. Feng Linger had long understood Zhou Yi's thoughts, and had read the entire The Punisher's theory, and had already given up some thoughts. Zhou Yi looked at Feng Linger and kowtowed. His expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes were as cold as ice, and the faint pressure reached deep into his soul. "When you go to King Kaiyu in the future, you must remember that you are half human. Don't let me hear any bad rumors, otherwise even if I travel thousands of miles away, I will cleanse your sins and send you to reincarnation. Feng Ling'er suddenly became awestruck and hurriedly swore, Sir, if Ling'er does evil, he will be tortured by splitting the demon body with a car and burning the soul with fire. If the oath was useful, there wouldn't be so many grudges and hatreds in the world. Zhou Yi waved his hand and interrupted Feng Ling'er's words, You just need to remember at all times that with the pull of cause and effect between you and me, as long as you do evil, you will never be able to escape. Sir's teachings, Ling'er will always keep them in mind. Feng Ling'er suddenly said, Nunyo, if Ling'er is bullied, can you come to Sir to complain? Zhou Yi was silent for a moment, and finally sighed. Can. Cats and dogs that have been kept for several years have feelings, so it is reasonable to seek support from their parents when they are bullied. Although King Kaihu Mountain is the blessed land of spirit foxes, wherever there are living beings, there will be grievances, and where there are grievances, there will be factions, struggles, and oppression. What difference does it make between human race and monster race? Feng Ling'er is half human and half fox, so he is naturally weak and will inevitably be bullied by his peers. Zhou Yi didn't like trouble, so he added, unless it involves life or death, don't bother me with trivial matters. Yo yo yo! Feng Ling'er chirped happily, and her 3 snow-white tails swept back and forth. Midnight. The moonlight is cold. Zhou Yi suddenly woke up from his deep sleep, turned into a escaping light and flew out of the city. This stinking Taoist priest has a very sensitive nose. Hu Jiying, who was peeping outside the window, snorted coldly and used her escape method to chase after him. During the day, Hu Jiying sensed the scent of the spirit fox and thought that Zhou Yi was hunting the spirit fox for slavery and it was difficult to do it during the day, so she came to the inn late at night to explore. Zhou Yi had long expected that he would immediately flee out of the city the moment she appeared. Deng Guang chased and escaped, and in a short time he was out of Lujing, with Qifeng Mountain in sight. After leaving the capital, Hu Jiying no longer had to hide her demonic aura. 9 fox tails were floating behind her under the moon. Tianhu's secret escape technique was used, and his speed was instantly faster than before, and he was about to catch up with him before he saw it. Niobe, let's see where you run. Who said I was going to run away? Zhou Yi stopped his escape, opened his mouth and spit out the purple Ying sword. The Ziying sword rose in the wind and turned into a purple sword light 100 feet long, slashing across the sky and covering the earth. Hu Jiying felt that the world in front of her was filled with only purple sword energy. The demon soul trembles, and warning signs sound. With a scream, 9 fox tails stretched out, like 9 jade pillars hitting Zhou Yi. Tear. The sword light passed by, Hu Jiying could not avoid it, and a fox tail had been broken. Damn it! Hu Jiying's figure changed from a little girl to a 100-foot giant fox. 8 fox tails swept vertically to block Zhou Yi's path, and she opened her mouth to spit out blazing divine light. 9-tailed fox, nothing more than that. Zhu Yi's mana was poured into the Ziying sword, and the sword's light surged. It went up against the divine light and cut a wound of more than 10 feet long on the giant fox. Thousands of years of mana gathered above the head, turning into a giant hand holding the sky, grabbing 3 fox tails, rounding them and throwing them to the ground. Boom! The giant fox had no power to resist, screamed, and dug a deep hole in the mountain. The Ziying sword fell from the sky and pointed directly at the giant fox's head. Ancestor, save me! A handful of silver-white fox fur fell from the back of the giant fox's neck, and transformed into a beautiful middle-aged woman out of thin air. The beautiful woman pointed her finger in the air, and the energy of heaven and earth gathered at her fingertips, turning into a ball of light and blasting towards the Ziying sword. Clank! The Ziying sword flew back and fell into Zhou Yi's hands. King Kaihu Fox Fairy. The beautiful woman's godless eyes slowly changed with a hint of intelligence, and she looked at where Zhou Yi was. I am exactly the same concubine. Didn't you ever think that Daoist friends would exist in Dakian? A mere chi refiner is not as famous as the fox immortal. When Zhou Yi spoke, 10,000 years of mana was poured into the Ziying sword. The sword's edge rang softly, and the purple light was hesitant, ready to compete with the King Kaihu Fox Fairy again at any time. Chi Refiner. It's a title I haven't heard in a long time. The Fox Fairy's mental reaction seemed to be slow, and he slowly looked at the Ziying sword with surprise in his eyes. What a fairy sword! Before he finished speaking, the vitality of heaven and earth fluctuated again. Hundreds of miles of vitality converged at one point, turning into silver-white divine light that swept over the sky and covered the sky. Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows. The fox demon was really cunning and unpredictable. He would take action as soon as he was told. Fortunately, he was also prepared. The purple Ying sword rises in the sky, and the purple sword light covers the clouds and the moon. The Bailey sky is divided into two colors, half is silver-white divine light, and half is purple sword energy. At the junction in the middle, thunderous crackling sounds were heard one after another, silvery purple light spots fell on the ground, mountain peaks collapsed, and earth veins collapsed. After this confrontation, Zhou Yi felt relieved. Thousands of years of mana has been added to it, and it is exactly the same as King Kaihu Fox Fairy's ability to summon the vitality of 100 miles around. Fox fairies take advantage of the power of heaven and earth, and there is an endless supply. Zhou Yi uses his own magic power to do whatever he wants. The fox fairy is just the incarnation of a wisp of fox fur, and it can only take a moment to compete with the magic power, and the figure gradually becomes transparent and empty. My Taoist friend's wonderful method is magnificent, but I feel inferior to you. The fox fairy waved his hand to withdraw the divine light and asked, I am confused, why do you want to embarrass my junior Hu Yu? Empress, was he the one who killed Hu Yu? Hu Zhiying had barely recovered from her injuries at this time. Unfortunately, the broken ninth tail could not be restored. The sword energy was like a tarsal maggot, so she could only return to King Kaihu to ask the Empress for treatment. Zhou Yi's heart sank, and he carefully sensed his body, and sure enough, he found a trace of spell aura on his right shoulder, which was obviously left by Hu Yu. Hu Yu didn't know that Zhou Yi could break the spell, so to be safe, he cast another layer. This heavy spell is usually hidden, and only the fox fairy can recognize it in person. It is so vicious. As Hu Yi's magic power rolled by, the spells disappeared, and he replied coldly, the demon tribe absorbs the yang energy of the human race to practice, so it should be killed. Hu Yu relies on some background to charm the human race, and the disaster of death is his own fault. Then why did you let Zhu Ying go last night? I'm not a nanny. I'm in charge of evil demons. Revenge has nothing to do with me. Zhou Yi once had the urge to take action, but suddenly he thought, if he saved Princess Hui today, he would save someone else tomorrow. If this continues, there will be no peace every day. The fox fairy obviously didn't understand what the nanny meant. After thinking for a moment, he could probably guess it. I haven't seen such an interesting fellow Taoist in how many years. The figure of the fox immortal was almost gone and he said, in this case, Zhu Ying is out of King Kaihu Mountain for the first time and has never done anything harmful to the human race. Can I be spared? Zhou Yi looked at Hu Zhiying and was so frightened that she quickly shrank behind the fox fairy. Yes. Leave the human race as soon as possible to avoid trouble. Zhu Ying has not yet thanked me for sparing my life. When the fox fairy dissipated, he suddenly said, the great Jian's energy is about to be exhausted, and it is better to leave as soon as possible in the face of a great calamity. You and I are outsiders, and we should just sit back and watch the rise and fall of the dynasty, so why bother wading into troubled waters? When you are trapped in the quagmire of cause and effect, and it is difficult to move forward, how can you still find freedom? Zhou Yi frowned slightly. He had been living in the Demon Slayer division and had never left Kyoto. It could be said that he was ignorant. The figure of the fox fairy disappeared, and Hu Zhiying transformed into a little girl again, timidly stepping forward and bowing to salute. Thank you, Senior, for disregarding past grudges. Joe asked, without the fox fairy hair, can I hide my evil spirit and enter Kyoto? Hu Jiying touched the back of her head with a defensive look on her face. The Empress gave me 3 strands of hair, and I can call her for help 3 times. You little brat, you have a lot of thoughts. Auntie, this junior is already over 1,000 years old. Then the 2 streams of light returned to the capital. Chapter 33, very satisfying. Zhou Yi and Hu Jiying left for a long time. More than a dozen figures were milling around nearby. After checking, nothing was found, and they quickly dispersed. After these people left, wave after wave of figures came over. When they met familiar people, they nodded and silently sat cross-legged on the spot to reflect. King Kaido Fox Fairy is a legendary existence. Anyone who can fight undefeated with her must be at the same level. The scattered aftermath of the fighting plowed the nearby hills, leaving a ravine on the ground that stretched for more than 10 miles. Monks like to watch martial arts fights to try to figure out their magical powers, but they are limited to those of the same level. Immortal fighting skills will only hide as far away as possible, lest they accidentally become gray, and there is no place to reason. Now that the real Fox Fairy is still gone, while the magic aura is still evident, he quickly comes to soak up the immortal energy. Zhou Yi returned to the inn room and searched with his magic power, but found no strange smell. Hu Jiying stood handsomely on the windowsill, like a dead dragon or a tiger's den in the house. Come in, I'm not interested in a 1,000-year-old girl. Zhou Yi touched the teapot, the fire flashed, and the tea boiled instantly. Hu Jiying muttered secretly and stood aside obediently. She was now in awe of Zhou Yi. The Fox Fairy is the belief of the King Kaido Spirit Fox clan. No matter how troublesome things are, the Fox Fairy can make them disappear as soon as they take action. For the first time, Hu Jiying saw the human race who was undefeated in a battle with the Fox Fairy. After 3 cups of hot tea, Zhou Yi calmed down. Drinking tea can calm the mind and calm the mind. An unexpected encounter with the King Kaido Fox Fairy, even if it is just a clone, is essentially far beyond the first-level realm. Zhou Yi had not only seen one of the first-level god-refining masters, but also killed the Blue Wave Dragon King and the Naked Saint with his own hands. They had seen many battles in their memories, and they knew that the realm of god-refining was also about using their own magic power. King Kaido Fox Fairy behaves in a thoughtful manner, with the vitality of heaven and earth under his control, and the overwhelming power of heaven and earth suppresses everything. What kind of magic weapon or exquisite swordsmanship makes no difference within the scope of nuclear strike. Zhou Yi's 10,000 years of magic power is rare in the world, and he will not be able to gain the upper hand in a fight. The 2 of them tested each other without making a fatal move. The Fox Immortal did not use the secret skills of the Fox clan, and Zhou Yi did not use Tiangang Taoism. Calling wind and rain is more than just the art of raining and blowing wind. Obviously, for the sake of Hu Yu, the Fox Immortal was not willing to form a deadly feud with Zhou Yi. Before leaving, he gave a piece of advice and a hint of friendship. Tell me, why did you come to harm me tonight? Chief Immortal, this junior does not want to harm you, but senses the aura of the same race. I never thought that you were the spiritual pet of an immortal, so I took the liberty to disturb you. Hu Jiying could not protect herself, so she enslaved the fox tribe and became the spiritual pet of the immortal. Zhou Yi waved his hand and released Feng Ling'er. She is not my spiritual pet. She has spirit fox blood in her body and practices the Sky Fox secret code, but she is quite related to King Kaido. Feng Ling'er couldn't transform yet, so she cupped her fists and saluted. I've met you, sir. I've met Senior Zhu Ying. A flash of light flashed across Hu Jiying's eyes, and she was amazed. Half human and half fox, he should have low qualifications, but his soul is already as strong as a yin god. At such a young age, he has already reached the Seven Tails realm, which is also rare in King Kaido. Are you willing to worship me as your teacher and go to King Kai's blessed land to practice? Hu Jiying's eyesight was infinitely better than that of Hu Yu, and she could see through Feng Linger's heels at a glance. Feng Linger looked at the expressionless Zhou Yi and bowed 3 times to Hu Jiying. I have met the master, and Linger is willing to go to King Kaiyu to practice. Keek, my good disciple, don't worry. Master, I have a high status in King Kaiyu. I'm sure no one will dare to bully you when I go there. When Hu Jiying was talking, she glanced at Zhou Yi from time to time, obviously telling him something. Although a 1,000-year-old fox has never left King Kaiyu, he has been pondering people's hearts for a long time, and his eyelashes are empty even if they are pulled out. Of course, he is good at reading people's looks. Feng Linger hesitated for a moment and said to Zhou Yi, Sir, before I leave, I want to see my father. Zhou Yi did not hide Feng Linger's life experience. He never hid anything from you for your own good, and he was not sensitive to reasons such as being too young to have a bad influence. Everyone has the right to know their own destiny. Whether they can bear it or not, it should not be decided by others. Dad was actually very good to Linger back then. He hugged me for a long time every time he came home. I don't know how many years have passed since I left. Maybe I won't. Feng Linger sobbed softly. The higher the cultivation level, the clearer the memory of some painful crying, and she couldn't forget it even if she wanted to. The strength of a monk is 1,000 times more powerful than that of ordinary people, and the pain he endures is also 1,000 times greater. I'll ask for leave tomorrow morning and take you to see it. Zhou Yi gently stroked the white fox's head. No matter what, he was very pleased that Feng Linger could miss his father. Between others and myself, I suddenly thought of my parents in the past life. Even though I have great power now, I will never see them again. King Kaiyu is far away from Dakian, but there is a whole world between Dakian and Blue Star. I'm tired, let's go to bed first. Zhou Yi did not take Feng Linger into his sleeve. Now Feng Linger is Hu Jiying's disciple, and she must be measured in everything she does. Unless she does evil for disaster, Zhou Yi will not use her own will to manage and restrain her. In the dead of night, people whisper fox whispers to accompany you to sleep. Monob is very busy this morning. Before Zhou Yi entered, he heard Zhang Cheng's hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, come and have a taste. Last night when I came back from Quifeng Mountain, I passed by Baiyun Guanling Tea Peak and picked up a few handfuls. Zhang Cheng took out handfuls of fresh tea leaves. It's not as good as the secret Zy Chengyi, but it's also a rare spiritual tea. If something terrible hadn't happened last night, there would have been a group of old guys who wanted to hug them while they slept. Holding the tea tree. Zhou Yi couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Quifeng Mountain is outside Baikan and Baiyun Temple is hundreds of miles to the west. How easy is it to get around this? The Taoist priest from Baiyun Temple went back and saw the bare branches, and he was jumping around and yelling. The officials of the Ministry of Things have seen many demons and spirits, but they can only scratch the surface. Baiyun Guanling tea is famous in Dakian. It is said that it has the magical effect of enlightenment and concentration, so they all drink the tea directly from the big bucket. Tisk, 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 Lao Zhang, you even broke the tea branches. Aren't you afraid that the old man will go crazy? Mr. Chen, who was seldom seen in person on weekdays, also smiled and came to rub the tea leaves. He picked out a twig with buds from the pile of tea leaves and quickly and carefully collected it. Tea tree grafting technology is no longer a mysterious technology in Dakian. In order to cultivate spiritual plants, monks use various methods such as grafting, mutation, hybridization, and ripening. It can be said that they do everything. The gap between monks and mortals is not only longevity, strength, and knowledge, but also the application of various technologies, all for the purpose of better cultivation. Zhou Yi held a big bowl, brewed some tea, and sat down to take a sip. At this time, I no longer care about the tea ceremony. I can just drink the spiritual tea that is hard to buy with a lot of money. Who cares about the art anymore? The taste is indeed not as good as Zy Chun Gui, without the hazy drunkenness, but the rich spiritual energy is enough to increase the cultivation level of Qi refining realm. Hey hey hey, I passed by Tea Mountain in the middle of the night and shouted several times but no one responded, so I picked it up. Zhang Cheng smiled proudly and said, "Those old guys don't have time to pay attention to me now. They are quarreling with others outside Baikan." Chief Chen looked around and saw that they were all his own people. He lowered his voice and asked, "What happened last night?" "I heard from my uncle that there was a fight between top men outside. The chief clerk in Dakian is a 9th grade Sesame official, which seems to be very inconspicuous everywhere, so it depends on where he is the chief clerk. The treasurer of the Demon Slayer department is a representative of low-level authority. The treasures he handles can leak more oil and water than a senior official without scratching a single layer. Chief Chen has been able to stay in this position for more than 10 years, not only because he has managed the relationship well, but the most important thing is that his aunt is married to Zhou Zhilang of the Ministry of Civil Affairs." Zhang Cheng pretended to be mysterious and said, "Of course he is an extremely expert. Old Chen is quite strict and knows the importance." "How high is it?" Master Chen asked subconsciously. The others stopped drinking tea and pricked up their ears to listen. Such secrets were beyond the reach of ordinary petty officials. "It's as high as 3 or 4 stories high." Cut. Everyone was shocked and stopped asking questions. It was obvious that a hush order was issued from above. While Zhang Cheng was drinking tea, he looked up at the bronze lamp on the top of the object department and couldn't help but add something in his heart. "Lao Zhang, I'm really underground." Chapter 34, Good and Evil in People and number 039, S Hearts. Zhang Cheng was in high spirits and stood on the stool with one leg. "Stand up straight with your chest and waist up, and start singing with one finger. I think back then, I had a horse and a gun, left my dear wife, and left Shangyang, vowing to go to the capital to have a try." Zhou Yi had lived in Lujing for nearly a year and frequently visited the Gulan brothel. He was unwilling to go, but his colleagues repeatedly invited him sincerely. In working life, socializing is inevitable. After listening and watching a lot, I also gained an understanding of Dakian's dramas. The monk's ability to remember what he has heard and seen is a magical skill when used in any study. Zhang Cheng is now singing a local opera in Lujing. His singing voice is melodious and has a mellow charm, and his level is not inferior to that of the famous Gulan actors. This section comes from a play called Youth Travel. It is said to be adapted from Taisha's experiences as a boy, wandering alone in Kyoto, fighting corrupt officials and slaying demons, and rising from an unknown to the powerful Fengyang kingdom. At that time, Luojing was not the Luojing of Dakian, but belonged to the capital of Fengyang kingdom, one of the Yunzhou kingdoms. Unexpectedly, Zhang Cheng's voice fell, and Master Chen took a step forward, taking a T-step with his feet and leaning back slightly. Mr. Chen's posture is steady and he must be a regular customer. Don't talk about that golden 100-foot tower. Don't say that the demon will never stop. When I drink all the wine in the cup, I will not behead the thief, I swear there will be no rest. After singing one section, he was not inferior to Zhang Cheng, and he had the bearing of a scholar and a general. Colleagues all applauded that Master Chen, who was born as an orthodox Jinchi, could talk about poetry and songs, and he could also sing Gulan opera. Zhang Cheng, as the leader of the atmosphere team of the Ministry of Objects, the atmosphere spread quickly. Many warehouse officials and villagers could not help but be attracted by the fragrance of tea, and passed by and joined in one after another. Only now did Zhou Yi know that there were hundreds of people in the Ministry of Things, and that was not all of them. Most of them are in the 6th to 4th level of Qi refining realm, and a few of the lower 3rd level body refining monks are people with profound backgrounds. Happy moments are always quick and short. By the time they dispersed, it was already noon. Seeing that Master Chen was about to leave, Zhou Yi hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Sir, I would like to take a leave today and tomorrow." Chief Chen nodded in agreement. "I understand, Please tell Lao Zhang and don't hand over the ghost drawing talisman again when the time comes. The Ministry of Materials is on duty all year round, and only takes 1 day off on New Year's Eve, and needs to take leave at other times. Zhou Yi went to tell Zhang Cheng again and left the Ministry of Things. Tong Fu in. Hu Zhiying stood behind the counter. Because she was short, there was a bench underneath her. He was holding the white fox Feng Linger in his arms. The fox fairy hair covered his aura, and the god-refining monk thought he was just an ordinary fox pet in person. The shop was full of customers, but the strange thing was that they were all silent, devouring fried chicken. "Auntie, what do you think? In this 3-acre land in Kyoto, we can keep our word." The injuries on Su Yi's face and right leg were healed overnight after taking some miraculous medicine. Hu Zhiying smiled and was about to speak. When she saw Zhou Yi standing outside the door, her expression changed and she waved impatiently. Go, don't disturb my aunt, be careful to break your 3 legs." Su Ye couldn't figure out where Hu Zhiying was provoked again. When he heard that 3 legs were about to be broken, he whistled and ran out in fright. The diners in the inn stood up with a roar, exited the inn silently, and lined up neatly outside. "Come back. My aunt is about to leave. Seeing that you have taken good care of me, I will give you a gift as a souvenir." Hu Zhiying stopped Su Ye and touched the back of his head, and a handful of silver white fox fur appeared in his hand. Su Ye took the fox fur and frowned. "Auntie, why do you still have white hair?" "Roll." Hu Zhiying waved her hand, and Su Ye flew out, knocking over several rows of diners waiting outside. Su Ye screamed and got up. When he saw Zhou Yi standing at the door smiling, he shouted carelessly, "What are you looking at?" "I am practicing Qinggong, do you understand?" Zhou Yi shook his head and walked into the inn. Hu Zhiying helped Lao Zhou clear the dishes with great discernment. "Have you checked it out?" "It's been found out. He's been in Fuzhou County." Through Su Yi's relationship, Hu Zhiying quickly found out where Feng Zhen was an official. Fuzhou County. The eastern edge of Luozhu is close to the Yangping Lake, with a vast mist of 800 miles. County magistrates serve a 3-year term, and will be promoted or demoted based on the imperial assessment. Feng Zhen was born in a Juran family, and the county magistrate was already at his limit, with no hope of promotion. He relied on the coordination of his wife and family to hold office in Fuzhou County. Fuzhou County is mountainous and the land is not even 3 feet flat. Yangping Lake is full of water and swampy miasma. The population here is sparse, the people are poor, and it is the lowest class county. Feng Zhen is willing to stay in office, and everyone is happy. 2 streaks of light streaked across the sky, like shooting stars during the day. When the fishermen in the lake saw it, the superstitious ones hurriedly put their hands together and prayed. Meteors are often bad omens in Dakian, and they refer to weapons and natural disasters. The sailors on one of the large ships saw the meteor getting brighter and brighter. Only when they got closer did they see clearly that they were a man and a woman. The Immortal Master. It's the Immortal Master. There were cheers on the deck. The reputation of the Immortal Master in Dakian was excellent. It was believed that the Immortal Master killed demons and protected ordinary people. The man has a ginger complexion and frost on his temples. He is wearing black scale armor and has a gold mace at his waist. His eyes were like lightning scanning the people on the boat, showing no anger or authority. The woman looked to be in her teens, cute, holding a white fox in her arms. The visitors were none other than Zhou Yi and Hu Zhiying. Zhou Yi used the shape-changing technique to change his face and body shape. The armor on his body and the gold mace on his waist were all magical weapons obtained by killing the evil demon. Hu Zhiying was not surprised by this. Many immortal masters had eccentric temperaments. As far as she knew, the Fox Fairy Empress had changed her identity as a man and a woman many times and went to live in the mortal world. The boatmen and sailors gathered behind the steward to welcome the immortal master. Zhou Yi landed on the bow of the ship and asked, "Which direction is Fuzhou County?" The steward thought about his words and said, reporting to the immortal master, I am Shi Sinian, the inspector of the Fuzhou Inspection Department. May I ask what the immortal master is doing when he goes to the county government office? Inspections are from the 9th grade officials, barely belonging to the senior officials. Why are you dressed like this in front of the inspector? Zhou Yi looked at Shi Sinian up and down. He was wearing a rough cloth and his hands and feet were rough and calloused. He didn't look like an official in any way. Use Zhan Qi technique to create purple within the green, which is responsible for official luck. Shi Sinian looked embarrassed. The immortal master didn't know something. Magistrate Feng asked the subordinates to be responsible for fishing. The official uniforms are cumbersome and inconvenient. Over time, it has become like this. Zhou Yi immediately put away his qi watching technique and saluted with a solemn expression. It's because of me. Inspector Shi is a good officer. Shi Sinian shook his head and said, you can't believe it. Mr. Feng is a good official. A lower official is just to show his strength. Zhou Yi originally planned to ask for directions and leave, but when he heard this, he suddenly became interested. Inspector Shi thinks Magistrate Feng is a good official. Of course, the county magistrate is Mr. Qingtian of Fuzhou County. Shi Sinian said, if it weren't for Mr. Feng County, how would we dare to come to Yangping Lake to fish? This is the only large ship that has been blessed by magic. It was built with your own money. The boatmen and sailors had been with Shi Sinian for a long time and no longer feared the officials, so they couldn't help but talk. I heard that Lord Qingtian went to the bottom of the lake and talked with Lord Dragon before he allowed us to fish. There is also a Dragon King temple beside the lake, where sacrifices are held every year. I think we should build one for Master Qingtian. Only the dead can enter the temple. How can living people be sacrificed? Are you cursing Master Qingtian? Bah, bah, bah. I deserve a beating because I have a bad mouth. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed and he asked, I am quite familiar with Master Feng. I remember that he has not entered into cultivation. Zhang Shen will not show off his face. The officials and the clergy belong to two sets of teams that do not interfere with each other. The land of the city god is not bad, he was a virtuous human being during his lifetime, and he is willing to protect him after his death. Water gods and mountain gods are mostly elves in the mountains and waters, with unpredictable personalities. At worst, they are great demons who do not do evil. In order to appease the local people, the imperial court decreed that they were mountain gods and water gods. The officials of the imperial court and the priests were not subordinate to each other. The gods of mountains and water did not want to take care of things, and even the governors of the state, animal husbandry, and county did not bother to pay attention. Of course, most officials at the state and county level are not only powerful in their own right, but also suppressed by the Immortal Salary Department and the Demon Slayer Department, so the gods of mountains and rivers have no choice but to obey their orders. Shi Sinian hesitated for a moment, and out of respect for the Immortal Master, he said vaguely, I heard that the county's wife's family is quite powerful in Kyoto. Zhou Yi immediately understood that Feng Zhen betrayed Feng Linger's mother and daughter in order to marry a new wife. In Hu Juniang's memory, the woman was the daughter of the Minister of Rights. Zhou Yi asked, Inspector Shi, is Mr. Feng at the county government office now? Shi Sinian shook his head and said, today is the monthly fishing market. The county magistrate must be in the new city in the west of the city, watching the transactions with the merchants. I understand, farewell. After Zhou Yi finished speaking, he and Hu Juying turned into streams of light and flew towards Fuzhou County. Shi Sinian looked enviously at the escape light in the sky, which could only be used by at least the third-level Qi refining realm. He basically had no hope in this life. The imperial court issued exercises suitable for officials to practice, and allocated cultivation resources and court luck according to their grades. However, the lower third-rank officials have the largest number of officials and the least resources, which is basically better than nothing. Shi Sinian had been in the inspection position for more than 10 years, but he was only at the 8th level of martial arts. He was getting older and there was no further hope. Chapter 35, Don't Recognize Each Other When Meeting. Fishing Market. It was busy and lively, and it seemed like people from the entire county were gathered here. Zhou Yi and Hu Zhiying were hidden among the clouds and looked down. Is this your bad idea? Didn't the immortal have any objections? Hu Zhiying pursed her lips and chuckled. 1,000-year-old vixen is best at playing with people's hearts. Zhou Yi's eyes were indifferent and he looked down at an official sedan chair. Those who try to test humanity will eventually fall into the abyss of humanity. The official sedan was located in the middle of the fishing market, and merchants and people passing by it all spontaneously walked around it. 2 children, a boy and a girl, ran around the sedan, laughing happily. Hey! Who are you? The boy suddenly saw a little girl of 3 or 4 years old not far away, looking at the sedan in a daze. I don't know. The little girl's eyes were confused. Lost? Just stand here and don't move. Daddy, Daddy, a little sister is lost. The boy waved and shouted not far away. Feng Zhen, who was communicating with merchants, heard the voice and hurried over, fearing that someone was selling people in Fuzhou County. Selling people is a serious crime in Daqian. It is the same as being a bandit, robbing homes, and minting coins privately. Not only will it be punished by death, but the wife and family will be exiled for 3,000 miles without knowing it. If they know it, they will be sentenced to death as an accessory. When Feng Zhen saw the little girl, he asked in a gentle voice, "Little girl, who is your name? Where do you live? Do you have any family with you?" "My home is in Zhenping, the capital. I don't remember my family." The little girl was Feng Linger. She transformed into the person she was before she was imprisoned. She looked at Feng Zhen with a complicated expression and couldn't say daddy out loud. A person from the capital was actually abducted so far away. The county must thoroughly investigate the criminal to prevent another person from being killed. Feng Zhen looked angry and summoned a group of servants. "Lao Qi, call a few servants to hire a carriage to take the little girl home, and collect the expenses from the yamen." Qi Bantu agreed repeatedly, and several people led Feng Linger away. Feng Zhen looked at Feng Linger's retreating back, and tears suddenly flowed from his eyes. Yan Dianli, who came after hearing the sound, asked strangely, "Sir, why are you crying?" "It's okay, the wind blew the sand and blinded my eyes." Feng Zhen rubbed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Old Yan, if one person does evil and does thousands of good deeds, can they cancel each other out?" "Absolutely not possible. Good and evil balance each other out, so why should the law be used? If those evil gentry and businessmen harm people, why don't they need to arrest them if they build bridges, repair roads, donate money to do good deeds?" Yan Dianli was a disciple of the legalists and the most radical business school among the legalists, who believed in using severe punishments to eliminate crime. Anyone who commits crimes will be investigated and dealt with strictly. Killing all the criminals will naturally bring peace to the world. Feng Zhen nodded slightly in agreement and couldn't help but sigh. Feng Linger cast an illusion on the way and met his family members who were looking for him. He left the guards behind and joined Zhou Yi. "Sir, Linger's wish has been fulfilled. I don't know how long it will take to go to King Kaiu." Feng Linger took out a piece of jade the size of a palm, with osmanthus trees and jade rabbit patterns on it, which was very exquisite. "This is the Minjiao Beiyu that was left behind by my mother. It can gather the moonlight from the lunar calendar and is very magical for making wine and tea. I gave it to you as a souvenir. If you have any instructions from me in the future, you can send someone to King Kaiu with a jade ju. Linger will not hesitate to die." Zhou Yi took Yezhu and waved his hand, "Go. The road is far away, and misfortune and fortune are unpredictable. I hope you remember what you said." Feng Linger bowed to Zhou Yi 3 times, transformed into his original fox body, and jumped into Hu Zhiying's arms. "Chief Immortal, Zhiying takes his leave. We will never see you again." After Hu Jiying finished speaking, it was as if the fox's tail was on fire, turning into light and disappearing into the sky. Zhou Yi gently caressed Minjai Beiyu, and a cool air entered his body. After encountering the magic power, the ice melted and the snow melted, turning into Taiyan spiritual energy. Ordinary people have been in contact with Minjai White Jade for a long time, and the yin in the soul, body, and yang will decline, and the jade will disappear in a few years. Feng Zhen's cheekbones are peaked, his canopy is heavy, and his wife is tortured. He lost his wife in middle age, and his later life is desolate. There was a rain in Kyoto that year, which triggered a reward to catch monsters. Feng Linger and her daughter were not the only ones who died unjustly. There were many entangled causes and consequences, but Zhou Yi happened to run into it. The stronger the monk is, the more restraint he needs. Perhaps a random spell caused the mountains and the ground to collapse, and among them was a young man whose whole family died in a landslide, who got an adventure and embarked on a road of revenge. How to live longer? Only go. Zhou Yi glanced in the direction of King Kaiyu Mountain and disappeared into the sky into a ray of light. I hope we will never see each other again, and this relationship will be completely resolved. Tongfu Inn. When Zhou Yi came back, he found a luxurious carriage parked at the door. Shopkeeper Bai, who hasn't seen him for more than a month, is enjoying Lao Zhou's secret fried chicken with the old man in rich clothes. Zhou Yi greeted, "Shopkeeper Bai is back, can you find your young master?" "Mr. Zhou, thank you for your hard work. I have found the young master. He is in the palace of Dingdu." Shopkeeper Bai introduced, "This is the head of the family. I came to Beijing this time to see the young master." Mr. Bai had already stood up, cupped his fists and said, "Yu Zhou, Mr. Bai Xingyi, the fried chicken he invented is very delicious." Hung Yang, Book of Changes. Zhou Yi bowed his hand and returned the gift. "It's just ordinary fried goods, as long as Master Bai likes them." Bai Xingyi took out a banknote and said, "Mr. Zhou has worked hard to look after the store during this period. It's not polite, but I hope you will accept it." Zhou Yi was slightly startled. How could anyone give him a banknote when meeting him? Were the ancients so reasonable, honest, and sacrificial for others? "Master Bai, you're welcome. Even though I've been reading at the door for a few days, I haven't picked up the full sign yet. I still have to collect it, Mr. Wan Wang Hai Han." Bai Xingyi bowed slightly and offered it with both hands. "Interesting." Zhou Yi calculated with his fingers and suddenly understood. He reached out and took the banknote, "Then I'll thank the Bai family master." After saying that, he left directly and returned to the guest room upstairs. Shopkeeper Bai said in a low voice, "My boss, although Mr. Zhou is just a junior official in the demon-slaying department, he has extraordinary bearing. Why don't you make some friends? Not only is the magnificence extraordinary, it is simply extraordinary." Bai Xingyi sighed, "If I had met Mr. Zhou 20 years ago, I would have walked over to him and asked him to go home to support him. It's different now. The Bai family's business is booming, they are not short of wealth, and they are married to the Marquis of Dingdu. They can barely be regarded as a family of the Commander-in-Chief. When your family is in decline, you should be generous and make friends with strange people in order to turn around and counterattack as soon as possible. When it is prosperous, you should be stingy and avoid socializing with experts and weirdos, so that you can be stable and wealthy for a long time." Bai Xingyi said earnestly, "Demon Slayer Division, who are the people in that place? No one from the Bai family can get involved. One of them may be dead and the whole family will be wiped out." Shopkeeper Bai suddenly realized, so the owner of the house offered 1,000 taels of silver to reward Mr. Zhou for looking after the store. Isn't it a bit too much? It's not just about looking at the store. Don't forget about the fried chicken. Bai Xingyi sighed, "It's most tiring to deal with strange people and strangers. If you give too little, you won't be considerate. If you give too much, you'll look down on them. Resentment will arise out of thin air. The head of the family is so tall. Shopkeeper Bai suddenly understood why the head of the family was able to start a business from scratch. He just said that the effort spent on dealing with interpersonal relationships was far more than 100 times that of ordinary people. The second floor of the inn. Bai Xingyi's words reached Zhou Yi's ears word for word. I didn't expect to be disliked. Zhou Yi didn't have any anger. Bai Xingyi was right, not to mention generous. In a world dominated by immortals, Buddhas, and demons, ordinary people are in a difficult situation and must have their own wisdom for survival. With 1,000 taels of silver notes, plus the saved salary and money from selling calligraphy, I can buy a small courtyard. Since people don't like us, why bother with us? It's a pity that the world is looking for gods, but the gods are in trouble. Chapter 36, Confronting the Demon. Zhou Yi sent the fox demon away and finally settled a matter on his mind. Carrying the soul of a fox demon with you, there is a certain risk of exposing your identity when meeting an expert who is born with a sensitive sense of demonic energy. Life has returned to peace, slaying demons, being on duty, copying scriptures, and occasionally going to Chunfeng Tower to receive artistic influence. Time passes day by day, and Taoism grows day by day. The most important thing now is to buy a house, become a homeowner in the imperial capital, and fulfill an obsession from a previous life. With a budget of 3,000 to 4,000 taels, we can only choose the most remote location, and the area cannot be too large. Zhou Yi didn't mind the remoteness, so as not to be disturbed. Xingjiaofang, the cheapest property in Lujingfang City, is basically equivalent to the slums of Kyoto. No one with high status will buy real estate here. Even so, a house with a small courtyard costs 3,300 yuan. I am on duty in the demon slaying department, please don't fool me. Zhou Yi asked, I remember that the lowest price last year was 3,000 guan. This land is not as good as the one at that time. How come it is 300 guan more expensive? It turns out it's the master of the Demon Slayer division. Please rest assured that I really didn't ask for a random price. Yaoren explained with an aggrieved look, in the past few years, housing prices in the capital have never stopped rising. If this family hadn't been in a hurry to pay off their gambling debts, it would have been $100 or $200 more expensive in a few months. Zhou Yi couldn't help but have a toothache. Even in another world, he couldn't escape being exploited by the house. This courtyard is to the east of Xingjiaofang. The courtyard upon entering is located at the bottom of a deep alley. The alley has two solid walls, and the doors of each house along the way are opened in different directions, which is equivalent to a single house, hidden in the depths of the alley. The alley is 3 feet wide. People passing by it would never realize that there is a courtyard inside unless they look carefully. Zhou Yi fell in love with him at first sight, and it was a perfect fit for De Yin Yin in the city. Quietly cast a spell to test Yaoren to make sure he was not lying. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, took out the 3,000 taels of silver notes that had been cashed in advance, and took out 3 more cash notes. Bought it. How can I put it another way, the officer of the Demon Slayer division is awesome. Yaoren took the banknote with a smile. There is no need to worry about selling the house in the capital. Even if it is a pigsty, it is also called Mountain and Wild Fun. Sir, please let go. Zhou Yi reluctantly let go and paid, then went to the house to sign a contract and got the land deed documents. The title of Demon Slayer Division is very useful. No matter which department he goes to, he is always served with tea and water, which makes Zhou Yi feel better. After 2 lifetimes combined, I finally have a place to live. The yard covers an area of about 500 to 600 square meters. In addition to the main house, there are 2 east and west wing rooms. There is a thigh-thick jujube tree planted in the corner of the yard. It is midsummer, and the leaves are shady. There are 4 simple stone piers and rough stone tables under the tree. You should eat under the tree on weekdays. Zhou Yi walked around the 3 rooms. It could be said that the house was completely bare. All the valuable things had been moved away, which saves on cleaning. Dust removal, cleaning. After a series of spells were cast, all the dirt and dust gathered into a ball and were thrown into the corner latrine. We won't need this hut in the future, it just needs to be there. Zhou stretched out his hand and found that the ground was motionless, while the ground was turned upside down. It's unclear whether the little fairy's poop smells bad or not. Zhou has already passed the realm of Anidia, and anything he eats will be decomposed and dissolved by the magic power. Broken furniture is useless. The real fire from the end of the earth gushes out and burns all the rags, leaving only 3 bare rooms. Zhou went to the Western market and bought all the furniture, including beds, tables, chairs, pots and pans, and his home had a completely new look. He also spent money to hire a carpenter to make a custom-made plaque, which was inscribed by Zhou himself. The original plan was to name it Liaoquanju, which sounded like the name of a hotel, but it was changed to Qingfeng Ziazu. The last thing to change was the feng shui of the courtyard. There was no need to set up array restrictions or gather spirits to draw energy. Then it would be obvious to others that the owner of the courtyard was extraordinary. Zhou simply straightened out the breath, the gentle breeze was gentle, the depression dissipated, and wisps of breeze blew through the courtyard. From now on, this will be home. Zhou packed everything up, and it was almost evening. He went to the Ministry of Things again and invited his colleagues to go to Chunfeng Tower to celebrate the housewarming. After getting drunk, they disperse. When I got home, I put my head up and fell asleep. Instead of being half asleep and half awake, the warning spells were removed, and the Huangting Dao Sutra, which had been running continuously for more than 10 years, stopped for the first time. In the past 11 years, all kinds of experiences have been like dreams, and it seems that starting from having a home, they have become real. Early morning. Oh! Zhou slowly woke up to the rooster's crow. It was still early outside the window, and the remaining stars and the dawn moon still hung on the horizon. I had a comfortable sleep this time. Zhou breathed a long sigh of relief, and the magic power in his body began to flow again. He vaguely felt that the world was a level clearer than before. The people in Xingjiafeng have already been busy. Those who go to work and those who go out to sell stalls have begun another busy day. Take a stroll along the way, don't rush to the Monobu department, just go and taste something when you smell the fragrance. After eating comfortably at 7 or 8 stalls, I spent less than 50 yuan. Just ordering some vegetables at Chunfeng restaurant cost more than 100 yuan. Last night, to celebrate the joy of moving into a new house, Zhuyi spent all the last 300 taels of silver notes he had left. It was only because the monk was in good health and drinking too much money. Compared to Chunfeng Tower, Zhou prefers the secular atmosphere of the market, which is real, not exaggerated, and popular. There are no buses or subways in Daqian. Xingjiaofeng is more than 10 kilometers away from Demon Slayer Division, and it takes an hour just to walk. Zhou found a secluded place, used the 5 elements escape technique to shuttle through the earth and rocks, and soon arrived outside the demon slaying department. When colleagues from the Ministry of Finance saw Zhou, they greeted him warmly. A year has passed, and everyone has already experienced 3 of the 4 irons, and the relationship is not bad. When Li Sun saw Zhou, he waved mysteriously. Come on, let me show you something good. Zhuyi originally thought it was something of some color, such as Li Sun's favorite picture book, but it turned out to be a roll of imperial paper. The imperial paper is not yellow paper, but has a texture similar to bright yellow cloth. It says, "Beg the demon." Guy heard that the lord of the Ming dynasty was in peace but worried about danger, and his loyal ministers dared to remonstrate and speak frankly. From the beginning of the universe was unified, and the universe was confused. Nowadays, demons are rampant, laws are abolished, the country is harming the people, and the human race is poisoned. When you climb high to beat the drums and fight with blood, the demons and heretics will surely fall apart. The honor and disgrace of the saintly king are tied to the present day, and the eternal fame and fame are tied to this moment. Sincerely. July 1st of the 61st year of Jingtai. Signature, Wang Bon. Wang Boan. Zhou Yi looked confused. This guy couldn't be the guy who wrote 10 strategies for annihilating demons. Li Sun asked, "Do you know Wang Shiduo? We had a chance encounter." Zhou Yi asked doubtfully, "Isn't it Editor Wang? Your news has been delayed for a long time." Half a month ago, His Majesty personally annotated the Advocate for Demons, praising him for his talent for governing the world. Li Sun envied. In just a few days, he was promoted to a lecturer in the Hanlin Academy. The 9th rank of Hanlin Editor and the 7th rank of Hanlin Minister are no longer 3 levels in a row, but 9 levels in a row. Zhou Yi frowned slightly. Isn't this in compliance with the law? According to the Deqian Law Promotion Examination written by Taizhu himself, non-military merit cannot be promoted to 3 levels in a row. Originally, in his eyes, Wang Bon was an unrealistic idealist who tried to bring about a relationship between humans and monsters. Now it seems that the so-called 10 strategies for annihilating demons was just written for the sake of the prince who was in prison. Zhou Yi didn't know that Wang Boan had submitted a memorial called The Punisher Said 10 Fallacies, otherwise he would have been stunned. Chapter 37 violates the ancestral system. It goes against the ancestral system? Haha. Today's great talents are like the Holy Master of Emperor Guangming, who has repeatedly revised the ancestral system. Li Sun greatly admired Emperor Jingtai and repeatedly compared him with the founding emperor and Emperor Guangming of Zhongxing. The founders of the country were basically gods. It was beyond the reach of ordinary people to unify all the countries. Emperor Zhongxing is no small feat. He seems to have a much higher starting point than Taizhu. However, pulling a giant ship that is about to fall into the abyss back on track is not much easier than building a new one. At that time, the national treasury was empty and the troops on the northern and southern frontiers could not be paid. His Majesty wanted to rewrite the tax law. Not only did he require officials and gentry to pay taxes together, he also created an unprecedented ferry tax. Li Sun had a look of admiration on his face. Hundreds of officials dissuaded me, Buddhism and Taoism were shaken, and within a year 18 groups of rebels rose up. In the end, Your Majesty killed them all the way, forcibly raised taxes, and reversed the decline in one fell swoop. Zhou Yi's original impression of the reigning Emperor Jingtai was that he was clever and had been in power for a long time. More than 10 years ago, there were rumors that the prince was in poor health, and the prince was ordered to supervise the country. Now that the prince's health has begun to fail, Emperor Jingtai still has the spirit to promote his juniors. Later, under the indoctrination of his iron fan Li Sun, he learned more about Emperor Jingtai. Deqian was able to determine Ding Yunzhou, and Buddhism and Taoism had made many contributions. Taizhu specifically stated in the laws of Deqian that people outside of Buddhism and Taoism could be exempted from taxes and taxes forever. In fact, Buddhism and Taoism have never paid taxes in history. Should ordinary officials be allowed to go to monks and sects to collect money and goods? Emperor Jingtai is done. Buddhism and Taoism not only have to pay field tax and transaction tax, but also have to serve in the Immortal Salary Department and the Demon Slayer Department. Even the spiritual objects grown on the mountains need to be paid according to the 10/10 ratio of field tax because they are within the territory of Deqian. It sounds like there is no difference between immortals growing elixirs and common people growing food and paying taxes together. In fact, the resistance was so great that it almost overturned the imperial court. You don't need to guess who are the supporters behind the 18th Root rebels. When Zhou Yi first listened to Li Sun's speech, he admired Emperor Jingtai so much that he treated everyone equally. The ferry tax is Emperor Jingtai's most proud political achievement. All other aspects have improved. It is said that the Holy Master has gone too far and deserves the evaluation of a wise king. I heard you tell me that the last person Your Majesty praised for his political talents was the Dragon Cavalry General Su Fengxian, who defeated the 18th Root rebels and was awarded the title of Duke. Zhou Yi always felt uncomfortable when he looked at the signatures of the memorandum. Opportunistic wallflowers are more disgusting than staunch opponents. Yes. Since your majesty has been on the throne, Wang Shidu is the second one. Some people have said that his future achievements will not be inferior to that of Su Qiuagong. Li Sun said enviously, with this evaluation, it can be said that it will only be a matter of time before he reaches the top and becomes the prime minister. Zhou Yi shook his head and said, "You are wrong. Wang Shidu is a great talent who will be called his son in the future. Isn't that true? Duke Su Qiuagong is truly the pinnacle of the first rank. He is known as the martial saint, and Wang Shidu is worthy of the 8th rank of Confucianism and Taoism." Li Sun always felt that Zhou Yi's tone was strange. It was obviously a compliment, but it seemed to be sarcastic. Zhou Yi said meaningfully, "Can scholars and warriors be the same? Is it different?" Li Sun was a little confused. Daqian founded his country based on martial arts and produced 2 generations of martial saints. The status of warriors has never been lower than that of literati. After chatting for a while, Zhou Yi began to copy the bibliography. Guessing the time when the torture chamber was about to begin, I saw the demon-slaying captain coming out of the ground and escaping into the prison with ease. After returning from slaying demons, he found that Zhang Cheng had arrived. "Brother Zhang, why are you so early today?" Zhang Cheng rubbed his waist and sighed, "Oh, I'm old and my waist can't hold up a bit." Hiss. Which girl from Chunfeng Tower is so powerful that even Brother Zhang surrendered? Zhou Yi really took a breath of air. Even the 3rd-level experts couldn't hold it in. They were either monsters or practicing tonic techniques. Zhang Cheng has been in the Demon Slayer division for who knows how long, so it is impossible that he cannot recognize the evil ways of demons. No wonder the girls are some old guys from Baiyun Temple. They took turns casting curses on me when Lao Zhang wasn't paying attention. Zhang Cheng snorted coldly, "I picked the tea based on my ability, why should I lose money?" Zhou Yi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Changchun, the master of Baiyun Temple, was a famous first-class monk. Zhang Cheng only had back pain after stealing the spiritual tea, which is enough to prove his power. Zhang Cheng once inadvertently revealed that his cultivation level, 2nd-level martial arts, Yin Shen Ru, was quite different from that of the Changchun master who had become a Yang Shen. Of course, since Zhang Cheng is from the Demon Slayer division, Master Baiyun will not go too far and will just give a warning to avoid causing harm in the future. There was a lot of chatting, and the value soon became apparent. On his way home, Zhou Yi passed by the Kyoto government office and found a large group of people watching the imperial list. There are scholars who read loudly, and through the amplification of Confucianism, Taoism, and magic, it can be heard even from a long distance. The honor and disgrace of the Holy King are tied to the present day, and the eternal fame is only worth this moment. The content of the imperial list is exactly a call to the demons. After reading it out again and again, the number of people watching was not small, but more and more people gathered. "I'll be very busy in the future." Zhou Yi shook his head and left. He looked down on Wang Boan, but he had no objection to Emperor Jingtai's plan to eliminate demons. Monsters and the like are inconsistent with the human race's 3 views. Many of the behaviors they are accustomed to are doing evil from the human race's perspective. Ordinary people do evil, murder and arson are rare crimes, but for monsters, they just do it casually. If all the demons are eradicated in Daqian, although it is impossible to bring peace to the world, the number of people who die in vain every year will be reduced by 70 to 80%. A call to combat demons was endorsed by Emperor Jingtai and quickly spread throughout the world. The people's will to slay demons and demons was unprecedentedly strong. Then the imperial court announced a thorough investigation of demons in the world. No matter whether the demons harmed people or not, they must go through the heart-questioning curse. If they dare to resist, they will be tied up and sent to the Demon Slayer division. As for the demonic monks, even if they don't conduct a thorough investigation, they don't dare to show up. As Zhou Yi expected. the Ministry of Things became busy. The amount of demon materials entered every day has more than doubled. Zhou Yi never tired of this. The quantity and quality of demons directly affected Tao Xing. He killed several B-character hell demons every day and experienced a growth rate that he had not seen for a long time. 10,000 years is too little, seize the day. There was also an unexpected surprise. When Zhou Yi sent the copied Taoist scriptures to Zhuang Yuan Hall, shopkeeper he told him a good news. The Punisher's story sold like crazy. The sales volume was already good, but due to the influence of demonstration of demons, in just half a year, Zhuanggai Yuantang has printed an additional 50,000 copies. This is just the print run in Luozhu. Zhuanggai Yuantang also has branches in other states, but the profits are far less than that. Some small bookstores have begun to print illegally. It is difficult for us to eliminate the entanglement of interests involved. Shopkeeper he calculated the share of the 30,000 copies sold, which was a total of 2,500 taels. No need to be embarrassed, shopkeeper he. I also hope that this book will spread more widely. Zhou Yi took the printing fee and immediately became rich again. There was no other way, the gods were also short of money. The ways to make quick money are all written into the laws of Daqian. With the methods of Zhou Yi, you can easily do it without anyone noticing. However, Zhou Yi could deceive anyone, but he could not deceive himself. If the Taoist heart is damaged, how can gold and silver repair it? Zhou Yi didn't want to find himself in the demon illustrated book one day. When the time comes to meet the demon you killed with your own hands, don't let the scene be too embarrassing. Why did you come in too? A mistake was made. What's the mistake? Is it corruption, or is there something wrong with your lifestyle? Zhou Yi would rather choose to copy books. Chapter 38 Swordsmanship and Magical Powers. The peaceful and orderly life passed very quickly, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. As usual, Zhou Yi came to the monster-slaying department early and waited for an opportunity to escape into the prison. When he saw the torturers from Xiangbi prison, he cast illusions to confuse them and took away their waist badges. The 3 B-character prisons are a little less today. Zhou Yi opened the prison doors one by one and killed the wolf demon and the bat demon that sucked human blood for causing trouble in Yangchang County. The Taoist practice will increase by 3 years. He has accumulated 12,000 years of Taoism. Zhou Yi opened the 3rd cell door and found a rare silver corpse. Zombie monsters are rarely seen in the torture chamber. Zombies are born out of resentment, have copper skin and iron bones, and have no intelligence. Ordinary spells used to seal away demons are useless against zombie bodies. They have no Danshan meridians and can only suppress the corpse energy with pure magic power. When the Demon Slayer division encountered zombies, most of them killed them on the spot to save transportation trouble. This 3rd-level silver corpse was bound by circles of dark iron chains all over its body, with only its head exposed. When Silver Corpse saw Zhou Yi come in, it roared and stuffed a black iron ball into its mouth to prevent it from spewing corpse poison and hurting people. The performance indicators of the people in the demon-slaying department are getting higher and higher, and they are reluctant to capture the extremely troublesome silver corpse alive and deal with it on the spot. The instrument of torture danced in Zhou Yi's hands, easily penetrating the silver corpse's forehead. The copper head and iron bones were no different from tofu in his eyes. The demon illustrated book flips. Taoism will increase by 1 year. There should be memory fragments of zombies after that, but there are only a few scenes. Longyang County. The earth dragon turns over. The soul has been destroyed, leaving only sporadic profound memories. Zhou Yi frowned slightly. He was not interested in Silver Corpse's memory. He was confused as to why Silver Corpse's soul had to be shattered in advance. Souls are basically meaningless to zombies. Unless they transform into the legendary Yaksha, Drought Demon, or Zhejian, they can restore their intelligence and their souls become the same as normal creatures. The zombies' souls are broken and their combat power is not reduced at all. Instead, they will fall into a state of madness, making it more troublesome to capture. Maybe it's some special secret method. Zhou Yi couldn't figure it out and wouldn't dig deeper. Due to the soul-searching function of the demon illustrated book, he knew a lot of secrets. If we study them one by one, we would probably have to travel to several continents. Back to Monob. Putting together today's roster. It wasn't until evening that Zhang Cheng came on duty. Zhou Yi just finished copying a volume of Taoist scriptures and put down the pen and paper. Brother Zhang, I have copied these 12 volumes of Taoist scriptures 123 times. Recently, I feel like I have fallen into meaningless repetition without any new insights. Zhou Yi sincerely asked, is it useless to copy any more? Zhou Yi has asked many questions over the past year. Zhang Cheng is not as powerful as him, but he has gradually reached the second level of martial arts and Taoism, and his spiritual understanding is much deeper. He, you have exceeded my expectations. You actually persisted for more than a year before asking me. Zhang Cheng smiled and said, these 12 volumes of Taoist scriptures were used by me to understand the Yin God. In theory, once I understand it thoroughly, I can condense the Yin God. However, your physical body has not been trained, and you have no magical power and true energy. Your soul has no essence and energy, so it is extremely weak. Even if you have a thorough understanding, you will only be able to sense the Yin God. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. He had swallowed countless magical elixirs and had his magic power to be tempered all the time. His physical body's energy and blood were definitely not weak. Wanzai's magic power is even more of a strength and can defeat the King Kai Fox Fairy. With enough energy, as long as you understand the 12 volumes of Taoist scriptures, you can directly condense the Yin spirit. Brother Zhang, how can I understand it thoroughly? I want to try it. If I am lucky enough to condense the Yin Shen, I can live many more years. Zhou Yi disguises himself as a newbie with dreams. Just you? The evil spirit has corroded the body and soul for 10 years. The fact that you are still alive is already a mystery of Fahei Buddhism. Zhang Cheng looked solemnly and said, there is no shortcut to cultivating the mind and tempering one's nature. It will take 10 years to realize the Tao. You first copy and recite the scriptures for 10 years, and then we will talk about whether you can fully understand it. Good. Zhou Yi immediately agreed, turned back to the table and chair, and began to copy Taoist scriptures again. Zhang Cheng was slightly startled. He thought Zhou Yi would quit after hearing the 10 years. Nowadays, even disciples of Buddhism and Taoism rarely persist in copying scriptures for 10 years, but directly practice Qigong. What a pity! A natural seed for cultivation. Evening. I passed by Jinja on my way home. Zhou Yi saw the imperial list posted. The imperial list is not posted on weekdays. It is similar to the official media in previous lives, which always announces major events. This time the protagonist has a profile picture with triangular eyes, an upturned nose, thin lips, and a mean and fierce look. A line of small print below introduces the origin of the name, the crime, and the reason for posting the imperial list. The Weizhou rebels were defeated, and Lishan, one of the 8 kings under the command of Demon Lord Yaksha, was captured alive by the Xian Fengxi. He will be beheaded in front of the people of Kyoto at noon tomorrow as a warning to others. It's a pity that the 8 great Vajras are demon cultivators in the realm of refining gods. Zhou Yi slayed countless demons, including demons who knew Lord Yaksha. The Yaksha demon lord, who is at the peak level of cultivation, has few rivals in the world. Together with the 8 upper-level third-level demons under his command, the overall strength is comparable to that of the upper-class sects. 10 years later, the Weizhou rebels still occupy several counties. The reason why third-grade demons are rare is mainly because it is too difficult to capture alive. The weather, location, and fear of death are all indispensable. There may not be one in the Demon Slayer prison for 3 to 5 years. If the person responsible for supervising the beheading is of the 3rd grade, maybe he can take advantage of the fire. Zhou Yi shook his head to drive away the dangerous thoughts. It has only been 12 years since he practiced, and he has steadily gained 10,000 years of Taoism. The Demon Slayer division takes most of the credit. For a third-level demon cultivator, there is a high possibility of losing the treasure land of the Demon Slayer department, which is not worth it. The next day, some colleagues from the Ministry of Monument went to the scene of Li Shan's beheading and came back to describe the lively scene. It can be said that there was a huge crowd of people and the excitement was high. Before Li Shan surrendered to Demon Lord Yaksha, he was already a wanted criminal in Dakian. He had sacrificed tens of thousands of people to refine magic weapons and committed numerous crimes that are too numerous to list. The head of the Demon Slayer Division, the Immortal Pension Division, the Chamberlain Division, and the most mysterious Purple Dragon General of the Dragon Protection Division. 4 Masters of the God Refining Realm supervise the execution to prevent the demons from causing trouble. Zhou Yi was glad that he did not go to the scene, otherwise it would be difficult to say that he would not be able to resist taking action when faced with immortal weapons, Tiangang Taoism, or other precious magical powers. The pen I used to copy the scriptures suddenly trembled, and the handwriting became crooked. No wonder I have to copy 10 years of scriptures. I usually claim to be firm in my Taoism, but it's just because the temptation is not big enough. With this in mind, I became more determined to copy Taoist scriptures and cultivate my mind and nature. Half a month passed in an instant. Early morning. Zhou Yi entered the execution room and took the waist cards of 4 prisoners with the word B. Until the 5th torturer actually walked all the way to the depths of the prison, until he reached prison gate A27. Has a third-level demon been caught? Zhou Yi opened his eyes and used illusions to confuse the torturer and enter the prison cell. With triangular eyes and a sky-piercing nose, the person imprisoned inside was actually Li Shan, who was supposed to be dead. Li Shan opened his eyes with difficulty and made a ho-ho-ho sound. He didn't know how much torture and interrogation he had suffered. The third-level demon in the hall didn't even have the strength to speak. Genjutsu, are you here to save me? Li Shan's pupils were strange cross stars, and he could see through Zhou Yi's shape-changing technique at a glance. Zhou Yi said helplessly, is my magic so bad? Ahem, it's very subtle, my eyes were replaced with civet pupils. The demonic demon. Zhou Yi's instrument of torture penetrated Li Shan's heart, ending his sinful life. After turning over thousands of pages in the demon illustrated book, Li Shan's illustrated book appeared, holding a magic flag and riding on the back of a black panther. Get your reward, sword skills. With a thought, Zhou Yi understood the origin and effect of swordsmanship. One of the 72 earth evil magical powers. After understanding it, there is no upper limit for swordsmanship talent. Practicing swordsmanship is like divine help. Swordsmanship, including but not limited to swordsmanship, sword control, sword escape, sword tactics, sword intention. Chapter 39 Luo Jingagi. Zhou Yi had obtained the purple Ying sword for a long time and had been keeping it warm in his danshan. When fighting with the fox fairy, use it as a magic weapon, no different from the mirror cauldron seal or the like. Simply and crudely pour mana into it, turning it into Ziying sword qi, increasing its killing power. Now that he has been blessed with magical powers of swordsmanship, he immediately feels a blood connection with Ziying sword. If he does not use the sword skills in time, the power of the sword will also double. The swordsman, the ancestor of short-range weapons and the king of hundreds of weapons, is born to kill. Swordsmanship is the way to kill. Sword immortal palm kills, is good at fighting, would rather break than bend, move forward indomitably, and its lethality is at the peak of its level. With the mysterious power of earth evil, as long as I know its principles, I can theoretically create my own swordsmanship. Zhou Yi has read many movies and books in his previous life, among which the most handsome one is always the swordsman. I have basically forgotten other martial arts skills. I remember the swordsmanship, 10,000 swords, 23 to 9 swords and other swordsmanship clearly. Even when I grew up, I often dreamed of being a swordsman. Riding the sword and riding the wind, the sword is cold in the 9 states, and picking up a person's head from thousands of miles away is like picking something out of a bag. Relying solely on imagination is a bit slow. Using the sword skills of this world as qualifications and confirming the 2 aspects, I will be able to perform the sword skills that only existed in my imagination in my previous life a day earlier. Zhou Yi planned to make a fortune today and buy some basic swordsmanship. In the past, I looked down on ordinary swordsmanship. After all, there was no use in learning it. In the end, my 10,000 years of magic power took over. Now that you have the ultimate swordsmanship talent, you can fuse and deduce it from the basic swordsmanship. With the same amount of mana, the performance of 10,000 swords Gazong is much more handsome and powerful than the blank sword spirit. As for why not buy advanced swordsmanship, or even sword skills? Zhou Yi shed the tears of the poor. Zhang Cheng walked in with his hands in his hands, humming a tune in his mouth, and found that Zhou Yi was absent-minded. Is there something on your mind that you want to share to make Lao Zhang happy? Since his back pain has healed, Zhang Cheng has regained his coolness. Brother Zhang, I want to learn some swordsmanship for self-defense. Do you have any recommendations? Zhou Yi said with a shy face, the requirements are not high, as long as you learn the rest from before, I won't pick this or that. Zhang Cheng rolled his eyes, you are becoming more and more shameless. I heard that Fahe invited you to enter Buddhism. It's really good. Buddhism is pure, how can it be as refreshing as being with Brother Zhang? Zhou Yi said with a smile, I am just a small official with no background. If I want to learn my skills, why should I care about face? Zhou Yi couldn't make such a retarded choice if he had to spend money to buy basic swordsmanship without asking for free high-quality swordsmanship. Only the weak care about face, while the strong will trample face under their feet. For example, a certain high-ranking and powerful man sacrificed his face and called Sanking Taoist one by one. In the end, he took advantage of it and Buddhism flourished. Of course I have swordsmanship, but I can't give it to you for free. Zhang Cheng took a pen and paper and wrote on a page, these beasts are drunk and brewing trouble. I am very busy every day, Lao Zhang. You can help me brew 100 jars. 100 altars? Forget it, the Demon Slayer division is safe anyway, so I don't want to learn the sword anymore. Zhou Yi refused directly. Zhang Cheng quickly changed his words, 10 altars, just 10 altars, the kind that weighs 10 pounds. You have to teach me sword skills first. Roll. West Market. Zhou Yi took the list of beasts drunkenly and purchased all the materials. The brewing method of 100 Beasts wine is similar to the tiger bone wine seen in previous lives, requiring the bones of 18 kinds of beasts. It is blended according to a specific proportion, and more than a dozen kinds of medicinal materials are added, and then mixed with ordinary liquor and distilled repeatedly, and finally it becomes Beijishi Zy. Zhang Cheng wrote on the paper that the base wine must be 10-year-old pear blossom white, with a jar of at least 15 taels. Zhu Yi ordered 100 jars of pear blossom white, and the printing fee was reduced by more than half in an instant. If you use ordinary swordsmanship to fool him, you have to scare him when he is having a heart-to-heart talk with the girl. He will not be able to go to Chunfeng Tower for at least a month. The bones of 18 kinds of beasts were quickly collected, but no seller could be found for the tiger bones. Wantung, the largest store in Lujing, is known as a store that connects the 16 states. It sells basically any goods on the market. It is said to have a royal background from the Li family. Zhou Yi came to ask if there were any tiger bones for sale. Sir, we really don't have any tiger bones. You can make an order. The owner of the store looked through the records. Ordinary tiger bones have to wait about 7 or 8 days, tiger teeth and tiger claws, at least half a year, and it may not be available yet. Zhou Yi wondered, is there such a shortage of tiger bones? I see that there are many people selling tiger meat, and the price is much cheaper. Haha, in the past, The price of tiger meat was naturally high, but the customer must not have read this book. The shopkeeper took out a book from behind the counter. Zhu Yuanwei from Baikan passed by a mass grave and suffered from evil spirits. Many famous doctors were invited to treat him, but they couldn't treat him well. He just died before his eyes. Guess what happened? Zhou Yi clearly saw the title of the book, The Complete Works of the Punisher's Theory, author, Layman Lu Chuan. Unfortunately, it looks like a pirated copy. The paper quality is poor, the handwriting is blurry, and the binding is the cheapest thread binding method. Zhou Yi guessed, is it related to tiger bones? The Punisher's Theory contains 108 chapters, including 36 anecdotes. The 7th story is related to tiger fangs. At the end of the story, readers are told that tigers are ferocious and can control ghosts. Wearing claws and claws on the body can rectify the yang energy and prevent ghosts and evil spirits from getting close. It also has the function of diverting disasters and suppressing evil spirits. Young master is smart. The shopkeeper opened one of the pages and said, Zhu Yuanwei's son bought a dozen tiger teeth, made them into necklaces, and put them on Zhu Yuanwei. The evil things will be cured without medicine. Since then, tiger claws have become treasures to ward off evil spirits. Tiger bones are less effective and hard to find. So that's it. Zhou Yi was quite dumbfounded, but also a little pleased. The Punisher's Theory can save one person, which makes people happier than selling thousands more copies. Young master, do you still want tiger bones? We are the only ones in the entire Western market who can guarantee that we have them in stock. The shopkeeper lowered his voice, pointed to the beam and said, there are people above us who have specially formed a tiger-catching team. Zhou Yi nodded and said, buy, I want the cheapest tiger bone, 100 catties. A sincere favor of 1,300 taels, a deposit of 100, non-refundable. The shopkeeper secretly took out a contract. Zhou Yi still hopes that the Punisher's Theory can sell a few more copies. 7 or 8 days later, Zhou Yi got the tiger bones, which were fresh and still stained with blood. The brewing process of Bei Shao Zy is very complicated, and each animal bone is processed in a different way, so we can only ask Zhang Cheng for advice one by one. 100 kilograms of animal bones, after repeated polishing, can only extract about 10 kilograms of essence. It took more than a month to make the Bei Shao Zy bone powder. After being mixed with more than a dozen kinds of medicinal materials, it turned out to be grey-white. The water of pear blossom white wine was clear, and the sound of bubbles made after the powder was sprinkled in, reminded Zhou Yi of a wizard refining potions. After soaking for 3 months, the bone powder is completely integrated with the wine, and then distilled repeatedly. Take 1 out of 10. When all the beasts are drunk, the fragrance fills the surrounding houses. It attracted passers-by to ask which company was brewing wine, and they actually felt tipsy when smelling the alcohol. Can normal people drink it at this temperature? Zhou Yi poured a glass and took a sip. The wine is like a raging flame, flowing from the mouth into the throat, burning all the way to the lungs and intestines, making the whole body feel warm. Hiss! Good wine. Zhou Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It is true that this wine cannot be drunk by ordinary people, at least it must be mixed with body refining products, otherwise the internal organs will not be able to bear it. The next day, Zhou Yi took the wine and went to the Ministry of Things. Zhang Cheng entered the room, his nose slightly raised, and he immediately smelled the aroma of wine. This is the smell of drunken beasts. Take it out, kid. You get the sword manual first. Zhou Yi spent half a year trying to prevent Zhang Cheng from defaulting on his account. I am searching. Zhang Cheng rummaged through the pile of books in the room, found one of the books, and handed it to Zhou Yi. The cover of the book reads Ji Zhou month in the 32nd year of Jingtai. It is a book that was copied on a daily basis. When you open it, there are little figures drawn inside. Each painting has meridians on it, along with instructions on swordsmanship, and some words that are obviously personal opinions. Zhang Cheng said, "This is the first volume of the Dakian sword classic that is only available in the palace. Legend has it that it was written by Taizhu himself. It's an advantage for you, kid, and you don't even bring wine." Zhou Yi served the beasts drunkenly and asked casually, "Brother Zhang, this swordsmanship does not require the palace, right?" Zhang Cheng frowned and said, "The lonely yin does not give birth to the lonely yang, and the lonely yang does not grow. The skills that need to be practiced in the palace must be heresy. How could Taizhu record it?" "That's good." Zhou Yi flipped through the Book of Swords and quickly became fascinated. The unlimited swordsmanship talent is immediately activated the moment he comes into contact with the sword scripture. The swordsmanship fell into Zhou Yi's eyes, and the changes were quickly deduced, and the combinations and overlaps continued. After turning the pages of the book, I fully understood the first volume of the sword classic. Chapter 40 Drunk Dream. The first volume of the sword classic is both a set of sword techniques and a volume of exercises. 36 sword moves, combined with body movements, practice sword practice while exercising your skin, muscles, and bones. After finishing reading the Book of Changes, he closed his eyes and meditated, practicing the 36 sword techniques in a loop in his mind. The inside of his body trembled slightly, simulating the exercise of the skin. In an instant, the skin refining was completed and he reached the 9th level of martial arts. Zhang Cheng thought Zhou Yi was thinking hard, so he drank and consoled him. Although the first volume of the sword classic has been widely circulated, it is not a mysterious secret technique, but it is a classic that has been tempered many times. It is not easy to get started with practice. After Zhang Cheng finished speaking, Zhou Yi had completed the meat and bone refining, and had perfected the first volume of the sword classic. "Brother Zhang, is there any way to obtain the second and third volumes of the sword classic? You are so ambitious. If you can complete the first volume within 10 years and reach the 7th level of martial arts, I will risk my life and pass on the second volume to you. It's a deal." Zhu Yi decided to wait for 5 or 6 years, and then show off his cultivation a little bit, so he prostituted the second volume for free. The moon is at the zenith. Qing Feng Ziazu. Zhou Yi was practicing swordplay in the courtyard holding the Ziying sword. Brush. 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 The 36 sword techniques are continuous, and the moves are smooth and flowing, making it easy to master. The body jumped up and down, the sword light surrounded the surroundings, and the moonlight reflected it, like a silver dragon flying in the courtyard. The 10th time, there are only 18 moves left. The 20th time, there are only 9 moves left. For the 100th time, there were only 3 moves left. Zhou Yi used these 3 sword techniques continuously, 1 lift, 1 pick, and 1 cut. Finally, he jumped up and stabbed the stone pier in the air. When he was still a foot away, invisible energy came out of the sword. Stab! 3-inch deep sword marks appeared on the stone pier. The third level of martial arts is pure physical training and can only fight in close combat. Zhou Yi did not use magic power and purely used sword skills to condense the energy into 1 foot. The magical power of swordsmanship can turn ordinary swords into magical ones. 36 moves are merged into 1 move. Since it is a stab, let's ask the immortal to show the way. Zhou Yi practiced the Sword Sutra in less than a day, and he had already mastered it and reached the pinnacle of martial arts training. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is also called the peak of acquired heaven. If you further condense your true energy, you will be a master of innate martial arts, and you will be famous in the world of mortals. Putting away the Ziying sword, Zhou Yi took out the wine jar buried under the jujube tree. Breaking open the mud seal, a cool fragrance of wine refreshes the heart and mind. The drunkenness of the beasts, which is famous for its fiery nature, turns against its nature and becomes extremely soft. What the little fox said is indeed true. The lunar moonlight condensed by the Minjiao Beiyu is the best spiritual substance for brewing wine. Zhou Yi, holding the wine jar, flashed and sat on the ridge of the roof, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. A ray of invisible silver light was pulled down by the mysterious power of the Minjiu jade, and condensed into a silver drop of water the size of a grain of rice. The position of the water droplets happens to be the jade rabbit eyes engraved in Yeju, as if they are alive, which is the finishing touch. Minjiu Beiyu only condenses the lunar moonlight once every night. It accumulates for more than half a year and is barely enough to blend into a jar of wine. Bei Shaozhui was originally just mortal wine, but after being blended into the lunar moonlight and stored for half a year, it transformed into spiritual wine. Lotus Osmanthus, Jade Rabbit, there are immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons in this world. I wonder if there is Guangan Palace on this moon. Zhou Yi raised his head and took a sip. The wine entered his heart, and he felt like he was in a state of ecstasy. The drunkenness of the beasts nourishes the body, the lunar moonlight nourishes the soul, and the Huangting Taoist meridian operates to refine the spiritual energy in the wine. A jar of wine increases the essence, energy, and spirit at the same time, and it is also a top-grade spiritual wine. After finishing the jar of wine, Zhou Yi fell drunk on the roof without using his magic power to resolve it. Lying on the ridge of the roof, I fell asleep. In the dream, there was an old man and an old woman standing beside him, whispering to Zhou Yi who was lying down. Trying to hear clearly is like being separated by a layer of fog. The sun fell on Zhou Yi, and he slowly opened his eyes. It was already 3 o'clock in the sky. Dreaming. Zhou Yi frowned and carefully recalled the old man and woman last night. Monks do not dream easily. It is similar to a whim, a warning from the soul, and it is a sign. It turned out to be them. Did something happen to Hung Yang? Old Zhang Wu, a Taoist cultivator, must know how to interpret dreams. Go ask him what the omen is. Ministry of Things. For the first time, Zhang Cheng arrived earlier than Zhou Yi. He was drinking beizhui, and the strong smell of alcohol spread outside. In the entire Monabu and even the various departments of the Demon Slayer division, there are few people who can be more free and unrestrained than Zhang Cheng. Brother Zhang, I dreamed about my parents last night. Zhou Yi described last night's dream. My parents were standing in front of your bed, and I couldn't hear what they were saying. Zhang Cheng put down the wine jar, with pity and sympathy in his eyes, and said, "This kind of dream usually means that the parents have regrets before their death, and there is no one to take care of the ghost house after their death, so they will entrust the dream to the heirs. It's impossible for no one to take care of me. I still had older brothers and younger brothers when I left home." Zhou Yi's voice became lower and lower. In this world, life and death are too ordinary. At that time, good people turned into refugees because of the severe drought in Hungyang for many years, and the White Lotus demon took the opportunity to spread the word, inciting tens of thousands of civilians to rebel, looting and killing everywhere. After several months of suppression by officers and soldiers, the rebellion gradually subsided. The thieves pass by like a comb, and the soldiers pass by like a grate. The little food the Zhou family had left could not feed the whole family at all, so Zhou Yi secretly got up and ran away from home one night. The original plan was to find a rich man and sell himself as a slave because of his youth and strength, so that he could eat and drink well and support his family. Who would have thought that a wealthy family could not afford to keep slaves and servants, so they wandered all the way to Lujing. Just when the Demon Slayer division was recruiting torturers, they went to the torture chamber just to eat. Condolences. Zhang Cheng patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder. Back then, I was practicing in seclusion in the mountains. Something went wrong along the way. When I came out of seclusion, my parents had been dead for several years. Zhou Yi was silent for a moment and said, "Brother Zhang, I plan to go back and take a look, weed, and burn incense for my parents." "It should." Zhang Cheng flicked his wrist, and there was a stack of spiritual talismans in his hand. These thunder talismans require no magic power. They can be cast by applying blood and energy. The dead are dead, but the living are like this. Thanks. Zhou Yi took the talisman and said nothing more. Occupying the body of the predecessor, the cause and effect is also inherited. No matter whether you have feelings or not, you should go there. When Master Chen heard about this, he took 100 taels of silver to express his condolences. Zhou Yi went to the western market to buy a horse, went out from the north gate of Lujing, and ran all the way towards Jingzhou. There are 16 prefectures in Daqian, and the north is divided into 6 prefectures: Luo, Jing, Wei, Tai, Feiyun, and Jingchang. Zhou Yi traveled during the day and slept in the mountains or in private houses at night. After spending half a month, he finally arrived at the boundary of Jingzhou. Jingzhou is one of the 3 border states in northern Xinjiang, close to Jingcheng Prefecture where Balian Road was involved in the rebellion. Hungyang is located in the center of Jingzhou, close to the prefectural city Tanchange. The further north Zhou Yi went, the more desolate he felt. After entering Jingzhou, it took only 1 day to pass 2 uninhabited deserted villages. The village has long been overgrown with trees, and the ruins have turned into moss green. When Zhou Yi passed by, he could occasionally see wild beasts gnawing on the remaining bones from the corners. This is what Daqian is really like. The prosperity of Lujing is just an exception. Zhou Yi had already known it from the demon's memory and saw it with his own eyes, but he still couldn't help but remain silent. Today we pass through Jiaowo Mountain, which is only 3 to 5 days' journey from Hungyang. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the mountain rain came very quickly. In a matter of seconds, it turned from bright sunshine to heavy rain. Zhu Yi's magic power came out of his body, an invisible and qualityless umbrella, blocking the rain. After passing several miles of mountain road, I vaguely saw a temple through the rain curtain, so I drove my horse over to take shelter from the rain. When I got closer, I saw clearly that it was a mountain temple, but it looked slightly dilapidated. The originally modeled walls were crumbling. Zhou Yi opened the temple door, and there was already a group of people warming themselves by the fire. They looked like they were businessmen. Chapter 41 Night Rain on Barren Mountains. Tap tap tap. There was the sound of horse hooves on the official road. A dark face protruded from the grass, with skinny and sunken features and a slender neck. After a while, I saw a bay-red horse running from far to near. On the horse's back was a young man in brocade robes. Zilulu. Zhou Yi tightened the reins and the horse stopped instantly. Anyone with a discerning eye would surely praise his excellent equestrian skills. My father-in-law, how far is it from Liwei ahead? The dark-skinned man stood up slowly. He wore many layers of tattered clothes and was dyed grass green. He spoke in a high-pitched voice, as if squeezed out of his slender neck. Liwei is long gone. When did it disappear? What happened? Zhou Yi frowned slightly, but was not surprised. The previous stop, Zulanyi, had become a wilderness. It's been 3 or 4 years. I've heard that tigers eat people or something. I'm from out of town too. The dark face looked at the bulging package on the horse, and prayed, do you have any grain and salt? I will trade you the fruit. Need not. Zhou Yi took out a small bag of pancakes, threw it on the ground, shook the reins and continued to drive along the official road. The packages on the horse's back were just a cover-up, and were mostly distributed to the homeless people on the road. After a while, the official road turned a corner and entered a deserted village. The village has long been overgrown with trees, and the ruins are stained mossy green. When passing by on horseback, you can occasionally find the remaining bones gnawed by wild beasts from the corner of the road. This is what Daqian is really like. The prosperity of Lujing and the ease of life are just an exception. Zhou Yi had already seen this kind of scene from the demon memory fragments, and encountered many of them along the way. However, every time he saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but sigh. This is the boundary of Jingzhou, one of the 3 states on the northern border of Daqian. To the east is Jingcheng Prefecture, where the White Lotus Dao is causing chaos. There are often demons and monsters running around causing trouble. The 16 prefectures of Daqian are separated from the north and south by the Liangshan Mountains. There are 6 prefectures of Luo, Jing, Wei, Tai, Feiyun, and Jingchang in the north. Zhuyi went north from Lujing. The further away from Kyoto, the more desolate the population became. There are still only one post station within 100 miles in Luozhou. After entering the boundary of Jingzhou, it takes 200 to 300 miles to transfer. On the contrary, the interrogations became more and more strict. Fortunately, the Demon Slayer Division's brand was easy to use, and no soldiers dared to make things difficult and blackmail them. Hungyang is located in Gunning County, Jingzhou, and is close to Gunning County. It is expected to cross the Shepan Mountain in front tonight and arrive in 3 to 5 days. The deserted village is not large, and the bay red horse quickly passed through it. Gwigwigwa. A series of unpleasant cries came. On the bare dead trees at the end of the village, rows of crows squatted, forming a black line, and the branches seemed to have turned into minions of a dark demon. Gwigwigwa. When the crow saw the bay horse galloping, instead of flying away, it crowed more cheerfully. Zhou Yi squinted his eyes and clearly saw the crow's pupils were red, and the blue sky was like red dots shaking in the daytime. After using Zhan Qi technique to check, the crow's body was filled with a strong grey and black evil aura. Crows like to eat carrion, so they only have red eyes when they often eat dead people and transform into demons. Zhou Yi rode past a dead tree, and the restless crows screamed. 300 or 400 of them flew up like a dark cloud, and all swooped towards him. Court death. A flash of sword light rose into the sky and shuttled among the crows. Black feathers flew out, blood splattered everywhere, and in an instant the ground was dyed black and red, with crow corpses everywhere. The bay red horse's breath was calm, and it was not surprised when it saw many things. It ran towards Snake Winding Mountain calmly and unhurriedly. The Jingzhou post station was deserted, and Zhou Yi did not change horses for more than 10 days in a row. In order not to exhaust the bay red horse to death, he could only use magic power to maintain his strength. Zhou Yi sometimes wondered whether it was a man riding a horse or a horse riding a man. The deserted village completely returned to silence. After a long time, a dark face emerged from behind the broken wall. Looking at the dead trees at the head of the village from a distance, I found that the trees were bare and there was a large area of visceral remains on the ground. The dark-faced boy swallowed and slowly touched the dead tree. Sure enough, all the red-eyed crows were dead. We have eaten meat, but what should we do next? Zhou Yi rode his horse all the way into Snake Pan Mountain. The forest is deep, the leaves are dense, and the ancient trees are towering, blocking out the sun. The light is getting darker and darker. The mountain road is rugged and has been completely submerged by grass. You can only judge the former official road from the sparse trees. Zhou Yi originally thought that he would be able to climb over Snake Pan Mountain tonight, and then the road would be smooth and plain, but God was not kind to him. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered quickly in the sky, and thunder rolled among the clouds. The mountain rain came very quickly, turning from blue sky and bright day into heavy rain in a matter of seconds. Zhu Yi's magic power penetrated the body and condensed into an invisible and qualityless umbrella, blocking the rain. I ran several miles of mountain roads again. Thunder and lightning flashed, illuminating the rain curtain, and a temple was vaguely visible in the mountains. Zhou Yi drove his horse over to take shelter from the rain. When he got closer, he saw clearly that it was a mountain temple. However, it looked extremely dilapidated, with wind leaking everywhere, and the white ash on the walls had been blown clean. The mountain winds and heavy rains made the walls crumbling. Zhou Yi tied his horse outside, pushed open the temple door and went in. There were already 7 or 8 people warming themselves by the fire. They looked like they were businessmen. The head of the businessman kept his hands on his waist. Seeing that Zhou Yi was young and alone, he lowered his head and continued to eat the pancake. The statue of the mountain god in the temple was half broken and fell to the ground. The merchant used it as a bench and sat under it. Zhou Yi cleared a clearing and sat silently on the parcel, waiting for the mountain rain to pass. The leader looked at Zhou Yi strangely. His clothes were soaked and he didn't light up the fire. He was on the road to rest and didn't eat anything. He quietly touched his companion with his foot. The companion immediately understood and moved to sit facing Zhou Yi. Rumble. The thunder continued and the rain became heavier and heavier. The merchants dried their clothes and boiled water. The atmosphere was no longer so oppressive, and they began to talk and laugh. The world is tough, and we can't live our lives crying. Most of them are about family affairs and dirty jokes, about whose mother-in-law steals a man, whose son is not her biological son, and whose physical strength is so strong that girls who leave the door ajar are not allowed to go. Have you heard about gunning? The words of one of them attracted Zhou Yi's attention. Who doesn't know yet? It's haunted. What's so rare about this kind of thing? Then it can't always be haunted. It's been more than a year and it hasn't stopped. I don't dare to sell goods. Some people couldn't help but complain, if we make trouble, people will be in panic. Can't officials take precautions in advance? Ahem, cough, cough. You kid, what the hell are you talking about? The leader kicked the man and glanced at Zhou Yi secretly. It's not haunted, how can we catch him? He just said nonsense about having a son and not having sex. The man seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed the subject. Squeak. The temple door was pushed open again. What came in was a scholar wearing a Confucian scarf. He was fat and covered in mud, as if he had rolled in a mud puddle. The book box in my arms had been washed away by the rain, and it was dripping sparsely. The scholar was very happy to see the light of the fire. He wiped the rain off his face and carefully placed the book box on the altar table. I'm Du Si, a native of Hengyang. I plan to travel to Beijing. The road was slippery because of the rain, and I accidentally lost my parcel. Du Si was in such a state of embarrassment that he still politely handed over his hand and said, "Brother, can you borrow a fire to dry your clothes?" The leader looked at the scholar, touched the peace charm in his arms, and nodded slightly. Seeing this, the merchant nearby divided a stream from the fire to ignite it, and helped the scholar fill a handful of dry wood. Common people will still look down upon scholars. Chapter 42 Selling Ghosts and Deceiving Demons. The bonfire was blazing. Du Si didn't bother to bake the clothes, so he took out the half-wet books one by one and baked them. One of the books, The Punisher's Theory, printed by Zhuang Yuantang, attracted Zhou Yi's attention. Zhuanggai Yuantang settles more than 1,000 taels of printing fees every month, which makes Zhou Yi's life in Kyoto very comfortable. Zhou Yi stood up and leaned over, asking with a smile. Mr. Du, I came from Lujing, have you heard from the torturers in Hengyang? Ah. Yes, you are. Du Si was concentrating on baking books. When he heard the voice, he raised his head and looked at Zhou Yi. His face was delicate and he had the elegant temperament of a scholar. Zhou Yi, from Zhujia village, Hengyang, returned to his hometown to visit relatives. Zhou Yi walked over to the fire and used a branch to pick up the fire. A wisp of the earth's real fire melted into it, and the temperature immediately rose a lot. Zhujiakan. I've never heard of it. When Du Si heard that he was a fellow countryman, he couldn't help but feel close to him and said, this book sold very well. My father specially ordered it from Zhuanggai Yuantang and told me to carry it with me. He said it can ward off evil spirits. Warning off evil spirits? Haha, your father is right. Zhou Yi smiled and said, there are many simple and easy-to-use methods in the book, which can save a lot of trouble when going out. The layman Lai Hukwan who wrote the book must be a strange person. According to legend, he was a virtuous scholar from Jixia Academy. Du Si carefully baked the book and said with admiration, when I arrive in the capital, I will definitely pay him a visit. At this time, the business leader who had been paying close attention to the Punisher unexpectedly came over. Master Du, we heard that the book was written by a god, just to save people in need. The leader took out a roll of red cloth from his arms, with several pages of paper wrapped in it. Before I went out this time, I specially paid my husband to copy what the gods said. What was written on the paper was what the torturer said at the end of each story. There were words to advise people to stay away from monsters, ways to identify monsters, and mantras to calmly refuse temptation. Zhou Yi asked, "Does the above method work? I will take a copy with me next time I go out. It's useful. Last time I went to Jin County, I passed by a mass grave and ran into a ghost wall. I went around and couldn't get out. In the end, the little boy broke his urine." The leader shouted to one of his companions, "Erden, you have to protect yourself. One day the boy's urine will fail and kill everyone." Erden muttered, "I'm still looking for a wife." Ha ha ha. There was a series of laughter from the companions, and one person joked that when he got to the county town, he took Erden to lose his virginity. Zhou Yi also laughed, not in a fairy-like manner, but out of joy from the bottom of his heart. Along the way from Lujing, what I saw and heard were tragedies. Ordinary people were like cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered in front of monsters, and it was inevitable that they would feel depressed in their hearts. Now there is a book, a few pieces of paper, and my mind is like clouds blooming and the moon is bright. Although he couldn't save the world from hardship, he did some useful things for the human race. It was a cold wind and rain outside the mountain temple, but the inside of the temple was warm and cheerful. When they heard that Zhou Yi was coming from Kyoto, they coaxed him to talk about the prosperity of Lujing. Zhou Yi was about to open his mouth when he recalled that he realized that he had lived in Lujing for nearly 2 years. In addition to being on duty, he would go home and copy scriptures every day. His life was similar to that of an otaku in his previous life. The most prosperous place he went to was Chunfeng Tower for drinking. Could it be that dancing by the girls in Chunfeng Tower is detrimental to their elegant image? Lujing has a lot of people and cars. It's no different from an ordinary county town. Why don't I tell you a story I heard? Zhou Yi changed the subject, with countless experiences of demons and ghosts flashing through his mind, and said slowly, "There was an uncle from Song Dynasty in Nanyang County. He met a ghost while walking at night. He asked who the ghost was. Uncle Song bit off the tip of his tongue, spit out the blood on the ghost, and took it to the yamen of the Demon Slayer division to receive 2 ounces of reward money. Barren mountains, old forests, broken temple, rainy night, bonfires, ghost stories. Xing Shang, Du Si, and others didn't dare to breathe, and they didn't let out a long sigh of relief until the story was over. Du Si praised, "Uncle Song is brave and wise, and he can play with ghosts and ghosts in the palm of his hand. He is awesome. It turns out that ghosts are afraid of blood on the tip of the tongue. You need to practice it on weekdays, so as not to bite the ghost in case of pain." The leader of the merchant murmured, "If you catch a ghost, don't beat it to death. You can also send it to the Demon Slayer division to receive the reward." "Mr. Zhou, let me tell you another story. It's better than that storyteller. The storytellers all tell the same story, and they modify the story of the torturer and use it as a new story to cheat money." The merchants heard this and started making noises one after another. Zhou Yi chuckled and planned to tell a scary story to scare people. He couldn't waste the atmosphere. The door to the mountain temple opened at some point. The mountain wind blew in, causing the flames to dance. A merchant got up to close the door and found a figure squatting outside the temple door. In the light of the fire, the figure could be seen clearly. She was a young woman with good looks. His whole body was soaked, his thin clothes clung to his skin, his arms were trembling across his chest, and a hint of snow white could be seen. Rumble! Lightning and thunder roared, the wind and rain rushed, and the woman's cold complexion turned blue. "Who are you?" The businessman took a step back and subconsciously held the hatchet at his waist. "The little girl is the daughter of the Huang family in Gunning County. She lost her way in the mountains and encountered heavy rain. Just as Xing Shang was about to speak, the leader stood up, patted him on the shoulder 3 times, and said loudly, "Miss Huang, if you don't mind, come in to take shelter from the rain and warm yourself by the fire." "Thank you, old man." The woman stood up and walked into the temple. She trembled as she walked, and her graceful curves also trembled, attracting the attention of the merchants. The woman walked over to Du Si and sat down. She took off her clothes and warmed herself by the fire, revealing a lot of her beauty. Du Si frowned and glanced away. The leader took out a bamboo tube from his luggage and said with a smile, "Girl, this is our home-brewed rice wine. It will warm you up in the cold weather. I am such a good man, I will repay you well." The woman's voice was ethereal, falling into the ears like small insects crawling, making people feel itchy all over. He gently unscrewed the bamboo tube, raised his head and took a sip. A layer of white hair slowly grew on the slender white jade neck. The slender fingers holding the bamboo tube turned into white-haired claws. "Do it!" The leader shouted loudly, whipped out his hatchet and slashed at the woman. The actions of other merchants were surprisingly consistent. They had obviously received some kind of signal and were ready for an ambush. 5 sharp hatchets and 2 sharp spears hit the woman in front and back. "Ah!" The woman screamed, and there were several holes in her body, but there was no blood. Phew! Poof! The sound of air leakage from the bellows was heard, and only a crumpled human skin was left on the spot. The white-haired weasel, which was more than 3 feet long, ripped open the human skin's back and fled from the mountain temple, leaving a series of blood stains on the ground. She is a monster." Du Si's eyes were straightened, with a look of shock and fear. Zhou Yi pursed his lips and chuckled. The moment he saw the bamboo tube, he roughly guessed the weasel's ending. The torturer said that there was an article in the anecdotal record of Huling County where the historian of Huling County suspected that his son had married a vixen and asked the local elder for advice on how to solve the problem. So Lao dug out the rice wine brewed on the 5th day of May and asked Shi Yuanwei to find a way to trick his daughter-in-law into drinking it. Sure enough, the prototype of a vixen appeared, and he was beaten to death by the caretaker at the home. Rice wine is yang in nature, and the Dragon Boat Festival is the last day of the year for yang energy. The brewed rice wine can suppress evil spirits and ghosts and make them appear. The leader sighed in annoyance, "I lost a good piece of fur. This yellow fur is too cunning. The monster is very vindictive. Maybe he hasn't left yet." Before Zhou Yi finished speaking, the scene in the mountain temple changed drastically. The night rain on the barren mountain ruined the temple and transformed it into a magnificent palace. There were red gauze tents everywhere in the hall, and there was a strong smell of incense, and there was a faint sound of women's chuckles. Chapter 43, Demon-Slaying Captain. The merchants quickly formed a circle and stood guard with swords and guns. The leader shouted loudly, "You monster, get out of here! I'm here!" The voice was sweet, and from far to near, a female figure floated over. The woman had a pretty face, and she was clearly the yellow-skinned spirit who had just escaped. The clothes are thin and flying in the air, inevitably revealing indescribable places. Emboli, black dog blood. The leader was sweating on his forehead. He took a leather bag from his companion, unscrewed the stopper and squeezed it hard. Bah! A stream of black blood spurted everywhere, and the gorgeous palace became fishy. A mere mortal ant dares to be so rampant. The woman's hands turned into white-haired animal claws, with jet-black nails more than a foot long. She jumped and flashed, digging towards the leader's heart. "Drink!" The merchants shouted in unison, gathered their strength, and slashed at the woman with their swords and spears. With a stabbing sound, the woman broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. "Ah!" The merchant named Xuanzi screamed, and a half-foot-long stab wound appeared on his back. Illusion is an illusion. Don't do it easily. The leader is well informed and reminds him loudly. Cha-cha! A strange laughter sounded, and the woman who had just been broken into several pieces appeared again floating around in the hall. "You all must die, especially you." The woman looked at the leader bitterly and swore, "I will take out your heart, chew it up and swallow it in one bite." After the words fell, another attack came over. The merchants learned from the past and no one dared to slash at will. They watched the sharp claws leave a few bloody marks on their companions. The yellow-skinned spirit fights head-on, but is no better than the tigers and wild wolves. It's a pity that we are in an illusion, where it is difficult to distinguish between true and false, and difficult to predict reality. What the merchants saw, felt, and heard might be false. The sword and spear clearly hit the empty spot, and his companion was wounded by the sword, and he was even more helpless. This is real. Fake, fake, this time it's fake. The pillar is injured, be careful. The leader held the hatchet tightly and kept reciting the mantra of meditation taught in the torturer's story. He took out the paper from his arms and flipped it over to find a way to break the illusion. Zhou Yi and Du Si hid in the corner. The merchants subconsciously thought that they were powerless, so Huang Pitsijing also solved the difficult merchants first. Du Si was holding the book box and shivering. Seeing that the businessman was injured, he wanted to step forward to help. "Don't move, there is someone next to you." Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with aura, the illusion was useless to him, and the thunder talisman in his hand was ready to be activated at any time. The merchants relied on the various folk methods recorded in the Punisher's theory to be able to deal with ordinary ghosts and spirits, and they were still no match for monsters that were skilled in illusions or proficient in magic. At this time, Zhou Yi was hiding in the dark, and there was no problem with their lives. It was better to practice fighting against the demon clan, and gain more experience when they met alone in the future. Zhou Yi is not a noble saint. It is difficult for him to sacrifice himself for others and devote himself to fighting for the prosperity of the human race. On the premise of not endangering his life, he is willing to do something for his fellow humans so that they will be less harmed by demons. For example, the yellow-skinned spirit in front of him is barely at the 9th level and is not qualified to enter the Seaward prison. Zhou Yi can kill him with one strike at any time and save Xing Shang. But if we are saved today, there will be no Zhou Yi tomorrow. How can the merchants save themselves? It is better to teach people to fish than to teach them how to fish. To save the world and save people does not necessarily mean fighting against the heaven and earth, but should also spread disaster relief and evacuation methods so that people have the ability to save themselves. When writing the Punisher's theory, Zhou Yi had this vague idea. Now that he has seen and heard along the way and knows that many people have survived because of this book, the idea in his mind has become clearer. It is almost a delusion for ordinary people to defeat the great demon. Practicing martial arts and Taoism is not only about the skills, but also the law and the land of wealth, and wealth are indispensable. The great demon and even the demon king have their own courts and demon slayers to suppress them, and ordinary people rarely encounter them, and they harm people. More of a low-level third-grade demon. Tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves use their strength to kill people, so you need to develop your courage to fight. Vulpes, ghosts, and monsters use illusions to deceive people, so you need to practice your mind's eye perception. The Book of Changes observed the fight between Hong Shang and Huang Pitsijing, combined with the memory fragments of demons searching for souls, to think about ways for ordinary people to restrain demons and ghosts. There may be people in the world who understand demons better than Zhou Yi, but there are only a few. The aloof immortal Buddha can easily kill demons and protect a party, but he will not go out of his way to search the soul to check the memory of the demon, let alone think about how to eliminate the demon from a mortal perspective. Go back to the demon slaying department and experiment with more demons. There will always be a way. When Zhou Yi was thinking about it, something changed again. Huang Pitsijing seemed to have had enough fun, and a scream pierced his membranes, making people dizzy. Taking this opportunity, she dug her claws into the leader's eyes. In a short time, she had already figured out the core of the traitor. If the leader died, the remaining people would be greatly reduced in fighting spirit. Zhou Yi was about to activate the Thunder Talisman to kill the monster, when suddenly a deafening roar was heard in the illusion. Monster! Die! The sound was like thunder, and the illusion palace was full of cracks, like a broken mirror, revealing the appearance of a broken mountain temple. Rumble! Thunder came through the cracks. A black light appeared out of thin air, tearing apart the illusory palace and nailing it to the void. Boom! There was a loud bang. The illusory palace collapsed and returned to the mountain temple. The wind howled and the rain fell rapidly. A figure stood at the temple door. The head of the door was shorter than him, and his waist was half a foot wider than the door frame. His face was covered with black hair, and he looked like a bear. The human bear lowered his head, turned sideways, and squeezed into the temple. It was only through the firelight that he could see clearly that the person was wearing black armor, his hair was randomly tied into a ball, and his face was covered with beard, and only half of his dark face could be seen. On one side of his waist is a sword more than 2 palms wide, on the other side hangs an iron bow, and on his back are 7 or 8 iron spears. It can be said that he is armed to the teeth. Hero, where did you come from? The leader only felt that this person was more dangerous than the yellow-skinned spirit. The visitor ignored him, walked to the back wall of the mountain temple, and pulled out the iron spear nailed to the wall. Everyone looked along and saw the yellow-skinned spirit hanging on the iron spear shaft, already lifeless. Zhou Yi noticed the sign on the visitor's waist and took the initiative to step forward and cup his hands. Demon Slayer Division, Clerk of the Ministry of Things, Zhou Yi. The visitor's eyes lit up and his voice buzzed, Devil-killing Captain, Yan Xiao. Zhou Yi used his spiritual eyes to check and found that Yan Xiao's strength had reached the realm of refining qi. Unfortunately, his aura was turbid and mixed, and filled with evil spirits. It was impossible to condense into a yin shen, and his cultivation path was almost cut off. When the merchants heard about the Demon Slayer division, they immediately felt relieved. Instead of being afraid, they praised him for being a hero who could slay demons and slay demons. With such a size, it would be easy to tear apart tigers, leopards, and jackals, but even monsters would be frightened if they encountered it. The leader took out the herbs and bandaged the injured companion to stop the bleeding. However, the scratched area turned purple and black, and he tried several detoxification methods, but none worked. This monster's poison is easy to cure. Yan Xiao pulled off the yellow leather essence from the barrel of the gun, took out the dagger and chopped off the head and tail, slashed several times on the limbs, and tore it apart with his hands, leaving only more than a foot of flesh and blood on the demon body. The demon body was stuck on the tip of the spear and rolled and roasted on the bonfire. Call! Yan Xiao breathed out the fire, and the wind whistled, as if a big bellows had been added, and the fire was instantly blazing. While roasting and smearing oil, soon the aroma of meat wafted from the mountain temple, and the color of the monster's body turned golden. Yan Xiao couldn't help but licked his lips, swallowed, and handed the iron spear to the merchant leader. If you are poisoned, share it and eat it. You will be fine soon. Thank you, sir. The leader thanked him repeatedly and subconsciously took the iron spear. His arms sank and he almost fell to the ground. An iron spear measuring only 4 to 5 feet weighs more than 100 kilograms. The poisoned merchant ate some of the barbecued yellow skin essence, and his purple-black wounds gradually turned red, and his breathing became calmer. Captain Yan, please sit down. Zhou Yi said, Thank you, Captain, for saving my life. With a little effort, it is your duty to slay demons. Yan Xiao sat cross-legged next to the fire, and was actually 2 inches taller than Du Si standing. Chapter 44, The Fallen Mountain God. The business leader held 2 ingots of silver and came over to thank him. Lord Captain, I, Wu Sanpeng, have nothing to repay for saving my life. I can only express my gratitude with money. No need to be polite, do you have any wine? Yan Xiao waved his hand, there was meat but no wine along the way, and a bird appeared in my mouth. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Sanpeng looked happy. A group of people would only make a dozen taels of profit for a desperate trip to deliver goods. It would be much better if they could save money. Yan Chixia drank it all in one gulp and let out a long sigh of relief. It's comfortable. This wine is full of yang energy. It's a good thing. And more. Wu Sanpeng took out all the bamboo tubes. There were black dog blood bags, black donkey hooves, ink lines, and messy talismans in the package. Zhou Yi noticed that Du Si was silent and had a sad and confused look on his face. Master Du, what's wrong? Brother Zhou, I have been studying for 10 years, but in the end I still need someone to protect me. If I encounter an evil spirit, I can only kill him at the neck. Du Si said confused, did my father make the wrong choice when he asked me to learn martial arts? Zhou Yi comforted him by saying, there is never a right or wrong way to learn literature and martial arts. The great Confucians in Jixia Academy are as good at following the Dharma as they are the Buddhist and Taoist masters, and the demons and monsters are wiped out. Zhou Yi didn't know much about the specific practice methods of Confucianism, Daoism, legalism, and other schools of thought. The fighting scenes he had seen in the memory of demons were too illusory. Confucian, Taoist and legalist monks below the third level have some mysterious methods, which are not strong in fighting and fighting. They are mostly auxiliary. When the realm reaches the third level, a qualitative change immediately occurs. Confucianism is awe-inspiring and upright, legalism follows the words and methods, Zhejia's painting method is even more mysterious, and the whole painting is Maoyang. Zhu Yi once asked Zhang Cheng for advice, but he didn't understand it very well. He only said that what all the schools of thought cultivated was the heart. After 10, 20, or 30 years of cultivating the heart, one would suddenly gain enlightenment and condense the yin shen. The various schools of thought do not call it Lian Shen, but call it Li Ming. Du Si shook his head repeatedly, students are stupid and don't dare to dream of being a great scholar. No one is stupid or smart in the world. Most of them are just lazy and not diligent. The Book of Changes said, the essence of a career is due to diligence but not to play, and success is achieved through thinking and ruined by casualness. Du Si was excited when he heard this and bowed deeply to Zhou Yi. Thanks to Mr. Zhou for his guidance, student Xiaoren will keep it in mind. Xiaoren, is that your name? Yes sir, any questions? In the future, if you meet someone with a bad character, slap him hard for me. You must not show mercy. Zhou Yi emphasized, it's not enough to kill him, he'll be half disabled. Du Si has never hit anyone, but he has become a master in ancient times. Now he has inherited the relationship of master and apprentice 14 times. If he refuses, he will become a hypocrite. If the student remembers it, the beating will definitely make his face bloom. Haha. Zhou Yi couldn't help but laugh when he thought of that scene. He must hide in the corner to see it with his own eyes. Yan Xiao's arrival made everyone feel at ease, and the desolate feeling lingering in the temple also dissipated. Wu Sanpeng asked, Master Xiaoyi, are you going to Hengyang to catch ghosts? Yan Xia nodded. A certain family heard that there were ghosts causing trouble in Hengyang, so they happened to have time, so they went over to take a look. This world has really gone crazy. Wu Sanpeng sighed. Yan Xiao had just saved everyone's lives, so he spoke a lot more freely. We went to Hengyang a few days ago. I heard that there was more than one ghost, and it was very tragic to destroy the family and destroy the family at every turn. A businessman named Xuanzi spoke up and said, fortunately, there are adults from the Demon Slayer division. Every time a ghost commits an attack, he cannot escape and is suppressed and arrested on the spot. Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, suppressed on the spot? Many people in Hengyang can see clearly. It is rumored that there are immortal masters doing this. How can ghosts escape? Xuanzi affirmed, the county governor is a really good official. The people call him Qingtian, who catches ghosts. He has already written the Wanman umbrella and sent it to the capital. The county and city's demon-slaying division has magic weapons that can sense demons on a large scale. It's just that it consumes a lot of money to use. It's only used for tracking on weekdays. It can be detected once a month at most. Yan Chixiao explained, if the county guard is willing to turn it on every moment, the ghosts in Hungyang City will naturally have nowhere to escape. I see. Zhou Yi was moved when he heard this. If the key parts of the magic weapon were miniaturized and made more convenient for the people, ordinary people might be able to avoid the evils of demons. The three of them chatted around the campfire. Yan Chixia killed the red demon, Wu Sanpeng traveled all over the country, and Zhou Yi was well informed. The common people are in court, in the countryside of Kyoto, and in the northern and southern state capitals. The more they talk, the more speculative they become. Of all the knowledge in the world, it is the most difficult to deal with in night sailing. Among all the stories in the world, encounters between guests from the north and the south are the most interesting. Meeting 3 or 2 passers-by on a rainy night in a barren mountain, they sat on the ground and talked about everything. Afterwards they dispersed to the north and south, leaving only aftertaste, which is really one of the pleasures of life. The mountain rain continued for nearly half an hour and finally stopped slowly. The merchants had rested and packed their bags one after another. They no longer wanted to stay in the temple where monsters were infested. There is an official road in Snake Mountain and there are no cliffs. It is not dangerous to drive at night with a torch. Master Yan, Master Zhou, we went south with Mr. Du. Wu Sanpeng cupped his hands and said goodbye. If we meet again in the future, we will definitely find a tavern to have a good meal. Zhou Yi said with a smile, it must be an old restaurant in the alley. The wine at Chunfeng restaurant in Kyoto is really light. I don't get drunk no matter how much I drink. It must have been watered down. Sure. The merchants laughed, always feeling that Master Zhou's words made people angry and laughing at the same time. Sir, when the student arrives in the capital, he will go to the Demon Slayer department to visit you. Du Si said goodbye and followed the merchant team out of the mountain. Captain Yan, let's set off too. If we get to Hungyang as soon as possible, maybe one less family will be killed. Zhou Yi mounted his bay red horse, whistled, and ran towards the north. Good riding skills. Yan Chixia's horse looks like a horse but not a horse. It has black scales on its neck and 4 hooves. It stands 3 or 4 feet taller than the bay horse. Even so, Yan Chixia stepped on it, like a macho man riding a little sheep. Zilulu. The scaled horse moved as fast as the wind, but when it encountered a boulder, it did not turn, but jumped over it. If the bay red horse had not been blessed with magical power, it would have fallen far behind the scaled horse in a matter of moments. He rode the horse for more than 10 miles. Zhou Yi suddenly reined in his horse and stopped, holding his stomach and frowning. Captain Yan, I caught a cold from the rain just now, please wait for me for a moment. Then he dismounted and went into the bushes, squatting under the tree to deal with it. Yan Chixiao smelled a strong stench, his black face changed color slightly, and he couldn't help but shake his horse and stay away. Among the trees, there was only one mana incarnation left squatting, and Zhou Yi had turned into the light and returned to the mountain temple. The mountain road of more than 10 miles is only 3 to 5 miles away in a straight line, and it can be reached in an instant. Zhou Yi looked down from a high altitude and saw that the dilapidated mountain temple had turned into a magnificent palace, exactly like the illusion created by Huang Pitsijing. Around the palace, dozens or hundreds of jackals, tigers and leopards were lurking, each of them much stronger than their kind, surrounded by red eyes and evil aura. A majestic and solemn voice came from the palace, if you dare to kill my maid, bring those people back alive, I will deal with it myself. Ouch! Roar! The ferocious beast in the mountain roared in response, got up and ran towards the south. Streams of sword light fell from the sky, shining like falling stars. The beasts didn't even have time to scream, and silently broke into two pieces. The front half was still running wildly, but the back half had fallen to the ground. Who? A roar came from the hall. Zhou dropped his light and stood at the entrance of the palace. I saw a golden statue sitting in the hall, with handsome male and female attendants standing on the left and right, except that there was one missing woman on the right. I know that the yellow-skinned spirit is of low strength, so how can he perform this exquisite illusion? Sure enough, someone is behind it. It's you. The expression of the statue changed, and the golden light spread around, but no trace of Yan Chixiao was found. No need to look for it, it's just me. Zhou held the purple Ying sword, pointed at the statue and shouted. Since he is a human being and has been conferred the title of Mountain God, he must have been virtuous during his lifetime. Why did he willingly fall down and associate with demons? Chapter 45 The Inner Demon Clone. The canonization of gods by De Chien was not decided by the court at will, and the recipients were roughly divided into three types. First, there is a big demon king in the mountains and rivers. He is powerful and does not do evil. The court appeases him with a deity, such as the water god of Yangping Lake. The second is local virtues, which gather the people's will and power during their lifetime, and are thus recognized by the earth and water. The third type is the least numerous, born as mountain water elves. Even if they are not canonized by the court, they can directly control the mountains and water veins. The snake Panchen mountain god belongs to the second type. Virtuous deities are more willing to protect the place and eliminate disasters for the people. Firstly, this is due to their good character during life, and secondly, to deify a person as a deity, a large amount of incense is needed to nourish the golden body. In the yin world and the yang world, mutual benefit and reciprocity should be in excellent state. Will you commit suicide? How many good deeds did I do during my lifetime? I built bridges and paved roads, supported orphans and widows, and all my wealth was gone. After my death, I will protect you, respond to all requests, and there are countless living people. The mountain god was sitting in the palace, with a ferocious face, a mere junior official of the Demon Slayer department. What qualifications do you have to say that this god is willing to fall? I'm in a hurry, so put away this face. A flash of light flashed through Zhou eyes. The statue of the snake Panchen mountain, which looked like a shining golden light, was actually in a state of rising demonic energy, with countless wronged souls wailing and screaming in the demonic energy. A sword energy slashed towards the main hall of the mountain temple, and the illusion was instantly shattered, turning it into a ruined temple again. The maids and boys on the left and right have revealed their true colors one after another, with wolf heads and human bodies, fox heads and fox tails, half skeletons and half humans, all of them are demons and monsters. The stone mountain statue that was originally broken into two parts was put back together again, but black and red blood continued to flow from the broken place. Court death. The mountain god statue spits out dirty black gas, like thick paste. This black energy is a mixture of the evil energy of the earth, the resentment of the living people, and the violent energy of the dead, which can turn into filthy body and magic weapon of the practitioner. Once contaminated, you will be tortured by the evil spirit of resentment all the time, with inner demons and evil thoughts arising. Zhou also opened his mouth and spat out, and the purple-red earthly fire turned into a long flame dragon, sweeping through the mountain temple. Ah! There were screams and screams, and the ghosts who were watching the battle were burned to ashes and disappeared in smoke. Taoism will increase by 1 year. In the blink of an eye, only the mountain god was left in the temple, which was burned black. The earthly evil spirit protected his whole body, barely resisting the burning of the real fire. The mountain god merges with the mountains and rivers and is within the scope of the canonized mountains. He can control the mountains and rocks in battle. Rumble. The ground cracked, not because the mountain god wanted to fight with Zhou, but because the mountain god wanted to escape underground. I want to run away without Zhou's consent. Zhou Yi waved his hand and the purple Ying sword penetrated into the ground and directly fixed the earth veins. The mountain god sensed the power of the earth's veins, which was as hard to use as iron and stone, and finally felt fear. After more than 100 years of canonizing mountain gods, I have never encountered a strong person who uses human power to determine the earth's veins. It is very likely that he is the legendary god refining expert. Immortal, please spare my life, the little god has no choice. You have no choice? Is this your last resort? The magic power of Zhu Yi turned into a big hand and uprooted the mountain temple. Under the foundation of the temple, there are numerous bones piled on top of each other, numbering in the thousands. As the saying goes, a small official can be extremely corrupt. In the same way, the mountain god who controls the mountains is possessed by a demon and can harm people more easily than the demon king. Behind the scenes, a seemingly coincidental landslide was controlled, easily flooding villages and towns. The mountain god fell into the hands of the magic power and was allowed to be kneaded by Zhou Yi. He should have knelt down to beg for his life, but after seeing the bones in the ground, strong demonic energy rose up. These people deserve to die. All of them deserve to die. The weather has been good for hundreds of years, but they are grateful. But once there is a drought, if prayers for rain fail, they will kill my temple's blessings, demolish my temple, and destroy my golden body. They worked hard to do good deeds for 200 years before and after their lives, only to have their practice ruined. Shouldn't they die? This reason is not enough. As soon as Zhou Yi thought about it, he clenched it hard with his giant magic hand, and the mountain temple and the statue turned into rubble. After flipping through hundreds of pages of the demon illustrated book, a blurry illustrated book lit up a little of the corners. Why is there no reward? Zhou Yi sensed the vague picture book and a piece of information came into his mind. The mountain god is actually the clone of the demon master. The inner demon illustrated book lit up a corner, and Zhou Yi could vaguely sense the location of the inner demon, heading towards Luozhu. Zhou Yi frowned slightly, then turned into a escaping light and returned to the grass. Yan Chixia looked in the direction of the mountain temple with confusion, and the horses under her seat were pacing uneasily. Captain Yan, let's go. Did you hear that noise over there? Maybe it was the mountain rain that caused the rocks to collapse. Luozhu. Tong County is only 100 miles away from Lujing. The sound of reading came from the Chu family private school. Mr. Xin, who was in charge of teaching, fell asleep on the desk. Among them was a naughty child who covered his face with books and fist-fighted with his companions in private. The loser was beaten to pieces. Call. Mr. Xin suddenly stood up, with his back straight and no trace of confusion or sleepiness in his eyes. Number 9 is dead, how could it be? He was obviously told to be careful. Mr. Xin was sent by the Lord of Six Paths to sneak into Dakian to find out the cause of Jialan's death. Over the past 10 years, more than a dozen inner demon clones have been refined and scattered throughout the 16 states, and countless information can be collected. The mountain god is one of the most important clones of the inner demon. When gods connect with the earth's veins, it means that the earth's veins suppress one's luck. It is extremely rare for a god to become a demon. 5 years ago, the inner demon passed through Snake Pan Mountain and happened to meet a praying for rain ceremony. The inner demon, who had not been out of the mountain for a long time, became interested and mingled with the crowd to feel the long-lost excitement and popularity. As a result, praying for rain several times in a row failed and cost a lot of money. The people praying for rain became so angry that they killed the temple priest who presided over the sacrifice, demolished the mountain temple, and broke the mountain god statue. The mountain god's golden body was almost broken, and he was transformed from god to demon. The inner demon took advantage of the situation and taught the mountain god to practice evil methods. In order to survive, the mountain god sacrificed the blood of thousands of people, condensed his golden body, and gradually turned into one of the inner demon clones. Heart to heart, let's go back to our roots. Mr. Xin knitted the technique with his hands, and fragments of memory flashed before his eyes. The sword determines the earth's veins, the magic hand. This sword, could it be that one? Mr. Xin has clones in various places. Although he does not hold a high position, he has confidants around him. Among them, the appearance of the pure Yang immortal sword is one of the major events that has happened in Lujing in recent years. Immortal sword. Mr. Xin's eyes flashed with greed and a hint of fear. After thinking for a moment, he put away his books, got up and left the Chu family private school. The original plan was to induce and refine the young master of the Chu family into a clone of the inner demon, which might yield unexpected gains. Even the successive county magistrates do not know the background of the Chu family in Tong County. They only know that they have a deep relationship, which seems to be related to the palace. However, if the wealthy businessmen and gentry near Lujing City were hit with a brick, 8 out of 10 would be able to have connections with the palace. Mr. Xin's inner demon clone in Kyoto was keeping accounts and settling accounts when he overheard the chatter of the eunuchs who were out shopping. Our family is from the Chu family. With eunuch Chu's relationship, how can this purchasing job fall into the hands of others? Chu family? Is the godfather talking about Tong County? Who else could it be? Tong County, Chu family, eunuch Chu. Who would have thought that the unknown Mr. Chu in Tong County was behind a powerful eunuch, the chief steward of the Internal Affairs Department, one of the best in the world, and one of the right-hand men of Emperor Jingtai. Chu Daban. When the inner demon works as a private tutor in the Chu family, he wants to seduce and refine the young master of the Chu family into a clone of the inner demon. He may be able to directly hear some secrets of the Dakian and thus complete the tasks assigned by the Lord of Six Paths. Although the Chu family is good, what does it have to do with me? If I can get the fairy sword, I might as well sit in the position of the Lord of the Six Paths. Mr. Xin went to bid farewell to Mr. Chu, saying that the Kyoto exam was about to take place and he planned to study in seclusion and try his best to gain fame. When Mr. Chu heard about this, he took out 100 taels of silver and wished Mr. Xin on the gold medal list. The inner demon left the Chu family and fled all the way to Fiyun Prefecture, where the Red Body Demon sect rebelled, and sent a message to the Blood Demon Taoist master through the disciples of the inner demon sect. Money is too much, people are stupid, come quickly. Chapter 46, Tracking. Hengyang County. The sound of horse hooves was like thunder, and the soldiers at the city gate saw 2 horses roaring towards them from a distance. The leading man was a large piece of black, with an iron spear on his back like an umbrella, and he bared his teeth and claws as he ran wildly. Stop! Who is coming? Close the city gate, close the city gate! The city gate official shouted loudly that Jingzhou is located in northern Xinjiang and has experienced many invasions by the Beirong. This man was stronger than the strongest Beirong warrior I had ever seen. If there wasn't a man in brocade robes beside him, the defenders would have shot a few arrows to test him. Zilulu. 2 horses and men stood up and stood at the gate of the city. Haha, Brother Yan, you are disgusting. Zhou Yi looks like a handsome middle-aged man with a slight vicissitude on weekdays, with a few strands of grey in his black hair. After 10 years in the torture chamber, being able to survive is already the only miracle of the Demon Slayer division, and he still maintains the appearance of a handsome young man. Even the devil knows that there is something wrong. Used to it. Yan Chixiao threw away the sign on his waist, Demon Killing Colonel, Yan Chixiao. The city gate official verified the authenticity of the waistband and observed Yan Chixiao from a close distance. He was not a Beirong barbarian and quickly shouted to open the city gate. Captain, your badge. The city gate official bowed and returned the cards. The Demon Slayer division had enough cards in any area of Dakian. Well done. Yan Chixiao shook the reins and entered the city with Zhou Yi. Hengyang City is the largest county in Jingzhou after the county town. Now it has been troubled by demons for more than a year and has become deserted. There were almost no people on the supposedly bustling street. Occasionally, pedestrians would bend down and shrink their heads, rushing in and out. Most of the shops had their doors and windows closed, with signs saying they were not accepting customers. Some even locked their doors, and the owners fled elsewhere. Zhou Yi and Yan Chixiao rode around for a while, but they didn't find an inn to stay. "Brother Yan, how do you plan to inquire about demons and ghosts?" Yan Chixiao said, "I went to Gunning County and asked the Demon Slaying Division branch. If they can capture demons every time, they must have detection methods. After 3 or 5 days of going back and forth, maybe someone else was killed." Zhou Yi shook his head and said, "Before I was in the Ministry of Things, I worked as a torturer for 10 years. I am extremely sensitive to the smell of ghosts and ghosts. I only need to ride a horse around the county and I can tell immediately whether there are ghosts or not." Torturer. Yan Chixiao took a deep look at Zhou Yi and nodded in agreement, "That's very good." The two of them traveled from Snake Mountain to Hungyang County for 3 days and 2 nights. They each had their own concerns and wanted to eliminate the demon as soon as possible. Hungyang County's main streets are 3 vertical and 2 horizontal. It only takes more than an hour to travel through them on horseback. Zhou Yi couldn't smell the smell of demons, so he just made up a reason and secretly used Tiangong's magical power. "Call for the wind and rain." The mana surged out and nearly 1/10 was consumed. The originally clear sky gradually became dense with dark clouds, covering the entire sky in Hungyang County. The wind howled and the thunder thundered. Zhou Yi has learned from the past and knows that it will not rain easily, but will only rely on the breath of the wind. The wind passed through Hungyang County, sweeping through all the secret alleys and underground chambers and ravines. Spiritual eyes, chi watching. Wisps of smell drifted before my eyes, 99% of which were useless smells. After a moment, a subtle red-black evil spirit drifted by in the wind. Towards the south of the city. Zhou Yi was determined. It was the first time he used Tiangang magic to find traces of demons, but he was not 100% sure. After finding the source of the evil spirit, Zhou Yi remained silent and continued riding through the county. To the south of the city, the smell in the wind became stronger and stronger, until it reached a mansion called Kui Mansion. Zhou Yi stopped his horse and said, "There is corpse energy. This corpse aura is somewhat familiar. I killed a silver corpse not long ago, and the aura was very similar. Go in and have a look." Yan Chixiao straightened up, his huge body as flexible as a cat, passed through the wall and landed silently. Zhou Yi directly knocked on the main door. Boom, boom, boom. Who? The concierge opened a gap and saw a shadow under Zhou Yi's feet, then said, "What's the matter?" Zhou Yi showed his belt. "The Demon Slayer department is on business, open the door." "Lord Captain? Come in quickly, I'll go find the master." The concierge had a respectful look on his face. The Demon Slayer division had been catching demons continuously in Hungyang and had a great reputation. He had become a patron saint. Yan Chixiao climbed out of the wall and walked in from the door, wondering, "Brother, how did you get exposed? We are the Demon Slayer division, why can't we go through the main entrance?" Zhou Yi's nose twitched as he sniffed around. The corpse gas comes from the backyard. The inner house in the backyard is usually occupied by the female family members. At this time, it is urgent to get rid of the demons, so etiquette cannot be cared about. Zhou Yi followed the breath of the wind and came to a dry well in the backyard. At this time, he could see a ferocious corpse energy rising without using the wind-breathing technique or the aura technique. The corpse demon is in this well. Zhou Yi hasn't finished speaking yet. Yan Chixiao pulled out an iron spear from his back, his muscles were packed, and his true energy and strength were poured into it. "Call out!" The sound of iron spears tearing through the air exploded. Boom! Roar! At the same time as the bombardment, there was also a corpse roar. Kui Yuanwei, who happened to arrive at this time, saw the silver corpse jumping out of the dry well. His body softened and he rolled and ran away. The silver corpse stood at the mouth of the well, with red eyes, arms hanging down from the knees, silver grey muscles exposed, and an iron spear stuck in the abdomen. Roar! Boom! Another iron spear penetrated the silver corpse's mouth with precision, suppressing the second half of the roar. "Brother Joe, stay away!" Yan Xiao's arms were like the wind, and he threw 8 iron spears in succession, nailing them to the silver corpse, then drew out his giant sword and jumped up. The simple and rough force of splitting Huashan Mountain seemed to be really capable of splitting the mountain in Yan Xiao's hands. Ho! Ho! The body of the silver corpse was stabbed like a hedgehog. When faced with the giant sword, it instinctively jumped to avoid it. "Certainly!" Yan Xiao shouted loudly in the air, and rune restrictions appeared on the iron spear, disrupting the pace of the silver corpse. Tear! From the left shoulder to the right waist, the silver corpse was forcibly split into 2 pieces, and the black corpse blood fell on the ground with a sizzling corrosive sound. Call! Yan Xiao breathed a long sigh of relief, almost using up most of his strength. Sharp! In Zhou Yi's Ling Mu technique, Yan Xiao's aura was even worse than that of the silver corpse. In addition, the zombies were born with copper skin and iron bones, so the silver corpse should have had the upper hand. Who would have thought that silver corpse could not hold on for 1 round? Most demons don't have good brains. It's easy to fight in a life and death fight and roar. If you kill too many, it will be easy. Yan Xiao stepped on the silver corpse and peeled off the iron spears one by one, leaving no blood on them. Hiss! The originally dead silver corpse suddenly twisted its neck and bit Yan Xiao's calf. Corpse poison is one of the most difficult poisons to be eliminated. Even if it is barely expelled, the meridians and body will be irreparably damaged. Thunderbolt! Lightning flashed and hit the silver corpse's face. 2 years will be added to the Taoist practice. Zhou Yi said that he had killed thousands of monsters and had already mastered hundreds of techniques for snatching heads. Yan Xiao cupped his hands and said, "Thank you. Even if I don't take action, Brother Yan won't be injured." Zhou Yi had seen the full body armor of Captain Demon Killing, and there must be a layer of black iron leg armor inside Yan Xiao's cloth shirt. At this time, a series of footsteps came, accompanied by noises. "Where are the zombies? Go and investigate quickly. Prepare the demon catching net, don't let the zombies escape. Trapped corpse chains, zip them up. Wear your mask and be careful of corpse poison." More than a dozen demon-slaying lieutenants wearing armor all over their bodies, with only their eyes exposed in their masks, came to the backyard of the Kui family. The demon-catching net and the 4-headed corpse chain, which are specially designed to target powerful physical demons, are fully prepared. So fast! They are fully prepared and they are all masters of the Demon Slayer division. Zhou Yi and Yan Xiao looked at each other, neither of them said anything. The dark clouds over Hungyang County gradually dissipated, the sky cleared up and no rain fell. The anxious and frightened Cheng Huangtudi finally relaxed and sent his underworld ghost servants to investigate to find out which ignorant Taoist was causing such mischief. Those who reign without permission are complicit in mishandling the situation, and the lessons learned from the past are still fresh in our minds. Chapter 47 The Netherworld Ghost Banquet. The captain of the demon-slaying division entered the back house and immediately stopped when he saw the silver corpse broken into 2 pieces on the ground. "Who are you?" the leader of the school captain asked sternly. "The captain of Luojing Demon Killing School, Yan Xiao, and Brother Zhou are the scribes of the Ministry of Things." Yan Xiao showed his sign, specifically emphasizing Luojing. The 3rd level of the local magistrate from the capital is equally applicable to the Demon Slayer division. Only the most elite captains will be transferred to Kyoto. The clerks at the Mononobu were of no rank, and were more difficult to mess with than the officials in the capital. Who didn't know that the Mononobu was rich in money, and it was impossible to get into the Mononobu without the skills or background. The demon-slaying captain, Gu Ji Gang lifted up his visor, held up his hands and said, "Thank you, you two, we can handle the rest. Pang Lai, go arrange a place to stay and entertain the two adults. My two gentlemen, please." Pang Lai is an older demon-slaying captain with a 3rd level strength. In the Demon Slayer Jinsheng system, except for the immortal masters who serve for a short period of time, the lower 3rd level is called slaying, the middle 3rd level is called killing, and the upper 3rd level is called destruction. In the Demon Slayer division, where force is the most important, promotion to official positions is much faster than that of civil servants in the imperial court. However, they do not belong to the same system and are more similar to casual officials without real power. There are also management positions such as governor and commander, who are specifically responsible for management matters. Yan Chixiao refused. "No, Yan has to go to Mihi County. I heard that there are fish monsters making trouble there. I asked for leave to go back to my hometown to visit relatives, and I will stay soon." Zhou Yi didn't want to be an eyesore, after all, it was his territory. Ji Gang was visibly relieved after hearing this, and personally escorted the two of them out of Kui Mansion's gate, and watched them get on their horses. Zhujia village is more than 100 miles north of Hungyang County, Mihi County is northwest of Gunning County, and Zhou Yi and Yan Chixiao are temporarily on the same road. When Ji Gang walked out more than 10 feet away, Yan Chixiao turned around and asked loudly, "Master Ji, Yan wants to ask, why did you come so fast?" "Oh? Mr. Yan has been settled in Kyoto for a long time, and he doesn't know the place. In recent years, demons have become more and more frequent." Ji Gang had a resolute look on his face. "There have been several zombies in Hungyang that have harmed people. The county governor has issued a large number of spirit stones to keep the demon monitoring board running at all times." "I see, thank you for your hard work, Captain. It's all for the people. Farewell." Yan Chixiao shook the reins and caught up with Zhou Yi ahead. Until the official road diverged 10 miles outside Hungyang, the two no longer walked together. Zhou Yi cupped his hands and said, "Goodbye, we'll say goodbye today. We'll meet again when we return to Kyoto in the future." "Sure." Yan Chixiao had experienced many separations between life and death, and after handing over the situation, he rode to the northwest. Zhou Yi suddenly asked, "Farewell is about to take place, and I have a doubt. There is obviously something wrong with the Hungyang Demon Slayer division. Why does Brother Yan ignore it? As long as it's about slaying demons, why bother with so many things?" Yan Chixiao didn't look back, his figure gradually moved away, and his voice gradually disappeared. "It's rare for people to be confused." Zhou Yi sighed, and the Bay Red Horse had the same intention and headed northeast. Zhujia Village. Also known as Zhujia Town, it is located in the mountainous area in the north of Hungyang. There are 400 to 500 households in the village, and 70% to 80% of them have the surname Zhou. Zhou Yi followed the route in his memory, bypassed 3 hills, and saw the smoke rising from the distance. The mountains are like the sea, and the sunset is like blood. Zhou Yi didn't feel more timid about being close to the countryside, so the red date horse stopped at the entrance of the village. Several children were playing, chasing back and forth around the tree, making clear and sweet laughter. One of the older ones saw Zhou Yi and took the initiative to come over and ask, "Who are you and where do you come from?" Zhou Yi smiled and replied, "My surname is Zhou. I come from Kyoto. I live next to the old locust tree at the east end of the village." The little girl with a ponytail next to her brightened up. "Is this the 5th uncle's house?" "Yes, I am Zhou Zinfu's second son, Zhou Wenai. The full name of Zhu Yi is Zhou Wenai. The genealogy of the Zhou family is arranged according to benevolence, justice, etiquette, wisdom, trust, gentleness, respect, thrift, and thrift. It has been rooted in Zhujia village for 4 or 5 generations. The 5th uncle is at Zhou Yi's house, and the second sister is coming back today. The little girl is innocent and does whatever Zhou Yi says." "Master Zhu, second sister. Zhou Yi fell into deep thought. If the memory of his predecessor had not been confused and broken, Master Zhu would have been 70 years old when he ran away from home. He was the elder and talker in the village. The second sister is of the same generation as Zhou Yi, and they are about the same age. They often played together when they were young. I once heard that my second sister was engaged, and I secretly hid in bed wiping tears. Looking back now, I just sigh that the feelings of teenagers are always poetic. 12 years have passed, why did the second sister come back? Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with Dharma light, and he looked towards Zhujiakan with his spiritual eyes. The originally peaceful smoke curled up, but only the ruins were left, and the rich yin qi condensed into black clouds in the sky. When the wind blows, it changes into various shapes of monsters and monsters. Looking down at the children at the entrance of the village, only the floating spirits were left. The little girl facing Zhou Yuxiao had bloodstains on her face and a fist-sized hole in her abdomen. The other children were either as emaciated as wood, or their bodies were separated, or their weapons were exposed, and they died in different ways. Zhou Yi put away his spiritual eye skills, and everything returned to peace. A drop of lunar moonlight appeared in his palm, transformed into rock candy, and handed it to the little girl. "Can you take me to Master Zhu's house?" Yet. The little girl grabbed the rock candy and quickly stuffed it into her mouth. The Taiyan moonlight melts in your mouth, the pure Taiyan spiritual energy blends into the ghost body, and the wounds heal slowly. Giggle, giggle, so sweet. The little girl couldn't help but let out a comfortable laugh. Zhou Yi led the bay red horse and approached the village with the little girl, meeting many villagers along the way. Aunt 6. Uncle Hui. Brother Jun. The little girl accurately called everyone's name. Most people in the village were related to each other. Zhou Yi was wearing a brocade robe, which was incompatible with Zhujia village. Some people asked where it came from. It's Brother Yi from Uncle Wu's family. The little girl is always the first to answer, as if she knows a little secret and can't help but share it. The second son of the fifth family? There was a famine in the past 2 years. I heard that he went to the south. The little rice and noodles we had at home could really starve us to death. If we went out and had a chance, we would save a lot of money at home. Zhou Yi answered the old man's question with a smile. You have talent, you deserve to be rich. The fourth master squatted in the corner and took a deep puff of his pipe. It's just that I get old a bit fast. Why is my hair turning white even at such a young age? Zhou Yi laughed, not knowing how to answer. Master Zhu's home is in the center of Zhukan, next to the ancestral hall, and the bustling noise can be heard from a distance. A group of people gathered outside the courtyard. Hu Qin, who was from all over the world, saw someone coming and stepped forward to greet him, bowing and escorting him into the courtyard. After walking in, the little girl screamed happily and ran to a middle-aged man to talk. The middle-aged man came into the yard and shouted, Lao Wu, what are you doing? Your second child is back. Zhou Yi led the horse and stopped 3 or 4 feet away from the courtyard gate. He was neither advancing nor retreating, and he hesitated. Second brother is back. The first one to come out was Zhou's mother, still holding a spoon in her hand. When she saw Zhou Yi, she rushed towards him crying. Father Zhou was trying hard to act like a father, but his legs were weak when he walked, and he didn't know exactly what posture to use with his hands. Finally, he patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder hard. Okay, just come back. Why cry? The eldest brother and the third brother came out later, their eyes red. What made Zhou Yi happy but angry and sad was that his eldest brother was married and his sister-in-law was also named Zhou. She must have been pot-bellied for at least 4 or 5 months. Zhou's father led Zhou Yi and recognized each person, fearing that he would forget his origins if he did not come back for 2 years. Zhou Yi greeted everyone one by one, and none of them had the wrong seniority, which made Father Zhou feel extremely proud. After all, it was the day when the second sister returned home. After the excitement, she continued to work on the banquet, with a total of 8 tables set up. When the sun sets, torches are lit in the yard, and the homecoming banquet officially begins. Originally there was no place for Shuyi, but when a wanderer returns home, he always has something to look forward to, so he is assigned to a table with the uncle's seniority. During the dinner, it was inevitable to ask questions about how you were doing outside, whether you had a wife, and whether you could help arrange for the boys in the village to go out. Zhou agreed one by one, drank the wine into his belly, was wrapped in magic power, and vomited when he had the chance to turn around. The younger generation is not qualified to attend the banquet, so the honest ones just carry out the dishes and work, while the shrewd ones are wandering around shouting toasts to their uncles. The little girl came to Zhou with a few playmates to ask for sweets. Zhou transformed the accumulated lunar moonlight into various candies from the previous life and scattered them all, causing a strange sound. The banquet was bustling with people, drinking, and it was noisy and lively. Chapter 48, Fierce Formation Soul Refining. Zhou met the bride. There are not so many rules for women in mountain villages. Women also work in the fields, and they are already familiar with each other on weekdays. The second sister has a dark face and thick limbs. She is wearing a brand new linen skirt and a small piece of red silk on her head. Seeing Zhou, he greeted him happily. "Brother Yi, get your wife soon and bring her to show to your sister. I'm sure I have a chance. I bought this hairpin from Kyoto as a gift for my second sister." Zhou smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, don't be angry, my second sister and I are just like brothers and sisters. My brother-in-law is a hunter with a bold personality, haha, Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Any girl from Kyoto is prettier than her. Go. Go. Go." The second sister took the hairpin and tied it in the red silk, shining brightly under the light. Zhou took out another jade bracelet, which was crystal clear. Anyone who looked at it would know that it was priceless. "Sister-in-law, you and my eldest brother are getting married. I couldn't be here to congratulate you. This bracelet is my apology." "Thank you, uncle." The sister-in-law put on the bracelet and couldn't hide the joy on her face. A hairpin and a bracelet are treasures that have never been seen in the village. The wedding banquet became even more lively and exciting. Everyone came to Zhou to drink and drank cup after cup. Zhou's eyes gradually became confused, and finally he lay on the table, seemingly drunk. "Brother Yi drank too much, help him back quickly. I drank so much just after I got back." "Haha, fifth aunt, your second son is now capable and will become an official in Kyoto. If you buy a house in Kyoto, you must remember to come back in the future. Lao Wu is enjoying the blessing." The sounds of congratulations, drinking, punching, playing, and the sounds of tables and chairs colliding became farther and farther away from my ears. The eldest brother and the younger brother drove Shuyi back to their home and shared a room with their younger brother. Fell on the bed and fell asleep. At midnight, a sound that seemed far away but still near reached Zhou's ears. His eyes suddenly opened, not even a little drunk. The third brother who was sleeping on the ground has disappeared. Zhou's body flashed and turned into a escaping light. The source of the noise and curses was Master Zhu's yard. In a blink of an eye, I saw a large group of people holding torches and shouting around a dark shadow. The words spoken by the people around them were mostly phrases such as "Stop making trouble, go back to the house, wake up quickly, today is the day for you to come back. The phantom is nearly 2 feet tall. It looks like ink splashed on the wall, with limbs and head scrawled on it. It can barely be seen that it is human. He has red eyes, a green face and fangs, and a shiny hairpin on his head." The shadow seemed to be annoyed by the noise, and let out a piercing scream, and clawed at one of them with its dark claws. As fast as thunder, its sharp claws can cut a person in two with just one tear. Zhou, who was hiding in the dark, frowned, and a ray of mana fell on the head of the shadow. The hairpin of the magic weapon glowed with golden light, and the dark shadow screamed in pain. The figure continued to melt and shrink, and then turned into nothingness in an instant. When the people around him saw the shadow disappearing, they looked confused and couldn't find it like headless flies, so they all returned to their homes to sleep, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Yi's face was uncertain, his body flashed and he landed in the Zhou family's ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was pitch dark. It was extremely easy for Zhou Yi to see things in the dark night. All he could see was a clumsy and fat figure kneeling on the futon. "Sister-in-law, why?" The plump figure suddenly turned around. It was the eldest brother's wife, but now her face was rotten and distorted, half of her skull was exposed, and there was no trace of motherly kindness. "Second uncle, you are a living person, why do you want to return to the village?" The sister-in-law opened and closed her mouth, and her voice was cold and low. "You turn around and leave now, as if you never came. Then, why did you summon me?" As Zhou Yi thought, the magical weapon on his sister-in-law's wrist flashed with golden light. The jade slip of communication fell to the ground. Zhou Yi asked again, "Why?" "There's no reason, roar!" The sister-in-law screamed, and her hands turned into sharp claws and grabbed Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi closed his eyes, and a bolt of lightning shot out. The thunder method was as strong as the yang, but before it hit, the yin energy from my sister-in-law's body was steaming, and she could hardly maintain her ghost body. Seeing the thunder blowing her to pieces, she disappeared in an instant. The jade bracelet magic weapon suddenly grew in size and wrapped around my sister-in-law's neck, holding her in place. Roar! The sister-in-law tried to break free, but felt that the jade bracelet was as heavy as 1,000 catties and difficult to shake. "Let me go! Let me go, second uncle, please, he caught my child, he just had a soul." The sister-in-law screamed incoherently, "They are all dead anyway, so what if they die again? That is your nephew." Zhou Yi sighed, "Making a deal with the devil and being lucky will only get you into deeper trouble." A flash of light sealed the sister-in-law, turned and left the ancestral hall. The sun is rising. Purple air comes from the east, and golden light spurts out. Zhou Yi woke up from his sleep and found himself lying on a grave. There is smoke and grass, and there is no trace of anyone. Surrounded by the dilapidated Zhujia village, the original location of the ancestral hall has been turned into a huge tomb. One night's experience is like a dream. The bay horse sneezed and sniffed the grass and trees on the ground, but did not dare to eat. Zhou Yi stood up, bowed 3 times to the tomb, and murmured to himself. Instead of being tortured by the evil spirits here day and night, living without birth or death, it is better to go to the underworld to reincarnate as soon as possible and be reincarnated as a human being. He summoned large dark clouds to cover up the sun, blood flowed from his fingertips, and he performed bloodline spiritualism. This technique comes from a ghost monk. It can summon the ghosts of relatives to escape from the shackles of evil demons through the connection of cause and effect. A middle-aged ghost emerged from the grave. His chest was cut open with a sharp blade and sewn together with wisps of evil black thread. It was Zhou Yi's father. Zhou's father was confused and sluggish at first, but as the cold wind blew, his eyes gradually became clear. "Is this morning?" Then a series of ghost whistles were sent out. "Chikacha, I'm free." "Father, don't wake up yet." Zhou Yi's voice is like thunder, containing the Taoist mantra, which awakens Zhou's father who is gradually falling into madness. This tomb bag is a special ghost refining formation that continuously gathers earthly evil energy and merges it with the yin energy and resentment in the ghost body. The evil spirit that has been refined for several years is a century-old ghost that is comparable to the third-level realm. Zhou's father was deeply infected by the evil spirit at this time, and his mind had turned towards chaos and madness. "Second brother? Did you save me?" Zhou's father's eyes flashed with struggle, and dark light flashed continuously, restraining the bloodthirsty killing that originated from the instinct in his heart. "Yes, father, you have been dead for 10 years and have been trapped in the soul refining formation. Zhou Yi explained, I called you here to ask what happened that year? A natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Why didn't you go to the underworld after death? Then, Zhou's father's sober eyes suddenly turned pitch black, and the strong resentment turned into black smoke. Zhou Yi spoke the Buddhist mantra and a wooden fish appeared in his hand. Dong dong dong. The Buddha's light appeared and slowly soothed Zhou's father's resentment. The rewards for slaying demons include not only Taoist magical powers, but also some Buddhist spells. Buddhism is best at soothing people's hearts, and it is most suitable to use it at this time. With Zhou Yi's strength, it is easy to forcibly read Zhou's father's memory. However, due to the instructions of the elders, many methods are difficult to use. Back then, there was a military disaster, the rebels passed by the village, forcibly requisitioned food, and recruited young men to serve as soldiers. Father Zhou's voice was hoarse, and he tried his best to suppress the resentment in his heart, and said slowly, How can you agree to this? One person became a rebel, and the whole village became rebels. The rebel general ordered that everyone in the village be slaughtered, and then he a homeless ghost. As for why he didn't enter the underworld, I don't know. Zhou's father's intermittent memories show that since he became a ghost, they have been reincarnating the day before the rebels massacred the village. Week after week, week after week. As time goes by, when the ghost cannot bear the resentment, it will lose its mind and turn into a vicious ghost. A look of fear flashed in Zhou's father's eyes. It seems that every once in a while, someone will come and take away the ghost, and never come back. After the death of the ghosts in Zhujiakan, they were basically in a state of chaos. If Zhou Yi had not told him, Zhou's father would not have known that he had been dead for 10 years. Zhou Yi said, Father, don't worry, I will definitely find out the culprit and take revenge. Hiss. The corners of Zhou's father's mouth twitched. Hearing the word revenge, his resentment could not even be suppressed by the Buddha's light. The black line of resentment in the soul grows rapidly. If it covers the whole body, it will completely turn into a fierce ghost. Year, don't talk about anything, revenge. Hiss. Father Zhou barely managed to stay awake, I'm dead, just take care of yourself. Leave quickly and don't worry about me. Zhou's father has been a common man all his life and has always been submissive. Even if he turned into a ghost and was beaten to death, he did not want to harm his son. Father, there is nothing more to say. Zhou Yi said, the formation here is on guard. In order to prevent the demon from escaping early, I will send you back first. After everything is over, I will break the formation and extradite you into the underworld. After saying that, he waved his hand and knocked Zhou's father's soul into the tomb, then turned into a ray of light and flew towards Hengyang. Zhujiakan is a village and town under Hengyang County. How can the major and minor events that happened during this period be hidden from the land of Chenghuang? In 10 years, thousands of ghosts have difficulty entering the underworld after their death. If the Hengyang city god dares to say that he has no knowledge, then he must be one of the murderers. Chapter 49 The World Sea of Misery. Hengyang City God Temple is located in Zikan. In recent years, the city has been haunted by ghosts one after another, which has caused hardships to the merchants and the people, while prospering the land of the city god. There were only a few people on the street, but there was a lot of people in front of the Chenghuang temple, and pilgrims kept coming and going. The old temple minister was happily handing out peace charms, ghost-repelling charms, mindfulness charms, and meditation charms. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the hall, blowing away the table full of charms and seals. Seeing the blue sky and white sun, within a moment the sky was filled with dark clouds and thunder was rolling. It's thundering. It's raining and it's time to collect clothes. The believers who were lining up to offer incense and kowtow dispersed in a hurry. Those who were kowtowing quickly bowed a few times and ran home quickly. Lao Miaozhu didn't care about leaving anyone behind, so he picked up the talismans and seals all over the floor. These talismans and seals are not deceptive tricks. They were drawn by the Chenghuang of Hungyang himself. They have a certain effect in exorcising ghosts and warding off evil spirits. Gusts of wind swept through, the dust flew up, and dead branches and leaves crazily poured into the city god's hall. The temple blessings were blown and I could only hold on to the table to support it. A figure came from the wind, and it was not until he stepped into the city god's hall that Lao Miaozhu could see its appearance clearly. He has white temples and a yellow face, wears black armor, and holds a golden mace. He is exactly what Zhou Yi once changed. Zhou Yi looked up at the plaque on the door of the main hall, which had the 4 characters "Protect the environment and secure the people" hanging high, and couldn't help but sneer. In the main hall of the palace, sits the statue of Hungyang city god, a middle-aged official in his 40s or 50s, wearing a 7th grade official uniform embroidered with quails, looking down from high above. Hungyang city god, get out of here. Lao Miaozhu was sweating on his forehead. The golden mace in the man's hand was as thick as his thigh. He tried to muster the courage to say, "This is the place of the city god. Don't be rude." Before the old temple's blessings were finished, Zhou Yi's golden mace flew out of his hand, and the mysterious light shone towards the head of the statue. Buzz! Golden light overflowed, and the incense held the golden mace against it. The statue slowly revived, and its voice was majestic and solemn. "Who is coming?" Zhou Yi had nowhere to vent his evil spirit and anger. The city god had the responsibility of monitoring yin and yang, so it was appropriate to get angry at him at this time. The golden mace's mysterious light flourished and suddenly turned into the size of a courtyard pillar. Rumble! There was a loud noise, and the translucent soul of the city god shot out of the statue. Ouch! The city god rolled down the main hall with his head in his hands, his official robes crumpled into a ball. Seeing this, Lao Miaozhu rolled his eyes and fainted from fright. For the position of Daqian city god, the prefecture city god is the upper 3rd rank, the county city god is the middle 3rd rank, and the county city god is the lower 3rd rank. Shinto practice is different from Buddhism. The divine power of refining incense and the lower 3 grades of Shinto golden body are not weak in the body refining realm. It is also the body of ghosts and gods, and its lifespan is 300 to 500 years. Within the scope of the Hungyang city god, use the power of incense and fire, and the 3rd level city god's ability can defeat the 3rd level monks. Unfortunately, the city god met Zhou Yi, and he was beaten to the point of dizziness with just one blow. The statue of the city god shook, and figures emerged from under the base. There were civil and military judges, chief officials of the 3rd Division, ghost generals, and dozens of them huffing and puffing. "Protect your lord. This is in the territory of Daqian. How can a man be so arrogant? If a stranger is an enemy of the city god's Yinsi, shouldn't he be afraid of Daqian Lu? Catch him first." Zhou Yi heard the noise and rolled his golden mace on the spot, suppressing all the negative differences underneath. The golden light flashed, and the magic suppressed it. No matter how hard the ghost struggled, he remained motionless. "Master Immortal, please show mercy." The city god held his crooked official hat and said, "I wonder why the immortal chief is here? I have been working diligently for decades to maintain the stability of the Henjian division, and I have a name for myself with King Minengling." King Mingling was a canonized king of Lujing city by the imperial court. He was made a prince by ghosts and gods from the underworld and commanded all the city gods in Daqian. "Work hard, haha." Zhou Yi reached out and grabbed it casually, and the city god fell into his hand. He asked coldly, "There are souls wandering in the Yang world. What should I do if they don't enter the underworld reincarnation?" The city god's neck was tightly held, and he couldn't use his incense mind power. He knew he had met an expert. Reporting to the immortal chief, ghost messengers should be sent to investigate to see if there are any grievances, obsessions, etc., and then deal with it as appropriate. According to the Yin division of Daqian law, the city god failed to enforce the law. What crime should he be guilty of just sitting and watching demons sacrifice and refine corpses? Zhou Yi's eyes were as deep as ice, staring at the city god for questioning. This, should. The city god's face changed slightly, hesitating as he didn't know what to say. Zhou Yi pointed at Judge Wu, who was being suppressed by Jin Mace, and asked, "Tell me, what crime should I be punished for?" According to the Yin Sijuan, sit back and watch the monsters cause trouble, and find out the inside story. If there is no collusion, they will be punished with incense for 100 years. If there is any collusion, they will be kicked off the priesthood and severely punished. Wu Ping is in charge of punishment and judgment, and he is already familiar with the laws of Daqian. Did you say there was any connection? The earthly spiritual fire ignited in Zhou Yi's hand, and the ghosts and gods of the underworld were also ghost bodies. If it touched it, it would be like boiling water in a pan of oil. Immortal, please spare my life, I will lower my rank. The city god still wanted to argue, but when he noticed the murderous eyes, he couldn't help but tremble. There is absolutely no involvement. Even the lower officials dare not take part in this matter. The Dulong demon has powerful magic and threatens to destroy my golden temple if I dare to report it. Zhou Yi asked, "Where is Demon Dulong now?" I know, I have been conducting secret investigations to collect evidence of crimes." The city god felt that the spiritual fire in his body was getting more intense and he did not dare to talk nonsense. He said, "A few days ago, the earth dragon turned over 300 miles west of the city. Many people died in several villages in the mountains. The energy of the earth evil is condensed and does not disperse. It is easiest to raise. The disaster of becoming a corpse." Bang! The city god collided with the statue, and the body of the ghost and god almost collapsed. Death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be avoided. Zhou Yi flicked his finger, and a sword energy fell into the city god's body. The sword wounds and cracks appeared constantly on the city god's body. The power of the incense repaired the abdomen, appeared again on the back, healed the back, and appeared again on the face in the blink of an eye. "Thank you, Immortal, for sparing my life." The city god endured Ling Kai's heartbreaking pain and bowed to salute. Zhou Yi snorted coldly, waved his hand to take back the golden mace, and disappeared into a flash of light. The gangsters regained their freedom. They were bent over and pouting, unable to stand straight. The suppressive power of the golden mace penetrated the ghost body. Judge Wen stepped forward to help the city god and said doubtfully, "Sir, you have reported this matter a long time ago, but there is no response from the superiors. Telling the truth to the immortal may help you avoid punishment." "Humph, what do you know? You can barely survive if you hold on, but if you tell me, your soul will be shattered." Cheng Wang's face twitched in pain. The sword energy was extremely strong. With his strength, he wanted to wear it away for at least several decades. That demon Dulong kept his background and caused Hengyang into a mess. He deserves to die. When his soul comes to the Yin division, remember to inform me that I will personally execute him. As the city god spoke, he suddenly looked at Judge Wu and asked, "You are usually rough-minded, but why did you recite the Daqian rules so clearly just now? Do you want me to die soon so that I can take over the position of city god?" "Sir, spare my life." The military judge held his head and ran away. Zhou Yi hid on the top of the city god's temple, listening to the chatter of the ghosts below. He tried several times to kill the city god's temple with a sword, but finally turned into a light and left. 300 miles west of Hengyang City, there are mountains. The Book of Changes used the qi-gazing technique to observe that the Earth's qi was in chaos, and resentment rose into the sky. Earthquakes, commonly known as earthquakes, are one of the most terrifying natural disasters, especially in mountainous areas where there is simply no escape. As we were speeding along, we occasionally saw a few surviving people, struggling to stay alive in a daze. Zhou Yi did not go directly to find the Dulong demon, but flew along the disaster area and sent out those who were lucky enough to survive. Some were so happy that they kept kowtowing to thank the gods. Some screamed at the heavens and the earth, crying about the death of their loved ones. Some hearts are already dead and they are standing on the side of the road sluggishly, not knowing where to go. Others pointed their fingers to the sky and cursed, asking gods why they didn't come to save them earlier. Zhou Yi ignored it and followed the direction of the gathering of evil spirits, arriving at a place where 4 peaks converged and were surrounded by rivers. Mountain worship, surrounded by water, was originally the best feng shui terrain. As a result, the earth dragon turned over, the peaks on the west were broken, the rivers in the mountains flowed back, and the original water veins silted up and turned into stagnant pools. The living water turns back, the white tiger opens its mouth, and the dead energy pool forms a natural place for raising corpses. Zhou Yi's light fell on the top of the mountain and he saw figures jumping from all directions, finally jumping into the yin pool. A dark demonic flag was erected in the middle of the yin pond, constantly emitting the evil spirit of the yin demon, awakening the body of the earth dragon who had turned over and died in vain. Chapter 50 The Blue Sky Above Your Head. The sky is clear and the living corpses are everywhere. Only in the early days of Emperor Guangming, recorded in the history books of Daqian, when Yunzhou was about to be in chaos, could there be such evil statues. At the edge of the yin pond, Master Dulong was setting up a formation to funnel the evil energy from the earth's veins into the water. Yin energy, evil energy, and resentment are refined into the corpse, and it won't take long to transform into an advanced bronze corpse. In a few years, silver corpses will inevitably be born one after another. Be punished. There was no need for Zhou Yi to arrest such evildoers for interrogation. The majestic magic power turned into a giant palm and fell from the sky. Layman Dulong was driving a yin gathering nail into the ground, thinking about the arrangement of the next formation node, when he suddenly felt that the sky was suddenly dark. His mind kept warning him, and when he raised his head, he saw the giant palm covering the sky and the sun. Escape. The layman Dulong was extremely decisive and spurted out several mouthfuls of blood essence, which turned into blood and flew away. It's a pity that the mountains are within grasp, and even if they are 10 miles away in an instant, they still can't escape from the range. The giant mana palm fell and was instantly wiped out. Turning the pages of the Demon Illustrated Book. Reward: Spirit Gathering Formation Disc. The memory fragments of Master Dulong appeared. He turns out to be from a well-known and decent family. Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows. Dulong, the layman who refined corpses and refined ghosts, studied under the Three Truths Temple of Healing Mountain. The Three Truths Temple is divided into 3 branches, which are good at weapons, elixirs, and formations respectively. Dulong layman's ghost refining formation is the famous 3 evil demon sealing formation of the Three Truths Temple. Dulong layman was very good at this formation. After using the evil spirit sealing magic in reverse, it became the 3 evil spirits refining formation. 40 years ago, the layman Dulong was cultivating in Healing Mountain and studying the 3 evil demon sealing formations. He accidentally aroused the energy of the earthly evil and killed several hunters in the mountain village. According to the laws of Daqian, layman Dulong will definitely go to the Demon Slayer division. In order to conceal the truth, Master Dulong went down the mountain and killed all the people in the mountain village, pretending that the earth's veins were broken. At this point, he fell deeper and deeper into the devil's path. Sky Demon Alliance. Zhou Yi continued to read through subsequent experiences and discovered the second turning point in Dulong's life. More than 30 years ago, someone approached Dulong and threatened him with the secret of casting a spell to destroy the village, forcing him to join the Heavenly Demon Alliance. In the first few years, Master Dulong only helped the Heavenly Demon Alliance to refine some array discs. Until 20 years ago, the Heavenly Demon Alliance ordered Master Dulong to come to Jingzhou to bewitch the Gunning County governor. Relying on his exquisite formations, Master Dulong quickly became a famous immortal master in Gunning County, and the governor of Gunning County regarded him as a distinguished guest. 10 years ago, Gunning County Sheriff often lamented that it was difficult to serve as an official, and he could not complete the tasks assigned by his superiors to slay demons. Yudao colleagues repeatedly showed off the various treasures they obtained from the treasury in exchange for their political achievements, which made him more and more anxious to find a way to eliminate the demon. Playing into the heart of the layman Dulong, he presented the three evil demonic refining formation that took more than 10 years to master, saying that it could earn political achievements for Gunning County governor. The two hit it off immediately, and then started raising ghosts as a field and corpses as a field, as if they were harvesting crops. Zhujiakan is the first experimental field. Gunning County Sheriff, catching ghosts Qingtian, Wanman umbrella. Zhou Yi's expression returned to calm, and he turned into a ray of light and flew towards Gunning County. Hungyang is more than 300 miles away from Gunning County, and the 5 elements can escape light for only a quarter of an hour. The sheriff's mansion is located in the center of the county town. It covers a large area, but the houses are slightly old and dilapidated. Zhou Yi was about to capture Gunning County Sheriff directly when he sensed a familiar aura in the restaurant opposite the county sheriff's mansion. When he landed at the door of the restaurant, he first saw Yan Chixiao, who was drinking. "Brother Yan, why are you here? Who are you?" Yan Chixiao's eyes were red and he looked at the yellow-faced man warily. Zhou Yi changed back to his original voice, "Brother Yan, you've only been here a few days and you don't recognize me anymore." "Brother Zhou." Yan Chixiao was surprised, "Why are you here in Gunning?" Zhou Yi asked back, "Brother Yan, why are you here?" Yan Chixiao was silent for a moment and replied, "I feel unhappy." "Me too." Zhou Yi sat opposite Yan Chixiao and waved the waiter to serve 2 jars of strong wine. "Brother Yan, have you found any evidence of guilt?" Yan Chixiao shook his head and said, "After we separated, I felt unhappy. I went back and tied up a few demon-slaying school captains and beat them up severely. I found that there was something wrong with Ji Gang." "Ji Gang?" Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. He didn't intend to let go of the Gunning County Demon Slayer division. He came one by one in order of importance. "Yes. Several of his subordinates told me that before the Silver Corpse appeared, Ji Gang led people to ambush him in advance. As soon as the Silver Corpse causes massacres in the Kui family mansion, they will jump out, capture it, and send it to Kyoto in exchange for merit." Yan Chixiao drank half a jar of wine and sighed, "This matter is an unprecedented scandal in the Demon Slayer division. I am hesitant whether I should reveal it. Sometimes I want to pretend to be confused, but my ideas are not clear-cut. If I had known that I would become an official if you are so useless, you might as well retreat into the mountains and forests. How does Brother Yan plan to reveal it?" Yan Chixia said, "Of course we should report it to the county governor's office." Zhou Yi looked at the gate of the county governor's mansion and said in a faint voice, "The head of a county, how can such a thing escape his eyes?" Yan Chixiao's eyes widened and he said, "I had doubts at first, but look at this street." Zhou Yi turned to look at the pedestrians on the street. When he passed by the county magistrate's house, he bowed slightly to show respect for the magistrate. Such a good official is called Lord Qingtian by all the people, and he is also given an umbrella that is rare to see in a century. How can there be any problems? Yan Chixiao said, "It must be the local demon-slaying department who did such shameful things for merit." "Brother Yan, do you know what I'm here to do?" Zhou Yi suddenly changed the topic. "Do what?" "Kill." "Kill who?" "Guan County Sheriff." Yan Chixiao grabbed the sword and magic weapon on the table, "Such a good official. Now, I don't want to kill any more." Zhou Yi put his golden mace against Yan Chixiao's arm, as heavy as a mountain, and said slowly, "It would be too cheap to kill him with one sword. His crimes must be made public to the world and he will be infamy for thousands of years. Brother Yan, why don't you and I visit the county governor's house every night? Let's see if this county guard is good or bad." "Good." Yan Chixiao hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. At night, Zhou Yi and Yan Chixiao escaped into the governor's mansion. The warning magic weapon in the mansion had no response under the cover of Zhou Yi's magic power. Zhao Gongfu, the governor of Gunning County, was a healthy old man with a white face and a long beard. He approved official documents for half a night and didn't go to bed until midnight. The same happened on the second and third days, and Yan Chixiao felt a little more confident. One person and two people can see it wrong. Could it be that everyone in Gunning County has seen it wrong? Don't rush. Zhou Yi learned from the memory of layman Dulong that every time he arranged the ghost fields and corpse fields, he would come back to discuss with the county governor. The three of them, Gunning County Sheriff, Demon Slayer Division Yutong, and Dulong Jushi, are going to discuss the distribution of the crop output, and the largest share belongs to the county sheriff. The fourth night, Pang Zhang, the commander of Gunning's demon slaying division, came to visit late at night. Sir, Immortal Master Dulong has not returned yet. While Pang Zhang was talking, Zhao Gongfu was still reviewing the official documents in a leisurely manner. Pang Dutong, I am a dull official. He took the county examination for 6 years, the government examination for 12 years, the state examination for 15 years, and the Jinshi examination for another 21 years. Zhao Gongfu said calmly, 44 years of study, and another 42 years from county magistrate to county governor. Do you know what you rely on? Can you please clarify this, sir? Pang Zhang looked confused and didn't understand what the governor meant. Stupid. After reviewing the last volume of official documents, Zhao Gongfu said slowly, those who want to do great things must first calm their minds. This time the earth dragon turned over and flooded 5 villages. The corpse refining formation was several times larger. Just wait patiently. Above the roof, Yan Chixiao's face darkened, his anger surged, and he almost exposed his traces. Fortunately, Zhou Yi had expected this, and the majestic magic power completely enveloped the two of them. Even if his true energy was chaotic, no breath would come out. Pang Zhang gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Zhao, there are now 5 fields of corpses and 4 fields of ghosts. Should we hold off for a while? Why should we postpone? Zhao Gongfu's momentum suddenly became fierce. I was too old when I started practicing, and I missed the best opportunity to gather the yin shen. I must exchange it for the elixir to reshape my bones as soon as possible. The local officials of Dakian and the county guards must be at least the 3rd level, and the state pastors must be at the 3rd level of refining the gods. Zhao Gongfu. But what else did Pang Zhang want to say? Zhao Gongfu waved his hand and silenced him. You are the ghost-catching captain, and I am the ghost-catching captain Qing Tian. I have already been praised by the Imperial Court newspaper. They are just stupid people anyway. Even if the higher UPS know about it, they will cover it up for us. What are we afraid of?